After my girlfriend dumped me, I used the system to turn my life around. Jiang Weidong got fired from his company and dumped by his girlfriend. Just as he was about to go back to his hometown to give up on life, the work system appeared. With this system, as long as he works, he gets paid. After analyzing it carefully, Jiang Weidong discovered a way to game the system. He started his own company and gave himself multiple positions: CEO, Sales Director, HR Manager, Finance Supervisor, Administrative Director, Technical Director, Art Director, Marketing Manager, and even Electrician. With just one company, he could hold 10 positions and collect 10 salaries. 10 companies meant 100 positions and 100 salaries. To save costs, his company hired only one beautiful female college student besides himself. To outsiders, his company looked like a sham company just to pick up girls, and everyone looked down on him for it. Even the female student carried pepper spray wherever she went. However, over time, people realized Jiang Weidong was actually serious and trustworthy. A new theory emerged: he was an exemplary disciple, and starting a company was just his way of experiencing the fun of working. This calm, top-tier rich second-generation heir instantly became the most sought-after man on campus. Chapter 1: Breakup, Fired, and the System. The office door opened gently, and a young woman in a black professional suit, paired with nude stockings and high heels, stepped in. She looked about 25 or 26, with big eyes, a pert nose, thin lips, and a hint of exotic charm resembling a famous Northwest-born actress in the entertainment industry. Her name was Yu Jingning, newly promoted to project manager at Jinyuan Group. Yu Jingning returned to the office and looked at Jiang Weidong sitting in the chair. Her eyes softened with a trace of tenderness. "Tea?" she asked. Jiang Weidong, however, didn't he look as good as Yu Jingning. His facial features were fine, but his body had become flabby. He looked greasy and tired, with the unmistakable aura of a workhorse. He shook his head and spoke with agitation. "Director Yu, explain to me why you're doing this. I've worked at this company for almost 6 years, always diligent. I'm the hardest working employee in the project department. This project, every step, I followed it through, I designed it, poured my heart into it. And when it succeeded, it's considered a team achievement. From start to finish, no one even poured me a glass of water. I spent 3 days entertaining clients and closed the deal myself. Why treat me like this?" Yu Jingning lowered her head. When Jiang Weidong finished, she lifted it, eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. "I proposed the reward plan." "You proposed it? Why?" Jiang Weidong's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice softened with exhaustion, as if his soul had been drained. He hadn't expected her to do this. "Don't be angry, I'll compensate you." Jiang Weidong snorted. "The first stab to shore, strike at your beloved. Director Yu, such authority. We've known each other for almost 12 years. I thought I knew you, but you've really opened my eyes." He wanted to say more, perhaps something bitter, but seeing the girl in tears, memories of confessing at the internet cafe after the college entrance exam, cramming together in a tiny apartment after graduation, squeezing through the train aisle on the 28th of the 12th lunar month, made him hesitate. He couldn't bring himself to make things harder for her. They once had beautiful memories. He didn't want to hurt her. He calmed himself, still curious and unwilling, and asked, "Why?" I. Yu Jingning sobbed, unable to form coherent words. Jiang Weidong grew frustrated. "You know I've been saving money. I wanted to buy a house in Haicheng, give you a home. With this project done, we could have gotten a mortgage-free start. We wouldn't need to rent, we could become true Haicheng residents. Why would you do this?" Yu Jingning wiped her tears forcefully, explaining, "Even if we paid the down payment, we'd still have a mortgage. Then marriage, children, expenses. It would be exhausting. We'd have decades of constrained freedom, always calculating every penny. Look at the senior employees. Do you want that kind of life?" So, I accepted the boss's proposal. Jiang Weidong went pale, connecting the dots of recent events, and finally understood. "You accepted, damn it." He finally cursed aloud. Yu Jingning looked at him guiltily. His voice carried outside, attracting the attention of employees. She thought for a moment and didn't close the office door. They had been high school classmates, confirmed their relationship after the college entrance exam, and stayed together for nearly 10 years. Half a year ago, their company boss approached Yu Jingning. His son had a serious illness that no doctor could cure. A feng shui master suggested marrying him to a girl whose birth chart matched his son's to bring him health. The boss found that Yu Jingning was the best match in Haicheng and offered her 5% of the company's shares if she agreed. Yu Jingning initially refused without hesitation. Jiang Weidong thought it was over, but there was a twist. Now, as project manager, she seemed tempted by the boss's new offer. "Sorry, I swear on my life, everything I did was for us," she said. Jiang Weidong looked at the tearful girl and felt unprecedented failure and deep fear. He had lost her, they couldn't be together. He wanted to curse but held back, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it in one go. "You've gone that far?" he asked. "I've registered marriage with him." Yu Jingning glanced at Jiang Weidong, continuing quickly. "You know his condition. He is completely paralyzed, like a vegetable. I have no relationship with him. I swear my body and heart belong to you and will never belong to another man." Jiang Weidong spoke slowly. "Divorce him, and I'll forget this. We leave Haicheng and go back home. Will that work?" "Wait and hear the boss's conditions first," Yu Jingning urged. "Go ahead. I signed a contract. I'll stay with the Gao family for 3 years. After 3 years, whether his son recovers or not, I'll divorce him. If he doesn't recover, I get 5% of the company's shares. If he does, 10%. That's at least $1 billion in 3 years. Wait for me 3 years. We're not even 30. In 3 years, we'll be financially free, can buy a big house, and never worry about money again." Jiang Weidong couldn't believe the once pure, independent girl had become like this. Pain and helplessness overwhelmed him. "How did you become like this?" Hearing him, Yu Jingning's voice sharpened. "Weidong, I pursue a good life. Is that a crime? Look at Wang Jie in the project department, married and divorced 5 times, getting high dowries, houses, and cars. Now she is living freely. I'm beautiful, graduated from a top university, but we can't even afford to fly home for the new year. Why live such a hard life?" Jiang Weidong felt distressed. Yu Jingning had never truly enjoyed life. Standing, he said earnestly, "Divorce him, we go home. I'll love and care for you, honor your parents, travel once a year, and you won't need to do housework. Will that work?" "No, I've come this far, I can't give up now." Jiang Weidong realized they were not meant to be. Staying in Haicheng wasn't his attachment, he wanted to return home to his parents. Separation might be best. He took a deep breath and finally mustered strength. "Fine, Yu Jingning. This is over. I wish you success." He paused. "I won't pursue that reward anymore, it's the last thing I can do for you. I'll write my resignation, help me sign it. I'm going home." Yu Jingning's proposed reward plan seemed meant to sever her ties with her ex during the marriage. Jiang Weidong understood and felt exhausted, believing his past struggles meaningless. Yu Jingning softly said, "Weidong, you've been fired. I got you 6+1 compensation, and the reward, about 200,000 in total." Jiang Weidong didn't care. Fired was fine, he could use the compensation to buy his mother a gold bracelet. "Fine, I'll pack and leave immediately." Seeing him walk away, Yu Jingning suddenly felt she'd lost the most important thing in her life. She hurried, closed the office door, and threw herself into Jiang Weidong's arms. "Go home and rest or stay in Haicheng. Wait 3 years for me, I'll only belong to you. We'll have a happy life, a bright future, and 10 to 20 billion in assets." Jiang Weidong shook his head. "Whether it's 10 or 20 billion, I won't spend a cent. As for waiting for you, forget it. Yu Jingning, I already said this is over. Why be so stubborn? Everyone is trying to make money. I won't sleep with him, it's just a fake marriage. Why can't you understand? Consider me a stubborn fool," Jiang Weidong said, pushing her away. Yu Jingning held him tight. "Promise me you'll wait." "It's over, Yu Jingning. Stop." He forcefully freed himself and strode out of the office. Yu Jingning watched him leave, clenching her fists until her nails dug into her palms. Murmuring to herself, "In 3 years, I'll be a billionaire. You'll come back. I don't believe you won't take shortcuts." Not long after, Jiang Weidong left Jinyuan Tower carrying a cardboard box. Ding dong. He checked his WeChat. Yu Jingning sent a selfie, unbuttoning her shirt, revealing an enticing view. I miss you. Wait for me at the apartment tonight. Jiang Weidong, initially reluctant, replied, since you've chosen that path, go through with it. Don't break your contract. We're done, let us just be friends. Yu Jingning quickly replied, I miss you. I'm not interested. We're over. Don't go to the apartment, I'll check out and head home this afternoon. Yu Jingning's reply was swift, you sound so noble. Who keeps sneaking glances at my friend? Jiang Weidong blushed slightly. Her friend was beautiful, and sometimes he glanced, but he had no ill intent. Speechless? She teased. A gentleman judges actions, not heart. I've never wronged you, clear conscience. Really going home? Yes, planning to retire early, take it easy. He had some savings, plus severance around $1 million in total. Tired, he just wanted to relax at home. As he sent the message, a blue screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Work system binding complete. Host, work diligently to earn your salary. Jiang Weidong frowned. Work? Not even dogs do that. Chapter 2, Exploiting the System. Work? Not even dogs do that work. Not even dogs do that me. I love working the most. Colleagues talk nicely and have fun, the boss provides food, accommodation, and salary. I'll work forever, until I'm 80, 90 if the boss doesn't mind, I'll work till I die. I want to be the hardest working employee in the world. A cleaning lady riding a tricycle had just passed by, and Jiang Weidong handed her the cardboard box containing his personal belongings. He bought a bottle of water, sat on a stone bench by the roadside, closed his eyes, and analyzed the work system that had just bound to him. After about an hour, he finally understood what kind of system this was. As the name suggested, the work system required the host to go to work. Only by working could the host earn money, and only then would the system provide rewards. According to the system rules, whenever the host works, the system grants a corresponding salary. In other words, if Jiang Weidong went to work now, the real-world company would pay him a salary, and the system would also pay him a salary, essentially earning double for the same work. Thinking about it carefully, the system seemed a little basic. In most web novels, protagonists just sign in every day and get rewards, no need to work at all. And the salary wasn't even that high. Believing that the system couldn't be so low level, Jiang Weidong analyzed it carefully and soon discovered a way to exploit it. The system had an interface where the host could enter the company name and job position. The system would then calculate the salary. He noticed that one company could have up to 10 positions, meaning he could collect 10 salaries from a single company. Moreover, the host could work at multiple companies. Operated correctly, he could potentially earn hundreds of salaries simultaneously. A monthly salary in the tens of thousands, multiplied by hundreds, he could be making millions, easily joining the high-income elite worldwide. But how could he hold 10 positions in the same company? Which fool of a boss would allow that? Jiang Weidong pondered for a long time and finally came up with an idea. He would start his own company and be the wise and mighty boss himself. Then he could assign himself 10 positions. After studying the system rules, he confirmed this approach would work. He could open his own company, but it couldn't be a fake shell company. The system required the company to operate normally, with at least 2 employees. Another system rule: the host cannot accept positions at multiple new companies in the same month, only one new company per month. This meant he couldn't register 10 companies at once and assign 10 positions in each, earning over 100 positions instantly. According to the rules, he could work at one company per month, hold 10 positions, and receive 10 salaries. The following month, he could accept a new company's positions, adding another 10, and so on. Of course, no ordinary company would allow this, so the new company had to be his own. After summarizing the rules, Jiang Weidong smiled. Looks like I was born to be a boss. Alright, let us start a company. He planned to stay in Haicheng. The reason was simple: the system calculated salaries based on local average wages. He didn't want to go abroad. In China, Haicheng probably offered the highest salaries. He quickly found a business registration agency. A pretty woman in her early 30s greeted him, Liu Xiaoyun, with a sweet voice. It's so hot, boss, come in for some tea. She was about 1.6 meters tall, petite, wearing a blue business suit, and smiled warmly, exuding great friendliness. Jiang Weidong sat down, inquired about the fees, found them reasonable, and explained his purpose. Liu Xiaoyun immediately took out a notebook to register his information. What kind of company does the boss want to open? He had already decided on their way there. Picking up the teacup, he took a sip. I want to start an online streaming company. Oh, a media company, then? Yes, registered capital, 1 million yuan. Liu Xiaoyun nodded while writing, then glanced at him. Jiang Weidong gave off the aura of a hardworking, no-nonsense type. Treating him as a fellow worker of the world, she softly advised, "Boss, a few years ago, online streaming was booming. Media companies were everywhere. Recently, the market is saturated. Newcomers find it hard to succeed. Oh, do you have any advice on starting a business?" She shook her head. The current economy is tough. My suggestion, don't start a business. Save your money for a few years. When conditions improve, then start a business. Jiang Weidong had expected advice. She basically told him not to start. Good advice. Given today's economy, lying low is safest. He smiled. You're right. I don't have a clear plan. This is just a small experiment, not much investment, won't lose much. Liu Xiaoyun understood. Then I wish you great fortune and success. What will your company be called? Fenghua Media Company. Good. It's a popular name. If there's a duplicate, I suggest adding a prefix like Haicheng, Pudong, or Lingang. What do you think? Sure, if needed, I'll contact you and choose one. He continued, this is the first company. I'll register another one next month, no rush. Liu Xiaoyun's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly in caution. Many wealthy men would use business as an excuse to approach her. She assessed Jiang Weidong: ordinary clothes, ordinary aura, but eyes with a spark. A simple-minded man, maybe. She suppressed her thoughts and quietly asked, what's the second company? Fenghua Film Production Company. Film production. She murmured the words and glanced at him with slight disdain. In recent years, many middle-class men, with just a little money, would start companies to hire female college students on minimal salaries, then exploit their position to flirt with them. Yes, film production. Jiang Weidong drank the tea in one gulp, stood, and said, I'll rent a place in Lingang New District. Once done, I'll send you the address. Lingang New District, the poorest area of Pudong, had the cheapest rent. He didn't need a fancy office, just somewhere practical. Liu Xiaoyun frowned, thinking this man might be setting up a cheap company to recruit female students. Disgusting, but she endured it. Any issues? Jiang Weidong asked. No, she said lightly. Let us sign the contract. I have other things to do. He planned to rent a place in Lingang and then return home. Since he wasn't working, he could stay at home a few days. Liu Xiaoyun nodded, prepared the contract, and went to the staff office alone, still feeling uneasy but powerless. She would just bury the thought. Soon, Jiang Weidong strode away. Liu Xiaoyun watched his retreating figure, curious to see if his company would turn out as she imagined. Chapter 3: Recruiting Beautiful Female College Graduates. Jiang Weidong's hometown is a province famous for its high bride prices, and it produced a great woman who believed that men should open their eyes to the world. To be honest, Jiang Weidong was a little surprised that so many oddballs appeared on his godmother's dating show. The women around him were relatively normal. He had been with Yu Jingning before, and both of their parents had met. Yu Jingning's parents were very satisfied with him and made it clear that they didn't need a dowry of 388,000 yuan. A token amount of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan would be fine. They were a very easygoing couple. Jiang Weidong had thought about taking good care of them, becoming their son-in-law, and supporting them in their old age together with Yu Jingning. Unfortunately, he no longer had that opportunity. He returned to his hometown, told his parents about what had happened in Haicheng, and then expressed his intention to start his own business in the future. His parents were a little worried, so he didn't explain the direction of his business in detail, only saying that it was a project with great market potential. After spending 20 days in his hometown and seeing some old friends, he left the province where the bride price was paid and went to Haicheng. After entrusting Liu Xiaoyun to register the company that day, he did indeed go to Lingang New area to look for a house. He was lucky enough to find a self-built building without an elevator on the street. The building has 5 floors. The landlord lives on the 5th floor and rents out the 1st to 4th floors. He rented the first to fourth floors for a year and plans to open his company there in the future. He also rented a room near his self-built house for his own residence. Why not just live in a self-built house? It's because the company he runs is too peculiar, and is too embarrassed to live there. The day after returning to Haicheng, he contacted Liu Xiaoyun and obtained the business license of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, as well as related certificates and seals from her. Just as Liu Xiaoyun predicted, Fenghua Media Company had already been registered by someone else, who simply added the name Haicheng to the beginning. After saying goodbye to Liu Xiaoyun, he returned to his self-built building, took out the red paper he had prepared beforehand, and asked the landlord to write the 8 characters, Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Then he pasted the red paper on the side wall of the door of the room on the left side of the first floor. This serves as the signboard for Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Hiring a reputable advertising company to make a signboard would cost at least 20 or 30 yuan, but asking the landlord to do it only cost him a few words. I'm so smart. This self-built building was originally intended for rent. It used to be a small factory. Each floor has a shared kitchen and bathroom, as well as 3 bedrooms and a living room. The hall is quite large, nearly 100 square meters. Jiang Weidong looked around and felt the room was a bit empty, so he decided to decorate it to add a more formal corporate atmosphere. Let's go to the supermarket to shop. We still need to spend the money we need to spend. He is not a materialistic person. He has no particular preference for fine wine and food. He can eat at banquets in 5-star hotels, and he can also eat fried rice from roadside stalls. He smokes and drinks, but he is not addicted to any of them. They wear clothes from ordinary mass-market brands, like Jack Jones and Giordano. Housing requirements are not high. A kitchen, bathroom, and air conditioning are sufficient. In short, if he were living alone, his living expenses would be very low. But now that he has a system and has separated from Eugene, he feels there's no need to be so frugal. He should live for himself. He already had plans back home, and this time he came to Haicheng to improve himself and live a more colorful life. He plans to get a gym membership and then work out properly. He was only 28 years old, but he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a strong bull horse temperament, was slightly fat, and looked very greasy. He plans to work out and regain his former heartthrob looks. As for living a colorful life, it naturally means spending money as you please and making yourself happy. He arrived at the supermarket, pushed his shopping cart, looked around, and then saw the discounted bottled water. With a wave of his hand, he bought 3 bottles. The system requires a company to have at least 2 people and to operate normally. In reality, a company needs at least 2 people, a legal representative and a supervisor. I won't mention the supervisor in this book. In addition to him, we also need to hire an employee to work. He felt it was necessary to give his employees the warmth of home, and mineral water, being the lifeblood of their lives, was a way for him to show his care for them. Since we've taken care of the employees, we should definitely take care of the customers too. If customers come, you can't let them drink bottled water, that's too low class. After thinking about it, he bought a midi electric kettle and a pack of plastic cups. I'm so thoughtful to offer hot water to customers. After thinking it over carefully, he bought paper, pens, and a few small plastic stools. Needless to say, paper and pen are essential for starting a company, as contracts are a must. If there are many customers, they can sit on the small stools. The rental apartment already had tables and chairs. He was just in case. The landlord thoughtfully left him a double-door refrigerator. Jiang Weidong passed by the ice cream section of the freezer, thought for a moment, and bought dozens of ice creams, various kinds of chocolate, spending more than 130 yuan. He had come across some short videos claiming that ice cream in Haicheng cost 60 or 70 yuan. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw them, thinking, where did this idiot come from, with so much money to burn? How delicious can ice cream be? Isn't the 3.5 yuan chocolate's ice cream from the supermarket good enough? He used to eat this stuff a lot when he was with Yu Jingning. It was cheap and affordable. After making his purchases, he returned to his rented room and arranged everything neatly. Looking around, he became increasingly satisfied. I'll hire another pretty female college student, and then everything will be fine. Why girls? Because they are cheap and good-looking. Now that you've started a company, you're bound to hire good-looking employees. Do you think you, as a boss, would still want to look at ugly men and women? Besides, his past affection was useless. They still broke up in the end. He's going to be a playboy from now on. Just as Jiang Weidong was feeling smug, footsteps sounded, followed by Liu Xiaoyun's uncertain voice, "Boss Jiang, is this your company?" Liu Xiaoyun was still wearing a blue business suit, slightly different from when they first met. She paired it with black stockings and high heels, and tied her hair in a bun, which made her look a bit cuter. She was carrying a fruit basket. She had come to congratulate Jiang Weidong on the establishment of his new company. Jiang Weidong saw the fruit in the fruit basket, smiled, took the basket, and then opened the refrigerator to put the fruit inside. He thought happily, "My employees can get vitamin supplements now, I really am a good boss." He then invited Liu Xiaoyun to sit down, saying, "Yes, this is my new company. There's a coffee table and an old sofa set in the lobby, both left over from a factory they used to rent." He then asked, "Miss Liu, would you like bottled water or hot water?" "Mineral water is fine." Liu Xiaoyun sat down in a daze, took a bottle of mineral water, and was still somewhat surprised. She already knew the address, but she didn't expect it to be a self-built building. Apart from the coffee table and sofa, the lobby on the first floor was empty. In addition, there is a red paper with Hai Cheng Fenghua Media Company pasted on the side wall of the room on the left. Could this be the company's signboard? Isn't it too rudimentary? "Mr. Jiang, are you still going to renovate?" "No need, that's too much trouble. I think it's fine as it is, with a Syria theme." "So, do you want to choose an auspicious day to open your business?" "No need, I don't believe in that stuff. Consider today our opening day." "Province. Province. Province. A greasy guy wants to pick up girls at the lowest cost." Liu Xiaoyun lowered her head, her eyes full of disdain, but she felt much more relaxed. "His company is so shabby, I doubt any female college graduate would want to come here." Just as Liu Xiaoyun was pondering, Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "I'm looking to hire some pretty young women. Do you have any recommendations, Miss Liu?" "That's disgusting. They just want pretty girls, they don't even bother with acting. Only a girl with a brain full of water would come to this lousy place." Liu Xiaoyun felt even more contemptuous, but she was very polite when she said it, "No, we don't work as human resources agencies." Jiang Weidong looked Liu Xiaoyun up and down, thinking that a beautiful young woman like Liu Xiaoyun would surely attract viewers to her live streams. His main goal is to exploit the system's loopholes. He doesn't expect to make money by starting a company. But if he can make money, he naturally won't refuse. If the eyebrow pencil kid can make money, why can't he? Many older men experience repression in their daily lives and seek happiness through short videos. Arranging for a beautiful young woman like Liu Xiaoyun to dance is a perk for the brothers. "Ms. Liu, have you considered changing jobs?" Feeling Jiang Weidong's gaze, Liu Xiaoyun finally lost her temper. She hadn't expected Jiang Weidong to target her. "Do you really think she's one of those naive college girls who would fall for a few thousand men?" She snorted coldly, "Mr. Jiang, I have to go." After saying that, she left in a hurry without waiting for Jiang Weidong to reply. Once outside Hai Cheng Fenghua Media Company, she immediately took out her phone and sent a message to her cousin, complaining about Jiang Weidong, that stingy lecher. Jiang Weidong wasn't stupid. He naturally sensed Liu Xiaoyun's emotions, but he didn't care. In fact, he stopped caring much about other people's emotions a long time ago. Nilmar's goal is to make money, not to hold a grudge. He thought for a moment, then left the company, intending to print 30 job postings and post them on bulletin boards in the community or university town. If he hires a female employee, his company will meet the system requirements. Chapter 4: 10 jobs, 10 salaries. There's a golden retriever at Shidai University that bites people everywhere. The University of Tokyo is not to be trifled with. We'll just go head to head. With the current economic climate being unfavorable, it's becoming increasingly difficult for college graduates to find a satisfactory job. They naturally want to work in offices, but most college students have little work experience, don't even know how to use a printer, and have no life pressures. They are not yet tamed and often argue with their superiors, so companies are afraid to hire them. As for working in factories, college students can't stand the hardships of assembly lines. As a result, it is becoming increasingly difficult for college graduates to find jobs, and some choose to escape, lie down, or take the postgraduate entrance examination. Some choose to face the challenge head-on and actively seek employment. Jiang Weidong sent out 30 job postings, and soon people started calling. However, upon learning that Haicheng Fenghua Media Company was a newly established company located in the Lingang New area, 80% of the inquirers hung up. Then, when they heard him say their base salary was 3,000, 99% of the inquirers hung up the phone. The cost of living in Haicheng is high, and many college students only ask their families for 2 or 3,000 yuan for living expenses. The vast majority of female college students look down on jobs with a base salary of 3,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong didn't care. He believed that college students would come. The longer students are exposed to society and the longer they look for jobs, the more they will find that good jobs are hard to find. Although his base salary here is only 3,000, the benefits are good. Holidays are conducted in accordance with national standards, and work hours are punctual on weekdays. There is also mineral water, hot water, and fruit. There are no complicated interpersonal relationships or messy work groups. This kind of work environment is pretty good for a college student. Just as he was waiting patiently, a female college student called to inquire and offered to come to the company. And so, on the afternoon of the day after he posted the job advertisement, the sun was shining brightly and a gentle summer breeze was blowing. A blue bus drove by, and a female college student wearing a red long dress arrived at Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. She had long, flowing hair and wore a pretty yellow butterfly hair clip above her right forehead. She has regular facial features, an oval face, and a bright and dignified appearance, the kind of face that evokes images of peace and prosperity in short videos. He gives off the impression of being a model student. She was surprised to see how simple Haicheng Fenghua Media Company was, but she didn't act impolitely and immediately asked Jiang Weidong if they needed someone there. After receiving Jiang Weidong's affirmative answer and invitation, she sat down on the side of the chair, her back straight, just like a primary school class monitor. Jiang Weidong was very satisfied with Guo Luoyao's appearance. She was about 1.7 meters tall and her looks were about 88 points. She looked very serious, but if she danced on live stream, there would be a contrast that would attract a lot of old perverts. Guo, I am Jiang Weidong, the boss of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. I used to be a laborer, but now I want to start my own business. The conditions here may not be very good, but I can guarantee that the company will not require overtime, holidays will be in accordance with national standards, and we will provide the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. The monthly salary will be paid on time every month. Guo Luoyao is 21 years old and a junior at Haicheng Ocean University. Summer vacation is over, and she will be a senior in college, majoring in the terrible field of public administration. She is from Yun Province. In order to find a suitable internship, she did not go home for the summer vacation but stayed at school. However, after searching for almost a month, she still could not find a satisfactory job. No reputable company would need a newbie like her. Fast food chains like Wallace and KFC would be more willing to take her on. But she didn't want to do such a job because it was demanding and poorly paid. This morning, she saw Jiang Weidong's job posting on the information wall of the Lingang New Area University town and, on a whim, contacted him. Seeing the working environment of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, she couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Finding a job is too difficult. Jiang Weidong doesn't look like a rich man. His company is located in an old, self-built house. It's hard to say whether the company can last even half a month. After Jiang Weidong finished speaking, Guo Luoyao politely stood up and said, "Mr. Jiang, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to do at school, so I'll have to go first. I'll think about it and give you an answer tonight." Jiang Weidong naturally understood Guo Luoyao's implied meaning, but he didn't care. He said the same thing again. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company had a great working environment and he wouldn't have trouble finding people. So he chuckled and said, "Okay." Seeing that Jiang Weidong neither tried to persuade her to stay nor showed any signs of disappointment or impatience, and seemed quite confident, Guo Luoyao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Mr. Jiang, you don't seem to care about whether we can recruit employees." Jiang Weidong leaned back. "I really didn't take it to heart. Although my company is located in an old self-built building, I can guarantee that my funds will not be a problem. The environment here is very good. There is no need for overtime, the holidays are full, and the salary is paid on time. Just stay for a few days and you will know how happy you are to work here. I believe I can recruit employees. I never worry about this matter." Guo Luoyao looked around. "But if we have enough funds, why not go to a better office location? There's no need to waste money." Guo Luoyao looked at Jiang Weidong and felt that he had a relaxed air that other entrepreneurs didn't have, somewhat like a carefree second-generation rich kid. He was dressed casually, but Guo Luoyao felt that Jiang Weidong might actually be rich. Thinking about this, she hesitated for a moment. President Jiang, is the job of the employees you hire just to do live streaming? Yes, it's a live stream. The base salary is 3,000 yuan, and the tips are split 50-50. Selling goods via live streaming. It's either selling goods, live streaming, interacting with netizens, or performing talents. Are there any requirements, such as how many followers you need to have in a month, or how much money you need to receive in tips? Jiang Weidong chuckled and said firmly, no requirements. Hearing this, Guo Luoyao became even more curious. Then what is President Jiang's purpose in starting this company? This is an interesting question. We can't say there's a system, and we can't say it's just a joke, otherwise people will feel it's unstable and won't want to come. Jiang Weidong's mind raced, quickly coming up with dozens of reasons. Without batting an eye, he calmly said, this is part of a grand plan. I can't reveal it to you for now, but I can guarantee that if you work here for 6 months, you'll find out. He remained as confident and relaxed as ever. Seeing this, Guo Luoyao inexplicably had even more confidence in Jiang Weidong. I don't seem to have any special talents. You can learn a skill. If you don't have one, I won't rush you. Then I'll give it a try. Jiang Weidong didn't expect to be fooled so easily. He snapped his fingers and said, okay, how many years do you plan to sign? 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years? About a year. I'll graduate from university next year. Jiang Weidong smiled, not paying any attention, and then took out the contract for Guo Luoyao to sign. After Guo Luoyao signed the contract, she took a copy for herself, then took out her phone and took a few photos. Jiang Weidong thought Guo Luoyao was keeping evidence. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can come to work tomorrow. I don't have any requirements. I won't ask you to work overtime, but you have to guarantee 8 hours of work time every weekday. Guo Luoyao nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow. She then left Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Walking on the street outside, she could feel the rising heat from the ground and the glaring sunlight. Guo Luoyao suddenly woke up. Looking at the contract in her hand, she muttered to herself in surprise, I've already found a job. I wonder if this company can last even half a month. She thought for a moment, then opened her photo album, arranged the photos of the agreement she had just taken into a 9-grid layout, and posted it to her WeChat Moments. Of course, Jiang Weidong was blocked. The caption read, finally found a job. The new company is a startup media company. I don't know if it can last for half a month. Poor thing. The post on her WeChat Moments quickly garnered likes, and some even left comments offering to help her find a new job. Jiang Weidong was unaware of Guo Luoyao's situation. He figured the company already had 2 people who met the system requirements, so he should be able to fill in their professions on the system panel. He then opened the system panel. Come and see my work. Company, Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Positions, CEO, HR Director, Finance Director, Administration Director, Technology Director, Art Director, Marketing Manager, Sales Director, Operations Director, Project Manager. He had already arranged these positions in reality and signed paper employment contracts for them. He quickly filled in his job title on the system panel, and the system then calculated his salary, with numbers flashing next to his job title. CEO 30,000, HR Director 20,000, Finance Director 20,000, Administration Director 20,000, Technical Director 20,000, Art Director 20,000, Marketing Manager 20,000, Sales Manager 20,000, Operations Director 25,000, Project Manager 20,000. 10 positions, 10 salaries, totaling 215,000. A monthly salary of 210,000 yuan is considered a high income in Haicheng. Jiang Weidong nodded in satisfaction, imagining himself owning 20 companies with 200 positions, earning a monthly salary of 4 million. That's not right. I remember NBA Commissioner Adam Silver's annual salary is $40 million, and his monthly salary is $4 million. Apple CEO Tim Cook also earns a monthly salary of several million dollars. Why do I, a dignified CEO, have so few items resources? Is my company too small? The salary for a leadership position in a small company in Haicheng is indeed 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is close to what the system calculates. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, I own a dozen or 20 companies. If I'm lucky, one of them will succeed and go public. Maybe then the CEO will be making millions a month. He has a system, so he doesn't need to manage it at all. He can just let it languish like Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, since he gets system rewards anyway. Jiang Weidong was in a good mood. After thinking for a moment, he went out and said, I'm the boss of the company, I can't be so undignified. I'll print 100 business cards, buy a few nice outfits, get a gym membership, and buy a car. Chapter 5 even has a touch of Chanel style. Jiang Weidong didn't spend much money to start his company, and he still has over 900,000 yuan in savings. After printing the business cards, I went to a nearby chain gym and bought a yearly membership. Then I went to the shopping mall and bought 4 sets of summer clothes. After that, I went to the Li Auto 4S store and ordered a Li Auto L6. It cost a total of approximately 280,000 yuan. The reason for buying a new energy vehicle is that Haicheng is a first-tier city in China, and you need to enter a lottery to buy a gasoline car here. The government provides subsidies for new energy vehicles, and you can directly register a new energy vehicle after purchasing it. Jiang Weidong planned to drive the Li Auto L6 for now, and then buy a top-of-the-line luxury car through the lottery system when he had more money. There's no need to buy an expensive new energy vehicle. Technology updates quickly, so buying one that's around the same price is fine. After buying the car and adding the pretty saleswoman on WeChat, Jiang Weidong felt much more energetic. He pondered for a moment, then went online to search for used live streaming equipment. He quickly found relevant information and bought 2 sets of equipment, including a microphone, sound card, ring LED light, tripod, headphones, as well as an external camera, computer, and mobile phone. It cost a total of about 20,000. That means a total of 300,000 was spent in the afternoon. He was a little uneasy after spending a third of his savings, since he had saved up for so long and had always been careful with his money. However, the thought that he had a system put his mind at ease. He's a big shot with a system now, a chosen one of the planes. Why would he be nervous about spending 300,000? I'll need to spend another 3 billion or 30 billion in the future. I need to learn how to be a tycoon. The next morning at 6:10, the alarm clock rang in the rented room. Jiang Weidong got up, washed up, put on a tracksuit, and went out for a run. During his student days, he always loved sports, admired the Thunder's Big Three, played basketball every day, and was in excellent physical condition. After graduating from university and starting work for the Jinyuan Group, he exercised less and less. I only do a dozen or 20 push-ups occasionally when I remember, either in the office or in my rented room. As a result, he became increasingly obese. I am currently 1.81 meters tall and weigh 165 kilograms. When she's dressed, it's not obvious, but once she takes off her clothes, you can see her belly is bulging. He plans to exercise and get back to his 140-pound weight. Having not exercised for a long time, he would break into a sweat after jogging for only 10 minutes. He would run intermittently, stopping when he got tired and walking slowly when he felt energetic again. My shirt got wet and then dried, then got wet again. I sweated a lot. After exercising for an hour, he went back to his rented room to shower, then changed into the new clothes he had bought the day before and went to work with great enthusiasm. I passed by a steamed bun shop and bought 2 corn buns and a cup of soy milk. With his normal appetite, 2 corn buns are simply not enough to fill him up. But isn't that how you lose weight? Control your diet and exercise. Dieting is more important than exercise. At 7:50, he arrived at the entrance of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company and saw Guo Luoyao wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and khaki casual wide-leg pants. She also tied her long hair into a ponytail, which looked even neater than yesterday. She already had a bright and dignified appearance, but today she exudes even more power and a sense of peace and prosperity than yesterday. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of a girl's hair. It even has a Chanel-esque feel. Jiang Weidong was in an even better mood. He smiled and nodded, I'll give you a key later. You can open and close the door yourself from now on. Guo Luoyao noticed that Jiang Weidong looked better. He was wearing a light blue stand-up collar short-sleeved shirt, paired with grey shorts and blue casual leather shoes, exuding an old money vibe and giving off the feel of a local rich second generation from Haicheng. The corn buns and soy milk just don't quite match the overall vibe. The wealthy second generation in Haicheng pursue international fashion, and many of them drink iced Americano early in the morning, eat French toast and waffles for breakfast, and pair it with black coffee. Corn buns and soy milk are more like the standard breakfast in a small county town. Wu Luoyao comes from a small county town. During her middle school years, she often bought steamed buns made with old dough and soy milk. He wouldn't have bought it for me, would he? She suddenly realized this, and her expression immediately turned much uglier. Does he think that just because he's a second-generation rich kid from Haicheng, he can look down on a girl from a small county like me? Jiang Weidong, unaware of Wu Luoyao's thoughts, smiled and said when he saw her remain silent, "I haven't had breakfast yet." "Have you? I'll give you a steamed bun." Hearing Jiang Weidong's words, Wu Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that she had wronged Jiang Weidong, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She immediately shook her head and said, "Thank you, President Jiang, I've already eaten." "Okay, go check out the equipment in that room. I bought it yesterday afternoon and tested it. There were no problems. Take a look. If there are no problems, you can start working. I've already written down the company's live stream account number, it's on the table in the room." Wu Luoyao was a bit confused yesterday and hadn't even looked at her work equipment. Now, as she entered the room on the left, she found only a table and a chair, with the live streaming equipment on the table. There was also a notebook with a short video account written on the cover, "Bird who doesn't eat cilantro." Her pretty face flushed slightly. When she saw the account name, she immediately felt that it was a borderline account. But she can't dance. She studied diligently at school, and as she got older, she learned to do makeup and started to sculpt her body. She did yoga in her dorm room, but she just couldn't bring herself to twist and turn in front of the camera. Wu Luoyao thought for a moment, then approached Jiang Weidong and said timidly, "Mr. Jiang, I can't dance." "It's okay, let's shoot some short videos first, and then post them to that account at a set time every day. After shooting the short videos, we can do a live stream." "What are your special skills?" "I was a broadcaster when I was in school, so my Mandarin is quite standard." She was too embarrassed to mention yoga, so she changed it to something else. "Then you can live stream yourself reciting classic works. Is this okay?" "Sure, haven't you ever watched short videos? There are all sorts of weirdos out there, but reading classic literature is relatively normal." Wu Luoyao felt that Jiang Weidong was secretly mocking her, but indeed, there were all sorts of weirdos in short videos. Jiang Weidong stood up as well. "You shoot a short video first, and I'll go out and buy you some books." "What kind of books do you want to read?" "Then let's buy a few famous works by Russian authors. Classical novels like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Water Margin use language that is somewhere between classical Chinese and vernacular Chinese, making them relatively difficult to read aloud. Most of the famous works by Russian authors were translated by modern writers, making them easier to read aloud." Jiang Weidong chuckled and nodded, "Okay, I'll go buy it." After Jiang Weidong left, Wu Luoyao was left alone in the huge Haicheng Fenghua media company. She thought about life in the small county town, gave herself more courage, opened a short video app, and recorded a 15-second short video. After checking it, she found that it didn't feel right. She had a weak presence in front of the camera, and her timid appearance was not likable. "I'm a student at a top-tier university. I'm good-looking, I have good grades, and I have a bunch of little fish in my pond. What am I afraid of?" Thinking about her strengths, she became even bolder and recorded several videos, which were basically showing her appearance in front of the camera. This time, the video quality was much higher and she looked much better. She posted a video to that account. Not long after, Jiang Weidong returned, carrying a bag containing 5 famous Russian books. Wu Luoyao showed the video she had taken to Jiang Weidong, who thought it was alright and praised her a few times. "Alright, start your live stream now. What do you want for lunch? Should you buy it yourself, or should I order it for you? I'm not familiar with the restaurants around here, can you help me?" Wu Luoyao raised her head, a glint of light flashing in her clear black and white eyes, and glanced at Jiang Weidong without leaving a trace. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company doesn't provide meals or accommodation, so Wu Luoyao wanted to see if Jiang Weidong would fawn over her like a fish in a fish pond. Jiang Weidong nodded. "Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll order it for you. You don't need to transfer the money to me now. I'll remember and deduct it from my salary later." After saying that, Jiang Weidong left. Upon hearing this, Wu Luoyao pursed her lips and then started her live stream. She opened Gorky's Childhood, lowered her head, and read it aloud with great emotion and intonation. Reading classic works can cultivate a reader's sentiments and inspire resonance in their soul. Wu Luoyao hasn't read many world classics since starting university. As she recites Childhood, it's as if she's returned to a bright and cheerful summer in her middle school years, feeling happy and relaxed. Before she knew it, her mouth was dry from reading. Suddenly she woke up and looked at the number of viewers on the live streaming platform. There were more than 50 people watching. Wow, their host has a really nice voice. Is this the first time the streamer is doing a live broadcast? The lighting is a bit dim. Is the streamer broadcasting from a rented room? The walls in the back look so old. Little sister, are you not wearing makeup? You're too embarrassed to look up. There were dozens of comments. After seeing the comments, Wu Luoyao realized that she didn't understand live streaming and hadn't grasped many details. When she looked up and revealed her face to the camera, comments surged. The streamer is so pretty, I followed her. Sister, don't broadcast in the rented room. Find a well-lit place, it will look much prettier there. The streamer is really good looking. If she joins an MCN company, she'll definitely become famous. Upon seeing the comments, Wu Luoyao's heart stirred. She realized that Haicheng Fenghua Media Company was too rudimentary, and she didn't know if Jiang Weidong would hire more people. Could such a company operate in the long term? Could it pay salaries on time? The rooms on the first floor were dimly lit and not very well ventilated, with a faint musty smell in the air. It's located right on the street, and cars drive by outside, their horns blaring intermittently. Would it be a better choice to leave Haicheng Fenghua Media Company and go to another MCN company? Wu Luoyao was tempted for a moment. Then she thought of many things: her remote hometown, a small county town, and the hardships she had faced in finding a job recently. She felt lost. Netizens can joke around without any pressure, but what if she leaves Haicheng Fenghua Media Company and the MCN she finds afterward is unreliable? Those famous MCN companies must have many beautiful girls. Can she stand out from the crowd and be valued by the company? I think I'll take another look. This place is so rudimentary, it's hard to say whether it can last for half a month. I signed a contract, and there's a penalty for breach of contract. When I have time, I'll send out a few resumes to see if any companies are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract for me. She's not a big internet celebrity, and her employment contract doesn't restrict her from resigning. She can resign, but there's a non-compete clause. That means if she does resign, she can't engage in business that competes with her former employer within the contractual agreed period, otherwise, she'll have to compensate her former employer. Unlike big internet celebrities who often incur tens of millions in breach of contract fees, Wu Luoyao has a low salary. If she were to breach the contract, 50,000 to 60,000 yuan should be enough to compensate her. Chapter 6: Easily pass a day. Hello, your takeout is here. The deliverman rushed over and brought Jiang Weidong and Wu Luoyao's lunch. Jiang Weidong wanted to lose weight, so he ordered scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a boxed rice. Wu Luoyao ordered eggplant and minced meat rice. Gua, come out for lunch. They could eat in the room, but Wu Luoyao saw Jiang Weidong eating at the coffee table in the lobby, so she followed him over. Seeing that Jiang Weidong had only ordered one dish, she couldn't help but look him up and down. Curious, she felt that Jiang Weidong should be able to eat more, but she didn't ask. Based on her understanding, some men do have small appetites. Jiang Weidong only ate 2 steamed buns in the morning, so he might be considered a man with a small appetite. Jiang Weidong, unaware of Wu Luoyao's thoughts, opened the lunchbox and started eating, finishing it in less than 10 minutes. He then smiled and said, "You eat slowly, I'm going out for a walk to digest." After saying that, he slowly left Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Wu Luoyao frowned as she watched Jiang Weidong's figure disappear behind the door. She felt that Jiang Weidong wasn't a man with a small appetite, so why did he eat so little? The clothes he's wearing today look like designer brands. He doesn't seem like someone who's short of money. She was completely baffled and puzzled, but her intuition told her to be cautious and not to fall for it. About half an hour later, Jiang Weidong returned and lay down on the sofa in the living room to sleep. Besides the sofa, there was no place to take a nap in the company, so Wu Luoyao felt embarrassed to lie down on the sofa to sleep, so she sat down and played on her phone. When it was time for her to start work in the afternoon, she continued her live stream. Around 3 p.m., she got up to use the restroom. As she passed through the lobby, she noticed that Jiang Weidong was still sitting on the sofa, scrolling through short videos. When he saw her come out, he smiled and nodded, holding his phone upright so that Guo Luoyao couldn't see the short video content. However, upon hearing the background music in the short video, she felt that Jiang Weidong was watching suggestive videos. Thinking of Jiang Weidong leaning back on the sofa, grinning foolishly at the female anchor who was flirting with him, Guo Luoyao couldn't help but feel a little angry. Jiang Weidong is the company boss. Shouldn't he be thinking about how to expand the company's business and how to develop the company? Other media companies' anchors will definitely have their own operations, but Jiang Weidong didn't mention this at all. He definitely doesn't have any such plans. He's just completely giving up. My God, was I out of my mind yesterday? How could I have signed a contract? Can this lousy company even last 10 days? When she came out of the bathroom, she found Jiang Weidong still watching suggestive videos. She suddenly remembered that during the live stream, some netizens asked her if she could dance. She blushed and glared at Jiang Weidong. He wouldn't be trying to make me do something suggestive, would he? I'm a student at a top-tier university. My fish pond is full of fish. If I wanted to take shortcuts, I would have been living in a big house and driving a luxury car long ago. Why would I be doing a job with a monthly salary of 3,000? If he brings it up, I will firmly refuse him. Jiang Weidong, unaware of Guo Luoyao's thoughts, was still watching the female bodhisattva dance with a smile. Guo Luoyao snorted coldly and strode back to her room. Her live streams were quite successful, consistently attracting 50 or 60 viewers, which is an excellent achievement for a newcomer. Netizens often praise her for being beautiful, which gives her more confidence. She feels that even without engaging in suggestive dancing, she still has the opportunity to become an internet celebrity. At 3:30, Guo Luoyao ended the live stream because she had been talking for too long and her voice was hoarse. Jiang Weidong knocked on the door, startling Guo Luoyao. She quickly stood up and explained, "Boss, I didn't slack off, my voice is a little hoarse." It's okay, you don't necessarily have to stream for 7 or 8 hours. It depends on your own condition. Just work every day. He paused for a moment. I have to go out first. You can leave on your own when it's time to go home. Remember to lock the door. Guo Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief. After Jiang Weidong left, she sat down, squinting as she leaned back in her chair. This job is quite easy, and if I can be guaranteed to get paid on time, then I can accept it. The boss is a bit unproductive, spending all his time watching short videos. I wonder if he can keep the business running. Just as Guo Luoyao's thoughts were racing, there was a knock on the door, and a woman called out from outside, Boss Jiang, are you there?" Upon hearing the sound, Guo Luoyao got up and went outside, where she saw a petite and charming young woman dressed in a business suit and black stockings. "Hello, Mr. Jiang has gone out and will not be back this afternoon." When Liu Xiaoyun saw Guo Luoyao, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but sigh that the old lecher had good taste. She also remarked that she never expected there would actually be a brain-dead female college graduate applying for the job. She was just too naive. "Let me save you." She quickly stepped forward, took Guo Luoyao's hand, looked her up and down, and liked her more and more. If she had a son, she would definitely find such a bright and generous girl to be her daughter-in-law. Seeing that Liu Xiaoyun didn't speak but was just looking her up and down, Guo Luoyao subconsciously recalled some unpleasant memories and thought that Liu Xiaoyun looked down on her. She was unhappy and her tone turned colder. "Hello, what's wrong?" Liu Xiaoyun snapped out of her daze and asked in a low voice, "Sister, are there any other people here?" "Younger sister." Guo Luoyao sensed the friendliness in Liu Xiaoyun's tone, and her dissatisfaction lessened considerably. "No, I'm the only one in the company." Liu Xiaoyun sighed again at how naive Guo Luoyao was, and then said, "Little sister, I came over here just to see if Jiang Weidong had recruited any pretty female college students. I didn't expect him to actually succeed." "Why are you working here?" Guo Luoyao looked puzzled. "Is it not allowed?" "Sigh, let me tell you all about it." Liu Xiaoyun then recounted her relationship with Jiang Weidong, followed by her opinion on greasy middle-class men like Jiang Weidong, and finally revealed the sinister intentions of such men who open media companies and recruit beautiful college girls. "Sister, I have the utmost contempt for these greasy men. They don't have much money, Yet they try to play around with young girls like rich people do. Following them would be a huge loss. If they were really rich, they could get a house and a car, so it wouldn't be a loss. But they don't have any money, they're just thinking about taking advantage. You have to be very careful. Wu Luoyao has always been a well-behaved girl in the ivory tower, at most raising a fish pond. She never imagined that a man would open a media company specifically to woo young women. She used to think that starting a company was very expensive, but now it seems. She looked around and saw that Haicheng Fenghua Media Company was too dilapidated, had nothing, and its costs were too low. Thinking of Jiang Weidong scrolling through lewd videos on the sofa, she couldn't help but worry. Sis, I've already signed the contract, what am I going to do? Don't worry, be careful. Don't drink the drinks he gives you, just boil some water to drink. And Liu Xiaoyun then opened the refrigerator against the wall and found it was very empty, with only the fruit she had bought earlier. She couldn't help but purse her lips and say, how stingy. You can eat these fruits. I bought them all. When he buys new fruit, you shouldn't eat them. Wu Luoyao was surprised to find that the fruit in the refrigerator was bought by Liu Xiaoyun, and she also felt that Jiang Weidong was too stingy. Liu Xiaoyun added, never go to any dinner or drinking parties. Don't believe there are any big deals. Look at this lousy company, does it look like it has any business? Wu Luoyao nodded, yes, I've remembered them all. Liu Xiaoyun added, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if you need anything. We can't let that greasy guy take advantage of us. The two added each other on WeChat. Wu Luoyao thought for a moment and asked, sister, should I quit my job? It depends on you. The greasy guy doesn't have a lot of money, but he still has a few 100,000. Look at the current operating costs. He can easily run the business for 2 or 3 years. You are a college student. This job is very easy and actually quite suitable for you. If he decides he doesn't want to continue running the company, he'll have to compensate you. Wu Luoyao thought about it and decided she could take another look. She felt that the company might not be able to stay open for 10 days, and might even have to close down. In that case, she could get compensation. Chapter 7 Work Calendar. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company closes at 5:30 p.m., and Jiang Weidong left around 3:30 p.m., which is considered early departure. When it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west, the evening breeze was blowing, and the streets were full of teenagers riding bicycles. He walked out of the DreamWorks gym in Lingang New area, opened a system panel, found the work calendar, and looked over there. In the complete July calendar, all other numbers are white except for 26, which is green. This means that, according to the system's calculations, he went to work on the 26th. Today is the 26th. Jiang Weidong breathed a long sigh of relief. Just as I expected. I don't need to be at the company all day long. This work system isn't bad. I don't need to work hard to get paid. After he first got the work system, he felt that the system was a bit low-end, unlike the high-end sign-in system where you get rewards as soon as you open your eyes. To be honest, after what happened at Jinyuan Group, he didn't want to work and just wanted to slack off. If a work system requires their host to work diligently, he would probably use it reluctantly. Later, he analyzed the system rules and found that the system's career panel could be filled with an unlimited number of companies, and each company could have 10 positions. He then guessed that the system did not require him to actually work. After all, it's impossible to have that much time to do so much work. As long as he holds a position in a legitimate company, he can fill in his information on the system panel and the system will recognize it. Therefore, you don't need to actually work as long as you have a position that counts as going to work. He spent his time at the company watching short videos today and even left early, but his work calendar still shows that he was at work, which is proof of that. Seeing the green indicator on his work calendar, he was once again certain that his plan was correct. All he needs to do is keep opening companies, keep them running normally, and assign himself 10 positions, then he can do whatever he wants and take advantage of the system. Compared to the check-in system, this work system is a bit more complicated. It requires setting up a company and assigning yourself a position, which involves more procedures. In reality, it's quite easy. It's a system that gives benefits to its host. Even if he just lazes around all day, he can still get freebies from the system. Taking it easy is great. What's the point of working? Isn't it better to watch short videos, movies, sports, and work out? For the rest of the day, Jiang Weidong did the same thing as on the first day. He would go to the company in the morning to relax, watch short videos, and watch movies, and in the afternoon he would go to the gym or play basketball. He basically doesn't care about Guo Luoyao's work. He only requires Guo Luoyao to work 8 hours a day. As for what she does at the company, how many hours she broadcasts, or how many hours she sleeps, he doesn't care. A week later, his ordered ideal L6 arrived, and he became even more carefree, driving around everywhere. Just before I was about to leave work, a sudden downpour started, the rain pattering down as if the Milky Way were flowing backwards, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 5 meters away. Guo Luoyao was all ready to go, thinking she could get back to school as soon as possible, but it started raining, so she had to stop and sit on the sofa in the lobby, aimlessly scrolling through her phone. After watching the news for a while, she still couldn't calm her restless heart, so she got up and looked outside. Just this afternoon at 3 p.m., Jiang Weidong gave her 600 yuan, saying that Haicheng Fenghua Media Company pays salaries on the 5th of each month, and this was her pay for 5 days of work last month. The 500 yuan for 5 days is the guaranteed minimum wage, and the remaining 100 yuan is the money donated by viewers during the live stream. Her live streams seem to have hit a bottleneck. 10 days have passed since the beginning, and each time only 50 or 60 people are watching. The current economic climate is not good, netizens don't have much money, and donations are very rare. After deducting the platforms and Jiang Weidong's share, she can only earn 20 yuan a day. 600 yuan wasn't much, but it was the first salary Guo Luoyao had ever received, so she was extremely excited. She had made plans to have barbecue with her best friend tonight, and she was treating, but unexpectedly it started raining. With such heavy rain, it's hard to say whether it will stop anytime soon. She walked to the front door, looked around, then went back inside and leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. As she gradually calmed down, listening to the pattering rain and feeling the cool summer breeze mixed with raindrops, she felt as if she had returned to her middle school days, to a rainy afternoon when she sat by the window watching the rain. Freedom, carefree, comfortable, and clear-headed. She couldn't help but laugh. Her gaze gradually focused on the transparent glass coffee table. She thought about how she had now become a beast of burden, but she was not discouraged. Just as Jiang Weidong said, working at Haicheng Fenghua Media Company is easy, carefree, and joyful. Jiang Weidong barely paid any attention to her. Apart from asking her what she wanted for lunch, the two of them hardly communicated. At first, she was worried that this greasy man was trying to get close to her, so she even brought pepper spray. But when she found that Jiang Weidong was ignoring her, she gradually began to doubt Liu Xiaoyun's words. Jiang Weidong does watch female live streamers dancing in suggestive situations, but he has never harassed her. She told Liu Xiaoyun about this, and Liu Xiaoyun replied that it was Jiang Weidong's plan to lull her into a false sense of security. Once she gradually accepted Jiang Weidong, this greasy man would reveal his true colors. Guo Luoyao wasn't sure if Liu Xiaoyun's words were correct, and she felt she should remain vigilant. But she has to admit that working at Haicheng Fenghua Media Company is very easy. She doesn't want the company to go bankrupt and hopes that Jiang Weidong can keep it running. The cost of starting this company is very low, but I can only earn 20 yuan a day from live streaming, so Mr. Jiang will still lose money. Hopefully he won't get discouraged and will remain patient. Just as she was lost in thought, the rain lessened considerably. Guo Luoyao took a screenshot of Jiang Weidong's transfer page and posted it on her WeChat Moments. I worked 5 days last month, and my boss paid me. It wasn't a lot, but I was still very happy. I'm grateful for my hard work. As usual, she blocked Jiang Weidong when she posted on her WeChat Moments. Within 5 minutes, 6 boys left comments, all praising the message. One of the people had a Mercedes car key as their profile picture and left a message saying, Yao Yao is awesome, sending love. Guo Luoyao paused slightly after seeing the person's comment, then clicked on the person's profile and his moments. This person was her high school classmate, and they both studied in Haicheng. It is said that his family bought him a house in Haicheng, and he will stay and live there in the future. His WeChat moments showed that he was in Haicheng, unemployed, just having fun. His moments were full of posts about attending concerts, checking in at trendy cafes, or going to nightclubs. How carefree. He must be the best fish in the pond. I wonder if I'll ever be able to live like that in the future. The rain outside had lessened, and Guo Yao decided to go back to school. She suddenly realized a problem. What if her classmates saw her live stream? What if someone wants to see her work environment when the other students return to school at the end of the month? This is difficult. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company is too rundown and can't be taken seriously. Will my classmates look down on me then? I'm buying some things to decorate my live streaming room. Sigh, the boss is so stingy, he won't rent a better office space. Is the boss being so frugal that he's planning to run away at any moment? Should I give him a little something in return? Chapter 8. In the blink of an eye, it was August 26th. At 6:10 a.m., the alarm rang, and Jiang Weidong got up. After washing up, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror and quietly looked at the person in the mirror. After a month of dieting and exercise, he successfully lost 15 pounds. Now his jawline is defined, his face is thinner, his belly fat is gone, and he still has some small muscles in his arms. Her figure and appearance have basically recovered to about 70% of their peak level. The gym instructor said he doesn't need to diet anymore. He can eat normally, continue exercising, and even lose some muscle so he'll have a lean, muscular physique, the kind of body that girls love. Jiang Weidong doesn't work out for girls' approval, he works out so he can push himself harder and enjoy himself. He originally planned to lose weight to 140 pounds, but now it seems that 150 pounds will be enough. 140 pounds is too thin. He agreed with the gym instructor's advice and decided to stop dieting and start building muscle, mainly focusing on his waist, abs, and legs. I never thought I could lose weight again. Thinking back to his time working at Jinyuan Group, where he often drank, smoked, and stayed up late, he never had the energy to get in shape and exercise, and he was even embarrassed to look in the mirror. He couldn't help but chuckle. A good figure is essential for having fun, and I have a good figure now. Look at my money. He then brought up the system panel. The system calculated that he started working on the 26th of last month, and yesterday marked exactly 1 month. He was unsure whether the system would hold back his salary for 15 days. The system isn't a bloodsucker capitalist, it shouldn't be that low, right? He was taken to the salary page and quickly saw a few lines of text. Their host will receive a base salary of 215,000 yuan after working for 1 month. If their host is optimistic and cheerful at work and receives the Advanced Employee Award, the salary will double. If their host is relaxed and healthy at work and receives the Excellent Employee Award, the salary will double. 215,000 times 2 times 2 is equal to 860,000. Their host's salary last month was 860,000 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw it? System rewards are transferred to their host's account in the name of an offshore family trust. It is safe, reliable, and taxes have been paid. Jiang Weidong saw their words, taxes paid, and excitedly pumped his fist. It's best to avoid owing money to the government, as both the East and West are very strict about it, and many celebrities in the entertainment industry have been blacklisted for tax evasion. As a law-abiding citizen of the new century, Jiang Weidong would naturally not evade taxes. He had already planned to pay taxes, but the system showed him his after-tax salary. An after-tax salary of 860,000 yuan is awesome. He then looked at their Advanced Employee Award and the Outstanding Employee Award and nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed cheerful, optimistic, relaxed, and healthy at work. Not a single complaint was made that deserves a reward. Har har, extract it. The system panel quickly displayed the words, extracted. Immediately afterward, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He picked it up and saw that the Agricultural Bank of China had sent him a message. 860,000 yuan had been deposited, bringing his balance to 1.5 million yuan. Beautiful. 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 Although he already knew the system should be fine, Jiang Weidong was still very excited to see real money deposited into his account. 8,600,000. It took me 6 years of work to save 1 million. Now you can easily make 860,000 a month. In the afternoon, a new job posting was put up. Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company is recruiting a female college graduate, and she can receive an extra 10 cents in salary next month. Jiang Weidong had already instructed Liu Xiaoyun to register a new company. He had been waiting for the system's regulations to allow new professions to be registered a month later, and now that could be implemented. He scooped up some cold water, washed his face, and found that he was still as handsome as ever. He nodded excitedly, let's change rooms. The rented room is too small and the soundproofing is bad. It's not convenient to bring women back. If you have money, a good figure, and time, you're bound to have fun. I also need to buy a good computer to play games. Yeah, when I have money in the future, I want to buy a villa, and have a pool table, basketball court, and tennis court at home. That would be really awesome. After a moment of daydreaming, Jiang Weidong excitedly went out. He planned to look at houses and move in today. Lingang new area is like Ningguter in Haicheng. It's really remote, about 60 or 70 kilometers from the city center, and it takes an hour to drive there. Jiang Weidong's company is located here, and he often goes to the company, so it's impossible for him to rent a place in the city center. That would mean spending 2 hours commuting every day, which he felt was not worthwhile. Why not park your car in front of Ocean University, look at the pretty girls, and smell the fragrance of perfume? Since they've given up on the city center, it's equivalent to giving up the legendary top-tier luxury residences like Thompson Riviera, Huangpu Bay, and October Suzhou Creek Bay. He searched on his phone and found a reputable real estate agency. Based on the agency's introduction and the information he found on his phone, he finally chose the Shuidihu residential area near Ocean University. This is an old residential area with an average price of 33,000 yuan per square meter. When Waterdrop Lake was first built, it was called a ghost town by the media. Later, the government focused on developing Lingang New City and brought in large manufacturers like Tesla. Lingang New City became much more prosperous, and the Shuidihu community gradually gained popularity. Jiang Weidong was drawn to the Waterdrop Lake community mainly because he liked the detached villas there. There is one basement level and 3 floors above ground. The basement level can be used as a game area, where computer pool tables can be placed, while the 3 floors above ground will serve as the normal living area. He really dislikes having neighbors upstairs and downstairs. It's especially annoying if the upstairs neighbor has a child. If there are neighbors downstairs, you can't move around freely, which isn't very pleasant. He just likes detached houses and can do whatever he wants with them. Compared to other parts of Haicheng, villas in Waterdrop Lake are relatively inexpensive, costing only 10 million yuan, and the rent is also not expensive, costing only 9,000 yuan per month. There is parking available in front of the villa. The real estate agent showed Jiang Weidong their house, which was pretty much what Jiang Weidong had imagined. The overall style was a bit old-fashioned, but it was spacious and large enough. The villa only had 4 rooms, all of which were suites. It's already renovated and fully equipped with appliances you can move in immediately. Jiang Weidong doesn't care about the decorating style, he just likes a house that is spacious, large, and offers him a lot of freedom. He really liked the villa, so he rented it for a year, signed an agreement, and paid the rent. Then he went back to cancel the lease and packed up his belongings to take to Waterdrop Lake. Aside from the few sets of clothes I bought before, I didn't take anything else. He went to the supermarket with them and bought some daily necessities, such as pillows, sheets, laundry detergent, and shower gel. The pillows and sheets need to be washed, and the villa needs to be thoroughly cleaned inside and out. He was busy until 6 p.m. before deciding to go out for dinner and buy a pool table and a computer. As he stepped out of the room and was about to get into the car, he caught a glimpse of 2 girls walking hand in front of him. One of them was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with light gray jeans, with long hair flowing down her shoulders, and a beautiful and dignified face. It was Guoluo Yao. The girl next to her was wearing a pink Lolita princess dress, revealing her legs in flesh-colored stockings, and a white lace veil. She had heavy makeup, but it was clear that she was very pretty, with big eyes, a straight nose, and a sweet, coquettish voice. She saw him and even winked at him. She's a very interesting girl. Jiang Weidong smiled at Guoluo Yao and said, "Good afternoon, Gua." Chapter 9: Buying a computer and pool table. The setting sun casts its last rays, a gentle evening breeze blows, and fallen leaves flutter down. As the Li Auto L6 slowly drove away, Guoluo Yao withdrew her gaze and whispered to Wang Ruijin, "He is my current boss, Jiang Weidong." Guoluo Yao was very surprised to see Jiang Weidong at Waterdrop Lake, and that he seemed to be living in a detached villa. The housing prices in Lingang new area should be the lowest in Haicheng, but detached villas in Waterdrop Lake still cost tens of millions of RMB. Liu Xiaoyun said Jiang Weidong was just a greasy man with a little money, but now it seems he's different. If Jiang Weidong can afford a detached villa in Waterdrop Lake, he should be worth tens of millions. With a net worth of tens of millions, why would he open such a dilapidated and shabby company? What was his purpose? Wu Luoyao frowned as she thought of Liu Xiaoyun's speculation. This guy is richer than Xiaoyun imagined. He could easily invest in better projects or start a better company. The reason he runs the company so frugally is probably to pick up female college students at the lowest cost. Although she owned a fish pond and raised many young fish, she had no intention of toying with the boys. Instead, she wanted to select the best-looking boy from the fish pond to be her partner. She despised Jiang Weidong's behavior of taking advantage of female college students. Wang Ruijin stared at the direction where the Li Auto L6 disappeared, muttering to herself, "He's so handsome, he's totally my ideal type." Wu Luoyao thought her best friend was attracted to Jiang Weidong's money, so she quickly said, "Don't have any illusions about him. He's just a greasy scumbag." What do you mean by that?" Wu Luoyao then repeated Liu Xiaoyun's explanation, concluding, "I'm the only employee in our company right now, he clearly has ill intentions." "Yao Yao, you're in a lot of danger, why don't you quit your job?" "My job was pretty easy, so I kept doing it," Wu Luoyao said, waving her fist. "But I was always very careful not to give him any chance to take advantage of me." Wang Ruijin said, "Oh," and added, "but he's really handsome." "What's so handsome about him?" "He's just a greasy guy." "Yao Yao, have you been watching too many idol dramas? Do you think there are many top handsome men in real life? I think he would be a school heartthrob if he were in school." "Is there?" "Of course, he's really handsome." Wu Luoyao's impression of Jiang Weidong was still that of a slightly chubby and greasy man from a month ago. After all, Jiang Weidong was always watching suggestive videos at the company, and Liu Xiaoyun often told her that Jiang Weidong was a greasy man. So much so that she didn't even notice that Jiang Weidong had lost a lot of weight and changed his appearance drastically over the past month. Wang Ruijin, as if remembering something, grabbed Wu Luoyao's hand in a flattering manner. "Yao Yao, could you send me his WeChat? I want to talk to him." "Sister, he's a jerk." "So handsome, so what if he's a jerk? Are you crazy? You've never been in a relationship before, have you?" Wang Ruijin chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, I used to have high standards and never dated anyone, but now I've changed my mind." "What's the meaning?" "To be open-minded means to recognize the true nature of this world," Wang Ruijin said, her smile fading. "My cousin dated her first love for 10 years, living in a rented apartment and eating fermented bean curd with that jerk. In the end, he cheated on her. My cousin was suicidal and couldn't get over it for more than half a year. In this situation, rather than dating a dull-witted man, it's better to date a rich, fun-loving, handsome playboy. That way, you can create wonderful memories of your youth." Wu Luoyao retorted, "Can't we have a relationship that lasts a lifetime and lasts forever? They do exist, but don't you think they are as rare as giant pandas?" "Sister, he's very stingy. The company doesn't provide meals, and he won't even treat me to a boxed lunch. Don't think you can take advantage of him." When Jiang Weidong paid her salary before, he didn't deduct the cost of the boxed lunches. Wu Luoyao thought Jiang Weidong was being generous this time, but Jiang Weidong later told her that he would deduct it next time. Wang Ruijin still wanted Jiang Weidong's WeChat. "Yao Yao, please give it to me. He's really handsome. I like this type." "No, I absolutely can't let you get close to that greasy scumbag. Let's go, the party is about to start." Two of them had a classmate who rented an apartment in the Waterdrop Lake community. It was their classmate's birthday today, so they went over to celebrate together. Wang Ruijin snorted softly, glanced at Jiang Weidong's house number, and secretly memoized it. Jiang Weidong was unaware of Wu Luoyao and Wang Ruijin's affair. He drove away from Waterdrop Lake and then went to have dinner. "After dinner, I went to Wonder Plaza to get a computer set up, and then bought a pool table. Then they happily went home. Soon after, the computer and the pool table were delivered to his door and installed. After the installer left, he turned on his computer, entered Crossfire, and started playing. He only likes playing shooting games and doesn't like any other games. After playing for 2 hours and defeating hundreds of noobs, it was almost 10 o'clock when he turned off the computer, intending to take a shower and go to bed. He used to stay up late and work all night at Jinyuan Group, and he had had enough of it. Now that he has the means, he naturally wants to protect his health and try to go to bed early and get up early every day. Just as he finished showering and was about to go to bed, the doorbell rang. Alas! Who is it? He had no friends in Lingang New area, and he couldn't imagine anyone looking for him. Out of curiosity, he came to the gate and looked out through the peephole. Under the dim streetlights, Wang Ruijin, dressed in a Lolita princess dress, stood at the door. "Ah." Jiang Weidong pushed open the door. "Hello, you were looking for me." Wang Ruijin's pretty face was slightly flushed, and she smelled of alcohol. She was holding a piece of cake in her hand. She quickly glanced at Jiang Weidong, then nodded. "Hello, my name is Wang Ruijin. I am Guo Luoyao's good friend. I heard her mention you and I think you are very interesting. I would like to be friends with you." She then pushed the cake forward, saying, "One of our classmates lives in an apartment building, and it's her birthday. I cut a piece of cake for you." The Shuidihu residential area has detached villas and 7-story townhouses. Jiang Weidong didn't expect this pretty girl to take the initiative to be friendly. He felt a mix of pride and emotion. He took the cake and said, "Thank you. My name is Jiang Weidong. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll come find you another day." Wang Ruijin nodded happily, then took out her phone and added Jiang Weidong on WeChat. "Brother Dong, the classmates haven't left yet, I'll go over first." "Good." Wang Ruijin waved, smiled sweetly, and then turned and jogged away. Jiang Weidong wasn't sure if Wang Ruijin was a playboy or genuinely interested in him. He closed the door, thought for a moment, scooped a spoonful of cake, took out his phone to take a picture of the cake, then put the cake in a plastic bag and threw it in the trash can. It was too late, he didn't want to eat so much creamy food. He then sent the photo of the cake to Wang Ruijin, saying, "Thank you for the cake, it was delicious." Wang Ruijin quickly replied, "I'm glad you like it. There's a cake shop near our school with even better cakes. I'll take you there to try them another day." "Good." Meanwhile, Wang Ruijin returned to her classmate's rented apartment and saw the message from Jiang Weidong. She was overjoyed. "Brother Dong, can you send me a selfie?" "Do what?" "Use it as your phone's home screen." Jiang Weidong quickly sent a selfie taken at the gym. Because he had just exercised, his muscles were engorged with blood, making his physique even more outstanding. Upon seeing the photo, Wang Ruijin excitedly pumped her fist and cheerfully forwarded it to the family group chat, saying, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, third aunt, fourth aunt, cousin, here's a picture of my boyfriend. Stop making me go on blind dates, I have a boyfriend now." The family group chat immediately became lively. Wang Ruijin looked at the message and laughed triumphantly. Engagement is very common in her hometown, and many boys and girls, even those who are still minors, are brought together for engagement. When she went home for vacation, her family kept urging her to go on blind dates, saying that if she didn't want to get married, she could get engaged first. "Xiao Jin, who knows if you downloaded the image from the internet?" My cousin replied with a message very quickly. Wang Ruijin pursed her lips and looked through the glass window at Jiang Weidong's house. Chapter 10 New Company Opening. Because he was busy cleaning his new home too late yesterday, Jiang Weidong forgot to post the job advertisement for Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company, so he only went out to post it this morning. By the time he finished posting 30 job advertisements and returned to the company, it was almost 9:30. Guo Luoyao has already been live streaming. Her live streams still consist of reciting classic works, but the videos she posts each day have changed somewhat. She's now reciting inspirational quotes instead. Thanks to her outstanding looks, the account has gained 20,000 followers. However, her live streams remained the same, attracting 50 or 60 viewers, without any big spenders, and earning her 20 or 30 yuan a day. Jiang Weidong didn't urge Guo Luoyao, since he didn't expect her to make money for him anyway. He returned to the company and retrieved the contracts and seals that had been prepared beforehand. "I assigned myself 10 positions at Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company. Each position has a contract, a signature, and a seal. Just like last month, they are all management positions, such as CEO, CFO, administrative manager, art director, etc." Having confirmed that he had secured 10 jobs in real life, all that remained was to wait for the beautiful female college student to come and apply. Once Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company recruits a female college graduate, he will be able to fill in 10 new job postings on the system panel. That's great. I'll have over $1 million in salary next month. He thought for a moment, then took a piece of red paper and went upstairs to ask the landlord to write a plaque for his company. The landlord was very easy to talk to despite looking confused. he still helped him write those big characters. Jiang Weidong returned to the company and pasted a red paper with Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company written on it in the room next to Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. The newly recruited employees worked in the room next to Guo Luoyao's. After he finished posting it, he took a few steps back, nodded in satisfaction, and said that the landlord's handwriting was very beautiful and the company name was very impressive. Take a break. He then sat on the sofa and scrolled through short videos, watching female bodhisattvas dance. Just as he was admiring the art, Wang Ruijin sent him a message, "Brother Dong, can I come and visit your company?" Upon seeing the message, Jiang Weidong replied with a smile, "Of course." He then sent the company's location to Wang Ruijin. 20 minutes later, Wang Ruijin appeared at the company entrance. Completely different from yesterday, she was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, black casual shorts, and blue sneakers. She had her hair in 2 braids and wore silver non-prescription glasses, giving her a classic campus look. She wore heavy makeup last night, but light makeup today. With big eyes, a straight nose, and a square face, she looks both pretty and youthful. No one would doubt that she is a minor. She was shocked to see the company located in a self-built house, and began to believe Guo Luoyao's words to some extent. However, she did not show her emotions on her face. She smiled and saw Jiang Weidong, opened her arms, and spun around. "Brother Dong, is it pretty?" "It looks great." "Thank you, Brother Dong." "Come in quickly, it's hot outside." Wang Ruijin entered the company and then saw Guo Luoyao rushing out of her room, her face full of surprise and embarrassment. She didn't tell Wang Ruijin about her work environment. When she was with her friends, she avoided talking about it, worried that her friends would look down on her because of it. She was also surprised that Wang Ruijin knew Jiang Weidong, as she seemed to have just called Jiang Weidong Brother Dong. These two people clearly didn't know each other yesterday afternoon. What happened last night that made them so familiar with each other? Wang Ruijin waved to Guo Luoyao and said with a smile, "Sister, I came to see Brother Dong." She smiled radiantly, showing no sign of disdain. Guo Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively thinking that Jiang Weidong had seduced Wang Ruijin. She glared at Jiang Weidong, then pulled Wang Ruijin into her room, asking, "What's wrong with you? How come you're so familiar with him?" "I want to be friends with him." "Do you really want to be with him? He's really handsome." Guo Luoyao said angrily, "Being handsome can't put food on the table. So many boys in school like you, why did you fall for him? The boys at school are boring. He's a greasy scumbag with ill intentions. Look at this office. He clearly had better options, but he chose the cheapest self-built house. He just wants to pick up pretty girls at the lowest cost." Wang Ruijin chuckled, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After saying that, Wang Ruijin went out to chat with Jiang Weidong and ask him why he opened a company here. Jiang Weidong made no attempt to hide his reasons, and then introduced Haicheng Fenghua Media Company and Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company, adding that Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company still needed to recruit an employee. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin followed up by asking, "Brother Dong, what are the responsibilities of an employee at Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company?" Jiang Weidong naturally wouldn't actually engage in film and television production, as that would be too costly. He planned to hire an employee to shoot a short drama. The script, filming, and acting for the short drama were all handled by this employee. He didn't care whether the short drama could pass censorship. He doesn't care whether the short drama will be criticized. He didn't even plan to buy a camera, he just had his employees film with their phones. As long as Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company is operating and has projects underway, the system does not require any performance results. Jiang Weidong then explained his requirements. After hearing this, Wang Ruijin was completely stunned. She could tell that Jiang Weidong didn't care about the new company's performance at all, which made her even more certain of Guo Luoyao's words. Jiang Weidong started the company not to start a business, but to pick up girls. But just as Guo Luoyao said, it was really easy. Jiang Weidong completely delegated authority. A monthly salary of 3,000 is not impossible. She likes anime cosplay, and those anime costumes are quite expensive. If she could find a more relaxed job, that would be a good choice. If I just joined Jiang Weidong's company, is it possible for me to develop a relationship with him? Did you come here to find a job? Cars occasionally drove by on the street outside, honking their horns. Wu Luoyao sat in the room, occasionally peeking into the living room. Wang Ruijin saw the worry in her eyes, and having already made up his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle and wink. Brother Dong, you're completely reckless. How can you make money doing this? Jiang Weidong chuckled, that's not necessarily true. The internet loves extreme products, either extremely good or extremely bad. My idea fits the extremely bad narrative. He had only tentatively mentioned Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company. He could tell that Wang Ruijin was somewhat interested at first, but then lost interest. The two chatted for a while, then Jiang Weidong stood up. My company is too simple, there's nothing to see. How about we go out and have some fun? Okay, I'll go anywhere as long as I'm with you. The two then left the company chatting and laughing. After Guo Luoyao waited for them to leave, she walked out of the room and watched the ideal L6 drive away. She couldn't help but frown. She felt that Wang Ruijin was not a girl who liked to play around. She didn't understand how Wang Ruijin had become like this after meeting Jiang Weidong. Could it really be love at first sight? She couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it, so she sent a message to Liu Xiaoyun and explained what had happened. Liu Xiaoyun quickly replied, Jiang Weidong is a very cunning guy. He's lost a lot of weight this month and looks much more handsome, which makes it easier for him to attract young female students. Your classmate might actually be interested. Sis, what should we do? You can't reason with a damn devil. By the way, Jiang Weidong's new company is opening. I saw his job posting, and he's looking for another young and pretty girl. His intention to seduce female college students is even more obvious now. Once the new pretty girl is in place, you should have your classmate go and see for himself, and see Jiang Weidong's disgusting true colors. Wu Luoyao naturally saw the red paper posted on the side wall of the next room and knew that Jiang Weidong was going to recruit female college students. She felt contemptuous in her heart, but at the same time, she was secretly happy. Jiang Weidong's purpose in recruiting beautiful female college students is too obvious. This guy is selecting concubines at the lowest cost. Faced with this reality, Wang Ruijin should be able to wake up. Chapter 11. If you have money, you should play. Compared to other areas in Haicheng, Lingang New area is inferior in every way. Its biggest advantage is probably that there is more open space. There is enough open space to build large factories and large entertainment facilities. Jiang Weidong took Wang Ruijin out and drove straight to the Colson International Entertainment Center. This is a mid to high-end adult entertainment center with sports facilities such as a golf course, tennis court, and baseball field. Many business people like to go here to exercise and relax. Jiang Weidong planned to take Wang Ruijin over for a visit. He wants to learn how to play golf. Now that he has money, he wants to try all sorts of entertainment. I'd like to try golf, tennis, snooker, horseback riding, and more. Wang Ruijin had never been to the Coulson International Entertainment Center before, and her eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. When Jiang Weidong led her to the golf course, she realized what he wanted to do. Brother Dong, you can play golf. Jiang Weidong shook his head, I'm not very good at it, I'm just playing around. Oh. Wang Ruijin thought of some TV dramas where the characters stood in a row and swung their clubs together, and she found it quite boring. Jiang Weidong was unaware of Wang Ruijin's thoughts. He waved to the waiter and said, 2 people, package A, 9-pole 18-hole. The waiter immediately nodded, please wait a moment, sir, we'll arrange for a golf cart to come over. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin asked curiously, Brother Jiang, aren't we playing the kind where there's a ball in front of you and you swing the club to hit it? Jiang Weidong chuckled, I don't like that kind of thing. I prefer golf where you actually touch the grass and play on the grass. What does 9 poles and 18 holes mean? 9 clubs means you rent 9 golf clubs from the course. There are 18 holes to play, Jiang Weidong explained. Different shots require different clubs. You don't need to memorize that, the caddy will help you choose. Just then, 2 golf carts pulled up, and the 2 caddies, both young men, saw Wang Ruijin and exclaimed, Wang Ruijin, you. Wang Ruijin's attention was focused on Jiang Weidong, and she didn't notice the caddy. Only when she heard their voice did she turn around in surprise and see the caddy's appearance. She was equally surprised and asked, Gao Yang, do you work here? Gao Yang had an ordinary appearance, with small eyes and a small mouth. He was quite tanned, probably from working as a caddy at a golf course. He was Wang Ruijin's classmate in university and nodded repeatedly, "You are." Wang Ruijin smiled and said, "I came here with Brother Dong to play ball." "Well." Jiang Weidong watched from the side without saying a word, but when he noticed Gao Yang looking over, he simply nodded. He smiled at Wang Ruijin and said, "My golf skills are terrible. How about we have a competition later and see who finishes 18 holes first? If you win, I'll treat you to a big meal, how about that?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin retorted, "Fine, if you win, I'll treat you to KFC." Jiang Weidong chuckled and nodded, then got into a golf cart. Wang Ruijin got into the golf cart driven by Gao Yang. She noticed a bag of golf clubs on the side of the cart and began to observe it out of curiosity. Gao Yang felt quite uncomfortable. He was working as a caddy here, while his classmates came to spend money. If you're eating at a small restaurant or convenience store, that's fine, you won't spend much money there. At the Colson International Entertainment Center's golf course, renting clubs and the 18-hole course fee would cost approximately 3,000 per person. He works himself to the bone here, earning only 5 or 6,000 a month. Wang Ruijin, you're really rich, spending money here. Is it expensive? Around 3,000 per person. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin's eyes widened. She hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Wu Luoyao said that Jiang Weidong wanted to pick up girls at the lowest cost, but now it seems the situation is different. Seeing Wang Ruijin's surprised expression, Gao Yang felt much better. This meant that Wang Ruijin hadn't paid for it, and that this classmate, like him, wasn't a wealthy person. He then thought of the rather handsome Jiang Weidong, and remembering his past feelings for Wang Ruijin, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. "What does that man do?" Wang Ruijin noticed Gao Yang's tone and replied indifferently, "What's it to you?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yang glared angrily at Wang Ruijin, but seeing how pretty and cute she looked, his heart softened, and he said gently, "I'm just worried about you. You don't know, the people who come here to play ball may look respectable on the surface, but they are really dirty behind the scenes." Wang Ruijin disapproved of Gao Yang's behavior of talking badly about others behind their backs. You smile to their face but talk badly about them behind their backs. What kind of person are you? Gao Yang was furious at Wang Ruijin's sharp words and retorted sarcastically, "You think you're so great? You found a rich guy and you're showing off in front of me. So many people in school are chasing after you. I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you're just a money grubber." Wang Ruijin looked over, her gaze calm, her tone indifferent. "Stop. I want to get off now. I want to change my caddy." Gao Yang was stunned, his face flushed red, and he said in grief and indignation, You, how could you do this?" Wang Ruijin coldly replied, "What's wrong with me? You're slandering me, why should I sit with you?" Gao Yang's expression kept changing, but in the end he gave in and said, "I apologize to you, please forgive me." Wang Ruijin snorted coldly, her gaze falling on Jiang Weidong in front of her. "You better teach me properly later, or I'll cause trouble again." "Okay, don't be angry. I didn't mean to upset you. I was just worried about you. Stop talking, I don't want to hear it." Golf is a Western sport, and the operation of golf courses has to some extent adopted some of the bad habits of the West. Caddies are paid very little, with the vast majority earning a base salary of between $1,000 and $2,000. Their main income comes from tips given by customers. Generally, the tips are between 100 and 200. Some caddies are good looking and good at talking, so they can get very high tips. Gao Yang didn't have that ability. He had never received a large tip. Even so, he had put in a lot of effort to get this job, and the monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000 was much better than that of most of his classmates. Gao Yang didn't want to lose this job. Upon hearing Wang Ruijin's words, he obediently shut his mouth. At this moment, Wang Ruijin said, "Tell me the rules." Gao Yang was annoyed, thinking this woman was being nosy, but he still forced a smile, nodded, and began explaining the rules of golf. "I heard that caddies are responsible for carrying clubs, picking up balls, observing the landing point of shots, judging the direction of shots, reporting yardage, and judging wind direction and speed, among other tasks." Wang Ruijin asked in surprise, "Gao Yang, is being a caddy really that complicated? How do you remember all that?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately became smug, take good care of it. Just as he was about to continue showing off his expertise, they arrived at the first hole. Before he could speak, the golf cart stopped, and Wang Ruijin jogged out and ran to Jiang Weidong. Seeing this, Gao Yarn curled his lip. He could tell that Jiang Weidong was a novice. She's probably never played golf much, so she doesn't have much money. Wang Ruijin might have been scammed. I'll talk to her about it later. Chapter 12 Package A. People who play golf regularly will buy golf clothes and bring them with them when they go to play, changing into them before the round. People like Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin sometimes wore their everyday clothes, though it was relatively rare. You can tell at a glance that is not someone who plays ball regularly. Jiang Weidong actually knew this, but he was too lazy to put on his jersey. But since it was hot, he still wore a sun hat, which was hanging on the golf cart. Seeing that Wang Ruijin wasn't wearing one, he took off his own hat and put it on Wang Ruijin's head. Put it on, so you don't get a tan. Wang Ruijin blushed slightly and noticed that there was also a sun hat on the golf cart she was sitting on, so she called out to Gao Yan, "Bring that hat over here." Gao Yan was internally cursing, but he still forced a smile and handed over the hat. Wang Ruijin carefully put it on Jiang Weidong, saying, "Brother Dong, don't get tanned." Jiang Weidong chuckled, secretly preferring Wang Ruijin. He didn't think Wang Ruijin really liked him, but he didn't care if Wang Ruijin had feelings for him. He felt very comfortable having such a pretty and cute girl around. He doesn't care about spending money. With the system in place and the money he receives every month, he's becoming increasingly calm and has a great mindset. He winked at Wang Ruijin, "Little girl, are you ready for the match?" Wang Ruijin chuckled, "Get ready, don't cry if you lose." "Hey kid, I'll give you a 20-stroke handicap. If you win, I'll still treat you to a big meal." HMPH, 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 you'll regret this. Wang Ruijin then took out her phone, "Brother Dong, let's take some photos." After taking the photos, Wang Ruijin asked, "Brother Dong, can I post this on my WeChat moments?" "Can." Wang Ruijin was overjoyed and posted a photo of herself with Jiang Weidong, captioned, "My brother and I went to play golf." She held up her phone and waved it in front of Jiang Weidong. "Brother, let's start the competition." "Okay." Just as Jiang Weidong said, when amateur golfers go to play, the caddy will arrange everything, telling the customer which direction to hit, how much force to use, and which club to use. Golf, in essence, is about controlling the club. Jiang Weidong had played before and was a bit better than Wang Ruijin, so he quickly took the lead. When Jiang Weidong was playing the third hole, Wang Ruijin had not yet finished the second hole. Under the bright sunshine, the grass is lush and green. The stadium has an automatic sprinkler system that sprays clean water, refracting rays of colored light. Wang Ruijin held up the club, gestured up and down, and then swung the club forcefully. Her posture wasn't perfect, but it was graceful. She had long arms and legs, and her proportions were excellent. She exuded a youthful and vibrant beauty when she exercised. Gao Yan, standing behind Wang Ruijin on the right, was mesmerized. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly ran forward to observe the ball's landing point. Formal golf courses are often quite complex, sometimes requiring the ball to fly over lakes, sandy areas, and grassy fields. Amateur courses are not so demanding. They are usually flat grass, making the shot much easier. The caddy also found the golf ball more easily. Gao Yan found it quickly, waved to Wang Ruijin, and then took out a palm-sized notebook to write down Wang Ruijin's number of swings. Wang Ruijin was certain to lose to Jiang Weidong, and he wanted to use this method to demonstrate his professionalism and show Wang Ruijin his strengths. After Wang Ruijin went over, he said in a low voice, "Wang Ruijin, that guy doesn't really know how to have fun. He hasn't played much before." Wang Ruijin nodded and said, "I know. You know." Gao Yang realized that Wang Ruijin had misunderstood, and then explained, "What I mean is that he didn't play much before, so he's probably not a rich person. If he had money and time, his skills wouldn't be so bad." Wang Ruijin glanced at him coldly, "Why do you always talk about others behind their backs? Besides, what business is it of yours whether he has money or not? I'm doing this for your own good." "No need," Wang Ruijin paused, "how would we fight?" Seeing Wang Ruijin's businesslike manner, Gao Yang was furious, but dared not provoke her. He picked out a cue stick, handed it over, and obediently pointed out the direction. Wang Ruijin ignored him and focused on playing ball. For an average person, playing golf would probably take 4 or 5 hours to complete 18 holes. That's how Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin were. After playing 10 holes, it was already noon, so they went to eat and then continued playing in the afternoon. Jiang Weidong led Wang Ruijin to the buffet area of the Kulsan International Entertainment Center and said with a smile, "Don't be shy, lunch is included in the meal package when you come here to play ball. The fruit here is very fresh, the egg tarts are delicious, and they offer both Chinese and Western food. For Western food, the steak is freshly grilled, and for Chinese food, the noodles and stir-fried noodles are all made to order." Wang Ruijin nodded and then asked, "What does Brother Dawn like to eat?" "I want to eat beef noodles." "Then I'll eat snail rice noodles, Brother Dawn." "Will you not be able to stand the smell of snail rice noodles?" Jiang Weidong chuckled. He felt that Wang Ruijin was very bold and seemed to have a rebellious heart. "No." Soon after, the two of them sat down with a plate of fruit, beef noodles, and snail rice noodles. "Brother Dawn, I want to take a picture." "Casual." "I want to post this on my WeChat moments." "Casual." "I want your beef noodles." "Oh, so you're eating different things." Wang Ruijin blushed, smiled, and nodded. After eating the noodles, the two went to the rest area to sit down and eat fruit to aid digestion. Then, Jiang Weidong took Wang Ruijin for a massage. "Playing golf is tiring. After swinging for more than 2 hours, my shoulders were sore and my back ached. It was my first time getting a massage, and I felt warm all over and very comfortable." After they finished their massages, it was almost 3 p.m., so they called the caddy over and continued playing golf. Sitting on the golf cart, enjoying the cool afternoon breeze, Wang Ruijin felt that this was real life, squinting her eyes to savor it. She suddenly noticed that the talkative Jiao Yang was silent, and looked over curiously, only to see that Jiao Yang's eyes were darting away, and he seemed much more timid than in the morning. She couldn't help but scoff, "What's wrong with you?" Jiao Yang replied sullenly, "Didn't you go out after lunch?" "No, we just ate at the buffet inside and then got massages." "Mr. Jiang, what kind of set meal did you order?" Golf courses offer different packages. The simplest one is just playing golf on the course, without any other services, and costs around 3,000 per person. Jiao Yang had previously assumed that Jiang Weidong wanted the simplest set meal. Wang Ruijin replied, "It seems to be package A." "Why?" "Package A costs 7,000 per person." When Jiao Yang saw Wang Ruijin's WeChat moments at noon, she saw that she was having lunch at the buffet restaurant in the entertainment center and getting a massage, so she knew that Jiang Weidong had booked package A. 7,000 per person, 14,000 for 2 people. He can't afford to spend even after working for 2 months. He was somewhat resentful of Jiang Weidong in the morning, but by the afternoon he realized the gap between them. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin was stunned for a moment. Is it that expensive? She thought of Guo Luoyao's words and couldn't help but wonder. Yao Yao said he was very stingy, but is completely different with me. Could it be that he's taken a liking to me? Jiao Yang glanced at Wang Ruijin with disappointment. In his opinion, with Jiang Weidong spending so much money, Wang Ruijin probably wouldn't be able to hold on and would soon be taken over by Jiang Weidong. Unfortunately, this poor student, despite having a sincere heart, lacked the ability and financial resources to win the heart of his dream girl. Wang Ruijin didn't notice Jiao Yang's emotions. She was thinking about Jiang Weidong and blushed without realizing it. Interesting, will he confess to me? Chapter 13. Second place beautiful female college student. Around 8:30 p.m., Wang Ruijin returned to her dormitory. She kicked off her shoes, scrambled onto the bed, and collapsed onto it, exclaiming, "Ah! That feels so good." Guo Luoyao was hanging clothes on the balcony when she heard the noise. She immediately went over and asked with concern, "Xiao Jin, what's wrong?" Wang Ruijin turned her head and chuckled, "It's nothing, I just feel very comfortable." Her face was radiant, her eyes sparkling, languid yet alluring, possessing a unique charm that comes with exercise. Guo Luoyao recalled some descriptions in the novel and exclaimed in shock, You slept with him." Wang Ruijin was taken aback by his words, then reacted by playfully scolding, "How could it be so fast? Why do you look at me like that? Then why are you doing this so provocatively? Sexy? Har har, I'll show you how sexy I can be." Wang Ruijin pulled Guo Luoyao to bed and hugged her, kissing her affectionately. After the two argued for a while, she finally explained the reason. It turned out that after playing ball in the afternoon, they continued to have dinner and massage at the Kulsan International Entertainment Center. She had never tried massage before. She had a Chinese massage at noon and a Thai massage in the afternoon, twice a day. She felt refreshed and relaxed all over. Back in the dorm, I still felt exceptionally comfortable, as if my meridians had been opened up. When Guo Luoyao heard that Jiang Weidong had spent 7,000 yuan on Wang Ruijin, she frowned. Xiaojin, don't get too involved. He spent so much money on you, he'll definitely want something in return. If you don't want it, he might come to the school and cause trouble. Wang Ruijin glanced at Guo Luoyao and laughed. What can we do? I've already enjoyed it all. Why don't you treat him to a meal another day to thank him for taking you out this afternoon, and then don't contact him again? I have no money left. I'll lend it to you. Wang Ruijin blinked and giggled. Sister, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Guo Luoyao couldn't rest easy and added, Jiang Weidong has started a new company and will be hiring a pretty girl. I think he'll be able to hire her in the next few days. Xiaojin, do you understand? He's just using starting a company as an excuse to play around with girls. People like him won't last long. Sister, don't worry, it's not certain who will suffer a loss. Guo Luoyao glared angrily at Wang Ruijin. Can't you understand what I'm saying? You really want to play with him? What if something happens later? Sensing her friend's emotions, Wang Ruijin quickly stopped smiling and hugged Guo Luoyao, saying, Don't be angry. I was just joking. I'll be careful. This is a society governed by law. He can't force me if I don't want to. He runs a lousy company and chases girls. How dare he come to the school to cause trouble? If he really dares to come, we'll spread the word and make him lose face in front of the whole country. Guo Luoyao believed Wang Ruijin and continued hanging up the clothes. Wang Ruijin took out her phone and opened WeChat. She saw many unread messages from her parents, friends, and the family group chat, all discussing her and worrying that she had been deceived by a man. She scrolled through the messages, a cold smile appearing on her face, and went out with her phone. Sister, I'm going out to make a call. Call Jiang Weidong. Har har, for my mom. Wang Ruijin went to the corridor, first replying to a few messages in the family group, saying that Jiang Weidong was her boyfriend and that the two of them went out to play. Then she called her mother and told her about what happened during the day. That's how it is. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. Just as Guo Luoyao predicted, after Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company posted its job advertisement, many people called to inquire. However, upon hearing that the base salary was 3,000 yuan, most inquirers were not interested. Nevertheless, due to the economic downturn, some people still applied. On the morning of the day after Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin played golf, a beautiful girl with long black hair arrived. This girl was a bit taller than Guo Luoyao, probably around 1.75 meters. She was wearing a white retro-style shirt with a large collar, paired with white wide leg pants and black high heels. A black women's leather belt was tied around her waist. The overall look was strikingly black and white, very cool and stylish. She has almond-shaped eyes, and her cool and stylish outfit gives her a powerful and assertive aura. Upon seeing Jiang Weidong, she was naturally poised and showed no shyness whatsoever. When Guo Luoyao saw the girl, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had seen an alien. Xu Yuyan. Jiang Weidong was also somewhat surprised to see Xu Yuyan. In terms of appearance, Xu Yuyan is similar to Guo Luoyao and Wang Ruijin, but their overall temperament is completely different. Guo Luoyao and Wang Ruijin still have a student-like air about them, looking like young girls. Xu Yuyan looks like an international supermodel, the kind that exudes a sense of distance. He didn't understand why Xu Yuyan would come to Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company. Can a small company accommodate a girl like this? With Xu Yuyan's looks and temperament, she could easily make a living as a model. However, he didn't care. He would do it if he wanted to, and he wouldn't if he didn't. Anyway, he didn't expect the company to make money. At the same time, he won't pursue Xu Yuyan. He already has a system, so what's the point of pursuing her? If anyone is going to pursue someone, it's the girl who will take the initiative to pursue him. Seeing Guo Luoyao's surprised expression, he asked with a smile, What's wrong? Do you know her? Wu Luoyao nodded awkwardly to Xu Yuyan. She is a student at the Maritime University, so she probably doesn't know me. But I do know her. She was the host of a gala that our two schools held. She had something else to say, which was that some male classmates said Xu Yuyan was the most beautiful girl at the Maritime University, and there were also rumors that Xu Yuyan's family was very rich. She couldn't understand why a girl like that would work for Jiang Weidong's shell company. Jiang Weidong nodded. Come, let's sit down and talk. As Jiang Weidong sat down on the sofa, he handed over a bottle of mineral water and said with a smile, "The company is rather simple, please don't mind." Xu Yuyan looked around. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still surprised to see two red papers pasted on the side of the wall as the company signboard. Jiang Weidong then recounted the story of Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company, just as he had told Wang Ruijin yesterday. Without any embellishment. He stated directly that the staff would be responsible for screenwriting, photography, acting, post-production, etc., and also said that apart from mobile phones, computers, tripods, and microphones, there were no other professional equipment. Their base salary is 3,000 yuan, and if the short drama generates revenue, we will split it 50-50. Wu Luoyao didn't leave, but stood to the side listening. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but purse her lips, thinking to herself, with the boss being so stingy, Xu Yuyan definitely won't agree. However, after Jiang Weidong finished speaking, Xu Yuyan asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you won't interfere with the creative process?" "I won't interfere. You can ask her. She's just messing around on her live streams, and I don't interfere." Jiang Weidong nodded at Wu Luoyao. Wu Luoyao was annoyed. She felt that her live streaming was fine. She was reading classics to netizens and it was definitely not just messing around. Xu Yuyan nodded, "Okay, I'm willing to join Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company." Jiang Weidong looked over and asked curiously, "Why did you choose to work here, Xu? You like it, right?" Jiang Weidong didn't know whether Xu Yuyan was telling the truth or not, but he didn't care. He nodded and said, "Wait for me, I'll go get the contract." He kept all the contracts in a room on the fourth floor of his self-built house. After he left, Wu Luoyao was hesitant to approach Xu Yuyan, worried that Xu Yuyan would look down on her. However, thinking of Jiang Weidong's character and wanting to protect such a beautiful girl from being harmed, she mustered her courage and whispered, "Xu, what brings you to work here? This greasy guy just wants to pick concubines in the company. He's a lecher." Xu Yuyan chuckled as she looked at Wu Luoyao, her red lips parting slightly. "I just saw your live stream and thought it was interesting, so I came here." Wu Luoyao was shocked and didn't know how to respond. Xu Yuyan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've practiced women's self-defense. If he dares to mess around, I'll kick his balls off." Wu Luoyao seemed to see the painful expression on Jiang Weidong's face after his testicles were kicked and burst out laughing. Seeing Xu Yuyan's open and honest eyes made him even happier. Just then, Jiang Weidong returned and signed a contract with Xu Yuyan, just like Wu Luoyao, for 1 year. "Okay, let's add each other on WeChat, and I can start work tomorrow." Not long after, Xu Yuyan left gracefully. Jiang Weidong was pleased and opened the system panel. He then registered Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company and filled in 10 job positions. The system calculates the job salary and the results are available very quickly. CEO 30,000, HR Director 20,000, Finance Director 20,000, Administration Director 20,000, Technical Director 20,000, Art Director 25,000, Marketing Manager 20,000, Sales Manager 20,000, Operations Director 25,000, Project Manager 20,000. Compared to Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, the art director of Haicheng Fenghua Film and Television Production Company earns 5,000 yuan more, bringing his total salary to 220,000 yuan. When he wins the Outstanding Employee Award and Advanced Employee Award, it will be 4 times the original amount, 880,000. Awesome. Jiang Weidong nodded in satisfaction. Wu Luoyao didn't leave. Seeing Jiang Weidong suddenly smile smugly, she thought he had recruited Xu Yuyan. Jiang Weidong had an evil plan in mind and felt even more contemptuous. She quickly returned to her room and then sent a message to Wang Ruijin, "Xiao Jin, Xu Yuyan is at the company and will start work tomorrow." Jiang Weidong is fantasizing about Xu Yuyan. It's disgusting. I've never seen such a lewd man. You should come and take a look. Chapter 14: Becoming a Clan Director. Outside the main gate of Ocean University, a Li Auto L6 is parked on the side of the road. Under the bright sunshine, Jiang Weidong sat in the driver's seat and transferred 200,000 yuan to his father, along with a voice message: "Dad, I've transferred it. 100,000 yuan will be donated to the council, and 100,000 yuan will be for you and Mom." Just 2 hours ago, he received a call from his father, saying that the clan council in his hometown had decided that each male member would donate 500 yuan as expenses for welcoming his great-grandfather next year. In recent years, videos of people in Khaosan, Minnan and other places celebrating the Lunar New Year and welcoming their ancestors have become very popular on various platforms. Similar activities also take place in Jiang Weidong's hometown. He could tell that his father greatly envied the wealthy business owners in the clan. These people donated tens of thousands of yuan and stood at the front of the crowd when welcoming their great-grandfather. Moreover, the clan had a recorder who would write down the names of those who donated the most each year in the family genealogy. Jiang Weidong asked the big boss who donated the most how much he donated, and when he learned that he donated 200,000, he said that he would donate 100,000 in his father's name. His father, however, was unwilling to donate so much, saying he wanted to save the money for his business. Jiang Weidong sent his father his bank card payment information, indicating that his business had stabilized and he could earn 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a month, so he didn't need to worry about money. So his father accepted the proposal with pride and excitement. Buzz buzz buzz. A WeChat call came in: "Xiao Dong, I received it. I donated 100,000 yuan to the council in your name. Everyone says you are promising and wants you to be a council member." Jiang Weidong didn't care whether he was a director or not. In fact, if his father hadn't often talked about clan matters, he wouldn't have bothered with it at all. He donated money to make his father happy. "Dad, you take the role." "No, you do it. There are quite a few business owners in the clan. It would be beneficial to get to know them." After ending the chat with his father, several invitations quickly appeared on WeChat. One was for the clan council group, and the other 5 were friend requests from several council members. Jiang Weidong accepted everything and exchanged a few polite words. Just then, a girl carrying a women's bag and wearing a traditional Chinese Hanfu traditional hand clothing walked out of the school gate. The bustling school gate of Ocean University immediately became much quieter, and the students coming and going subconsciously lowered their voices and stared at the girl in a daze. The girl has big eyes, a round face, and slightly chubby cheeks. She's pretty with a touch of childlike innocence. A gentle breeze lifted her long hair, and when she raised her slender, fair hand to lightly press her hair down, she exuded the elegance of a lady from ancient times. She noticed Jiang Weidong in the ideal L6 in the crowd, smiled, waved, lifted her skirt, and hurried over. Jiang Weidong felt the envious gazes of many boys and was slightly stunned, as if he had returned to his college days. Back then, he had a beautiful girlfriend, and the boys would look at him with envy. Pity. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a delicate fragrance wafted into the car first. Jiang Weidong smiled as he looked at Wang Ruijin, and after she got into the passenger seat, he asked with a smile, "What era are these clothes from?" "From the spring and autumn period." Jiang Weidong nodded. "It looks great. Send me some photos later. If you like it, Brother Dawn, I'll send it to you every day from now on." Wang Ruijin blinked, her watery eyes staring straight at him. "It's a deal." He remained calm and composed, speaking in a steady tone, indicating that he was emotionally stable. Wang Ruijin looked at his profile and liked it more and more. But when she thought of the text message from Guoluo Yao, she couldn't help but hesitate. She initially wanted to use Jiang Weidong to spite her family, but later realized that getting to know him better wouldn't be a bad thing. However, a scumbag is a scumbag. Even after she took the initiative to contact him, he was still thinking about choosing a concubine. The new company actually hired Xu Yayan. What woman could tolerate that? At a traffic light, the Li Auto L6 stopped, and Wang Ruijin looked out the window. Such a handsome scumbag can only be a temporary boyfriend. Jiang Weidong was unaware of Wang Ruijin's thoughts. He stared at the traffic lights, his mind wandering. After lunch, he received a call from Wang Ruijin, who said she had taken on a Hanfu promotion event in the city and wanted Jiang Weidong to drive her there. They also said there were many beautiful women at the event, a feast for the eyes. Jiang Weidong agreed. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to go and take a look. When he needed to lose weight, he not only ran in the morning, but also exercised frequently in the afternoon and evening. He no longer needs to lose weight, and feels there's no need to exercise so frequently. Many people believe that physical fitness is achieved through exercise, but he believes that physical fitness is achieved through maintenance. Maintaining a certain intensity is enough, there's no need to train more and more. He doesn't want to develop a body full of muscle, nor does he want to challenge the limits of human endurance. He just wanted to live longer and more freely. He plans to meet some Taoist masters in the future, learn Taoist health preservation techniques, and strive to live a strong and healthy life free from illness and disaster. The Hanfu promotion event that Wang Ruijin was assigned to was held on the famous banks of the Huangpu River. When they arrived, there were already many people there. There are 50 or 60 actors like Wang Ruijin, both men and women, standing in a row, like commodities for people to watch. The audience surrounded the actors in layers. Many audience members held up their phones, almost shoving the cameras right in the actors' faces. Wang Ruijin laughed and said, "Brother Dong, have fun. I'll treat you to a big meal after I'm done here. You still owe me a KFC meal from the last golf tournament. Received it, will definitely keep it." Upon seeing Wang Ruijin, the organizers immediately took her inside to stand with the performers from the spring and autumn Hanfu area. Jiang Weidong disliked crowded places, so he stood at a distance and watched quietly. "Hey little sister, you're so pretty. Can I add you on WeChat?" "Damn, don't just stay silent. What are you so arrogant about? Do you really think you're a goddess? Get down." There were many enthusiastic spectators, both men and women. The men called the actors sister, and the women called them brother, spitting on their faces and making impolite requests. Most of the actors forced smiles and endured the harassment from the audience. Wang Ruijin was pretty and cute. When she walked over, she quickly attracted a group of boys who kept taking pictures with their phones and saying some vulgar things. She smiled and completely ignored those words. Jiang Weidong watched for a while, then left. He found an amusement park nearby, exchanged 100 game tokens, and went to the basketball area to shoot hoops. When he was in school, his favorite players were the Thunder's Big Three. Later, Curry rose to prominence and three-pointers became popular all over the world. He practiced three-pointers and his shooting was considered high level among amateur players. The shot went in with a thud, quickly attracting the attention of a group of boys. "Wow, that's so accurate." Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net, and Jiang Weidong scored 230 points in 1 minute. He shoots with both hands, with a complete shooting motion, so he's not fast enough to break the record, but his consecutive baskets still amaze the onlookers. "Hey bro, let's play ball together." Jiang Weidong was invited to play ball, but he declined. Basketball is not like table tennis or badminton, it involves intense physical contact. He has a system, money, and time now, which is the perfect time for him to enjoy life. It would be such a waste if he got injured playing basketball. If you're playing with people you know and they're not the type to use dirty tricks, then you can have some fun. No need for strangers. Jiang Weidong felt he was becoming more and more like a rich man. He continued to wander around the amusement park, playing basketball machines, Dynasty Warriors, or Western cowboy games. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed. He felt that a lot of people were around him, and some were smoking. The pungent smell of smoke reminded him of the days when he accompanied clients. After thinking about it, he returned the extra game tokens and left the amusement park. He bought 2 bottles of milk tea and returned to the Hanfu promotion area. The actors still stood in a row, allowing the audience to take close-up photos and spit on them. Jiang Weidong saw Wang Ruijin, smiled and waved. Around 5 o'clock, the event finally ended. The actors were wearing a lot of clothes, and most of them were covered in sweat. Many of them had their makeup ruined. Wang Ruijin was also covered in sweat. She ran up to Jiang Weidong, took the milk tea and took a big sip, then said, "Brother Dong, take me to change my clothes, it's too hot." Under the scorching sun, her face was flushed red and covered in sweat. Her bangs were stuck to her forehead, making her look a little disheveled, but her eyes were full of energy, giving her a Japanese youthful vibe. Standing next to her, I felt much younger. Jiang Weidong likes to spend time with Wang Ruijin. The bag Wang Ruijin brought is still in the car, there are clothes inside. The rear side windows of the Li Auto L6 are equipped with double-layered privacy glass, so you can't see the scenery inside from the outside, and you don't have to worry about being exposed. He glanced at Wang Ruijin with a half-smile. All right, if you're not afraid of being spied on, then come with me. Is Chapter 15 beneficial? Cars are highly symbolic products. People often lend their bicycles and motorcycles to friends and family, but few are willing to lend their cars. In many people's eyes, a car is just as important as a house. Wang Ruijin's decision to change clothes in Jiang Weidong's ideal L6 represents a sense of trust and intimacy. However, when she actually sat in the car and carefully took off her hanfu, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and stare intently at Jiang Weidong outside. He had his back to the Li Auto L6, hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that Jiang Weidong had no intention of peeping, Wang Ruijin couldn't help but think, Yao Yao said he was a pervert, but I feel he's quite serious. Is this just his persona? But if he wasn't a womanizer, why would he be selecting concubines at the company? Whatever, I've already made up my mind, I'm going to go all out with him, he's just a temporary boyfriend. Suddenly Jiang Weidong moved. Wang Ruijin's body tensed up, and he froze, forgetting to dodge. He stared straight at Jiang Weidong, who simply stretched. Wang Ruijin breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put on the pink short-sleeved shirt and blue skirt she had brought, and changed her clothes. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Sitting in the car, a thought struck her, and she called out sweetly, Brother Dong, why are you peeking? Upon hearing Wang Ruijin's voice, Jiang Weidong turned around with a smile. Seeing that Wang Ruijin had already changed her clothes, he couldn't help but curl his lips. You stingy little thing, trying to turn the tables on me. Wang Ruijin opened the car door and jogged over to Jiang Weidong. Did you just peek? She leaned close, her short-sleeved top revealing a large expanse of skin. Jiang Weidong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to be so revealing. He chuckled and said, let's go. You promised to treat me to a big meal. Are you trying to change the subject now? Wang Ruijin stepped forward, spread her arms, and blocked Jiang Weidong's way. If you peeked, you'll have to take responsibility. Oh, how will you take responsibility? You have to stay with me every day for the next month. Jiang Weidong smiled and asked, is there any benefit? Isn't having a stunningly beautiful woman like me with you enough? That's not enough, let's hurry up and go have a big meal. He walked past Wang Ruijin and strode forward. Back on the Bund, Wang Ruijin led Jiang Weidong to the Mastershan Hotel. This is a well-known local Shanghainese restaurant, with an average price of 300 to 400 yuan per person, which is considered good value for money on the banks of the Huangpu River. Wang Ruijin had already done her research and knew the location of the restaurant, but she was still a little worried about not having enough money. She sat down, opened the menu, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the prices. Jiang Weidong sat opposite Wang Ruijin and chuckled, how much money did you just make? Wang Ruijin held up for fingers, 400 yuan, all hard-earned money. He nodded. Are there many events like this? Not often, maybe once or twice a month. Wang Ruijin said, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I might really need to look for a job, Brother Dong. What do you think I'm suited for? Can you dance? A little bit. Try live streaming. Wu Luo Yao makes 600 a month just by messing around every day. If you can dance, you can double that. Wang Ruijin giggled, Brother Dong, do you watch suggestive videos? I watch it often. Wang Ruijin snorted lightly, feigning anger, and was about to issue a condemnation when several handsome men and beautiful women dressed in hanfu entered the restaurant. These people, like Wang Ruijin, were all actors who had just participated in the event. Someone recognized Wang Ruijin and waved to her. Wang Ruijin responded with a light laugh. Behind these handsome men and beautiful women was a tall, thin, and rather refined-looking young man wearing glasses. He wasn't wearing hanfu, but a white shirt and black trousers. He was the organizer of the hanfu event. When he saw Wang Ruijin, his eyes lit up, and he forced a smile as he walked over. Ruijin, are you having dinner with your friends? When Wang Ruijin saw the refined-looking man approaching, she introduced him to Jiang Weidong. It turned out that the man's name was Wu Jinnan. Jiang Weidong nodded slightly as a greeting. Wu Jinnan was displeased. Jiang Weidong's clothes were quite nice, probably costing over 10,000 yuan. However, even though he was not yet 30, he was already an organizer of many hanfu-themed, anime-themed, and game-related team-building activities in Haicheng. He had a lot of resources under his control, and a large number of handsome men and beautiful women. Many high-end brand executives treat him with great respect. He didn't think Jiang Weidong was more influential and that his existence could be ignored. Glancing at Wang Ruijin's exposed fair legs out of the corner of his eye, he put away his disdain for Jiang Weidong and smiled. Ruijin, brother Jiang, it's not lively enough for just the two of you to eat together, why don't you eat together? It's on me. Wang Ruijin immediately shook her head. No need, I'm treating today, I've already ordered the food. Upon hearing that Wang Ruijin was treating, Wu Jinnan felt even more contempt for Jiang Weidong, thinking that although he was good-looking and well-dressed, he was probably just a gigolo who lived off women. He laughed and said, then we can share a table, Ruijin. There's an event in a few days, why don't you come and listen? After saying that, he smiled at Jiang Weidong and said, Brother Jiang, you won't mind, will you? To be honest, when Jiang Weidong was working like a slave, customers always called him Little Jiang. Brother Jiang isn't meant to be a disgusting nickname, but he still felt uncomfortable hearing it. Perhaps it was because he had a system now, and his mindset had changed. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Ruijin spoke first. Mr. Wu, this is my boyfriend. We want to enjoy some time alone, so we won't go over. Also, please don't call me Ruijin anymore. Call me Xiao Wang, or Wang Tongxue, or Wang Ruijin. My boyfriend is petty, I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Wu Jinnan was surprised by Wang Ruijin's response. His expression changed repeatedly, but he finally nodded reluctantly. All right, you guys eat. He was unwilling to give up, and as he left, he said sarcastically, Brother Jiang, you still need to work harder. You have to provide her with a better life since you made such a beautiful girlfriend participate in such a tiring event. Jiang Weidong chuckled. Mr. Wu is right. I won't let her participate in your activities anymore. Wu Jinnan was stunned when he heard this. He turned around and glared angrily at Jiang Weidong, his eyes almost shattering through his glasses. Mr. Wu, please don't call me Brother Jiang. Just call me Mr. Jiang, or Boss Jiang. We're not that close, so there's no need to pretend we're friends. Wu Jinnan looked at Wang Ruijin, who smiled and said, I'll listen to him and won't go anymore. Okay, you two are amazing. Wang Ruijin, don't even think about having any more events like this in the future. Not just my events, but all events in Haicheng. Wu Jinnan left in anger. Wang Ruijin immediately complained to Jiang Weidong, why did you say that? It made me lose my part-time job. I'm completely innocent, a pure-hearted big boss, and you still claim I'm your boyfriend. How do you plan to compensate me for the damage to my reputation? Wang Ruijin chuckled and said, You're so handsome, why are you so concerned? You're so beautiful, why are you so petty? A female tourist from out of town was sitting at the next table. Hearing the conversation between the two, she almost threw up the sweet and sour cop she had just eaten. It's so sweet. Jiang Weidong added, You also said I'm petty, I'm definitely going to hold it against you. Wang Ruijin covered her mouth and chuckled, then stood up and pulled up a chair to sit next to Jiang Weidong. Good brother, I'll serve you your meal, don't be angry. On the other side, Wu Jinnan saw Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin sitting together and felt extremely jealous. Wang Ruijin is pretty and youthful, with a good figure. She looks like a well-developed high school girl, which perfectly matches his aesthetic. He has been coveting her for a long time. He had never heard that she had a boyfriend before. He never expected that a pretty boy would suddenly appear today. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally he said to the group of handsome men and beautiful women dressed in hanfu, If you have time, please advise Wang Ruijin not to be deceived by pretty boys. Noticing the handsome men and beautiful women looking over, she added, That guy next to her right now, he has to ask Wang Ruijin to treat him to a meal here. It's so embarrassing. These handsome men and beautiful women dressed in hanfu were all earning their money through hard work, and upon hearing Wu Jinnan's words, they all looked down on Jiang Weidong. Chapter 16 I will buy a house on the banks of the Huangpu River. Wang Ruijin ordered 3 dishes and 2 desserts, a platter of mixed seafood, a platter of stir-fried shrimp, a platter of shrimp and crab, Tai-bai drunken rice cake, and walnut shortbread. These are all the restaurant's signature dishes. To be honest, as someone who is used to spicy food, Jiang Weidong felt that the local Shanghai cuisine was too bland. But it's okay to eat it once in a while. At this moment, in the noisy restaurant, customers were in a hurry. Many people were not in the mood to enjoy the food, but just wanted to fill their stomachs and then go out to see the night view of the Huangpu River. Wang Ruijin took out a hair tie from her pocket, tied her hair into a ponytail, and carefully picked out fish bones for him while looking down. She then placed pieces of fish and crab meat into his bowl, sometimes looking up and rolling her eyes at him in a cute way, which gave Jiang Weidong a different kind of enjoyment. Even the local Shanghainese dishes that I've never been used to have a bit more flavor. Just then, his phone vibrated with a WeChat message. He picked up his phone and saw a friend request. A moment later, Jiang Weidong put down his phone and said to Wang Ruijin, "A relative from the same clan is coming over and will chat with me for a while." That guy looks a bit fierce, but don't be afraid." Wang Ruijin nodded nonchalantly, then suddenly laughed, "Do I get a red envelope?" In some places, elders will give a red envelope when they first meet a younger person's girlfriend. Jiang Weidong chuckled and shook his head. "That guy is a year or two younger than me. If we're talking about seniority, I'm his uncle." Jiang Weidong's grandfather was a farmer, but his father managed to buy a house in the county town and lived there year-round. He grew up in the city. His father was quite traditional and would take him to participate in festivals, ancestral birthdays, and clan activities. Under these circumstances, Jiang Weidong's relationship with the young people in the village was neither particularly close nor distant. Just now, a young man of the same clan in Haicheng added him on WeChat. Hearing that he was at Master Shen's restaurant, he said he wanted to come and meet Jiang Weidong. It's highly likely that Jiang Weidong donated 100,000 yuan and became a director, and his relatives came to connect with him. He understands this kind of interaction and does not reject it. Of course, if the other party's purpose is to borrow money, then forget about it. He's not one to care about saving face. He'll lend money to strangers with just a few kind words. In less than 5 minutes, a group of strong and muscular young men arrived. The leader was a young man in his 20s with dark skin, a buzz cut, and an iron chain hanging around his neck. He looked rather fierce. This man is Jiang Weidong's cousin, named Jiang Wenwu. Seeing Jiang Wenwu brought back some childhood memories. Jiang Weidong remembered that when he was a child, he would go back to the village and play war games with Jiang Wenwu. Last year during the Spring Festival, his father had talked about Jiang Wenwu, saying that Jiang Wenwu had been a bad boy in his youth, went south to Guangdong province to hang out, and often got into fights. However, he got married 5 years ago and has since reformed and become a good young man in the clan. No matter what happens in the clan, he will always be on the front line, contributing money and effort as needed. He is a junior whom the council members greatly admire. Upon seeing Jiang Weidong, Jiang Wenwu immediately stepped forward and greeted him, "Hello, Uncle Dong." Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, have you eaten?" "Not yet, we'll eat later." The other young people followed, and Jiang Wenwu called out to them, "This is my uncle, you can all call him Uncle Dong." "Hello, Uncle Dong." The young people shouted in unison. The scene looked like a gang leader summoning his underlings, startling the other customers in the restaurant. Jiang Wenwu then looked at Wang Ruijin and said, "Hello, Auntie." The young people joined in, shouting, "Hello, Auntie." Wang Ruijin found it amusing, blushing as she nodded, "Nephew, what do you do? You're all so imposing." Jiang Weidong asked Jiang Wenwu to sit down and chat. Jiang Wenwu first asked the other young people to sit down and order food, then sat down with a chuckle and introduced his job. It turned out they were all debt collectors. He concluded by saying to Jiang Weidong, "Uncle Dong, I heard you've made a fortune with your company. If you ever need cash flow in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. Our company offers internal discounts and makes payments quickly and on time." Jiang Weidong understood Jiang Wenwu's purpose and nodded with a light laugh. Wang Ruijin then asked curiously, "Is it possible to use violent debt collection methods now?" Jiang Wenwu shook his head repeatedly, "Auntie, things are different now than before. We wouldn't dare to use violence to collect debts. We now use civilized methods to collect debts and try to get those deadbeats to pay back their money." He paused for a moment, then said, "Of course, if Auntie runs into trouble, if any bastard dares to bully you, just call me and I'll bring my brothers over to scare them. I guarantee they'll be scared out of their wits." Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin's eyes lit up, and she looked at Jiang Weidong with eager anticipation, "Good brother." Jiang Weidong knew exactly what this brat was thinking, and waved his hand, "Whatever. Wang Ruijin nodded excitedly, then pointed to Wu Jinnan sitting on the other side. Nephew, help me scare that guy. Following Wang Ruijin's finger, Jiang Wenwu saw Wu Jinnan and muttered under his breath, he looks all respectable, but is obviously no good. He then looked at Jiang Weidong and asked, Uncle Dong, what's this guy's background? Some organizers of anime and manga events, Jiang Weidong also disliked Wu Jinnan. Since he had run into his nephew who was a debt collector, he laughed and said, tell your brother that I'm treating him to this meal. Help me scare him a little. Uncle, it's nothing, don't be so polite with me. Of course, go ahead. Seeing Jiang Weidong's calm demeanor, which didn't seem like mere politeness, Jiang Wenwu secretly sighed, thinking to himself that this young clan uncle had really made money. He was pleased and nodded, okay, watch me. Jiang Wenwu then called over a group of his underlings and sat down next to Wu Jinnan, surrounding him. Wu Jinnan had noticed Jiang Wenwu and his gang long ago. Seeing them acting like gang underlings in front of Jiang Weidong made him uneasy. He realized that Jiang Weidong was not a pretty boy, but probably had some influence. China is much safer now, but no matter what, there will always be some people in the gray area. He didn't want to provoke these people. He only hoped that Lord Jiang Weidong would be magnanimous and not take it to heart, but he did not expect that this group of fierce-looking and strong young men would still sit down and stare at him with a half-smile. What do you want to do? Jiang Wenwu grinned and patted Wu Jinnan's shoulder heavily. What are you so nervous about? Does the law say I can't watch over you? You're not a fairy. Brother, don't do this. Not long after, Wu Jinnan, holding a wine glass, approached Jiang Weidong with trepidation. Mr. Jiang, I was blind to your greatness and offended you just now. Please don't take offense. After saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. I apologize to you. Jiang Weidong squinted and looked over. Wu Jinnan hurriedly grabbed the wine bottle, poured 2 glasses, and drank them both in one gulp. Then, with a sob in his voice, he said, Brother, I won't do it again. Jiang Weidong nodded, we're all men, I know what you're thinking, but I advise you never to have that thought. Wu Jinnan didn't dare to look at Wang Ruijin and nodded repeatedly, Brother, I won't do it again. All right, go ahead. Brother, I'll pay for it. Unnecessary. After dismissing Wu Jinnan, Jiang Weidong turned around and found Wang Ruijin staring intently at him. This is a society governed by the rule of law. That's enough to scare them. Now they are gone. Jiang Weidong then took Wang Ruijin to pay the bill. Wang Ruijin paid for their table, and Jiang Weidong paid for Jiang Wenwu's table, totaling 4,003. After saying goodbye to Jiang Wenwu, he left. Jiang Wenwu hurriedly chased after him, offering to escort Jiang Weidong, but Jiang Weidong refused. The two chatted for a few minutes, agreed to keep in touch if needed, and then parted ways. Soon after, Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin walked side by side on the bund, looking at the beautiful Oriental Pearl Tower after it was lit up. Wang Ruijin laughed and said, I think you have the air of a gangster boss. Is there? Yeah, he's really handsome. Jiang Weidong chuckled. He didn't have the air of a gangster boss at all. The most important reason for his change in mindset was that he had a system and confidence. With a system, he is not afraid of losing anything on the surface, nor is he afraid of offending anyone. If he can't make it in China, he can go abroad. He can still start a company, give himself a position, and exploit the system. He can still live a life of luxury. Ships glide along the Huangpu River, neon lights shimmering on the water's surface. Tourists thronged the area, some were taking photos, some were scrolling through their phones, and some were dancing. You can hear all sorts of dialects and see tourists of all skin colors. Jiang Weidong stood in front of the railing, thinking back to the first time he came to the bund after the college entrance examination. He excitedly struck various poses, wanting to capture that moment forever. After graduating from university, he came to Haicheng to work hard, but after several years, he still couldn't even afford a down payment. Fortunately, he has a system, and the future holds endless possibilities. For a moment, I was filled with boundless pride. He told Wang Ruijin, I will buy a big house nearby so that I can take walks and play along the Huangpu River in the morning and evening. Wang Ruijin sensed Jiang Weidong's ambition, blinked, and thought Jiang Weidong looked very handsome today. She couldn't help but take his hand and say, then you must take me with you. I want to live a good life with you. Jiang Weidong felt the girl's cool, smooth hand and chuckled, "Are you sure?" Chapter 17 Interesting Life. It was almost 9:30 when Wang Ruijin returned to her dormitory. Their dormitory can accommodate 4 people, but 2 of their roommates haven't come to school yet, so only Wang Ruijin and Wu Luoyao are staying there now. Wu Luoyao sat in a chair, flipping through a book, staring blankly at it. Hearing the door open, she immediately stood up and, seeing it was Wang Ruijin, hurriedly went up to her and said, "Xiao Jin, why are you so late today?" "It's all right, it's 9:30. Seeing this, Wu Luoyao was annoyed, but she suppressed it and shared an important message with her friend. "Today I asked Xiaosu to ask the property management of Waterdrop Lake about Jiang Weidong's situation." Xiaosu asked, and the property management said that the house was not bought by Jiang Weidong, but rented by him. "We were wrong before. He didn't buy a house, he was renting. He doesn't have much money, maybe a few 100,000 at most." Wang Ruijin asked in surprise, "Really?" She had been following Jiang Weidong for the past 2 days and could tell that he was not short of money. He paid very readily and did not seem to be pretending, nor did he seem like a poor person. Xiaosu never lies. Xiaosu is a classmate who lives near Waterdrop Lake. Wang Ruijin nodded. "Okay, I understand." She was a little tired today. She had worked in the afternoon and then strolled around the Bund with Jiang Weidong in the evening, visiting many places. She then thought she should go wash up and rest. Seeing her friend's indifferent attitude, Wu Luoyao angrily grabbed Wang Ruijin. "Xiao Jin, you can't continue this relationship with him. He's not rich. The more he spends on you, the more he'll demand. If you don't give in, he'll definitely be furious and might ruin your reputation." After much deliberation, she felt that Wang Ruijin shouldn't have too much entanglement with Jiang Weidong. "I had previously thought of threatening Jiang Weidong with his crappy company, posting his affairs online, and embarrassing him. Now she feels that Jiang Weidong doesn't have much money, yet he has spent a lot of money on Wang Ruijin. In his anger, Jiang Weidong might not be afraid of threats and want to destroy everything. At that time, Wang Ruijin would also be humiliated." Wang Ruijin was taken aback when he heard this. Seeing that Wu Luoyao was very serious, he put away his smile and promised, "Okay, Yao Yao, I will think about it carefully." "What are you considering?" "I think it's a lot of fun to be with him. You don't know, he is really handsome, not just on the outside, but also on the inside." Sigh. Wu Luoyao was speechless, and said earnestly, "Being handsome can't put food on the table. He started the company to pick up girls. He's willing to spend money on you now, so he definitely has ulterior motives. The more money he spends, the more demands he'll make. If you don't meet his demands, who knows what he might do? Or are you already prepared to offer him some benefits?" Wang Ruijin scratched her head, feeling conflicted. She didn't want to disappoint her friend, but at the same time, she didn't want to leave Jiang Weidong immediately. She really thought Jiang Weidong was handsome today, and he didn't look like a poor guy. Moreover, she had long wanted to use Jiang Weidong to anger her family and already had a plan. Of course, she wasn't a cheapskate who would take advantage of someone and leave them with nothing. Even if they were to separate, she would definitely give Jiang Weidong some benefits. Seeing this, Wu Luoyao became even more worried. "Xiao Jin, think it over carefully, so you don't regret it later." "Okay, Yao Yao, I'm going to take a shower now." After saying that, Wang Ruijin hurriedly went to wash up. Wu Luoyao looked at the bathroom with distress, deciding to keep a close eye on Jiang Weidong and prevent him from harming her friend. Jiang Weidong owns 2 companies in addition to himself. One of them has hired a female employee. Like Wu Luoyao, Xu Yuyan has a very flexible work schedule. Jiang Weidong didn't care what she did, as long as she worked 8 hours a day. In this situation, ordering takeout at noon would mean ordering an extra portion. However, with the arrival of September and the start of the university semester, Wu Luoyao and Xu Yuyan sometimes had to attend classes, so their work hours were not as punctual. Sometimes they don't go until 10 a.m., and sometimes they don't go until 3 p.m. Jiang Weidong was initially a little worried. The system required the company to operate normally, and he wasn't sure if that would work. However, he found that the system's work calendar was normal, so he was relieved. He only required the 2 of them to stay at the company for a full 8 hours every day. On September 5th, he paid Wu Luoyao her August salary on time. After deducting the takeout fee, the total was 3,060 yuan. Jiang Weidong is still the same as before, spending his time at the company either scrolling through short videos, watching sports games, or sleeping. When he wasn't at the company, he would take Wang Ruijin to play golf. He grew to enjoy playing golf more and more, and to have a better experience, he bought 3 sets of golf clothes for himself and Wang Ruijin. Perhaps because he was relaxed, his golf skills improved rapidly. He could often finish 18 holes with scores in the 90s, which is considered a good level among amateur players. Wang Ruijin has also made great progress. Of course, besides golf, he also runs, plays basketball, and plays table tennis. He exercises every day and feels that he is in better physical condition, reaching about 80% of his peak level. He was very satisfied with this kind of life, and he felt that this was what made life interesting. That night, dark clouds obscured the stars and moon, and a night breeze blew. It was almost 10 o'clock when Wang Ruijin returned to her dormitory. Wu Luoyao, Xu Ying, and Wang Bingyu all looked over. Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu are the other 2 roommates. Both girls are pretty, though not as good looking as Gu Luoyao and Wang Ruijin, but still around a 7 out of 10. Xiao Jin, you look so beautiful today. Where did you go? Xiao Jin, have you been drinking? Wow, today is different. Wang Ruijin wore a purple tulle mini dress today, looking like a beautiful girl straight out of a comic book. She did drink alcohol. In the afternoon, Jiang Weidong played ball with several friends, and then went out for dinner and karaoke. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and those fellow golfers were all people with some wealth. They get together for meals and karaoke. It's a rather upscale affair. Wang Ruijin went out with Jiang Weidong and had a great time relaxing, which made her even more charming. Hearing her friends' comments, she spun around proudly. Sisters, I went to sing karaoke at Xinhui International Club tonight. The sound system there is amazing. I felt like a pop star, just like singing in a recording studio. Wu Luoyao pouted, while Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu were very envious. I'm going to take a shower. Wang Ruijin grabbed her pajamas and jogged to the bathroom. She soon posted the photos taken at the Starshine International Club on her WeChat Moments, with the caption, "Going to karaoke with my brother today." Shortly after posting the message on her WeChat Moments, while she was taking a shower, the phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her mother calling. She pursed her lips and didn't answer. Shortly after, Wang Ruijin finished showering and went to the dormitory corridor with her phone to call her mother back. Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm taking a shower, I didn't bring my phone. Wang Ruijin, why don't you like Xiao Liu? Xiao Liu is good looking, polite, articulate, and from a wealthy family. Can the person you found compare to Xiao Liu? And you always post on WeChat Moments calling strangers brother, aren't you ashamed? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin said coldly, why is free love shameful? We are open and above board, loving each other. HMPH, listen up, Xiao Liu is going to Haicheng in a couple of days. You should meet with him and think it over carefully. He's really outstanding. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ruijin sent a message to Jiang Weidong, Brother Dawn, can you act in a play with me? Chapter 18 Woman, you're playing with fire. Xiao Liu's real name is Liu Zhuguang. His family owns a garment factory, which is quite large and has more than 800 employees. His father is a well-known figure in the local area. Last year during the Spring Festival, Wang Ruijin was strolling around her hometown when she was spotted by Liu Zhuguang. Liu Zhuguang immediately began pursuing her, but Wang Ruijin did not like him. Liu Zhuguang didn't give up and directly had a matchmaker contact Wang Ruijin's parents to arrange a blind date and engagement. Her parents were very happy, and their relatives were equally delighted to hear about it. Wang Ruijin refused and fled overnight, returning to school. This incident probably inspired Wang Ruijin's family, and from then on, many relatives tried to introduce her to wealthy second-generation heirs from their hometown. After listening to Wang Ruijin's story, Jiang Weidong smiled and said, you still owe me a KFC meal, and now you want my help. The reward is not just KFC. Wang Ruijin avoided Jiang Weidong's gaze, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said with pursed lips, don't worry, there will definitely be a reward that will satisfy you. After parking the Li Auto L6, Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin arrived at the famous Liangxi banquet in Haicheng. It was a high-end restaurant with different themes for each private room, exuding a very sophisticated atmosphere. Liu Zhuguang arrived in Haicheng and booked a private room at Liangxi Banquet, inviting Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin to dine with him. His actions clearly indicated that he wanted to demonstrate his power. To be honest, Jiang Weidong has had both money and time lately, and has been paying attention to famous restaurants in Haicheng, thinking that if he has the chance, he'll try some of their food. However, he really looked down on Liangxi Night Banquet. The restaurant was famous, mainly because of its good atmosphere and its advertised immersive experience. I haven't heard many people praise the food there. And look at the restaurant's menu: The Wizard of Oz, Mirage, Alice's Wonderland, Fish Playing Under the Moon. Jiang Weidong felt like he was watching a non-mainstream person pretending to be cultured. He recalled his childhood, when his classmates used QQ names like Green Leaves in Early Summer, South of the South City, and The Pursuer of Time. At this moment, Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin held hands and followed the waiter to the Blue Ocean private room. As the name suggests, it's a blue private room. The walls and ceiling are painted blue, and the LED lights emit blue light. In the dimly lit private room stood a young man whose body glowed with blue light. Anyone who didn't know him would mistake him for a Smurf. This person is about 1.7 meters tall, with an average appearance, wearing a tailor-made suit. Overall, he's alright. This person is Liu Zhuguang. Upon seeing Liu Zhuguang, Jiang Weidong immediately understood why Wang Ruijin disliked him. She was a girl who loved anime and cosplay, and was definitely a member of the Looks Matter club. Although the Liu family is wealthy, Liu Zhuguang is really ordinary in terms of appearance and demeanor. Liu Zhuguang noticed Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin holding hands immediately, and felt angry. He saw Wang Ruijin's post on WeChat Moments. After careful analysis, he found that although Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin were close together, they did not engage in any intimate actions such as holding hands, kissing, or hugging. He guessed that Wang Ruijin and Jiang Weidong might have just started dating. After much deliberation, he decided to come to Haicheng to demonstrate his strength and let Wang Ruijin see his advantages. This was the final cry of a man unwilling to accept defeat. He had considered the possibility of witnessing heartbreaking scenes. Seeing the two holding hands, he was instantly enraged. Thinking that he was thinking about it day and night in his hometown, and his devotion was comparable to Liang Shambor's, I almost couldn't help but get violent and beat him up. That despicable couple. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin. In the blue light, he noticed that Jiang Weidong was handsome and had an outstanding temperament, while Wang Ruijin was pretty and cute. Standing in front of Jiang Weidong, she looked petite and charming, and they were a perfect match. Wang Ruijin is taller than Liu Zhuguang when she wears high heels, and the two of them don't look like a couple at all when they stand together. Liu Zhuguang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He wasn't as handsome and tall as Jiang Weidong, and he was far inferior in appearance. Well, just as Liu Zhuguang was feeling dejected, he caught a glimpse of the Rolex on his wrist out of the corner of his eye. His gaze gradually focused, and his eyes gained strength. He had found his advantage. He's rich. His family's garment factory makes tens of millions in profit a year. He's definitely richer than Jiang Weidong. Wait a minute, this guy goes golfing all the time. Does he have any money? Thinking of Wang Ruijin's WeChat moments, Liu Zhuguang suddenly felt conflicted. Jiang Weidong was unaware of all the thoughts Liu Zhuguang had. He smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Weidong, and I'm Xiao Jin's boyfriend. Thank you for your invitation." He then took out his business card from his pocket and handed it over directly, saying, "This is my business card. Mr. Liu, if you have any related business, you can contact me." Liu Zhuguang took the business card and frowned when he saw Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. This name sounds really high-end. Is this guy really rich? He's more handsome, taller, and richer than me. How could I possibly win Wang Ruijin over? Liu Zhuguang was so upset that he forgot to invite Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin to sit down. Jiang Weidong didn't seem to mind. He winked at Wang Ruijin and sat down. Wang Ruijin chuckled inwardly, then took the teapot and washed Jiang Weidong's cup and poured him tea. The clinking of the teacup startled Liu Zhuguang, who looked up and saw Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin exchanging glances, looking like they were deeply in love. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Jiang Weidong picked up his teacup and drank some tea, revealing his smooth wrist. Upon seeing this, Liu Zhuguang's eyes lit up. He was wearing a Rolex worth over 200,000 yuan. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Jiang Weidong has no real skills. He probably runs a small company but hasn't made any money. Liu Zhuguang's confidence soared, and he sat down, then invited Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin to order. This is a high-end restaurant, with an average cost of 4,000 yuan per person. He wanted to see if Jiang Weidong would back down. Jiang Weidong took the menu, glanced at it, and then frowned. Seeing this, Liu Zhuguang thought that Jiang Weidong was scared by the price, and was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Boss Jiang, don't worry about the price. It's on me today. Order whatever you like." He then turned to Wang Ruijin, don't be shy, order whatever you want to eat. Jiang Weidong understood Liu Zhuguang's meaning perfectly well and said with a smile, "I've never been to Liangxi night banquet before, so I'm not very familiar with these dishes." "It's okay, order whatever you like." Jiang Weidong nodded, closed the menu, and said to the waiter, "This Mr. Liu is wealthy, so don't worry about the price. Just bring us your restaurant's signature dishes." Liu Zhuguang immediately nodded, "Yes, let's serve the specialty dishes." Based on Jiang Weidong's behavior just now, Liu Zhuguang was even more certain that Jiang Weidong didn't have much money and had never dined at the famous Liangxi banquet in Haicheng. He then asked, "How are the profits at Mr. Jiang's company?" Jiang Weidong chuckled, "It's all right. Do you have 200,000? In Liu Zhuguang's hometown, many small workshops hire 7 or 8 employees, and that's considered a company, with an annual profit of around 200,000 yuan. Sometimes, when his family's garment factory needs to rush orders, they will distribute some of the orders that can't be fulfilled in time to those small workshops." Jiang Weidong chuckled, "It's hard to say." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhuguang felt contempt and became even more certain that Jiang Weidong's company was not very good and was probably a small company with only a few people. He cleared his throat and began to talk about his family's garment factory, speaking at length. When the waiter brought the food, he ate while talking, showing off his own garment factory. However, when he finished speaking and his throat was dry, he looked up again to observe Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin and found that the two of them were not listening to him at all. They were eating together intimately. Wang Ruijin was picking food for Jiang Weidong from time to time and even picking fish bones for him. Judging from her skillful movements, it was definitely not the first time. Upon seeing this, Liu Zhuguang almost burst into a tirade of curses. With such good qualities and such a sincere heart, how could Wang Ruijin not understand? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he quickly lost all interest in Wang Ruijin. "I used to think she was a special girl, but now it seems she's just as shallow as me. She only likes those flirtatious blondies. It's a pity that an upright man like me doesn't have any blondies who can charm people. Fine, a woman like Wang Ruijin is not good enough for me. Let's end it here." He tried to comfort himself, but his heart was far less carefree than his mind. When he caught a glimpse of Wang Ruijin pulling out a tissue to wipe the rice grains from the corner of Jiang Weidong's mouth, his nose stung and he almost cried. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling and angry he became. "Those two bastards are eating my food and showing off their love in front of me. I have to get revenge." His eyes darted around, and he came up with a plan. "This meal will cost at least 15,000 yuan. I'll make them pay the bill and make them furious." Liu Zhuguang then got up, pretending to go to the restroom. After leaving the private room, he went to the front desk with a grin, ordered 2 bottles of red wine costing 8,800 yuan, and then leisurely left the restaurant. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin were unaware that Liu Zhuguang had left until 20 minutes later when they realized something was wrong. Wang Ruijin hurriedly called Liu Zhuguang, only to find that his phone was switched off. "Brother Dong, this guy probably skipped out on the bill. He's disgusting." Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, Wang Ruijin realized that this meal was not cheap, and became even more anxious. She immediately called her mother and asked her to contact Liu Zhuguang. However, she could not be contacted by her mother. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "Don't worry, let's ask the waiter. Maybe Mr. Liu has already paid." The waiter came to the private room and said that the money had not yet been paid, and the total was 33,000. Jiang Weidong had just looked at the menu and he felt there weren't that many items. "This meal shouldn't cost that much, right? Did you bring in some alcohol?" "Yes, boss, that gentleman just also brought 2 bottles of red wine that cost a total of 17,600. Wang Ruijin was furious that Liu Zhuguang would do such a thing, saying, "I will definitely settle accounts with him." She then turned to Jiang Weidong, her eyes filled with shame but also determination. "Brother Dong, could you help me pay? Consider it a debt I owe you, and I'll definitely pay you back later." Her eyes were red, and her eyes were brimming with tears. In the dim blue world, she was like a poor princess in a fairy tale. Jiang Weidong looked at her and liked her more and more. Most girls would probably be unwilling to take on this responsibility, but Wang Ruijin, who didn't have much money, took it on without hesitation. He took a tissue and handed it to Wang Ruijin, saying, "Wipe your tears first." He paused for a moment, then said to the waiter, "You should call the police and tell them someone skipped out on the bill. I want to clarify that it wasn't that we were unwilling to pay, we paid for everything we ate. It was Mr. Liu who walked away and skipped out on the bill." The waiter nodded and then called the police. Jiang Weidong winked at Wang Ruijin, "When you encounter something like this, don't try to tough it out. If it's not your responsibility, don't take it on. The restaurant owner and the police are not unreasonable people, they won't blame you." The police arrived quickly, reviewed the surveillance footage, and questioned the restaurant staff, and then they basically knew what had happened. However, Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin still had to be taken to give their statements. After all, the amount of more than 30,000 yuan is quite large. If strictly enforced, it could result in imprisonment for more than 15 days and a fine of up to 5,000 yuan. While the two were giving their statements, Liu Zhuguang, looking disheveled, was taken to the police station. Upon seeing Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin, Liu Zhuguang was furious and shouted, "I didn't invite them. The three of us split the bill. I won't pay them." Jiang Weidong held Wang Ruijin's hand without saying a word. After the statement was taken, he picked up his phone and transferred 11,000 yuan to the staff of Liangxi Banquet by scanning a QR code. This is the cost of a meal for two people. After transferring the money, he winked at Liu Zhuguang and said, "Little Liu, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Skipping out on the bill is even more wrong. This time the bill you skipped out on was a big one. You might have to spend half a month in jail. You should reform yourself in prison and don't do it again." Liu Zhuguang was stunned, completely losing his ability to think. He stared blankly at Jiang Weidong, his mouth opening and closing without making a sound. Jiang Weidong smiled, took Wang Ruijin's hand, and left. Wang Ruijin asked curiously, "Will he really spend half a month in jail?" "It's probably just to scare him. If Liu Zhuguang is smart enough to pay promptly when he sets up a banquet to do business, he generally won't be held accountable. The police will also consider that Liu Zhuguang is a first-time offender and will not punish him severely." As Wang Ruijin walked out of the police station, she said, "Brother Dong, I owe you 11,000 yuan. Once I start working, I'll save up to pay you back." Jiang Weidong nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for you to pay me back." They arrived in the car in silence. Wang Ruijin looked around and then whispered, "Brother Dong, do you remember what I said about giving you a reward? Remember, we can't delay this time. KFC didn't treat me last time." Wang Ruijin lowered her head, then blushed and stole a glance at him. Seeing that Jiang Weidong was about to start the car, she quickly grabbed Jiang Weidong's hand, then leaned over and kissed him on the lips. "Woman, you're playing with fire." After a long while, Wang Ruijin pushed Jiang Weidong away and laughed, "Brother, is this a kiss?" "Yes, do you like it?" She nodded and leaned closer again, "I want more." Chapter 19 Family of Origin. It was almost 11 p.m., and Ocean University was about to close its gates. Wang Ruijin hummed a song as she slowly returned to her dormitory. Wu Luoyao, Xu Ying, and Wang Bingyu all looked over. Wu Luoyao's eyes were full of worry, while Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu looked on with curiosity. "Xiao Jin, you're so sexy, did you manage to seduce your boss Jiang tonight?" Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu learned about Jiang Weidong's situation and jokingly referred to him as Boss Jiang. Two blushes quickly appeared on Wang Ruijin's face. She shook her head and said, "What are you talking about? How am I being flirtatious? I'm very proper. No one in the world is more proper than me." At this point, she broke down in her own laughter. "Oh dear. You don't even believe it yourself. Tell us, how far has it progressed? I don't know what you're talking about. Are we sisters? Can't you speak properly?" Seeing the looks from her three friends, Wang Ruijin, while searching for her pajamas, replied, "I didn't get it. If I had, I would have stayed out. Why would I come back? Wu Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, upon hearing Wang Ruijin humming a song as she went to the restroom, looking exactly like the legendary love-struck woman, he couldn't help but frown. At the company, she would talk to Liu Xiaoyun and Xu Yuyan about Wang Ruijin's situation. Liu Xiaoyun and Xu Yuyan both felt that they couldn't control him and that only when Wang Ruijin suffered would he finally realize his mistake and stay away from the scumbag. Seeing Wang Ruijin sinking deeper and deeper into depravity, Wu Luoyao became even more convinced of Liu Xiaoyun and Xu Yuyan's words. Thinking of Jiang Weidong, she became even more furious, wishing she could put on 8-centimeter high heels and stomp hard on this scumbag's face, ruining that pretty boy's face. If this continues, Xiao Jin will be devoured by that scumbag sooner or later. I have to find a way to stop it. In the past 21 years, Wu Luoyao had the best relationship with Wang Ruijin, even better than sisters. She would not allow Jiang Weidong to ruin Wang Ruijin's life. After washing up, Wang Ruijin opened WeChat and saw the family group's condemnation of her, as well as many messages from relatives. Her mother had also made several phone calls. She glanced at the messages with a cold smile. Sisters, I'm going out to make a phone call. Wu Luoyao immediately looked over. Noticing her friend's nervousness, Wang Ruijin chuckled and ran over, hugging and kissing Wu Luoyao affectionately, then told her she was going to call her mother before leaving the dormitory. Once she reached the edge of the corridor, Wang Ruijin dialed her mother's number. What's wrong with you? How could you call the police? You haven't listened to a single word of the lessons we've taught you. You've embarrassed Xiao Liu. Apologize to Xiao Liu right now. Go to Xiao Liu's hotel and apologize sincerely face to face. At this time, the sky was dark, and a thick darkness enveloped the earth. The rows of streetlights at Ocean University looked like orange lamps, with dim light and a very small radiation range. There was hardly anyone walking around the dormitory building. It was very quiet. The September night breeze was cool and carried a hint of moisture. It might rain. Wang Ruijin never expected her mother to ask her to apologize at this time. Isn't this like a lamb being led to the slaughter? She laughed angrily. He skipped out on the bill and still thinks is right. Do you know that he also took 2 bottles of wine worth 17,000 yuan when he left? If I hadn't called the police, would I have been burdened with more than 30,000 yuan in debt for nothing? Will you help me pay this debt, or will my dad help me pay it? Wang Ruijin, now that you're all grown up, you're turning your back on us. From childhood to adulthood, haven't we been the ones earning money and supporting you? You make money, aren't you ashamed to say that? You all spend all your money on your own extravagant lifestyles, while my tuition and living expenses from childhood to adulthood have all been paid by my grandfather. Your grandfather's money is our money. Bullshit, grandpa's money has nothing to do with you. Unable to argue further, Wang's mother changed the subject. And today Xiao Liu treated us to dinner. How could you bring other men? How could you be so shameless? No wonder Xiao Liu didn't want to pay the bill. No man would have paid either. You are just as shameless as your father. Hearing such offensive language, Wang Ruijin inexplicably stopped being angry. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be utterly dead. She leaned against the railing, enjoying the cool breeze, and chuckled softly. Is this what Liu Zhuguang told you? Is there a problem? Yes, it's not that I wanted to bring it, it was Liu Zhuguang who invited me. I still have the voice message he sent me. I'll send it to you later. That's just Xiao Liu being polite. He was just being modest. How could you take it so seriously? Can't you even tell it's just a polite remark? Have you gone stupid from studying too much? Wang Ruijin curled her lip and sneered. I'm going to sleep. You brat, don't hang up. Go apologize to Xiao Liu right now. You won't regret marrying him. Hurry up. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Ruijin hung up the phone, turned her head, looked at the dark night, and 2 lines of tears slowly welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Weidong and wanted to call him, but then she remembered that Jiang Weidong said he was used to going to bed early and was worried about disturbing him, so she put down her phone. Wang Ruijin didn't answer the phone when her mother called again. She stood there for more than 10 minutes before returning to her dormitory. Wang Bingyu was playing a game, while Xu Ying was reading a novel. Wu Luoyao sat on her bed, looking at her with concern. Wang Ruijin forced a smile. Will Yao Yao sleep with me tonight? Okay, I'll sleep with you. The 2 women lay down together and hugged each other. Wu Luoyao asked in a low voice, how far have things progressed between you and him? Holding Guo Luoyao in his arms, Wang Ruijin felt much more at ease. His previously restless heart finally found its anchor, and he chuckled softly, "Give me a kiss." Guo Luoyao frowned. "Xiao Jin, he won't take responsibility." "It's okay, it's better not to take responsibility. There's no burden when we separate, anyway, I have no plans to be with him for a long time." This. Guo Luoyao was dumbfounded. "Then you're at a disadvantage." "I didn't lose out. I experienced a relationship, and he briefly had a beautiful woman like me. It's fair for everyone." Guo Luoyao didn't know what to say. Wang Ruijin suddenly remembered that Jiang Weidong had spent 11,000 yuan at the Liangxi night banquet that night, and then spent several thousand yuan shopping with her afterwards. She couldn't help but worry about how much money Jiang Weidong still had. Yao Yao, are his two companies profitable? Where can I make money? Just like before, I'll just drift along aimlessly. Wang Ruijin nodded, worried that Jiang Weidong would suffer after spending all the money. Unable to sleep, she got out of bed and said, "I'll get some water. It's time to sleep. Don't drink too much, it's bad for your kidneys." New. Wang Ruijin glanced at her roommates, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly opened her pencil case, took out a pill capsule, and swallowed it with water. These are sleeping pills prescribed by the hospital. Apart from herself and the doctor who prescribed her medication, no one knew that she had mild anxiety, often had trouble sleeping all night, and needed medication to help her sleep. After taking the sleeping pills, Wang Ruijin went to bed, hugged Guo Luoyao and whispered, "Yao Yao, when we graduate and we're separated, I will miss you very, very much." Guo Luoyao chuckled, "Then let's not separate. Let's find work in Haicheng." Wang Ruijin smiled but did not reply. Chapter 20 Increase Investment. When Jiang Weidong first got the system, he would get up early to go for a run, then buy breakfast on their way and bring it to the company to eat, trying his best not to be late. Later, he gradually became lazy. "I'll still get up early to run, but I won't rush to the office anymore." He would find a breakfast shop on the way, eat his breakfast leisurely, and then go to the company. He arrived at the company at 9:30 that morning, then sat down to watch short videos and see girls dancing. Just then, Xu Yuyan came out of the room and handed a thick notebook to Jiang Weidong. "Mr. Jiang, this is the script for the short play I wrote. Reborn at 40, I am still as beautiful as a flower." Jiang Weidong nodded when he saw the title, glanced at it, and roughly understood what the story was about. The female protagonist dies in her 40s from overwork, but her in-laws, husband, brother-in-law, and children are not saddened. Instead, they gloat, feeling that the female protagonist has affected their quality of life. The female protagonist is reborn and decides to live for herself, causing all those who gloated in her previous life to deeply regret their actions. However, the female protagonist didn't care. She divorced her husband, got rid of her family of origin, worked hard to improve herself, became a famous female entrepreneur, and married a wealthy bachelor 10 years her junior. They had a pair of filial and adorable twins. He was slightly surprised, not expecting that a cool and stylish girl like Xu Yuyan would write such a melodramatic short drama script. The script is quite interesting, it might even be profitable. Okay, take it to Haicheng radio and television station for review. A few years ago, short dramas didn't need to be reviewed, websites could review them themselves. Now, the process is much stricter, and reviews are required. Xu Yuyan nodded, but did not leave. "President Jiang, I have tried to reduce the number of roles, but there are still 7 or 8 important roles that I cannot play alone. In addition, mobile phone shooting just doesn't have the quality. I need more funding." After saying that, she looked at Jiang Weidong with some nervousness. After spending some time with him, she now knows how stingy this boss is. They don't even offer employees a bottle of water at lunchtime, and the refrigerator has no drinks or fruit, only some ice cream. Furthermore, Jiang Weidong seems indifferent to the development of the two companies and never manages them. Getting them to spend more money to increase their investment will likely be very difficult. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong chuckled and looked over. He had previously thought of simply letting the company operate normally and reducing expenses as much as possible so that he could make more money steadily. However, recently he has been frequently taking Wang Ruijin to play golf, each time costing more than 10,000 yuan. "I don't value money that much anymore." He continues to slack off, which is too much trouble and effort for him to put in. However, if the cost is low and he doesn't need to put in much effort, he's willing to increase his investment, just to take a gamble. If we're really going to film a short drama, Xu Yuyan alone definitely can't do it. He has spent some money recently, and now he has 1.08 million yuan left in his bank account, which is more than enough. How much money do you want? At least 50,000. Spending 50,000 yuan to shoot a short drama is quite reasonable. Jiang Weidong nodded and said, okay, but the previous contract needs to be revised. Originally, it was agreed that the profits from the short drama would be split 50-50, but now that I'm investing more, it will be split 20-80, I get 80% and you get 20%. Xu Yuyan wanted to object, but noticing the dilapidated walls of the self-built house, and considering how stingy Jiang Weidong was in running his company, she figured that 50,000 yuan was probably the limit for him, so she nodded and said, okay. Jiang Weidong chuckled, then went upstairs to get the contract. He signed a new revenue-sharing agreement for the short drama and readily transferred 50,000 yuan to Xu Yuyan. If you need any equipment, rent it yourself. If you need any people, find them yourself. As for the location, this self-built house has floors 1 through 4 that you can use. I also have a small villa in Waterdrop Lake. If you need to take photos there, you can go there for free. You make your own plan, I won't increase the investment. Xu Yuyan was surprised that Jiang Weidong gave her the money so quickly. She couldn't help but think that Jiang Weidong was quite handsome. She nodded excitedly and left the company, saying, I'll give it to Haicheng Broadcasting for review right now. The company fell silent again, with only the sound of Jiang Weidong scrolling through short videos. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Weidong sent a message to Liu Xiaoyun, telling her to hurry up and register Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company. He starts a new company every month, so naturally he needs to register a new company this month. The reason the third company was a cleaning company was because the villa he rented was too big, and the furniture and floors would easily get dusty if no one cleaned it. He plans to open a cleaning company and hire a female college graduate to regularly clean his villa and take charge of the sanitation work of the 4-story self-built house he rents here. Liu Xiaoyun replied quickly, indicating that she would definitely complete the task. Just as Jiang Weidong continued scrolling through suggestive videos, Wu Luoyao, who had exited the live stream, came out of the room. Mr. Jiang, I have something to discuss with you. The two barely communicated, except for a brief chat when ordering takeout at lunchtime. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised, and at the same time, he had some guesses in his mind. He roughly understood what Liu Xiaoyun wanted to talk about. You say? Mr. Jiang, are you dating Wang Ruijin? Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong chuckled and said, I think so. After meeting Liu Zhuguang that day, Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin kissed, and their relationship took a step further. Now, when they get together, they hug and kiss. However, he did not confess his feelings or make any promises. Having experienced Yu Jingning's betrayal, he will never fully commit to a relationship. Moreover, he lacks confidence in being able to wholeheartedly dedicate himself to one girl. He has money and time now, and he frequently watches suggestive videos. He still gets tempted when he sees beautiful women. He had thought it over carefully and decided that from now on, it would be an open relationship. If he has a girl he likes and she is willing to be with him, he will date her, they will eat and drink together, and he will not be stingy with money on holidays and will buy her gifts. If a girl gives birth to a child, he will raise it and provide her with the best life. However, the girl cannot stop him from dating other girls he likes, otherwise, it would be better to part ways amicably. As I said before, having a system gives us confidence. He didn't want to be confined, he wanted to experience all kinds of lives, including relationships. Wu Luoyao nodded and then asked, will you stay with her forever and love only her forever? Jiang Weidong shook his head and said very frankly, it's hard to say whether we can be together forever. It's probably difficult to love only her. You understand, right? There are so many beautiful girls in this world, it's inevitable to be tempted. Wu Luoyao was annoyed and snorted coldly, I don't understand. I think that relationships between men and women should be aimed at marriage. If you can't guarantee that you will love someone forever, then don't start. Thinking about how happy Wang Ruijin had been returning to the dormitory recently, Wu Luoyao worried that Wang Ruijin would be even more heartbroken if she separated from Jiang Weidong in the future. She couldn't help but hate Jiang Weidong even more, and opened her mouth, almost cursing him out. Jiang Weidong was her boss, which stopped her from saying anything unpleasant. However, noticing Jiang Weidong's indifferent gaze out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but say, "Mr. Jiang, Xiao Jin is still a naive college student. She longs for romantic love and hopes to have a beautiful relationship. I don't think you should take advantage of her because of this. This is not the behavior of a gentleman." Jiang Weidong wasn't angry. He said the same thing again, it wasn't worth it. He was very open-minded now. "I didn't take advantage of her naivety," Jiang Weidong responded calmly. "Actually, I was just having fun with her. The intimate behavior was all spontaneous and happened naturally. I didn't make any promises to her, and I didn't lie to her with sweet words. I'm too lazy to do that. If she doesn't want to continue, she can leave anytime, I won't pester her." Wu Luoyao nodded, then turned and went back to her room. She sat down, looking excitedly at the voice recorder in her hand, which had recorded everything that had just been said. Hearing these recordings, Xiao Jin will finally see the error of her ways this time. Chapter 21. 18-year-old sports student. At 5:49 p.m., Wu Luoyao returned to her dormitory. Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu were not there, only Wang Ruijin was in the dormitory. She was wearing an adorable Lolita miniskirt and filming a short video. Seeing this, Wu Luoyao quietly closed the door and stood aside. After Wang Ruijin finished filming the short video, she asked curiously, "Xiao Jin, why did you think of making short videos? Making money is important. I don't know what kind of job I should do. Someone suggested I consider live streaming. Public administration is indeed a very awkward major." Wu Luoyao nodded in agreement, then asked, "Where are Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu?" "They went to eat. Why didn't I take you with me?" Wu Luoyao pouted and added, "Also, don't tell them everything about you. It'll have a bad influence if it gets out." Wang Ruijin chuckled and explained, "They want to take the postgraduate entrance exam, so they need to finish their meal early so they can go to study. With a poor job market, students are feeling lost, and their only options are to take the postgraduate entrance exam or the civil service exam, or simply put it off for now." Wu Luoyao didn't want to continue discussing Xu Ying and Wang Bingyu. She wasn't on good terms with these two roommates. She smiled smugly, then turned around and locked the door. Only then did she take out a voice recorder. "Xiao Jin, let me play you a recording." "What recording?" "You'll see once you listen to it. I didn't edit it at all, and it's not AI generated." She then pressed the play button on the recorder, and her conversation with Jiang Weidong subsequently echoed throughout the company. After the video finished playing, Wu Luoyao said, "Did you hear that? He can't guarantee that he'll only love you. He's a scumbag. However, he is a decent person, he pays wages on time and doesn't interfere with our work. If you break it off now, he won't bother you." Wang Ruijin wasn't listening to Wu Luoyao, she kept looking at the recording pen. For some reason, she was pessimistic about romantic relationships and did not believe in lasting love. But she was still young, and hanging out with Jiang Weidong was indeed very relaxing and comfortable. Jiang Weidong was handsome and fit her aesthetic. Sometimes, she would suddenly think that being with Jiang Weidong for the rest of her life might be a good choice. But the sound of the recorder completely shattered her idea. It got dark much faster today. Just after 6 o'clock, several dark clouds had gathered in the sky. There was almost no light in the dormitory. The loudspeakers outside the dormitory building were playing Jay Cho's All the Way North, the cool melody seemingly capable of lowering the temperature. Wang Ruijin felt a little upset, and she even wanted to cry and wail, but she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, I didn't take it seriously anyway. Since he said that, it's even better. I was worried that he would bother me." Seeing her friend's nonchalant expression, Wu Luoyao was delighted. "That's great, Xiao Jin. You're even stronger than I imagined. Come on, it's my treat. I'll treat you to a big meal." Wang Ruijin nodded, stepped forward and took Wu Luoyao's hand. "Okay, let's go." Holding her best friend's hand, she felt much more at ease. What was he doing at the company today? What else can we do? Watch borderline videos and look at pretty girls, of course. Wu Luoyao paused for a moment, then continued, "Xu Yuyan's short drama project is about to start. He's increased his investment by 50,000 yuan. I read Xu Yuyan's script yesterday, and I thought it was quite well written. These kinds of melodramatic short dramas are all the rage now. Whether the short drama will become a hit depends on luck, and it's uncertain whether the 50,000 yuan will go down the drain. Sigh, this is my entire year's salary. I'm really worried he'll lose money and then close down, heartbroken. She had previously submitted her resume to many other MCN companies, but no one responded. She considered herself beautiful, but to her surprise, not a single company showed any interest in her, which was a significant blow to her. She became even more hesitant to leave Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. She just hopes this company will stay open for a long time so she can steadily earn 3,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin couldn't help but think, he must be feeling terrible if he loses money. By the end of September, Jiang Weidong's third company was established. As before, the signboard of Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company is a red paper, written by the landlord. Jiang Weidong pasted the red paper on the wall of the third room on the first floor. He himself will work on the fourth floor, and from now on, he won't have to worry about disturbing his employees' work by watching short videos on the fourth floor. He considers himself an excellent boss and is willing to create a quiet and comfortable environment for his employees. That morning, Wu Luoyao went to work as usual. As soon as she arrived at the company, she saw a tall, slender girl, probably 1.8 meters tall, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, black sweatpants, and sneakers. The girl looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She had dyed blonde hair, an oval face, big double eyelids, and a small mouth. She was very pretty. It was late September, the weather was getting colder, and many people started wearing long sleeves. This girl was wearing short sleeves, and she had a kind of energy that ordinary girls don't have. Her upper body is of average size, but her lower body is extraordinary. Wearing loose-fitting sweatpants, you can still see her straight and powerful legs, and her buttocks are perky, giving people a strong visual impact. Upon seeing this girl, Wu Luoyao was reminded of the female athletes at school. This girl is just pretty as she could be a beauty blogger without even doing sports. Hello, my name is Chunan, and I work for Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company. From now on, I will be responsible for the cleaning of floors 1 through 4 here. Wu Luoyao already knew that Jiang Weidong was going to establish his third company. She secretly despised Jiang Weidong's behavior, thinking that this scumbag was going to recruit a new beautiful female college student. I just didn't expect to find people so quickly. She is such a beautiful and healthy girl. This girl seems quite kind, she doesn't seem like a snob. Hello, my name is Wu Luoyao. You look so young, are you 18 years old or not? Chunan smiled and said, I turned 18 2 months ago. Wu Luoyao nodded, then sat down and chatted with Chunan for a while, understanding Chunan's situation. It turns out that Chunan was indeed a girl who practiced sports, but she did not continue to university and started working after graduating from high school. Knowing about Chunan's situation, Wu Luoyao secretly complained, Jiang Weidong is such a scumbag. He's 10 years older than her and still wants to seduce her. I've never seen such a disgusting man. Why can't he find someone his own age, around 27 or 28? No, I can't let such a cheerful and healthy girl be harmed by him. I'm going to tell her what Jiang Weidong really is. Also, I need to tell Xiao Jin about this so she can better understand Jiang Weidong's scumbag nature. Just as Wu Luoyao was lost in thought, Chunan pulled out a pack of Jinsheng cigarettes from his pocket and asked Wu Luoyao, want one? No need. Wu Luoyao's brain has gone blank. Chunan nodded, stuffed Jinsheng back into her pocket, and then said, Sister Guo, I want to pursue the boss. Do you know what the boss's hobbies are? Chapter 22. It's the 26th again, the system's payday. Jiang Weidong opened the system panel as soon as he got up and washed up in the morning. Their host will receive a base salary of 435,000 for working for 1 month. If their host is optimistic and cheerful at work and receives the Advanced Employee Award, the salary will double. If their host is relaxed and healthy at work and receives the Excellent Employee Award, the salary will double. 435,000 times 2 times 2 is equal to 1,740,000. Their host works for 2 companies simultaneously, and his salary is doubled. 174,000 x 2 equals 348,000. Their host's salary last month was 3,480,000 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw it? Jiang Weidong was overjoyed that working for 2 companies at the same time could double his income. Next month I'll be working at 3 companies simultaneously. Will that triple my salary? He hired a female employee for Haichang Fenghua Cleaning Company the day before yesterday, and now he can log the new company and new position into the system panel. He then logged into the new company and job titles, which were the same as before, such as CEO, CFO, Art Director, Project Manager, and so on. The system quickly calculated the salaries, and the total salary for the 10 positions at Haichang Fenghua Cleaning Company was 215,000. He took out his phone and used a calculator to calculate his salary for next month. If it tripled, he would have 7.8 million. Awesome, I'll be able to buy a house in Haichang soon. He took several deep breaths to calm his agitated emotions before making the extraction. He spent some money this month, and now he has 950,000 yuan left in his bank account. After withdrawing my salary from the system, my bank card balance reached 4.43 million. Har, even without the system, I could just lie down and relax back in my small county town now. Jiang Weidong looked at the bank card information and nodded in satisfaction. He then wanted to celebrate. However, they quickly realized it was morning and they couldn't celebrate. In addition, he has no other close friends in Lingang new area besides the friends he met while playing ball. Should we go see Wang Ruijin and share this with her? Let's just forget about it and wish each other well. After talking with Guo Luoyao that day, Wang Ruijin deliberately distanced herself from him. Jiang Weidong could understand he didn't want to force Wang Ruijin, nor would he pursue her. There is no woman in the world worth pursuing right now. His confident out with the old, in with the new. Since you can't accept his promiscuity, then break it off. Anyway, he won't like women. Let's go for a run and get some exercise. He has maintained a regular exercise routine and eats very well, consuming beef, lamb, and seafood every day. Now he is in even better health, and he feels that he has reached about 90% of his peak physical condition, far exceeding that of his peers. Shortly after, Jiang Weidong went out wearing a tracksuit. There is a small river outside the Shuidihu residential area, with well-maintained running tracks and green belts on both sides of the river. Many elderly people run and exercise here in the morning. There are relatively few young people. Cattle and horses work too hard and are mostly unwilling to get up early. It was late September, and the morning air was a bit chilly. Jiang Weidong exhaled a few breaths of cool air and then warmed up. I bought summer clothes last time, and I'm going to buy a few sets of autumn clothes this morning. He felt the weather was getting colder and it was time to change his clothes. Just as he was warming up, a fragrant aroma wafted over. He looked up and saw a beautiful, tall girl with an oval face. She wore a sports short-sleeve top and sharkskin pants, showing off her shapely and straight legs. These legs are really beautiful. Any discerning man knows that this kind of leg shape is aesthetically pleasing. Those celebrities with such skinny legs are just disgusting to look at. The girl naturally saw Jiang Weidong, her almond-shaped eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then she smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Good morning, boss. The girl was Chunan, an employee of Haichang Fenghua Cleaning Company. Good morning. Jiang Weidong smiled and nodded. Who doesn't like a beautiful woman, let alone a girl like Chunan who is very healthy and obviously free of illness? To be honest, if he hadn't obtained the system, he would have been very resistant to girls like Chunan approaching him. The main reason is that Chunan is young, only 18 years old, and he feels that he cannot control her. But my mindset has changed now. He wouldn't refuse anyone who is an adult, beautiful, kind, and has a good personality. Chunan stopped in front of Jiang Weidong. An old man passing by saw Chunan and couldn't help but look behind her. She has such a great figure that she attracts attention. Chunan felt those gazes and was annoyed, but because Jiang Weidong was beside her, she refrained from swearing in order to maintain her ladylike image. Boss, do you want to go for a run? Yes, we'll run after warming up. How long will it take? It takes half an hour to an hour, it varies. We'll rest when we get tired. Exercising every day doesn't necessarily mean you'll be healthy, your body needs rest. Therefore, many experienced riders will run for 1 day and rest for 1 day, or run for 4 days and rest for 3 days. Jiang Weidong, on the other hand, depends on his physical condition. If he feels good, he'll run around. If he feels tired, he'll rest. He doesn't set a time, nor does he care about mileage or pace. If you have the energy, go faster. If you don't, go slower or rest. What nonsense! He runs for enjoyment and relaxation, not to show off his achievements on social media or to push his limits. Those who truly understand know that good health comes from proper care. Chunan looked Jiang Weidong up and down, feeling that Jiang Weidong had a good physique and could be compared with his high school classmates. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and his eyes became more amused. "Boss, I'll run with you." "Good." A moment later, the two started running. Sometimes Chunan would run ahead, and Jiang Weidong could see the curves behind her, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. In China, girls tend to favor fair-skinned, young, and slim figures, and very few girls work out their glutes. Chunan's figure is 1 in 100. Moreover, she trained in hurdles in high school, so her legs are strong and straight, which looks more natural and better than those short videos that specifically train the buttocks. Many elderly men, seeing Jiang Weidong and Chunan running together, would give him a thumbs up, seemingly congratulating him on finding such a beautiful female companion. After running for 20 minutes, Jiang Weidong couldn't keep going. It wasn't that he lacked physical strength, but rather that he hadn't had sex for several months and was feeling restless. Not wanting to embarrass himself, he sped up, overtook Chunan, and ran ahead of her to avoid being distracted. He ran too fast, lost his rhythm, and after running for another 20 minutes, he couldn't run anymore. "Brother Dong, are you tired?" Chunan caught up with him, a half smile on his face. Jiang Weidong guessed that this brat probably knew what had just happened, and rolled his eyes. "I'm not running anymore, let's have breakfast." "Brother Dong, take me there." She changed how she addressed people. Jiang Weidong thought of some stories about girls hooking up with rich guys and chuckled to himself. Although he was tempted just now, he wasn't an uncontrollable pervert. "Let's go." Jiang Weidong took Chunan to a nearby breakfast shop and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Chunan ordered a bowl of pig's feet noodles. After breakfast, Jiang Weidong was about to say goodbye to Chunan when Chunan reached out and tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Dong, I rent a place nearby, but it doesn't have a private bathroom. Can I take a shower at your place?" Chapter 23. There are bathrooms on the second and third floors. Across from the Waterdrop Lake residential area is an old residential area called Zijin Maiyuan, where most of the buildings are 5-story villas. It must be over 20 years old. The exterior walls are grey, and some surfaces are even covered with moss. Chunan rented a place here. She ran upstairs, quickly took out her keys, and pushed open the door. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room suite, with 3 people living in each room, for a total of 9 people. Chunan went straight to his room, pushed open the door, and saw a girl sitting on the bed and another girl sprawled on the sofa. The girl sitting on the bed is named Ma Qinyu, and the girl sprawled on the sofa is named Sui Lanlan. At this moment, Ma Qinyu was playing on her phone with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Sui Lanlan was in a daze, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. These 2 people were Chunan's friends. She frowned and cursed, "I'll smoke you to death. Stop smoking, you stink, you reek of smoke, like a cesspool." Ma Qinyu was taken aback when she heard this, then laughed and said, "Oh my, you bought this pack of cigarettes for me. How come you can smoke them but I can't? Stop smoking. From now on, don't smoke when you're with me. I can't have the smell of smoke on me." Ma Qinyu and the confused Sui Lanlan both looked over. Chunan continued, "My boss doesn't like smoking, you understand." She then called out to Sui Lanlan, "Hurry up and wash up. You have to go to work soon. If you're late, your manager will fine you your wages." After saying that, she opened a wardrobe, took out a clean set of clothes, and then tried to find a decent bag, but couldn't find one anywhere. "Where are the bags? Didn't I have 2 Gucci bags before?" Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu exchanged a glance and gave an awkward smile. "I took it to the store to show off the day before yesterday. When I came back, I bought a watermelon, so I put it in the bag, and the bag tore. I brought it to the factory, but I don't know which bastard stole it." Chunan was furious and punched each of them, saying, "My boss is waiting for me downstairs. He'll settle accounts with you tonight." Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu were both 18 years old, poor students who failed to get into university, with average looks and average figures. They placed their hopes for success on Chunan, and excitedly surrounded him when they heard his words. "Nan, did you win over that boss?" "No, but it will be soon. I plan to sleep with him tonight." Even though Chunan was usually oblivious, she still blushed when the conversation continued. Ma Qinyu gave a thumbs up, "You're really amazing, Nan, keep it up." When you become a rich wife, don't forget to help us out. Sui Lanlan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Nan Nan, you two have only known each other for a short time. If you sleep with him so quickly, won't he think you're too casual and look down on you? Chunan smiled confidently, no one can refuse me. Nan Nan. Don't say anything, I'm sure I can handle him. After saying that, Chunan picked up a relatively clean plastic bag, put her clothes in it, and hurriedly left. Jiang Weidong brought Chunan back home. He glanced at Chunan, who was sitting upright and breathing heavily, and chuckled, there are bathrooms on the second and third floors. Go upstairs to shower. Upon hearing this, Chunan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Dong. She hurriedly followed him upstairs. I arrived at the bathroom on the third floor, locked the door, and then turned on the water to take a shower. While washing her hands, she caught a glimpse of a girl with a great figure in the mirror out of the corner of her eye, and she leaned closer. She turned on some hot water, and the bathroom was filled with steam, making the mirror a little blurry. She reached out and wiped the steam off the mirror, making the image in the mirror clearer. The girl in the mirror had big eyes, an oval face, a great figure, and even faintly visible abs. She also had a pair of long, straight, and round legs. She thought of her old home, the cramped bathroom in the rented room, where 9 people would fight for the bathroom in the morning, and every time she went to wash up, she could smell the stench of feces left by the person in front of her. At night, it was noisy, and every month they would argue about the water and electricity bills. I can't go back and continue living there. I'll definitely be tempted to hit someone. After observing him for about half a month, he should be trustworthy. Besides herself, only Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu knew that Chunan had come to Haicheng and started looking for work. She had done a few jobs, but none of them lasted long. She would be fired after 5 days at most. Working on the assembly line, she was new and slow, which made her disliked by others. She couldn't stand it and argued with her colleagues. Working as a waitress in a restaurant, she couldn't stand the customers' ambiguous gazes and flirtatious words, so she lost her temper and started arguing with them. Even when she went out to hand out flyers, she couldn't help but argue with strangers who asked for her WeChat. She's like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. For the past 20 days or so, she has been loitering around the area and has seen Jiang Weidong several times. I saw him running along the river, I saw him playing basketball on the basketball court, I saw him playing golf on the golf course. Chunan quickly realized that Jiang Weidong had money and time, which she greatly envied. She inexplicably thought of her father's words, once you've set a goal, just do it. A crazy idea began to grow in her mind, she would use Jiang Weidong to start her own business. So she secretly investigated and found out that Jiang Weidong had opened a new company and was hiring. She immediately went to apply for the job, which led to their encounter this morning. Since I've made the decision, I won't regret it. She mustered her courage, blushing as she opened the bathroom door. There is no deadbolt, it can be opened with a gentle push from the outside. Feeling the heat escaping, not only did her face turn red, but her neck and ears also turned red. However, she continued washing, but even after scrubbing 5 times, Jiang Weidong still didn't come over. Am I unattractive, or is he too upright? Chunan looked at herself in the mirror and then changed into the clothes she had brought. She wore a light green short-sleeved shirt paired with skinny jeans, which perfectly showcased her figure. When she returned to the first floor with her clothes, Jiang Weidong had already taken a shower and changed his clothes. Brother Dong, can I borrow your washing machine to do laundry? Sure, and please bring my clothes with you. Chunan nodded happily, took Jiang Weidong's clothes and her own clothes and threw them into the washing machine, then started a quick wash. Brother Dong, are you going to work later? Jiang Weidong shook his head. I'm not going this morning. I plan to buy a few sets of autumn clothes. It's getting cold, and I can't wear my summer clothes anymore. Chunan's heart skipped a beat. I can go with you. I know how to buy men's clothes. I used to buy all my dad's clothes for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong smiled and looked at Chunan. He wasn't stupid, he naturally knew that Chunan was deliberately getting close to him. It couldn't be that she was captivated by his handsome appearance, nor could it be that she was intoxicated by his unique charm. The only reason, I'm afraid, is money. To be honest, he wasn't opposed to it. He had so much money, and he was going to spend it anyway. If someone could make him happy, he was willing to pay for it. Moreover, Chunan is such a beautiful girl. He couldn't help but think of Wang Ruijin and sighed inwardly, I'm such a jerk, it's a good thing she broke up with me. He nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go together after we've hung the clothes out to dry. Chapter 24 Grandma should like it. Although Lingang New area is relatively remote, it is still part of Haicheng, and its shopping malls are better than those in most third-tier cities in China. There is a Wonder Plaza near Waterdrop Lake, which houses many well-known brands. The neighborhood middle class and college students like to hang out there. Jiang Weidong brought Chunan to Wonder Plaza and then headed straight for the luxury goods section on the third floor. Just as Jiang Weidong was about to head to the Gucci store closest to the elevator, Chunan tugged at his sleeve, Brother Dong, can we go to the Dior store inside? She explained, Dior is a French brand, just as fashionable, and it's more suitable for men's sizes in our country. Also, I have a friend who works as a sales clerk at Dior. Could you do some business for her? Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected Chunan to offer suggestions right away. Is this a compliance test? Or is it out of genuine loyalty, wanting to help a good friend? He was too lazy to think about it. If he felt uncomfortable, he would immediately distance himself from Chunan. In addition, in his eyes, Gucci and Dior are no different. He will try on the clothes later. If they look good, he can buy them at Dior. If they don't look good, he will go to another store. Can. Chunan was overjoyed, thank you, Brother Dong. I'll have Lan treat you to a late night snack tonight. Need not. To be honest, he doesn't care about many things, but he is very cautious about his own safety. He could go to Liangxi banquet with Wang Ruijin, after all, it was a big brand, with cameras installed everywhere, so no one should take the risk of doing anything illegal. It was obvious that Chunan's friend wouldn't invite him to a famous restaurant for a late-night snack. He was worried about being set up if he ate at a roadside food stall. Chunan didn't think too much about it. She happily led Jiang Weidong to the Dior boutique and then waved to Sui Lanlan. Sui Lanlan hurried over and, upon seeing Jiang Weidong, was surprised by his good looks. She respectfully said, Hello, sir, welcome to the Dior boutique. We've just received a new batch of men's autumn wear, and with your appearance and demeanor, you'd look absolutely stunning in them. Jiang Weidong nodded and smiled, take me to see. Sui Lanlan led Jiang Weidong over to see this year's autumn collection. Jiang Weidong wasn't very good at dressing up. When he worked at Jinyuan Group, he always wore white shirts and suits, looking like an insurance salesman from the beginning to the end of the year. The limited amount of casual wear he wore was all bought by Yu Jingning. When he bought summer clothes before, he asked the sales clerk to help him choose them. He turned to Chunan, help me pick out a few sets. Chunan nodded, then stepped forward to negotiate with Sui Lanlan, and selected 3 outfits that looked good. Jiang Weidong noticed that she didn't choose the expensive ones, but rather the ones that fit her well. Let's choose 2 more sets. Chunan exclaimed in surprise, Brother Dong, these 3 sets cost almost 60,000 yuan in total. It's okay, let's choose 2 more sets. Chunan then picked out 2 more outfits, and Jiang Weidong followed her to the fitting room to change. Sui Lanlan and Chunan stood outside. She whispered, Nan, he's practically a god. He's handsome, tall, and rich. You have to seize this opportunity. I was worried you'd get taken advantage of, but now it seems the sooner we secure this deal, the better. Chunan chuckled, don't worry, no one can refuse me. Jiang Weidong came out quickly. He had a good figure, and the clothes Chunan had chosen fit him well. All 5 outfits looked good on him, so he bought them all for a total price of 96,300. A moment later, Sui Lanlan bent over, almost kowtowing to the ground, and said excitedly, thank you for coming, Mr. Jiang. You are already a VIP customer of our store. We have some small gifts for you. Would it be convenient for us to add your contact information so that we can let you know as soon as we have new clothes? Jiang Weidong chuckled, no need to add me on WeChat. Don't you know Chunan? Just tell her if you have any new clothes. Sui Lanlan glanced at Chunan and immediately nodded, okay, I wish you a pleasant shopping experience and a happy life. Jiang Weidong nodded and left. The clothes and gifts were left at the store, and they were delivered to my door when I returned to Waterdrop Lake. He took Chunan to the supermarket and they bought some daily necessities. After shopping at the supermarket, just as Jiang Weidong was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful and dazzling gold bracelet out of the corner of his eye. This is a bracelet displayed in the center of the Zokai jewelry store counter. Unlike other delicate gold bracelets, this gold bracelet is visibly thick, uncarved, and has a smooth surface. It's a plain tire-shaped bracelet, exuding a domineering aura that other bracelets lack. It's really too thick, somewhat like Shangguan Jin Hong's dragon and phoenix golden rainbow. He felt like he could use it to smash someone. Wearing this thing definitely makes you look extravagant. Grandma will probably like it. Older people like to wear gold and silver jewelry, and Jiang Weidong immediately thought of his grandmother who lived in the countryside. He decided to buy one for her and asked the salesperson to wrap it up. The waiter was surprised by the customer's willingness to agree and excitedly said that it was no problem. This gold bracelet costs 91,000. Chunan didn't expect Jiang Weidong to buy it directly. So, today's purchase will cost 200,000. Her father used to be a businessman and had some assets, but he had never been as extravagant as Jiang Weidong. She couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Weidong, "Brother Dong, who is this for?" "For my grandma." Upon hearing this, Chunan looked at Jiang Weidong with a much gentler gaze. "Brother Dong, does your grandmother live with your parents?" "We don't live together. My parents live in the city, and my grandma lives in the countryside." "Then, aren't you afraid that grandma will give the bracelet to someone else?" The bracelet, worth over 90,000 yuan, could easily cause a fight among the younger generation if it is not distributed evenly. When Chunan's father was successful, he bought some gold and silver jewelry for her grandparents. Later, when her father's business failed, her grandparents wanted to return the good things they had received in the early years to her father, but this was opposed by her uncles and aunts, which caused a very unpleasant situation. Jiang Weidong was slightly taken aback. He didn't care whether his grandmother would give it to someone else, but given her personality, he was afraid it would put her in a very difficult position. Giving grandma such an expensive gold bracelet as a gift might cause her some trouble. After thinking for a moment, I said to the waiter, "Please also wrap up another gold bracelet of the same style for me, and also pick out a pair of earrings for an elderly person to wear. They don't need to be too heavy, just nice looking." The waiter, being well informed, quickly understood Jiang Weidong's intention and selected a pair of earrings for him costing just over 10,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong was very satisfied. He swiped his card to pay and had the Zokai store staff deliver it to his home. He was in a great mood and explained to Chunan, "These two gold bracelets are for my parents, and the earrings are for my grandma. We don't have a safe at home, so come with me to buy one. Then I'll treat you to dinner as a way of thanking you for helping me earlier." "Of course," Chunan said with a smug smile, then added, "Brother Dong, you are so filial. Your uncle, aunt, and grandma must be very happy. She likes men who are filial. She believes that men should respect their elders." Jiang Weidong spent nearly 200,000 yuan on gold jewelry for his parents and grandmother. In her opinion, this was the most handsome moment of Jiang Weidong's day. She then thought of her bold statement from that morning and couldn't help but hesitate. "If I sleep with him tonight, will he look down on me?" Chapter 25. Chunan, playing golf. At 10 p.m., Chunan returned to her rented room in the Zijin Maiyuan residential area. The moment she pushed open the door, Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu looked over together. Ma Qinyu asked, puzzled, "Didn't you want to sleep with that boss Jiang?" Sui Lanlan asked worriedly, Nan, did you offend him?" Chunan shook her head, took 2 steps forward, and then threw herself heavily onto the bed. "Pour me a glass of water." Sui Lanlan opened the water bottle and poured a glass of water for Chunan. Chunan finished drinking the water and then recounted what had happened that day. She accompanied Jiang Weidong shopping in the morning, went to his company with him in the afternoon, and went to Jiang Weidong's villa to play games together in the evening. To give Chunan a better gaming experience, Jiang Weidong bought a new computer so the two of them could play Crossfire together. After listening, Ma Qinyu was still puzzled. "Didn't you make a move? Lean against him, or hook your leg." Chunan blushed and rolled her eyes at Ma Qinyu, then said loudly, "I've changed my plans. I can't sleep with him so soon. I need to give him the feeling of being in love, and make him like me." Her previous plan was just a deal. But she wants more now. Ma Qinyu pouted, "You slept with him and he still likes you, doesn't he? What era are we living in? Still talking about dating. Besides, do you even know how to date? Back in school, all those boys who chased after you, you chased them all away with your insults. You were always yelling at people, do you even know that the boys called you Chunan the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chunan smiled confidently. Lan Lan, have you told her yet? Sui Lan Lan looked over, puzzled. Chunan smiled and said, when you were in the shop during the day, you saw me and Brother Dong. Did you think we were a perfect match? Sui Lan Lan nodded. Yes, they are a good match. Chunan continued, when I was in school, I looked down on those arrogant kids. None of them knew how to make money, they acted like the sons of the richest man, and they didn't know how to be filial to their elders. I couldn't stand them, so I started cursing them. Things are different now. Dong Ji earns his own money, and I respect him. Being with him has made me much more patient, and I can finally become a lady. Just then, a foul odor wafted in from outside. The place is rather old-fashioned. For example, the bathroom door is over 20 years old, and it has shrunk a bit and can't be closed tightly. If someone is defecating in the bathroom and the exhaust fan isn't on, the smell can easily escape. Chunan's expression changed drastically, and he yelled outside, "You idiot, it stinks! Is this year's worth of poop? Turn on the ventilation. Are you trying to kill us with the stench?" Upon hearing this, Marchinyu giggled, "Is this what a lady is?" Chunan snorted coldly, "The feng shui of Zijin Plum Garden is bad, and it clashes with my birth chart. It's located in Waterdrop Lake. I have a very good temper. Today, while playing games, some bastard tricked me several times, but I didn't curse him. Or, being with you guys is so annoying. I feel so much better when I'm with Dong Ji." Marchinyu continued to retort. Sui Lan Lan looked at Chunan with a mixture of worry and envy. She sensed that Chunan had developed feelings for Jiang Weidong, and she wasn't sure if it was good or bad. The following morning, Chunan arrived at the company in Jiang Weidong's car and immediately rolled up her sleeves and got to work. The company mainly operates on one floor, which has a high concentration of people and is prone to generating trash that requires cleaning. Other floors can be swept along more quickly. When Chunan saw Guo Luoyao and Xu Yuyan, she loudly greeted them as, "Hello, sister." Xu Yuyan was quite busy, so she smiled and chatted for a few words before leaving in a hurry. Guo Luoyao stood at the door with her thermos in hand. She glanced at Chunan and decided to talk to her. "Chunan, did you go shopping with President Jiang yesterday?" When Guo Luoyao learned that Chunan was going to actively pursue Jiang Weidong, she was quite shocked and didn't know how to persuade him for a while. "Yesterday, while browsing Chunan's WeChat moments, I saw pictures of Chunan and Jiang Weidong shopping together. She secretly complained and sent the picture to Wang Ruijin, who replied, 'I know.'" Guo Luoyao felt that Wang Ruijin should have lost her charm over Jiang Weidong and completely recognized his scumbag nature, which made her very happy. Arriving at the company, she saw Chunan dressed in sportswear, radiating youthful energy. She felt that such a wonderful girl shouldn't waste her time on a scumbag like Jiang Weidong, and couldn't help but want to advise Chunan. Chunan nodded. "I bought 5 sets of autumn clothes for Brother Dong." "Brother Dong?" Guo Luoyao was unsure if she was meddling, and stared blankly at Chunan. What if she tells Jiang Weidong? It's not easy to find a job these days. Should I say it or not? Seeing that Guo Luoyao didn't speak, Chunan smiled and asked, "Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong?" She is tall, but her smile is adorable. She has an oval face and crescent-shaped eyes, just like a little fox. Guo Luoyao considered the risk of losing her job, but she couldn't ignore the fact that Jiang Weidong was ruining such a beautiful girl. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Chunan, you can't tell President Jiang what I'm telling you, okay? Can't we tell him?" "Cannot." Chunan readily agreed, "Okay, I won't tell him." Guo Luoyao nodded. "Chunan, you're only 18, right? I don't think you should be with President Jiang. He's 10 years older than you, and is not a faithful person. Look at the companies he runs. He only hires one female employee for each company. He just wants to select concubines. He'll continue to open companies and hire pretty girls next month. Your relationship with him won't last." Chunan chuckled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, Sister Yao Yao. I've known Dong Gij's character for a long time. I'm confident I can win him over and become his last woman. Under my tutelage, he'll definitely be a devoted and good man." Guo Luoyao's eyes widened, and she asked in confusion, "Chunan, are you a relationship expert?" Chunan shook her head. "I've never been in a relationship before, but with my looks, conquering him would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it?" Guo Luoyao didn't understand where Chunan got his confidence from, so she decided to change her perspective. What do you like about him? He's a womanizer and stingy. Don't be fooled by the fact that he owns 3 companies. He doesn't have much money. At most, he has a net worth of a few $100,000. Chunan was stunned. She remembered that Jiang Weidong had spent more than 300,000 yuan yesterday. How could someone who spends money so readily only have a net worth of a few $100,000 yuan? Sister Yao Yao, brother Dong is very rich, and is also very filial and has a great physique. Guo Luoyao assumed that Chunan was engrossed in the recording, just like Wang Ruijin had been before. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and said, "Wait for me, I'll play a recording." Worried that she might lose her previous voice recorder, she saved Jiang Weidong's recording to her phone. A moment later, after Jiang Weidong's recording finished playing, Guo Luoyao looked at Chunan and said solemnly, "Now you know, right? A man like him can't possibly be faithful." Chunan didn't take it to heart. She snapped her fingers and said confidently, "Sister Yao Yao, I'm not an ordinary woman. I can definitely handle him." Just then, Jiang Weidong's voice rang out from outside, "Chunan, want to go play golf?" Chunan's eyes lit up. "Go ahead, brother Dong, wait for me." She noticed the somewhat panicked look in Guo Luoyao's eyes and chuckled, "Sister Yao Yao, I keep my word. I definitely won't tell him what just happened, so you don't need to worry." Chapter 26. We will be your witness. Jiang Weidong is a regular at the Colson International Entertainment Center, where he often plays golf. He led Chunan to the edge of the golf course, where they saw 2 boys driving a golf cart towards them. One of them was Gao Yan, Wang Ruijin's classmate. "Mr. Jiang, please get in the car." Gao Yan drove faster and spoke first, getting ahead of his colleagues. Jiang Weidong's golf skills are getting better and better, so being Jiang Weidong's caddy is much easier as you don't have to run around as much. Moreover, Jiang Weidong is always generous to his caddies, always giving them a 200 yuan tip. He became a hot commodity at the Coulson Recreation Center golf course, with caddies eager to serve him. According to Gao Yan's understanding, Jiang Weidong has already broken up with Wang Ruijin, and he finds Jiang Weidong more agreeable. Jiang Weidong chuckled and shook his head, "You follow Chunan and give her proper guidance." Having played golf for a long time, he has gained a deep understanding of the professional abilities of these caddies. Gao Yang has extensive theoretical knowledge and is very suitable for guiding beginners. He had done a very good job guiding Wang Ruijin before. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang took the opportunity to look at Chunan. Seeing that this woman was taller than him and her legs were longer than his life, he couldn't help but marvel and admire Jiang Weidong even more. This is so great. This is what a truly enjoyable life is like. He then politely said, "Miss Chu, please get in the car. I will serve you throughout the day." The golf cart headed towards the first hole. Chunan looked Gao Yang up and down, then asked, "How are Donggij's ball skills?" "Very good, Mr. Jiang is an expert." "Really? How does it compare to other players?" "Really, Mr. Jiang can finish 18 holes in under 90 strokes when he plays well, and he can finish in under 100 strokes when he plays average. In our golf course, he is already considered an amateur expert." Chunan nodded, "Then you should teach me properly later, and I will learn seriously." She thought for a moment and then said, "Let's add each other on WeChat. I can contact you if I need anything." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. According to his understanding, only handsome or charming caddies would get customers to add them on WeChat. Now that Chunan had added him on WeChat, did she have a crush on him? Had his luck turned around? He couldn't help but get excited. He then opened the storage compartment of the golf cart, frantically pulled out his phone, and added Chunan on WeChat. Chunan scrolled through Gao Yang's WeChat moments and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You're still a college student?" Gao Yang became even more excited and nodded, "Yes, I'll be graduating in a year. I plan to save money this year and try to start my own business after graduation." Chunan admired the boy's fighting spirit and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Then I wish you success in your business and that you become a rich boss." Gao Yang chuckled to himself, feeling that Chunan must have feelings for him to have talked to him so much. The thought of a top beauty like Chunan being with Jiang Weidong made me feel sorry for her. He was a little conflicted. After all, he had served Jiang Weidong several times before, and Jiang Weidong was quite generous. However, thinking that this might be his opportunity, he couldn't help but ask, "Student Chu, what is your relationship with Mr. Jiang?" Chunan answered frankly, "We're in a romantic relationship." Is that so? What's the problem? I had a female classmate who dated Mr. Jiang for a while, but they broke up. I'm not trying to advise you, I just want to tell you that Mr. Jiang is a very nice person, rich and generous, but he may be a bit open about relationships. Chunan was taken aback by what he heard, first from Guoluo Yao, then from Jiao Yang, and then from Jiang Weidong's own words. It seems that Jiang Weidong really is a scumbag. So, can I really subdue him? She thought of her original purpose. Am I making a deal with him, or am I dating him? Shortly after, the golf cart arrived at the starting position. Jiang Weidong smiled at Chunan and said, "You beat me this morning, now I'll show you my golf skills." In the morning, the two of them went for a run together, from Water Drop Lake all their way to the sports center, and then ran laps around the track. The two competed in a 4x400 meter race, and Jiang Weidong lost to Chunan by a hair's breadth. "Okay, I understand." Chunan was still somewhat stunned. Jiang Weidong didn't pay any attention and started hitting the ball. After Jiang Weidong finished hitting the ball, Jiao Yang gave Chunan some pointers on how to hit the ball. Chunan took the club and felt its weight. The joy gene in his body seemed to boil, and he felt much more relaxed and refreshed. Listening to Jiao Yang's words, feeling the autumn wind blowing from afar, watching the swaying grass, and smelling the fragrance of flowers in the distant green belt, he raised the club and swung it hard. Despair. With a crisp sound, the golf ball flew high into the air and landed right next to the ball that Jiang Weidong had just hit. Jiang Weidong asked in surprise, "You've practiced before?" Amateur golfers often miss on their first shot, but Chunan not only hit the ball, but her accuracy was also excellent. You could tell from the sound that she hit it smoothly, which shows that her method of applying force was correct. Chunan laughed smugly, "It's not difficult even if you haven't practiced it before." Jiang Weidong chuckled and nodded, "Good talent, keep going." Jiao Yang was also surprised by Chunan's talent, and his liking for Chunan increased even more. He jogged over to find the golf ball. After running a couple of steps, he felt a bit tired, as if he had stayed up for several nights in a row. His forehead was sweating, his body felt empty, and only his two legs were moving mechanically. Jiang Weidong's caddy had arrived long ago. Seeing Jiao Yang running over breathlessly, he chuckled in a low voice, "Brother, went to a brothel last night." "Screw you." Jiao Yang was somewhat annoyed. He has recently been working part-time at a golf course while also taking care of his studies. In addition, he squeezes out 2 hours of exercise every night, either running on the school playground or practicing single and double bars. He wants to have a better physique, but it seems his energy isn't keeping up. Neither Jiang Weidong nor Chunan knew about Jiao Yang's physical condition. The two of them played the game seriously. Chunan is indeed very talented in golf. Every shot he makes is very fluid and pleasing to the eye, and he can accurately hit the ball. If Chunan weren't too old to pursue a professional career, Jiang Weidong would have genuinely suggested she try it. Jiao Yang was very happy to see Chunan perform so well, and he taught Chunan carefully, sharing all his theoretical knowledge with him. Chunan didn't change her clothes. She was wearing a tracksuit. Even though the tracksuit pants were wide-legged, her pert buttocks could still be seen from behind her. At first, Jiao Yang stood to the side and behind the customer, just like the other caddies. Later, with Chunan's permission, he moved forward a few steps and stood to the side and in front of Chunan to avoid embarrassment. Despair. Another beautiful shot. The golf ball soared high into the air and landed on the hill in front of us. Jiao Yang immediately ran towards the hill. He had only taken a few steps when it felt as if someone kicked him in the back of the leg. Immediately afterward, he lost all strength in his right leg, stumbled, rolled twice, and fell to the ground. A sharp pain shot through Jiao Yang's right calf, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Chunan was stunned. Jiang Weidong had already finished the hole and was about to drive to the next hole with his caddy when he saw this and immediately ran over. "What's the matter?" Jiao Yang touched his calf and said, "It hurts here, I can't exert any strength." Jiang Weidong looked over and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. "Don't touch him. Call 120 immediately and have an ambulance come over. Take him to the Department of Sports Medicine at Huashan Hospital in Haicheng." It's one of the top 3 sports medicine departments in our country. Another caddy quickly made a phone call. Chunan, being a sports student, gradually came to understand Gao Yang's situation. Gao Yang looked at Jiang Weidong in confusion. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with my foot? If there are no surprises, it should be an Achilles tendon issue, which could be a tear or a rupture. Don't worry, the Achilles tendon will become stronger after treatment and will not affect your normal exercise. Jiang Weidong is a basketball enthusiast who frequently watches the NBA. He knows a lot about Achilles tendon ruptures, as Durant, Tatum, and Kobe all suffered Achilles tendon ruptures. How long will it take to recover? About a year. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang turned pale. He was still thinking about saving money to start his own business. How can I save money after a year of recovery? Seeing this, Jiang Weidong vaguely understood what was going on. He squatted down and whispered, "You should have signed a work agreement with Coulson Entertainment Center, right?" Signed. Great. After the surgery, have your counselor take the student council members to the managers of Coulson Entertainment Center and ask them for compensation. This is a work injury, so you will definitely receive compensation. If you need proof, you can contact me in Chunan, and we will testify for you. The surgery can't be delayed. Even if the Coulson Entertainment Center doesn't cover the costs, you need to pay for it yourself first. The sooner the better. NBA superstars usually have their X-rays done one day and surgery the next. Jiang Weidong stood with his back to the sun, which conveniently shielded Gao Yang from the glare. His voice was soft, but extremely convincing. Gao Yang stared blankly at Jiang Weidong, a feeling of shame rising in his heart. Because of Wang Ruijin, he often complained that Jiang Weidong was a womanizer. He wanted to thank Jiang Weidong, but he was too ashamed to speak. The golf course manager arrived quickly. Jiang Weidong explained the situation and followed the hospital ambulance. The nurses lifted Gao Yang into the ambulance. Jiang Weidong thought for a moment, then scanned 666 yuan for Gao Yang, saying, "This is your tip. Keep up the good work." Chunan stood to the side and witnessed all of Jiang Weidong's actions, feeling extremely surprised. She knew Jiang Weidong was filial, but she never expected him to be so kind. Gao Yang left in the ambulance. Jiang Weidong raised his chin and said to Chunan, "Keep going. I'm definitely going to beat you." Upon hearing this, Chunan put his hands on his hips and shouted, "What are you so smug about? It's no skill for you to beat me. Let me practice for a few more days, and you definitely won't be a match for me." Jiang Weidong held up his little finger, "You noob, don't make excuses." Another caddy arranged by the golf course rushed over. Chunan jogged and caught up with Jiang Weidong, grabbing his hand, "Don't go, let's start the competition from this hole." Jiang Weidong noticed that Chunan was being more affectionate towards him and laughed, "Just this once, no cheating allowed." "No cheating, let's start the competition here. If you win, I'll give you a reward." Chunan's swing was fine, but his accuracy wasn't good enough. Jiang Weidong finished his hole first and left with his caddy. She propped her club on the grass and squinted as she watched Jiang Weidong's retreating figure. She couldn't help but laugh, then muttered to herself, "I'm such an idiot. I was even thinking of making a deal with him. Someone as kind as him wouldn't be irresponsible. If I were his girlfriend, even if we broke up, he would still support me." Chapter 27: The Late Night Phone Call. It was 10:30 p.m., the sky was dark, and a cool breeze was blowing. In the rental apartment of Zijin Maiyuan, Chunan hummed a song and pushed open the door with nimble steps. Just like a silent phone suddenly turning up the volume and playing non-mainstream songs, bursts of jarring arguments rushed into Chunan's ears. She shook her head speechlessly, then quickly went into her room, slammed the door shut, and collapsed onto the bed to rest. Ma Qinyu wasn't there. Only Sui Lanlan was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. "Where is Xiaoyu? I'm working overtime at the factory, so I probably won't be back until 11 o'clock. It's a rundown factory with pitifully low wages and lots of long shifts." Chunan pursed her lips. She knew the factory where Ma Qinyu worked. It was a cardboard box factory where overtime was frequent, but the wages were low. Sui Lanlan got up, poured Chunan a glass of water, and then asked, "Did you go out to play with your brother?" Chunan sat up, took the water glass, proudly raised his chin, and said, "We went to play golf. I'm very talented, and he's an expert, but I almost beat him on my first try." Give me a few more days to learn, and I'm sure I can beat him. You played golf. I also got a massage. There are massage services at the Coulson Recreation Center. We went there after playing ball, and then we went to his house and played crossfire together. Har har, he was no match for me. I killed him countless times. Seeing her friend's beaming face, Sui Lanlan knew that Chunan had a great time today. Nan Nan, didn't you say you were going to sleep with him right away? Chunan blushed slightly, stood up, put down her water glass, went over and hugged Sui Lanlan, her hands wandering around, and giggled. I was thinking of sleeping with him, and then he would give me money to do business. Let's treat this as a business transaction, with neither of us owing the other anything. However, after spending time with him, I realized he's exactly my ideal boyfriend. I've decided to change my plans and date him. He's a good person and will definitely support my business venture. Sui Lanlan blushed and grabbed Chunan's hand, saying, if you want a man, go find your brother. Don't touch me. She paused for a moment, then said, rich men are hard to settle down with, lots of women will throw themselves at them. If you're going to be with Boss Jiang, you'd better be prepared. That's not necessarily true. My dad used to be a good person. Sui Lanlan hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. The three of them were from the same place. When Chunan's family was wealthy, she had seen Chunan's father walking around with a young woman. Just then, an even more intense argument broke out outside. Chunan rolled her eyes and said, what's wrong? Who knows, we might not argue one day. The noise outside grew louder and louder. Chunan and Sui Lanlan overheard some of the conversation and went outside with serious expressions. Chunan is 1.8 meters tall, and as a sports student, he is quite intimidating. Upon seeing her come out, a girl immediately said, Chunan, come and take a look. There's a hidden camera in our restroom. This isn't over. We have to find the culprit, or our reputations will be ruined, and we might even end up on some small websites. Another girl quickly chimed in, don't get so worked up. The bathroom lights are dimmer than the streetlights, you can't see anything clearly, it won't affect us. Just give your friend a chance, let's let it go this time. The bathroom has both a heated light and an incandescent light. The incandescent light has been used for many years and the light is dim, while the heated light is very bright. Now that the weather is getting cooler, many people turn on the heated light when they take a shower. Chunan quickly understood what was going on and said angrily, stop babbling and call the police. We can't call the police. Liu just installed it this morning and didn't capture any footage. Bullshit, who knows if it's true or false? Liu, you can take out your phone and show it to everyone. Liu is a female roommate. The girls who defended her and the girls who opposed her quickly started arguing again. Chunan found it extremely annoying. She didn't want to appear on some obscure website, so she took out her phone and called the police. The girls who were arguing shut up when they saw her call the police, and looked over with a mixture of wariness and panic. Even the girl who had previously supported calling the police changed her gaze towards her. Damn it, what are you looking at, your mom? Noticing the unusual looks from the girls, Chunan became even more annoyed and turned to go back to her room. Sui Lanlan snorted coldly, are you all idiots? You were the ones shouting that you would call the police, but now you're too scared to say anything. Shortly after, the police arrived and took the group of girls to the police station. The matter was quickly investigated and it was found that Liu had indeed installed the hidden camera that morning. Her boyfriend had registered an account on a small website, intending to sell some videos to their website for money. The police detained Liu and her boyfriend, and the girls were released. Back in the rented room, apart from Sui Lanlan standing on Chunan's side, the other girls looked at Chunan with complicated expressions, some resentful, some dissatisfied, and some frightened. Chunan couldn't stand those looks. She didn't understand why the girls didn't support her when she hadn't done anything wrong. When Ma Qinyu returned, she found out what had happened and scolded the other girls. One girl retorted, Liu only installed it this morning and didn't film anything. Now that she's been detained, her life might be ruined. Damn you, when you want to get married, will your husband see you on those little websites? Don't you ever think about how we'll be ruined? Ma Qinyu immediately retorted. Chunan was very grateful to Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan. She couldn't stand the attitude of the other girls. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She rushed out of the room, cursed loudly, and then slammed the door and left. Nan, where are you going? Looking for my brother Dong. I'm never living here again, it's fucking disgusting. She ran downstairs, her footsteps very noticeable in the old building, just when everyone thought Chunan had really left. Footsteps sounded again. She pushed open the door and strode into the room she shared with Sui Lanlan and Ma Chinyu. She pulled out a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of athletic shorts from the closet and quickly changed into them. It was a bit chilly, so she put on a coat. Noticing Ma Chinyu and Sui Lanlan's gazes, Chunan's pretty face flushed slightly. I don't care anymore, I can't stay in this shabby house for another minute. I'm going to win over Brother Dong tonight. Jiang Weidong had already gone to bed. It's said that Harden frequently goes to nightclubs and goes to practice the next morning with red eyes. However, James gets at least 8 hours of sleep every night and also takes a 2-hour nap at noon. Cristiano Ronaldo is even more extreme, he sleeps for 10 hours every night and takes a nap for 1 or 2 hours at noon. Jiang Weidong highly approves of James and Ronaldo's attitudes toward life, believing that eating and sleeping are the most important things, even more important than exercise. Going to bed early and waking up early has become his unwavering daily routine recently. He was still a little confused when his phone vibrated and Chunan called. Hey, what's up? Brother Dong, I lost to you in golf today, and you haven't given me my reward yet. Chunan's voice rang out. Jiang Weidong was taken aback when he heard this, and couldn't help but think that Wang Ruijin still owed him a KFC meal. It was too late, and he didn't bother to say anything more. Let's talk about it tomorrow. No, right now, I'm already at the entrance of the complex. Chunan paused, then said in a wrong tone, I had a fight with my roommate, and I can't go back. Chapter 28. We are still young, we must exercise restraint. When Jiang Weidong saw Chunan, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. A cold wind was blowing, making it feel cool. There was no one else in front of the community gate except for the old man who guarded the gate, who was dozing off with his neck hunched over and his hands propped up on the table. The old man had the radio on, playing Haicheng music radio. Chunan wore a jacket on top and a pair of athletic shorts on the bottom, revealing her 2 long and muscular legs. These athletic shorts aren't the baggy kind of basketball shorts, they are tight-fitting athletic shorts, similar to sharkskin shorts, and probably less than 15 centimeters long, just enough to cover the important parts of the body. Under the orange streetlights, you could see the muscles in her thighs, which exuded youthful energy. Jiang Weidong glanced at it and couldn't help but think, this is really bad. Chunan placed her hands in front of her abdomen, her fingers intertwined, raindrops dripping from her bangs and clumping together. Her little face was full of nervousness and anticipation. When she saw Jiang Weidong come out, she smiled and excitedly jumped over, leaping up and throwing herself into Jiang Weidong's arms. Jiang Weidong noticed that Chunan's clothes were a little wet. Let's go quickly, don't catch a cold, take a hot shower. Back home, he found a set of pajamas and tossed them to Chunan before going to his room to sleep. This is the perseverance of a man. No matter what happens, he will go to bed early and get up early. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was still very dark outside the window and the neighborhood was still very quiet. Jiang Weidong felt someone climb onto his bed and smelled a strong scent of shower gel. In the dim light of the streetlights, he saw Chunan, whose face was full of tension. What are you doing? Chunan didn't speak, but closed her eyes, pouted, and leaned forward. Her movements were clumsy, unlike those of an experienced person. Jiang Weidong held Chunan down, saying, if you don't speak, I'm calling the police. Chunan suddenly opened her eyes and asked suspiciously, Brother Dong, don't you like women? Jiang Weidong rolled his eyes. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were me, would you sleep with a woman you just met? If someone is good looking, why can't I sleep with them? What if the woman has ulterior motives? Chunan understood Jiang Weidong's concerns and hurriedly said, you've only known me for 3 days, but I've known you for 22 days. I've noticed you for a long time. I've seen you running, playing basketball, and playing golf. Dong Gij, I like you, I want to be your girlfriend. Jiang Weidong remained vigilant. Do you have any evidence? Yes, I have chat history on my phone. I talked about you with my friends. She immediately handed the phone to Jiang Weidong. A moment later, Jiang Weidong put down his phone. All right, I'm going to sleep now. You can leave. Brother Dong, don't you like women? Chunan couldn't believe that any man would refuse her advances.
Jiang Weidong thought for a moment, then asked, "Has Guoluo Yao told you anything about me?"
I did say that. He had just been looking through Chunan's WeChat when he saw Guoluo Yao's message box and immediately realized that the two must be in contact. Since you've said it before, you should know what kind of person I am, right? Chunan smiled confidently, I'm not afraid, I just want to be with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong shook his head and laughed, don't be so sure, you might regret it tomorrow. I have no regrets. Chunan then crawled under the covers and leaned close to Jiang Weidong, saying, Brother Dong, this is my first time. I'm definitely your best girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed and kissed him. 3 days later, Chunan opened her eyes in the morning, looking at Jiang Weidong beside her with a half smile. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, and then she clicked her tongue and kissed him a few times. Are you awake? Remember to go to work later. Jiang Weidong opened his eyes, feeling somewhat guilty as he avoided Chunan's gaze. Physical education students are not to be trifled with. He thought he was strong and healthy, so he decided to back down. For 3 days and 3 nights in a row, he felt he needed to take Liu Wei de Wang pills. Of course, the experience was excellent, and he spoke those words with great determination. If he had any less self-control, he might have ordered takeout and then done something reckless after eating. Chunan didn't get up, but instead hugged Jiang Weidong with a grin. Brother, aren't you going to do your morning exercise? Morning exercise my ass, let's start running again tomorrow morning. I didn't mean running, I meant morning exercise. Nan, we are still young and need to exercise restraint, do you understand? Seeing this, Chunan touched Jiang Weidong's cheek and felt that her brother seemed to have lost some weight, so she smiled and said, all right then, I'll boil some eggs for you. She can't cook, but she can boil eggs. She boiled 8 eggs, planning to eat 3 herself and Jiang Weidong eat 5. Jiang Weidong got up quickly, washed up, and then drank milk and 8 eggs. Chunan sat next to him and hooked her leg around his calf. Jiang Weidong chuckled, do you want to go to work in the future? If not, I'll hire someone else. Chunan is a frontline employee of Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company. Jiang Weidong is worried that if he spends all his time playing with Chunan, the system will determine that the cleaning company is not operating normally, so he is thinking of hiring another person to take charge of the company's work. Brother, what do you think I'm suited to do? You have good athletic ability. If you were 10 years younger, you could choose a sport and pursue a professional career in it. But that's not possible now. What do you want to do? I want to start my own business and make a lot of money. At this point, Chunan stood up, puffed out his chest, and said, I've wanted to do business and make a lot of money since I was a child. Jiang Weidong glanced at Chunan's athletic shorts, thinking of some wonderful experiences, and couldn't help but feel a little distracted. He quickly looked away, planning to come back later that evening. I'll tell you after I finish breakfast. A moment later, the two sat down on the sofa. Jiang Weidong asked Chunan about her specific entrepreneurial direction, but Chunan couldn't say. She only mentioned clothing factories, electronics factories, and toy factories. He couldn't help but laugh. Back when he was still a cow or a horse, he used to watch political news and financial analysis videos all the time. He could easily impress people with his words. The current entrepreneurial environment is not the same as it was 30 years ago, when all industries were waiting to be developed and you could make money doing anything. Things are different now. Look at the shops outside, they close down very quickly. To succeed in this world, we must go with the flow. Chunan looked completely puzzled. The so-called trend of following the general trend means following the national policy. You can't say that the country is advocating new energy, and you still go and study gasoline cars. You can't say that the country advocates automated production, but you still want to develop labor-intensive industries. Only by following the general trend can we stand at the forefront and make more money. The current entrepreneurial environment is not good. The future trends are new energy, cross-border trade, and elderly care. To be honest, none of these 3 are very suitable for you. Chunan listened attentively to Jiang Weidong's words, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but say dejectedly, then what should I do? You can think about your strengths, and you should use your strengths to develop. What are my advantages? You are beautiful, have a good figure, are healthy, and have strong athletic ability. You can be a video blogger. Like Sister Yao Yao. Jiang Weidong couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Guo Luoyao earning 20-odd yuan a day. That girl is always messing around and has no ambition. In fact, with her looks, she could earn more than 20-odd yuan just by doing a few simple movements. Upon hearing this, Chunan frowned, somewhat displeased. You want me to become a borderline blogger? Jiang Weidong chuckled, there's no need to skirt around it. Didn't you used to practice hurdles? You can film videos of yourself practicing hurdles. He thought for a moment and then said, however, practicing hurdles alone is a bit monotonous. With your talent, I think you could make challenge videos. Practice table tennis, basketball, and soccer for a month at a time, then challenge skilled amateur players. Let's create some more hype. If you win, you donate 10,000 yuan to the nursing home. If you lose, you donate 20,000 yuan and run 10 kilometers. Chunan blinked. Brother, is it okay? Give it a try. Chunan didn't talk about her family situation, but from the few words she revealed, Jiang Weidong guessed that Chunan's father made money in business in his early years, but later lost money and fell into poverty. He laughed and said, how did your father teach you to do business? Chunan spoke of her father with great pride, saying, my dad said we should do market research in advance, and once we've chosen a target, we should just go for it. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, from a tactical point of view, that's right. Doing business requires an indomitable spirit. But how do you know you've chosen the right direction? Have no idea. Then what should we do? Chunan rolled her eyes at Jiang Weidong and didn't reply. So starting a business is a gamble for ordinary people. You might lose all the money you've saved up over several years in one go. Whether it's the right path or not, no one can say for sure, since national policies can change. What ordinary people can do is to have multiple backup plans. If one path doesn't work, they can switch to another and try to succeed based on probability. This is one of the key reasons why the children of wealthy families are more likely to succeed. They may not have a clear vision of the future, but they have their families to support them. If it doesn't work the first time, they try again. If it doesn't work the second time, they try a third time. They just have to try gradually, and maybe their luck will change and they'll suddenly rise to prominence. Upon hearing this, Chunan thought of her father and said with a sense of loss, my dad was too impulsive back then and didn't leave himself a way out. Jiang Weidong nodded. I won't give you too much money. I'll give you 50,000 yuan a month. You can spend it however you want. You can play around with your best friends or use it to start a business. 50,000. Chunan was surprised that Jiang Weidong was willing to give her money without her having to ask. She then asked with some concern, brother, none of your 3 companies are making money. Shouldn't you leave yourself a way out? Jiang Weidong laughed and said, I'm different. I earn money every month, so you don't need to worry about me. Then, can I get an advance on a year's living expenses? She then explained, my dad still owes 500,000 yuan. I'll pay him back, and then I'll use 100,000 yuan to start a business. Jiang Weidong likes filial girls. Okay. Chunan was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward, brother, I'm sure I can make money. I'll buy you a house and a luxury car in the future. Jiang Weidong laughed, I hope this isn't just empty promises. Come on, let's go buy a new car. Chapter 29 No Medicine. Outside the Dongxing Electronics factory in Haicheng, there is a black Li Auto L7 parked. The car looks very cool and has the air of a big shots ride. This is the car that Jiang Weidong bought for Chunan. Due to Haicheng's vehicle purchase policy, the vehicle cannot be registered under Chunan's name. It is registered under the name of Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company and is considered a company vehicle. The reason for still buying new energy vehicles is simple. According to Haicheng's policy, you need to enter a lottery to buy a gasoline car, but you can directly register a new energy vehicle. Jiang Weidong then bought an ideal L7. In fact, he's rich now. If he didn't need to participate in the lottery for license plates, he would have already bought a car worth over $1 million. He plans to wait until he receives his next paycheck before participating in the lottery for a car license plate, and then buy a luxury car that he can park on the street and attract sexy women to his side. Chunan had learned to drive long ago and obtained her driver's license after the college entrance examination. Since she wanted to do something, Jiang Weidong bought her a car. In that case, including the 600,000 yuan living expenses, he spent nearly 1 million yuan on Chunan. He wasn't sure if Chunan would betray him in the future, and he didn't care. He's really enjoying himself these past few days with Chunan. He's happy and willing to spend money on her. Jiang Weidong now understands the mentality of those big shots who spend millions to buy houses and cars for their girlfriends. Money is no object, I'll spend money on whoever makes me happy. Jiang Weidong didn't care about spending nearly $1 million in one go, but Chunan obviously didn't think so. She was very excited, hugged and kissed Jiang Weidong for a while, and shouted that she would definitely work hard to make money and buy Jiang Weidong a car and a house in the future. At this time, Jiang Weidong went home to catch up on sleep, while Chunan came to the outside of Dongxing Electronics factory to show off to Ma Qinyu, and at the same time hoped that Ma Qinyu would resign and come out to work with her as a short video creator. After much thought, she realized that starting a business now was not a good direction. Just like Jiang Weidong said, becoming a video content creator might be a better option. She needs her good friends to help her. Not long after, Ma Qinyu hurriedly came out wearing her factory uniform. When she saw the Li Auto L7, she exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, Nan, did you manage to seduce your brother?" Chunan blushed slightly and corrected, "That sounds awful. We're in love, you know what love is. A 3-day, 3-night love affair. This shows that we are attracted to each other, not just psychologically, but also physically." Chunan said with a hint of pride, "Let me tell you, a truly lasting relationship should be a combination of psychological and physical attraction." Ma Qinyu opened the car door, got in, and then reached for a cigarette. Chunan pressed her hand down, "Don't smoke, it stinks." Nan, I don't know what state your brother is in, but you've definitely been seduced by him," Ma Qinyu said quietly. Hateful love really can change a person. Chunan chuckled, handed over a bottle of Gatorade, and then explained his situation. Upon hearing this, Ma Qinyu analyzed, "He spent almost $1 million on you in half a day. I guess he has at least tens of millions in assets, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous." Nan, you really made the right choice. I was worried the boss you picked wouldn't have enough money, but it seems you have a good eye for people. Of course, I used to meet clients with my dad all the time. I could tell at a glance whether they had money or not. Ma Qinyu nodded, "Okay, I've wanted to leave Class B for a long time. Sitting on the assembly line, I'm like a robot. I have to be back in 10 minutes even if I go to the toilet." Chunan pointed out, "That's for your own good. Squatting for too long can easily cause hemorrhoids." You're talking nonsense. When you were working at the electronics factory, didn't you also complain about only being able to squat for 10 minutes? Chunan used to like bringing her phone to the toilet, and she would squat for so long that her legs would go numb. But after being with Jiang Weidong, she learned that squatting for too long could cause hemorrhoids, and she immediately accepted this correct view. She smiled and said, "I've learned a lot of good living habits from my brother Dong. I'll tell you about them slowly later." Ma Qinyu rolled her eyes. "I'm going to quit my job." Given her situation, she will definitely have to quit her job, and the factory will deduct some of her wages. She took a few steps, then turned around and asked, "Is Lanlan doing this with us?" Sui Lanlan works at a Dior boutique. Her salary is average, but her job is relatively easy. I'll ask her. Soon after, Chunan learned of Sui Lanlan's attitude. She wanted to work with them. When Jiang Weidong learned that Chunan's 2 girlfriends were willing to work with her, he thought about it and had the 3 of them sign with Hai Chengfenghua Media Company to run the Nan Loves Sports account together. The treatment is the same as Guoluoya's. The revenue from this account will be split 50-50. The office is located on the 2nd floor of a self-built house. After signing the contract, Chunan took Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan to the 1st floor to meet Xu Yuyan and Guo Yao. Chunan also bought 2 large bags of cold drinks and a large bag of fruit. "Sister Yang, I want to be a video creator in the future, so please teach me more." "Sister Yao, we're colleagues now." Xu Yuyan had noticed the ideal L7 parked outside long ago, but she didn't expect Chunan and Jiang Weidong to get together so quickly. "Seeing the Li Auto L7 made me a little jealous. This guy spends over 300,000 yuan on his girlfriend all at once, but when I asked him to invest in my short drama, he only gave me 50,000 yuan. It seems he's a real playboy who doesn't care at all whether the company can make money. However, the fact that he can spend so much money at once means he must be more wealthy than I thought, which is a good thing. At least the company won't go bankrupt easily." Guo Yao also saw the ideal L7. Seeing Chunan's radiant beauty, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Ruijin. That scumbag bought Chunan a car after only a few days of dating her. Poor Xiao Jin stayed with him for almost a month and got nothing in return. Chunan is buying drinks and fruit now, acting like a boss lady. Humph. I'd like to see how long you can be so smug. I don't believe a scumbag can stay with one woman for life. He'll get tired of her sooner or later. By the way, Chunan and the other two have also joined the media company. What projects are they working on? If I lose to them, will I get expelled? Unaware of Xu Yuyan and Guo Luoya's thoughts, Chunan excitedly shared her upcoming work plans with them. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuyan thought the track was quite interesting and might actually be able to take off. Guo Luoyao was a little nervous. She could almost see Chunan making money while she was still losing money and getting fired. At 10 p.m., Jiang Weidong finished washing up and went to bed. Chunan lay lazily on the bed, waiting for Jiang Weidong to get into bed before rolling her eyes and asking, "Brother, did you take your medicine?" "No. Don't take medicine. I've heard that medicine can harm your health." "Get lost, do I need medicine when I'm this strong?" Chunan nodded with a grin, got out of bed, and picked up her phone from the bedside table. Her phone had been ringing non-stop, but she was too busy enjoying herself to check it. When she saw the caller ID, she excitedly said to Jiang Weidong, "Brother, you go to sleep first, I'll call back." After saying that, she hurriedly went out, sat down in the living room, and dialed the number back. The person who called was her father, who came to ask her where the 500,000 yuan came from. Chunan then recounted her story with Jiang Weidong. She was too embarrassed to say that Jiang Weidong had only known her for a few days, but rather that they had known each other for over a month. Upon hearing this, Chu's father sighed and said, "I'm becoming more and more of a believer in fate. If it's ordained by God, then it will come. If it's not, then it won't. Don't keep thinking about starting a business. The current economic climate is bad. What can a girl like you do? Moreover, the business world is chaotic, and it's dangerous to accompany people for drinks and entertainment. Your boyfriend is so generous, why not save the money? That way you'll have a backup plan if you break up in the future." Chunan immediately replied, "Dad, don't worry, I'm not starting a business, I'm becoming a video creator. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu are both with me, the three of us will work together, we're sure to succeed, and we'll make enough money to buy our house back." Chapter 30. The ticket for 9060. In the golden autumn of October, the weather is clear and crisp. At 5 p.m., a Li Auto L7 sped along the highway from Lingang New Area to MH District. The driver was Chunan, who was wearing a blue Adidas tracksuit, had her hair tied in a ponytail, and paired it with bright yellow tennis shoes, looking very energetic. Jiang Weidong was sitting in the passenger seat, scrolling through short videos on his phone. He wasn't watching anything suggestive, but rather Chunan's videos. After deciding to take her two girlfriends into the short video market, Chunan recorded several hurdle videos and posted one a day. She is beautiful, has a great figure, and a sunny disposition. She gained followers very quickly, acquiring over 30,000 followers in just a few days. However, the number of likes has never been high, only around 2,000 or 3,000. In fact, this is quite normal. Apart from a few videos that go viral, most content creators gain followers gradually. At this moment, Jiang Weidong was watching Chunan's video and planned to help her analyze it and improve the video quality. Chunan hummed a song smugly, raised her chin, and laughed, "Brother, how did I do in the photos?" After watching all the videos Chunan had filmed, Jiang Weidong said, "They are all right." "Is it all right?" Jiang Weidong nodded, "There are some shortcomings, the biggest problem is that it lacks affability. Regardless of the type of work, it is all about communication between the creator and the audience. These videos of yours are obviously made for an audience, and a stranger at that. Not natural enough, but rather relaxed. Have you seen that viral video of a child gesturing at the camera? It's so cute." The child naturally didn't know how to connect with the audience. It's said that during filming, his mother held his hands while his father teased him from behind the camera, making him beam with joy. This earned him a lot of fans, and he earned enough to buy a Cullinan at a young age. I suggest that next time you film, have your two girlfriends tease you behind the camera. Don't think of it as filming for strangers, but as a video for your best friends." Chunan nodded seriously, then took out her phone, turned on the recording, and said, "Brother, say it again." Jiang Weidong wanted to give up, but he admired hard-working people. Chunan was very much to his liking. He doesn't really understand short videos. He often watches videos that push the boundaries, and occasionally looks at the content creators he follows. He finds that the content creators he follows aren't necessarily pretty, but they are full of life, very active, and have rich emotional expressions. Judging others by his own standards, he felt that this was how short videos should be made. "Brother, do you think we'll see Djokovic today?" "Sure, I'll film a video for you later." The two drove to the MH district to watch a match by Novak Djokovic at the Haicheng Tennis Masters. After Federer and Nadal retired, Djokovic became the most popular tennis player. Jiang Weidong put in some effort and managed to get 2 tickets to the Platinum Zone. Chunan thought Jiang Weidong was trying to increase her followers, so she was very excited. After hearing the news, she hugged and kissed Jiang Weidong for a long time, and even declared that she would make money to buy Jiang Weidong a luxury house. Actually, that's not true. Jiang Weidong just wanted to watch the game himself. He is the kind of person who enjoys sports and watching various competitions. "When I was in school, I watched basketball, soccer, tennis, snooker, badminton, table tennis, and so on. Of course, I mainly watch high-level matches. For example, in football, I only watch the top 5 leagues and the Champions League, and I wouldn't watch the Chinese League 1 or League 2. They keep kicking the ball long, stopping it 7 or 8 meters away, and the dead ball time exceeds the game time. Isn't watching a game like this just torture?" The only low-level competitions he could tolerate were national team matches. After becoming a slave, he had little time to watch the games and could only browse sports news while eating or taking a dump. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to see it in person. "I'd love to go to the NBA again sometime, sit in the front row of Staples Center, and watch the game with Leonardo DiCaprio's photographer." Soon after, they arrived at the Chizhong Tennis Center. With plenty of time before the start of the competition, Jiang Weidong planned to take Chunan for a casual stroll. In the past few days, many tennis fans have flown in from all over the country to watch the games, and the roads near the Chizhong Tennis Center have been filled with food carts and some strange and unique stalls. When Jiang Weidong saw my mate's beef skewers, he thought about his recent nightly exercise routine and bought 8 skewers. Chunan also likes to eat meat, and the two of them held meat skewers in both hands, eating as they strolled around. Just then, someone shouted, "Chunan!" Upon hearing this, Chunan turned around in surprise. Standing to the side of Chunan and Jiang Weidong were 2 young people, a man and a woman, both wearing long sleeves and jeans, clearly college students. The girl is about 1.7 meters tall and thin, with fair skin, an oval face, and delicate features. She wears glasses and has long hair. Her waist was very slender. Although it wasn't exposed, strangely enough, without having to measure it or lift it up to see, one could sense that her waist was very slender, white, and tender. The boy was about 1.8 meters tall, a handsome young man, carrying a bag containing drinks and snacks. Chunan said happily, "Hello, Meng Qingyu and Han Mingcheng." Meng Qingyu quickly stepped forward, took Chunan's hand, looked her up and down, and then started talking about recent events. At the same time, she secretly observed Jiang Weidong. Seeing that Chunan was in good spirits and that Jiang Weidong was more handsome than Han Mingcheng, she felt unhappy. Chunan introduced Meng Qingyu and Han Mingcheng to Jiang Weidong, explaining that they were both her junior high school classmates and were currently studying at university in Haicheng. They had come to watch the tennis match as well. Jiang Weidong smiled and nodded, chatted for a few words, and then stood aside and watched quietly. It's clear that Meng Qingyu and Han Mingcheng are a couple, with Meng Qingyu being the dominant one and Han Mingcheng more like a simp. Another thing that can be seen is that Meng Qingyu is a very charming woman. In terms of looks alone, she is not as good as Chunan and Guoluo Yao, scoring around 80 points. However, she gives off a soft and easily pushed over feeling, with her eyes sparkling and her speech and walk full of charm. It's hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl having such a temperament. As the saying goes, airplanes are the highest in the sky, and glasses are the coolest on the ground. Jiang Weidong glanced at it a few times, then looked away. He wasn't so desperate as to be indiscriminate in his choice of food. With his energetic and beautiful daughter right beside him, he was too lazy to think about anything else. Shortly after, it was time for the audience to enter, and the 4 of them entered the tennis court together. Meng Qingyu took out her tickets and smiled. "We have Class A tickets, what about you?" "We are from the Platinum Zone." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingyue's smile instantly froze. Capitalists, in their pursuit of profit, go to great lengths to set up different levels of ticket prices. For example, the Zhejiang Tennis Center has 7 types of tickets: student ticket, Class B ticket, Class A ticket, first class ticket, silver zone, gold zone, and platinum zone. The tennis center has a circular structure. First class tickets, A class tickets, B class tickets, and student tickets are the 4 concentric circles of the stands, which are relatively far from the athletes. The platinum, gold, and silver zones are actually located within the venue. The venue is shaped like the Chinese character sun, with the platinum zone located on the top and bottom sides of the closest to the athletes and offering the best view. The gold and silver zones are located to the left and right of the sun symbol and are slightly cheaper than the platinum zone. For example, student tickets for the last round are often only 60 yuan, first class tickets are 260 yuan, and A class tickets are 220 yuan, while Jiang Weidong's platinum zone first row ticket cost 9,060 yuan. Meng Qingyu clearly remembered that Chunan's family had gone bankrupt, and she couldn't believe that Chunan was still living such a luxurious life. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Jiang Weidong. She noticed that he had a nonchalant air about him, and his casual clothes had no obvious logos. She didn't know what brand they were, but they looked high quality and must be expensive.
Chunan actually found a rich boyfriend.
She's outdone me again. Chapter 31. This time we'll definitely be able to get a number. After waving goodbye to Chunan in a daze and finding a seat, Meng Qingyu still couldn't quite believe it. She took out her phone and started browsing through men's clothing from luxury brands. She actually found Dior's latest autumn collection and was shocked to discover that the clothes Jiang Weidong was wearing cost tens of thousands of RMB. Do you remember? In high school, a lot of boys pursued Chunan, but she scolded them all away. I thought she wouldn't date anyone. They were classmates in junior high school and went to the same high school, except that Chunan was in the sports class, while Meng Qingyu and Han Mingcheng were in the regular class. Han Mingcheng nodded. I remember. She was quite famous back then. The handsome guy on the school volleyball team confessed to her, but she rejected him. We all thought Chunan might be a lesbian and didn't like men. I didn't expect her to find a boyfriend so quickly, and a rich one at that. Han Mingcheng thought of Jiang Weidong's appearance and smiled. It's a good thing that her family went bankrupt and she found a rich boyfriend. The man just now was quite friendly, but he was a bit old, probably around 25 or 26. 25 or 26 isn't much bigger. Han Mingcheng chuckled, that's true. Besides, I don't think he's the kind of spoiled rich kid who's academically challenged. He must have gone to university. He's a decent person.
Meng Qingyu rolled her eyes at Han Mingcheng and didn't reply.
She straightened up and looked towards the platinum section, quickly spotting Jiang Weidong and Chunan sitting in the first row. Their position was right behind the players. When the players turned around, they could even shake hands with Jiang Weidong and Chunan. She felt like she had drunk 7 or 8 tons of lemonade, and every strand of her hair was emitting a sour smell. Even though Chunan's family went bankrupt, allowing her to look down on Chunan, how come Chunan still managed to find such a wealthy boyfriend? She caught a glimpse of the silly-looking Han Mingcheng out of the corner of her eye, and felt a bit disgusted. I used to think Han Mingcheng was alright, but now I think he's just an ordinary silly boy. Just then, cheers erupted as Djokovic entered the stadium. Meng Qingyu subconsciously looked at Xiaoda, and then saw the scene that kept her up for 10 days and 10 nights. She saw Xiaoda warming up with a tennis racket. While Xiaoda was picking up the ball, Chunan handed him her phone, then bent down and took a picture with him. R. Upon seeing this, the female fans at the scene screamed. Wow! Chunan took a picture with Xiaoda. She's so lucky. She even handed him her notebook, and Xiaoda wanted to sign it for her. Han Mingcheng joined in the shouting. Shut up, you're so noisy. Frustrated, Meng Qingyu interrupted Han Mingcheng and looked up at the platinum zone, where she saw Jiang Weidong taking pictures of Chunan with his phone. A man who is so rich, so handsome, and even supports his girlfriend's pursuit of celebrities is simply the perfect boyfriend. What incredible luck Chunan had to run into a man like that. Meng Qingyu wished she could switch boyfriends with Chunan, even if it meant taking a loss herself and getting 2,000 yuan in compensation. Just as her thoughts were wandering, she felt someone watching her. Following her intuition, she looked over and found a very ordinary-looking boy. The boy noticed her gaze, blushed, and looked away. She's always been popular with men, so it's not surprising. After thinking about it, I felt more confident. Her grip on the hem of her clothes tightened. I have Chunan's WeChat. I can chat with her. Maybe I can meet some high-quality rich second generation through her. There's no reason why she can meet such a good boyfriend while I can't.
Jiang Weidong and Chunan were unaware of Meng Qingyue's thoughts. The two were happily sharing photos.
Unexpectedly, Xiaoder was so approachable, taking a photo with Chunan and signing an autograph. Jiang Weidong filmed the scene, thinking that posting it online would definitely attract a lot of traffic. I'll edit it when I get back and then post it on a short video platform. The two chatted in hushed tones. Soon after, the referee came up, and the DJ livened up the atmosphere by announcing that a member of the audience would be chosen to toss a coin for the players to decide which side to choose. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong immediately instructed Chunan to wave. For an event like this, the organizers would definitely prefer to select pretty girls, as that would be pleasing to the eye and generate buzz. Chunan didn't understand what he meant, but she obeyed and opened her arms wide, waving them vigorously. The large screen at the venue kept rotating, showing the faces of many fans, and finally it focused on Chunan's face.
Congratulations, young lady. You are our lucky audience member.
Please choose sides for our players. Chunan was surprised by her good luck and excitedly rushed into Jiang Weidong's arms, hugged and kissed him, before running onto the field to take photos with the players and then flipping a coin to choose sides. Jiang Weidong naturally took out his phone to take pictures. When Chunan returned, he proudly showed off a towel with the player's signature that the staff had given him.
Jiang Weidong blinked.
Pretty girl, you'll definitely get a number this time.
In Zone A, Meng Qingyu whispered, Han Mingcheng, you see.
This world is so naked, full of self-interest. Chunan's boyfriend must have spent a lot of money, not only arranging for Xiaoder to take a photo and sign an autograph for Chunan, but also arranging for Chunan to be a lucky audience member. She's really famous now. She just said she's making short videos. Maybe she really can become an internet celebrity. The rich enjoy the world first, while the poor can only watch them perform. Chunan is incredibly lucky to have found such a great boyfriend.
What's wrong with him?
How could he like a high school dropout like her? Han Mingcheng sighed and didn't reply. He knew that what Meng Qingyu was about to say was nothing more than envying other people's boyfriends and complaining that he wasn't good enough. To his surprise, Meng Qingyu didn't complain. He turned his head and saw Meng Qingyu taking out a small mirror from her bag and touching up her makeup.
Xiaoye, what's wrong? Meng Qingyu snorted coldly, slowly finished touching up her makeup, and then said in a low voice, Han Mingcheng, let's break up now.
Why? For Meng Qingyue's sake, he didn't choose a better university and followed her to Haicheng Normal University. After military training, Meng Qingyu reluctantly agreed to break up with him. Unexpectedly, less than a month later, before they had even kissed, Meng Qingyu wanted to break up. I was naive before, and now I feel we're not a good match. Then what about my efforts? Meng Qingyu took out her phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to Han Mingcheng. Alright, you spent about 3,000 yuan on me this month, I'm returning it all to you. We're even now, and from now on, we'll keep to ourselves and remain good classmates, but nothing more. Han Mingcheng stared blankly at the transfer information, speechless for a long time, before finally clicking, receive payment. Meng Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. When you look for a girlfriend in the future, you need to see what kind of person she is. Don't look for someone like me. You can't handle me. If we force ourselves to be together and I end up cheating on you, would you be happy? Han Mingcheng did not respond. Meng Qingyu was much gentler, speaking softly, we're old classmates. If I know a girl who's a good match for you, I'll definitely help you set her up. Han Mingcheng remained silent. He couldn't forget a relationship as quickly as Meng Qingyu. If this weren't a public place, he might have shouted. Seeing this, Meng Qingyu stopped trying to comfort him and took out her phone to send a message to Chunan. Han Mingcheng slowly recovered and said unwillingly, Xiaoye, did you see that Chunan's boyfriend is rich and dotes on his girlfriend, and think that I'm not good enough? But have you ever thought that her boyfriend is rare in the world? Other rich men may not be so considerate and generous. Look at the capitalists in China, how many of them are really generous to their employees? Is it even 1%? And do you really know him? He might have mistresses, he might be a womanizer like Du and Jingchun. Meng Qingyu was taken aback by his words,
then thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. I know what to do." Then we. No way, let's stop here, it's better for both of us. I used to think that if my boyfriend was willing to spend money on me and was a little handsome, then he was better than other guys. Seeing Jiang Weidong today, she felt that a boyfriend not only needs to be handsome and considerate, but also rich and willing to spend a lot of money on her, so that he can feel superior to others. Han Mingcheng lowered his head in disappointment. Meng Qingyu chuckled and said, "Mingcheng, I will definitely introduce you to a suitable girl, so don't be sad." As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced towards the platinum section and noticed Jiang Weidong getting up, seemingly heading to the restroom. A glint flashed in her eyes, and she followed suit, standing up and saying to Han Mingcheng, "I'm going to the restroom." Han Mingcheng subconsciously took out a pack of tissues and handed it over. Meng Qingyu took the tissue and said sweetly, "Thank you." After speaking, she asked the others to let her pass in a soft voice. Both the men and women had a good impression of her and generously made way for her. Meng Qingyu left the audience seats and walked quickly toward the restrooms in the platinum section. Chapter 32, Just watching the show. Large stadiums have many restrooms, and the Chizhong Tennis Center is no exception. After relieving himself, Jiang Weidong took a paper cup, filled it with warm water from the automatic water dispenser, and then stood in the aisle, slowly drinking the water. Watching a game live is definitely a different experience. In front of the TV, you only see the players' skills and the speed of the ball. Watching the game live, you can feel that the players are physically strong, fast, and powerful. Jiang Weidong had no doubt that the tennis ball hit by Djokovic would hurt a lot when it hit him. He once had a classmate who went to watch the CBA and came back saying that the CBA players on TV seemed slow and clumsy, like old ladies playing basketball. But watching the game live, he found that the CBA players ran very fast, had strong impact, and were very intense in both offense and defense. At the time, he was somewhat skeptical, thinking it was an exaggeration, but now he feels it might be true. Just as he was lost in thought, a tall, slender girl with fair skin and a very slim waist walked over. "Brother Jiang." Meng Qingyu called out sweetly. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised, as he remembered that he wasn't familiar with Meng Qingyu. What does Meng Qingyu mean by this? Although he likes beautiful women, he definitely has his bottom line. Just as Chunan is his woman, he would never touch Chunan's sisters, aunts, grandmothers, or maternal grandmothers. Some people find it exciting, while he finds it disgusting. Take Meng Qingyu for example. She already has a boyfriend, and Jiang Weidong isn't interested. He's a man with a system, he can't find any woman he wants. Only a madman would become a mistress. Back to the present, he nodded slightly and said, "Hello." Sensing Jiang Weidong's attitude, Meng Qingyu said softly, "I broke up with Han Mingcheng. It's not that we betrayed anyone, it's just that we're not on the same path anymore. In short, I'm the one who wronged him. I transferred 3,000 yuan to him as compensation for his efforts during this time. I don't have much living expenses, and I'm embarrassed to ask my family for more. I came to see you because I wanted to ask if you knew Haicheng well and if you knew of any part-time jobs suitable for me." Who is Jiang Weidong? He's not some greenhorn. Meng Qingyu's words were full of loopholes. If she wanted to find a part-time job, she should ask Chunan directly, and it would be more reasonable for Chunan to communicate with her. They wouldn't come directly to him, they would wait until he left the audience seats and Chunan was away. He didn't expose her directly, he didn't care what Meng Qingyu thought. He has money and time. In his mundane life, he finds it quite amusing to watch scheming girls use their little tricks, he treats it like watching a show. "I see. I don't have a suitable job for you at the moment. Then I'll add you on WeChat. Please keep an eye out for suitable part-time jobs for me and let me know." Can. After adding each other on WeChat, Meng Qingyu waved and said, "Thank you, brother Jiang. I'll treat you to dinner another day. I'm off now." "Good." Meng Qingyu turned and left. Her walking posture was normal, and her slender waist accentuated her charm, giving people the feeling that they wanted to push her down. Inside the tennis court, Chunan was sending messages in a WeChat group, sharing what had just happened with Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu. Hearing that Chunan had taken a photo with Djokovic and even became a lucky spectator who tossed a coin to choose which side the player would win, Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu were overjoyed. Chunan then recounted her encounter with Meng Qingyu. Sui Lanlan asked, did she seduce your brother? Chunan was completely puzzled. Why do you say that? Before Sui Lanlan could reply, Ma Qingyu said first, Meng Qingyu is very flirtatious. In high school, she flirted with several boys. Your brother is so handsome, you should keep an eye on him. Okay, I understand. Chunan replied to the message without a second thought. She had been spending all her time with Jiang Weidong lately, while Meng Qingyu already had a boyfriend. Neither Jiang Weidong nor Meng Qingyu could possibly have such thoughts. She couldn't help but laugh, thinking that her two friends were worrying unnecessarily. Just then, a new message appeared on Chunan's WeChat Moments. Chunan clicked on it and saw that it was a message posted by Meng Qingyu. Thank you for being there. Now that we're parting ways, I wish you all the best and that you meet someone even better. Chunan, looking like an old man on the subway, exclaimed, you broke up. Thinking of what Ma Qingyu and Sui Lanlan had said, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Then he couldn't help but chuckle and said self-deprecatingly, what am I afraid of? My brother likes me so much, how could he possibly like Meng Qingyu? She's not as pretty as me, doesn't have as good a figure as me, and isn't as capable as me. I'm going to buy my brother a mansion and a luxury car in the future, how could she possibly threaten me? Just then, Jiang Weidong returned. Chunan handed over the phone, brother, Meng Qingyu and Han Mingcheng have broken up. Jiang Weidong glanced at him and said nonchalantly, isn't breaking up normal? Didn't you notice that Meng Qingyu was high and mighty, the dominant one, while Han Mingcheng was the submissive one? In my opinion, Meng Qingyu never liked Han Mingcheng at all. Seeing that Jiang Weidong wasn't interested, Chunan felt even more at ease, thinking that there was no way Meng Qingyu and Jiang Weidong could have anything going on. She took Jiang Weidong's hand and placed it on her lap. Brother, your hands are so warm. TSK. 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 As dawn broke, faint footsteps could be heard outside. An elderly man who couldn't sleep got up and went for a morning run. Jiang Weidong was in a daze. Based on his experience, it was around 5:30. There was someone on top of him, excitedly kissing his face. After spending this time together, he had become familiar with Chunan's scent and could recognize her without even looking at her. He couldn't help but laugh and said, so impatient. You clearly begged for mercy last night. When Chunan saw that Jiang Weidong was awake, she excitedly hugged him and said, brother, our video is really up and running. In just 7 hours, one video got 15,000 likes and the other got 33,000 likes. We finally have a video with over 10,000 likes. The two returned home last night and edited the photos and videos from the Chizhong Tennis Center into 2 short videos, which they then uploaded to the platform. Jiang Weidong nodded. Congratulations, you're going to be a big internet celebrity. Keep up the good work. Chunan nodded repeatedly, then chuckled and said, brother, let me thank you properly. I don't know who was happy, but Jiang Weidong didn't go for his morning run this morning and instead stayed in bed to catch up on sleep. Chunan went out full of energy. Brother, there are boiled eggs in the rice cooker. Take some and eat them yourself. I'm going to work. New. After Chunan left, Jiang Weidong covered himself with the blanket and went back to sleep. When it was broad daylight, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw an unexpected number. It was Wang Ruijin calling. I didn't expect you to call me. Is something the matter? Brother Dong, can you do me a favor? What kind of help? I want to beat someone up. Go get your nephew to help me beat him up. The nephew Wang Ruijin was referring to was naturally Jiang Wenwu. If it concerned matters of the clan, such as someone from another clan taking over a prime piece of land in their hometown, then Jiang Weidong wouldn't need to say anything. Plenty of young people from the clan would step forward, and they wouldn't mind beating or even chopping people up. As for private matters, it's hard to say. Jiang Weidong sat up. Tell me why you beat someone up first. Chapter 33 I'm a gamer. At noon, students started arriving at a restaurant near Ocean University to order food. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin sat together. He was still dressed in Dior casual wear today, and he looked very handsome. Wang Ruijin wore a long black suit jacket, paired with a white shirt, a red tie, a blue JK skirt, and black leather shoes. She had her long hair draped over her shoulders and wore non-prescription glasses, giving her a somewhat magical girl vibe from the Harry Potter movies. The two have completely different styles of dressing, but thanks to their good looks,
they still look very pleasing to the eye and are a good match when they sit together. Some students thought they were cosplaying and went up to ask if they could take pictures. Jiang Weidong poured himself a cup of tea and said, "You're so young, don't think about hitting people so easily. This is a society governed by law, and hitting someone will land you in jail." Wang Ruijin pursed her lips and didn't reply. Jiang Weidong didn't care and continued, "That person is your mother's boyfriend. If you think he's a liar, you should expose his true colors. I believe that your mother is too old to be involved with an old liar." 2 hours ago, he received a call from Wang Ruijin. After a conversation, he understood why Wang Ruijin was looking for him. It turns out that Wang Ruijin's mother brought her new boyfriend to Haicheng for a trip. Her mother said that her new boyfriend is a small business owner and is very proud of himself. Wang Ruijin dislikes her mother's new boyfriend, feeling that he is stingy and could not possibly be a small business owner. Adding to the fact that she had argued with her mother on the phone, she contacted Jiang Weidong, wanting to ask Jiang Wenwu to arrange for someone to beat up her mother's new boyfriend. Jiang Weidong felt that Wang Ruijin had acted impulsively. After thinking about it, he came over in person, ostensibly to invite Wang Ruijin's mother to dinner, to meet her new boyfriend. He planned to add him on WeChat and see if he could get his phone number. Jiang Wenwu works in debt collection, and now the debt collection industry shares information. These people have access to investigate ordinary people's credit information. Whether this new boyfriend is a small business owner or not can be found out with a simple check. Jiang Weidong believed that there should be no problem in letting Jiang Wenwu do this. Wang Ruijin poured himself a cup of tea, picked it up, and was about to drink when he suddenly asked, "I heard you found a girlfriend." Jiang Weidong nodded and chuckled, "A bright and beautiful 18-year-old. What do you like about her?" She held the teacup in both hands, obscuring half of her face, and her voice turned cold. "Beautiful, healthy, cheerful, and kind." Wang Ruijin downed her tea in one gulp, put down her teacup, looked out at the road outside the restaurant, and saw couples walking hand in hand under the lush green trees. She couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't she care that you're a playboy?" Jiang Weidong couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Who said I'm a playboy? You said it yourself, you can't guarantee you'll only like one woman. Is this what dating is all about? You can do some market research and see how many couples stay together from beginning to end. The vast majority of couples have dated several times before finally getting together, okay? Are all these men womanizers? It's different. She just didn't expect to break up later, but you didn't care from the beginning. You didn't care whether the woman would leave or not." Jiang Weidong thought about it and realized that it made some sense. That was indeed his mindset. He nodded nonchalantly, "Okay, I take back what I just said, I really am a player." A hint of disappointment flashed in Wang Ruijin's eyes, followed by a curious question, "Isn't she afraid that you'll abandon her in the future?" "Why would I abandon her?" Jiang Weidong took a sip of tea. "I have money. I can support her indefinitely. As long as she doesn't leave, I won't abandon her. I can give her a comfortable life." Wang Ruijin was stunned for a moment before she understood what Jiang Weidong meant. She rolled her eyes and replied, "Even if you like another woman, you won't abandon her." "No, I really like her." Jiang Weidong laughed. "I'm very loving, maybe a bit fickle, but I would never be fickle." Wang Ruijin was getting annoyed. She had asked several questions without getting to the point, and she suspected that Jiang Weidong was deliberately giving her a bad answer. So, can she really tolerate it? Jiang Weidong shook his head. "I'm not sure." "What's the meaning?" "Before we got together, Wu Luoyao played that recording for her. I told her she needed to think it over, but she said she wasn't afraid and that she could tame me." Wang Ruijin never expected that the 18-year-old girl to be so rash. She witnessed firsthand her parents' hypocritical relationship. They pretended to be loving and affectionate in front of others, but in reality, they each did their own thing, with one frequently changing girlfriends and the other frequently changing boyfriends. The couple didn't remember her birthday, didn't care about her grades, and didn't know her dreams. She vowed she would never do that. She wanted to find her one and only, and have a love that was completely unreserved. She despised such an irresponsible decision, but was still very curious and couldn't help asking, did she surrender? Jiang Weidong chuckled and said, "So far, I've been subdued. I've been behaving myself these past few days and haven't been flirting with anyone." Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin was inexplicably annoyed. She hated seeing Jiang Weidong's happy expression, so she suddenly leaned over, wrapped her arms around Jiang Weidong's neck, and kissed him. Jiang Weidong could probably guess what Wang Ruijin was thinking. This woman is pretty, but very rebellious. He didn't flatter her, but instead looked at Wang Ruijin calmly. Have you kissed enough? Wang Ruijin stepped back, lowered her head, and remained silent. She didn't expect Jiang Weidong to have no reaction, which meant that Jiang Weidong really didn't want to get involved with other women. Could it be that the girl had really subdued him? So, did I miss out on him by withdrawing back then? If I had insisted on staying with him back then, would I have been able to make him stay with me for the rest of his life? Was I wrong? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, even more upset than when she saw her mother with a new boyfriend. 2 lines of tears slid down, dripping onto the hem of her skirt. Jiang Weidong took out a tissue, handed it over, and said, "This is the first and last time. Don't do this again. If you decide not to be together, don't kiss me, this isn't a joke." He actually liked Wang Ruijin very much, and they were very happy together, but since they decided to separate, he should be more carefree. He came here this time not with the intention of taking advantage of others or rekindling their past relationship. He simply acknowledged Wang Ruijin's abilities and thought they could be friends. He just wanted to help her. To reiterate, he has a system, money, and time. He doesn't care about anyone, and he hates troublesome things. Apart from his family, he accepts anyone leaving him. If he doesn't like someone, he can say goodbye. He can find any kind of woman he wants. Wang Ruijin understood Jiang Weidong's meaning, wiped away her tears, and asked, "So you mean, if I'm willing to be with you, you'll still accept me?" Jiang Weidong chuckled, "Then are you willing?" Wang Ruijin scoffed, "I'm not going to be a mistress." "New." Jiang Weidong nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Wang Ruijin was annoyed. She stomped her foot and stood up, wanting to leave. But when she caught a glimpse of her mother and new boyfriend walking over, she quickly sat down and whispered to Jiang Weidong, "I didn't mean to get close to you. I just wanted to annoy my mom. If I get close to you later, don't be angry." Jiang Weidong saw a middle-aged couple walking in from outside and smiled, "I understand." Chapter 34. Being handsome is troublesome. Wang Ruijin's mother is named Ding Yumei. She should be in her 40s, but she looks very young. She is very beautiful, with thick hair and a great complexion. When Jiang Weidong saw Ding Yumei, he couldn't help but nod secretly. Confucius said, "Being carefree brings double the happiness." He felt that Ding Yumei was that kind of person. She didn't worry about anything, lived for herself, and lived a very youthful life. He didn't want to become as selfish as Ding Yumei, but he accepted that mindset. He now demands this of himself. He doesn't care about anything, he follows his heart, and he just wants to be happy. This way, you won't deplete your mental energy and can enjoy life with a relaxed attitude. Ding Yumei's new boyfriend is Yang Haifeng, but Yang is not in as good a state as Ding Yumei. The man was around 50 years old, and most of his hair had fallen out, except for a small tuft near his ears. Jiang Weidong was watching short videos and saw models selling wigs. Those models only had a small tuft of hair left by their ears. Yang Haifeng is actually very suitable for wearing wigs. Why not just buy a wig? Could it be that they can't afford it? Old Yang is not bad looking. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. He was dressed plainly and had no presence whatsoever. He didn't seem like a successful small business owner. When Jiang Weidong was at Jinyuan Group, he met many small business owners. His current basketball teammates are also small business owners. He didn't see the boss's arrogance and confidence in Yang Haifeng, but only the dejected air of a down-on-his-luck middle-aged man. Despite Yang Haifeng's swaggering walk, smiling face, and loud voice, Jiang Weidong still felt that this man was unlikely to succeed in business. He agreed with Wang Ruijin's speculation that this person was most likely a fraudster. After they sat down, Jiang Weidong asked them to order, and then they started chatting. Seeing that Jiang Weidong was young, handsome, and well-dressed, looking like a wealthy man, Ding Yumei couldn't help but happily ask, "Little Jiang, are you from the province of Dowry?" "Right. I heard that weddings cost a lot of money where you live." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong winked at Wang Ruijin and then said, "If we follow the customs of our area, there are many places where we need to spend money. For example, when visiting the woman's family for the first time, we need to prepare large red envelopes for her parents, grandparents, and uncles. It's called a meeting gift. Then there's the betrothal gift, and the 3 gold items. The figure circulating online of 388,000 is inaccurate. A classmate of mine got married last year, and besides the house and car, it cost 600,000. He wasn't bragging. The figure of 388,000 circulating online is actually an understatement. They have no idea about the customs of the bride price province. In Jiang Weidong's hometown, when a man visits a woman's home for the first time, he is expected to give the woman's family a red envelope, a traditional Chinese gift of money. The red envelopes for the father-in-law, mother-in-law, grandfather, and grandmother are at least 10,000 yuan. The maternal uncle is also very important, at least 5,000 yuan. Other relatives are at least 1,000 yuan each. Many men have to spend 70,000 to 80,000 yuan on their first visit to a woman's home. Jiang Weidong also disliked this bad habit, and he strongly supported the increasing number of men going abroad to find foreign women. Upon hearing this, Ding Yumei beamed with joy. So when are you and Xiao Jin settling down? Jiang Weidong glanced at Wang Ruijin and smiled. I heard from Xiao Jin that the bride price in Guizhou province isn't high, around 100,000 yuan is enough. I wonder. Hey, what does this girl know? She's marrying into your family, so we'll definitely follow your local customs. Don't worry, her father and I are very supportive. Wang Ruijin blushed and rolled her eyes at Jiang Weidong, then secretly kicked his shoe, signaling him to hurry up and get down to business. Jiang Weidong responded and then chatted with Yang Haifeng. The more they talked, the more certain Jiang Weidong became that Yang Haifeng was a fraud. Yang Haifeng said he was in the hardware wholesale business, but when Jiang Weidong asked about his specific profits, he evaded the question. Jiang Weidong had anticipated this and did not press the matter further. Asking directly now might make Ding Yumei think he's deliberately targeting them, and she might not be able to calm down and think things through. It would be better to investigate thoroughly, post the evidence, and let her see it for herself. Yang Haifeng quickly changed the subject, talking about his early years running a transportation business. He spoke of these things with great enthusiasm, and Jiang Weidong felt that this guy must have actually worked in transportation. Uncle Yang, let's add each other on WeChat so we can contact each other if needed. Yang Haifeng did not refuse, and Jiang Weidong successfully added Yang Haifeng on WeChat. However, when he clicked on the contact information, he found that Yang Haifeng had not filled in his phone number in the profile. Debt collectors need to check information, and they definitely need to know the person's registered phone number. Jiang Weidong noticed Wang Ruijin looking over and gently shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin frowned. Seeing this, Jiang Weidong gently punched her and chuckled softly. This commander has his own way. Wang Ruijin blushed deeply. Jiang Weidong then asked Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng when they would return to Guizhou province. After receiving a confirmed date, he smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie are coming to Haicheng, but I'll be busy with work and won't have time to spend with you. How about I do something to express my apologies? Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng both looked over. Jiang Weidong then said, I'll book you plane tickets back to Guizhou province. Besides, there's not much to do in Lingang new area. I'll book you rooms at a home in by the Huangpu River so you can have some fun there. He was worried that the two people had already booked their plane tickets, so he added an extra layer of security by booking them a hotel. Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng were very happy to hear this and did not refuse Jiang Weidong's kindness. They took out their ID cards, had Jiang Weidong take a picture of them, and gave him their phone numbers. That's how Jiang Weidong obtained the two people's ID cards and phone numbers. Wait a minute, I'll book a hotel now. A standard room at home is not expensive, around 500 yuan. Flights from Guizhou province to Haicheng are also cheap, around 600 yuan. The two of them plan to spend another 5 days in Haicheng. Including the airfare, Jiang Weidong only spent 3,900 yuan. He suddenly realized something. Given Ding Yumei's attitude towards Wang Ruijin, why would she continue to live in Lingang new area? It couldn't be because she wanted to see her daughter. She didn't care about Wang Ruijin at all. The only reason was that she didn't have money. These two are staying in a hotel in Lingang new area. They must be incredibly poor. At that moment, a message popped up on WeChat from Wang Ruijin. How much will it cost in total? 3,009. Consider it a debt I owe you. Adding it to the previous 11,000, it's 15,000 in total. Jiang Weidong didn't mind and then told Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng the room number he had booked, indicating that they could move in now.
Soon after, Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng, having eaten and drunk their fill, left the restaurant. They said they would move to a home in later and welcomed Jiang Weidong to travel to Guizhou province, where they would treat him to a meal. Ding Yumei also specifically instructed that Wang Ruijin was about to graduate and could get married, and that she fully supported Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin being together. "Waiter, the bill, please." Jiang Weidong knew that Wang Ruijin had no money, so he went over to pay the bill himself. Seeing this, Wang Ruijin was moved and shed tears while pursing her lips. "Your lousy company doesn't make any money, so why do you always spend money on me?" Jiang Weidong chuckled, "You don't need to worry about my company. Just remember to pay me back. Goodbye." He felt sorry for Wang Ruijin because she had such unreliable parents, and he understood her thoughts and actions. Of course, everyone has their own cause and effect. If a woman isn't yours, you can't control her so much. "Brother Dong, wait for me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong stopped in his tracks. Wang Ruijin jogged up to him, threw herself into his arms, and leaned in again to give him a sweet kiss. I'm not kidding you, I really like you, let me kiss you." After a long while, the autumn wind blew, and green leaves fell one by one. Some students rode by on their bicycles. After their lips parted, Wang Ruijin blushed, glanced at Jiang Weidong, and jogged away. Jiang Weidong shook his head and laughed. "Being handsome is also a problem. Women are always eager to kiss me." After thinking for a moment, he sent Ding Yumei and Yang Haifeng's ID cards and phone numbers to Jiang Wenwu, asking him to help check their credit and loan records. Jiang Wenwu replied quickly, "Uncle, I'll let you know tonight." Chapter 35, Several thousand yuan a night. At 6 p.m., in the girls' dormitory building A3 of Ocean University, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard, followed by the door being pushed open and Wu Luoyao rushing into the dormitory. Wang Bingyu and Xu Ying were not there. Only Wang Ruijin sat blankly at her desk, holding a pen in her right hand and pressing down on a painting with her left. Despite the many excess she drew, it's still clear that what she drew before was a half-body portrait of a handsome man. Seeing this, Wu Luoyao was even more annoyed and said with a hint of disappointment, "Xiao Jin, how come you're with Jiang Weidong again? You two were even hugging and kissing, and someone posted the photos on the school forum." Wang Ruijin was taken aback when she heard this, and then said, "Let them spread it. I'll find Jiang Weidong to film an intimate video and post it on the forum. I'll pin the post and make it a featured post so they can see it to their heart's content." Wu Luoyao knew that her friend was getting angry. The more she was told not to do something, the more determined she was to do it. "Xiao Jin, can we talk? Why are you still in contact with Jiang Weidong, and even hugging him?" Wu Luoyao forced herself to calm down, and her tone softened considerably. She saw the photos on the school forum at work and was furious. She had already told Wang Ruijin about Jiang Weidong and Chunan's relationship, and she didn't understand why her friend would do that. Isn't that just self-degradation? She couldn't bear to see her best friend perish at Jiang Weidong's hands, so she rushed back. "I was initially furious, but in order to find out the truth, I suppressed my anger." Wang Ruijin nodded, then took Wu Luoyao's hand. Feeling secure, she slowly recounted what had happened that morning. She concluded somewhat bewildered, "I knew I shouldn't get close to him, but I really couldn't resist, so I kissed him first." Wu Luoyao frowned. She realized that Jiang Weidong was very skilled, and young girls could easily fall into his trap of gentleness. She secretly warned herself to be careful when she encountered men around 30 years old in the future. Not knowing how to comfort her, she could only ask, "So what do you plan to do?" Wang Ruijin glanced at the drawing she had marked with dozens of crosses and said in a low voice, "I won't have any more contact with him. After I've dealt with Yang Haifeng's matter and paid back the money I owe him, I won't contact him again." Wu Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ruijin was still intelligent and maintained the dignity of an excellent woman. She had not fallen into depravity, which made her feel very gratified. "I will stay with you, and we will make money together to pay him back. Then we will be even." Aha! Just then, Wang Ruijin's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Jiang Weidong. When she clicked on it, she saw 3 pictures and several paragraphs. The 3 pictures were Yang Haifeng's credit report, a microloan bill, and Ding Yumei's credit report. According to Yang Haifeng's credit report, he has more than 800,000 yuan in debt,
all of which are reported to the credit bureau and are considered legal and compliant outstanding loans. Then Yang Haifeng also had some online microloans, about 70,000 yuan. These were all predatory microloans that didn't affect his credit score. Ding Yumei's credit report shows that she took out a loan of 100,000 yuan 2 months ago. Those paragraphs were Jiang Weidong's summary and instructions, saying that Yang Haifeng owed more than 900,000 yuan, which had long been overdue, and that he had no real estate or vehicles under his name. Several banks had already filed lawsuits against him in the local court, and that Yang Haifeng would soon become a defaulter. Jiang Weidong also said that he had asked Jiang Wenwu to contact Wang Ruijin's colleagues in his hometown and have them print 1,000 notices about Yang Haifeng's debts and post them near Ding Yumei's residence. Then came the words of advice. Don't tell your mother about Yang Haifeng, or she will resent you. Let her see for herself and discover it for herself. Don't talk to your mother about her loan. Criticism won't help unless you pay it off for her. Otherwise, she won't be grateful to you. Wang Ruijin, just live your life well. There's no need to worry about your mother. She has her own way of dealing with things and you don't need to worry about her. Upon seeing the message, Wang Ruijin smiled and instinctively pressed the voice message button, replying sweetly, Brother Dong, I understand, thank you. After putting down my phone, I realized that I had been too intimate. Her face flushed, and she guiltily avoided Guo Luoyao's gaze. Have you eaten? Let's go eat together. Seeing this, Guo Luoyao realized that her friend still had a good impression of Jiang Weidong, and she was secretly annoyed. She said worriedly, Xiao Jin, don't have any illusions about him. He is preparing to open his 4th company, and he will hire another pretty girl then. He might be handsome, rich, or gentle, but he's a real jerk. He's just another form of choosing a concubine, it won't last. Wang Ruijin was taken aback when she heard this. She asked in confusion, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Why does he still need to start a company? He's a womanizer, he'll keep picking pretty girls. Jiang Weidong opens a new company every month, and he had long ago entrusted Liu Xiaoyun to help him register a Haicheng Fengwo culture company. Liu Xiaoyun and Guo Luoyao had been in contact, so Guo Luoyao knew about this. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin nodded dejectedly, her whole demeanor slumping, and her straightened shoulders visibly hunched over. Guo Luoyao felt heartbroken and even more resentful. She vowed to keep a close eye on Jiang Weidong and record all his romantic affairs so that her friend would see through this scumbag's true nature. The sky was ablaze with rosy light, and a gentle evening breeze was blowing. A group of middle-aged men are playing basketball on a basketball court in a small park near Waterdrop Lake. Their skills were average, but they were relaxed and had a lot of fun. Jiang Weidong is an exception after working out, he looks younger and more handsome. Some young mothers who were playing with their children would steal a few glances as they passed by. However, once they noticed a tall, beautiful girl in sportswear next to the basketball court, they would put away any inappropriate thoughts. This girl is stunningly beautiful and has an amazing figure. She is Jiang Weidong's girlfriend. Chunan looked at the data on the short video platform and chuckled. After Jiang Weidong and the others left, Chunan excitedly jumped up and onto Jiang Weidong, brother, I now have 100,000 followers. The 2 videos at the Chizhong Tennis Center have garnered over 2 million views. One post received 370,000 likes, and another received 220,000 likes. The account's followers have also exceeded 100,000. She gained followers extremely quickly, in just 10 days of posting videos. The other middle-aged men were slightly dazed by Chunan and Jiang Weidong's appearance. Some people recalled that when they were young, a girl had jumped on them like that. Some people envied Jiang Weidong, secretly thinking, Jiang Weidong found a young girlfriend, and his overall appearance has improved a lot. He's even more agile when dribbling. It seems I also need to find a young girlfriend so I can improve my dribbling skills. Jiang Weidong held Chunan's thighs with both hands, thought for a moment and said, call your 2 girlfriends over, come to our house for a live broadcast tonight. Taking advantage of the current popularity, we can further expand our influence. Jiang Weidong knew how Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan were when they were together. They were very lively, and their conversations might not be very interesting, but they would definitely keep the conversation going. Having them chat with netizens could increase the popularity of the site. Chunan was stunned for a moment, then swayed her hips and said in a sweet voice, brother, I want to be with you, I don't want to look for them. Don't you want to make money?
Maybe you can earn several $1,000s a night. Then come tomorrow night. I want to be with you tonight. Seeing that she was moved, Jiang Weidong chuckled and said, "Don't worry, we'll do the live stream until 11 o'clock, then let them go back. We'll still have time. Then you should eat more beef. Let's go, I'll invite your 2 girlfriends to dinner, and then you can do a live stream." He was quite looking forward to it and wanted to see how their live stream went. Chapter 36 Total Profit, 56,000. Jiang Weidong doesn't understand live streaming, but he knows some cases. An ordinary passerby suddenly became famous because of something, and then immediately started live streaming, earning hundreds of thousands of yuan by consuming the traffic for a month. He has the system, and he doesn't expect Chunan and the others to make money for him. He just wanted these 3 young girls to earn money and improve their lives. Therefore, he did not offer any opinions or interfere with their live stream. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan were live streaming on the 3rd floor, while he was playing on his computer in the basement. He listened outside their room on the 3rd floor for a while, then realized that the 3 of them were going to continue live streaming, so he went back to his room to sleep. At 11:10, Chunan jogged into the bedroom, hugged Jiang Weidong, and said proudly, "Brother, at its peak, more than 10,000 people watched, and now there are still more than 6,000. Everyone says the 3 of us are very interesting." The live stream was originally scheduled to last until 11 p.m., but it's being postponed by an hour. "You go to sleep first, I'll come down and keep you company later." Jiang Weidong chuckled, "Don't wake me up when you get back, I want to sleep." Chunan chuckled, "Then we'll come again tomorrow morning." After saying that, she jogged away. The next morning, as dawn broke, footsteps could be heard on the road outside. Jiang Weidong opened his eyes and found Chunan lying next to him, asleep. He got up quietly, then washed up and went for a run. Chunan has always been in excellent spirits. Sometimes she would stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning and still be able to get up early the next day, full of energy. His sleeping so soundly now, he definitely didn't finish his last night before dawn. An hour later, Jiang Weidong finished his morning run and returned home covered in sweat. After taking a shower, Chunan woke up and couldn't hide her excitement. She exclaimed, "Brother, we streamed until 2 a.m. last night and actually earned 56,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong blinked. Total revenue, or after deducting the platform's share. Total revenue. After deducting the platform's share, there's still 28,000 left, which is pretty impressive. Jiang Weidong gave a thumbs up, awesome. Strive to become a top streamer on the platform, then it will be more convenient to withdraw money. Regular streamers can withdraw up to 3,000 yuan per day, while top-tier streamers can withdraw up to 40,000 yuan per day. He then asked curiously, "How do you do live streams? Is it just chatting?" "We started by chatting, and then we went to the basement to play CF. I logged into your account and upgraded it for you. I'm planning to buy another computer so that the 3 of us can play games together next time we stream. Last night, it was a competition where 2 people competed together, and the loser had to do 100 squats." Jiang Weidong glanced at Chunan, surprised that these 3 girls were so quick-witted. "The 3 of you can play other games or compete in sports, such as billiards or table tennis. Anyway, there is space in the basement, so you can buy a table tennis table." Chunan snapped her fingers. "Brother, I'll listen to you." Jiang Weidong tapped the table, wanting to remind Chunan to pay attention to the distribution of profits, but he didn't say it out loud. A greedy person will never be satisfied, no matter how average things are. A self-aware and content person is happy even with a smaller share. It remains to be seen whether Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan can work together to overcome this challenge. He felt there was no need to say it out loud. Letting Chunan experience it herself would help her grow. At 9:30 a.m., a Li Auto L7 was parked in the open space outside the gate of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan entered the company carrying large and small bags of snacks and drinks. "Sister Yao Yao, Sister Yuyan, let's eat cake." To celebrate the success of last night's live stream, Chunan also bought an 8-inch chocolate cake. Xu Yuyan's script has passed the review of Haicheng Radio and Television. The short drama project, Reborn at 40, Pregnant with Twins for the CEO, has officially started. She is currently looking for actors and contacting photographers. Preparations are almost complete, and filming will officially begin at the beginning of next month. She hasn't been so busy these past few days, so she went back to the company to write a new script.
Upon hearing Chunan's words, Xu Yuyan came out of the room, took the cake, and asked, Chunan, is there any good news? She already knew that Chunan had successfully created an account, and 2 of his videos had hundreds of thousands of likes. Just like Chunan, she believed that Jiang Weidong favored Chunan, spending a lot of money to take Chunan to watch Xiaoda's match, getting Xiaoda's autograph, and becoming a lucky audience member, which led to the production of those 2 videos with numbers. However, she understood Jiang Weidong's choice. After all, Chunan was Jiang Weidong's woman, and he should take good care of her. Wu Luoyao followed her out of the room and took the cake. Chunan and the other 2 then excitedly recounted the events of last night's live stream. Upon hearing that Chunan and his 2 companions earned a total of 56,000 yuan in one night, Xu Yuyan was shocked. She then realized that despite the poor economic climate and the decreasing amount of money in people's pockets, as long as there was content, it was still possible to make money in the live streaming industry. She gained more confidence in her short drama. Chunan, Xiaoyu, Lan Lan, the 3 of you have become famous. You have to help me out by making a cameo appearance in my short drama to help me gain some popularity. Chunan readily replied, of course. Just let us know if you need us. Wu Luoyao's mood was not so pleasant. Her live streams have been barely going on, with only 50 or 60 viewers each time and a mere 8,000 followers. She's ready to give up and feels she's not cut out for live streaming. She has been considering whether to take the postgraduate entrance exam, apply for a civil service exam, or learn a technical skill. Before, when Chunan and the others weren't doing live streams, she had no one to compare herself to. Now that she's comparing herself to them, she feels really pathetic. The cake wasn't sweet anymore. She used to love chocolate cake, but now she felt like she was chewing on a piece of rotten bread. Will Jiang Weidong fire me? If he does, he should at least compensate me for my wages. Sigh, other MCN companies don't pay attention to me. I guess I really don't have the talent for live streaming. Should I resign voluntarily? No, if I resign voluntarily, there will be no compensation, and besides, I still need to keep an eye on Jiang Weidong and tell Xiao Jin about his scumbag behavior. Chunan then went on to explain her upcoming live stream plans. She will buy computers, ping pong tables, golf clubs, and indoor golf mats, and they will play all sorts of games during the live stream. Then we'll create accounts for Sui Lanlan and Marchinyu, and guide them through the previous exercise challenges. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuyan felt that this development path was correct, and smiled. Chunan, you have great ideas. Keep it up, and you will definitely become a big internet celebrity. Wu Luoyao felt that Xu Yuyan had glanced at her, which made her very uncomfortable. Because of some experiences in her childhood, she hates the contemptuous looks from others the most. She finished the cake in a few bites, then asked Chunan, is President Jiang in his office on the 4th floor? I don't know, but he should be here. Yao Yao. Is something urgent? I'll call and ask him. Chunan doesn't have as much time to spend with Jiang Weidong now. She's busy filming videos of herself learning tennis, and she usually only has time in the afternoons. No need, I'll go up and take a look myself. Wu Luoyao went upstairs. After Xu Yuyan returned to her room, Sui Lanlan whispered to Chunan, next time something like this happens, you should go with her. Chunan looked at his friend, puzzled. A man and a woman alone together, who knows what they are doing? You're the boss's wife now, you should be more careful. Chunan pursed her lips. She felt that she had tamed Jiang Weidong, and that Jiang Weidong would never provoke other girls. Let's go to the sports center to play tennis. I'm going to practice hard today. After saying that, Chunan went out full of energy. The Colson International Entertainment Center has tennis courts, but they are expensive. They usually rent courts from the Lingang New Area Sports Center, which is cheaper. Seeing this, Sui Lanlan looked at Chunan with some worry. She was really afraid that Jiang Weidong would be cheating on Chunan, and that Chunan would be heartbroken. Seeing this, Marchinyu chuckled and said, how could a rich man only have one woman? As long as he keeps his position as the first wife, why think so much? Chapter 37. When Wu Luoyao went upstairs, Jiang Weidong was watching a football game. The new NBA season has started, and he watches the games frequently. He used to like the Thunder's Big Three when he was young, but now he's more indifferent to many things. However, he still enjoys watching Durant, Westbrook, and Harden play. These 3 old guys are getting worse and worse. Durant's lower body is weak after his Achilles tendon ruptured, and he dribbles unsteadily. Harden doesn't have much scoring ability, often scoring 11 or 12 points. Westbrook is no longer a starter and can only come off the bench, occasionally having a bright moment. He didn't understand why. Maybe it was like seeing an old friend. He's not interested in the new generation of stars anyway, he just enjoys watching the old guys play. With Durant, Westbrook, and Harden not playing, let's see how LeBron and Curry perform. If these 5 old guys don't have any matches, he'll scroll through Douyin TikTok and watch suggestive videos. Hearing the knock, Jiang Weidong lowered his voice and said, "Come in." As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Yao pushed open the door and entered. Today she wore a blue and black plaid knit shirt, paired with a white undershirt, light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her long hair was parted in two, revealing her well-proportioned oval face. Her appearance is the kind that elders like, a very dignified and peaceful face that is pleasing to the eye. As she entered the office, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she hesitated for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and went in. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised. He rarely communicated with Guo Yao. He, the boss, was slacking off, and Guo Yao, the employee, was doing the same. In addition, Guo Yao and Wang Ruijin were classmates, and she always had a problem with her. Jiang Weidong then ignored her. Now that Yunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan have joined Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, the company can still operate normally without Guo Yao. If Guo Yao's live streams remain unsuccessful after her contract expires, Jiang Weidong will not renew her contract. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Weidong nodded. "Is there something you need?" Guo Yao had just sensed the disdain in Xu Yuyan's gaze when she looked at her, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she went up to find Jiang Weidong. She wasn't trying to quit her job, but rather wanted to ask Jiang Weidong how to build an account and make money in the live streaming industry. She felt that Yunan and the others were able to rise up because of Jiang Weidong's ideas, not because of the 3 women's own abilities. She had always disliked Jiang Weidong, but now that she wanted to ask him for advice, her face turned bright red. She took a deep breath and finally mustered up her courage. "Mr. Jiang, I've been live streaming for so long, but I still don't get much attention. What do you think I should do to improve?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong immediately understood that Guo Yao had been provoked by Chunan and the other 2, and had sought his guidance. He couldn't help but laugh, then looked Guo Yao up and down. She is undoubtedly a beautiful girl with good looks, figure, and posture, but she is too reserved. If she can't let loose, she can't make money in the live streaming industry. Guo Yao felt uncomfortable under Jiang Weidong's gaze, and when she saw him laugh, she became even more annoyed, feeling that Jiang Weidong was making fun of her. However, to save face, I held back. Jiang Weidong thought for a moment and said, "To answer your question, I need to ask you a question first. You say you don't treat this job as a career, do you?" Guo Yao blushed even more. "No. Chunan and the other 2 originally wanted to start a business, but I persuaded them to stop. I felt that the current environment was not suitable for ordinary people to start a business. I suggested they try live streaming. I think they have the potential." Although the 3 of them lacked experience, they all shared a common goal: to make money and change their current situation, which gave them a lot of motivation. To earn money, they'll do many things. For example, when Chunan was learning tennis, Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan would tease him behind the camera. Last night, they streamed until 2 a.m. Jiang Weidong paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "But you don't have that kind of obsession. You're still reading classics with your head down, and you don't even interact with the audience. If it were that easy to make money, everyone would be doing live streaming." Guo Yao lowered her head shyly. "I can change it." "Okay, you said it can be changed. Then think about what your strengths are, and make use of them to make videos." Guo Yao's specialty is yoga, and there are naturally yoga videos on short video platforms. Those female content creators wear tight yoga pants and perform various difficult poses to show off their physical beauty, which is essentially a borderline practice. She blushed with embarrassment at the thought of making that gesture. She then wondered if Jiang Weidong had ulterior motives, if he knew she knew yoga, and if he was secretly watching her videos. This guy is disgusting. She clenched her fists involuntarily, glared at Jiang Weidong, and then turned and left. Baffling. The live stream by Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan is still going on. The three girls together never have an awkward silence, they are full of youthful energy. They didn't earn as much from their subsequent live streams as they did on the first night, but their total earnings each night were still around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong was very surprised. He hadn't expected these three girls to have such abilities. In this way, relying on the abilities of these three girls, Haicheng Fenghua Media Company achieved a monthly profit of over 100,000 yuan for the first time. Jiang Weidong made money for the first time after starting his company. This made him happy, and he felt that he might have the Midas touch. In this state of mind, he opened his fourth company, named Haicheng Fenghua Culture Company. The company's office is located at the former Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company, which is also where Chunan used to work. Since the second floor was given to Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan, the previous room was reserved for Haicheng Fenghua Culture Company. Chunan remained an employee of Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company, and she would still clean whenever she had free time. Before, it was a job, now, it's the mindset of a boss's wife. It was the early morning of October 26th, the day the system would pay salaries again. While Chunan and the other two women were still live streaming in the basement, Jiang Weidong opened his eyes in the room and then opened the system panel. The host will receive a base salary of 650,000 after working for 1 month. If the host is optimistic and cheerful at work and receives the Advanced Employee Award, the salary will double. If the host is relaxed and healthy at work and receives the Excellent Employee Award, the salary will double. 650000x2x2 equals 2600000. The host works for 3 companies simultaneously, and his salary triples. 2,600,000 times 3 is equal to 7,800,000. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company's profit was 162,583 yuan, and a bonus of 1 million yuan was awarded. Host's salary last month was 8,800,000 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw it? Upon seeing the data on the panel, Jiang Weidong excitedly pumped his fist and exclaimed, "Heaven rewards those who persevere. I've opened 3 companies, held 30 part-time positions, and worked tirelessly every day. Finally, my efforts have paid off. Withdraw cash." My phone vibrated. Soon I received a notification that 8.8 million had been deposited into my account. He spent about 1.8 million in October, and his account balance was 2.6 million. Adding the 8.8 million, his total funds reached 11.4 million. He's a multi-millionaire now. Jiang Weidong nodded in satisfaction. The recruitment for the cultural company should begin immediately. Also, submit a lottery application on the Haicheng Transportation Commission's website. I want to buy a cool sports car. If you have money, you should enjoy it. It's not just about buying sports cars, but also yachts and airplanes. Chapter 38. The Fourth Company. Dad, I've ordered a Mercedes-Benz GLE for 50 for you. You can pick it up in a week. I'll text you when it's ready, and you can go get it. More than 700,000. Don't worry, I still have some money left to do business. I don't plan to get married for the time being. I'll focus on my career in the next few years. If your uncle asks you, just say that I bought it on installment. Okay, that's settled. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Weidong leaned back and smiled with satisfaction. Wealth and honor without returning to one's hometown is like wearing fine clothes at night. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to show it off back in his hometown. His father, who was also a proud man and liked SUVs, bought him a Mercedes-Benz. In my hometown, a small county town, a Mercedes-Benz is definitely a respectable car. Of course, showing off is not the same as being generous. He will donate money to the clan, but he will not easily lend money to outsiders. Isn't it hard for him to run a company? Money doesn't grow on trees. A smart person should have a broad perspective, be able to unite the majority, and at the same time know how to protect themselves. Donating money to the clan and becoming a clan council member brings prestige and influence in one's hometown. Refusing to lend money to his uncle shows that he has a sense of right and wrong, and is not a fool who throws money around recklessly. Just as Jiang Weidong was feeling smug, a knock came at the door. "Brother Jiang, are you home?" Their voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Jiang Weidong couldn't immediately recall who it was. The job posting for Haicheng Fenghua Culture Company had already been posted, and there had been several inquiries that morning. He heard that the base salary was 3,000 yuan, but he immediately hung up. He thought it was a job applicant. Enter. The door opened, and a tall, slender girl with fair skin and glasses walked in. She wore a long black blazer, paired with black high heels, and a gold chain belt around her waist, revealing a pair of slender, very fair legs. Her slender waist was even more clearly visible under the pressure of the gold chain belt. It might be about the width of an A4 sheet of paper. With such a slim waist, it must look absolutely gorgeous from behind. Jiang Weidong was slightly surprised when he saw Meng Qingyu. Since the two added each other on WeChat at the Chizhong Tennis Center, Meng Qingyu would occasionally ask about part-time jobs, but he would always give her perfunctory answers. He didn't expect Meng Qingyu to find this place. "Hello, brother Jiang." When Meng Qingyu saw Jiang Weidong, she smiled sweetly, her voice gentle and obedient. Jiang Weidong nodded, his surprise quickly followed by indifference, just like before. He treated Meng Qingyu with the same detached, spectator's attitude. "Sit down. What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Meng Qingyu then began to speak. According to her account, she transferred 3,000 yuan to her ex-boyfriend, leaving her with very little living expenses. Unwilling to ask her family for more money, she decided to take on part-time jobs to earn more. "However, I haven't been able to find a suitable job. Just yesterday, she heard that Jiang Weidong had opened a new company and was recruiting employees, so she thought of coming over to recommend herself." Jiang Weidong realized that Meng Qingyu had been paying attention to his situation, and asked with a smile, "Which campus are you on?" "XH area. That's in the city center. It takes 40 minutes to get to Lingang new area from there. With walking time, it takes an hour to get to the company. You're still a freshman in college with a heavy workload. How do you have time to come to work?" "Brother Jiang, I can work remotely. Even though I don't come to the company, I promise I will complete the work on time." Jiang Weidong smiled and shook his head. "No, our company doesn't allow remote work. You can look at my other companies, the employees all work here." Chunan is still an employee of Haicheng Fenghua Cleaning Company. She either goes out to film videos or is with Jiang Weidong. Only when she remembers that she is the boss's wife will she do some cleaning work. However, since the system did not determine that it was non-compliant, Jiang Weidong knew the system's standards. As long as the company is operating normally, employees can work remotely. Of course, there's no need to make this exception for Meng Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingyu's eyes slowly reddened, and she pouted, looking very aggrieved. "Brother Jiang, is it really not possible? Please help me. I really need this job. I can accept working weekends without rest. Can I continue working for you on weekends?" Jiang Weidong smiled and shook his head. "No." Seeing this, Meng Qingyu was secretly annoyed. Ever since witnessing Jiang Weidong spending money on Chunan, her goal has been to find a rich second-generation boyfriend. She inquired about some things at the teacher's college and learned about some rich second-generation kids. However, these people were either playboys who changed girlfriends every week, or cautious and low-key, guarding against girls like they were guarding against thieves. The only thing these two types of people have in common is that they are extremely stingy. After experiencing various fantastical stories in recent years, coupled with the brainwashing of poisonous duck soup and the teachings of the patriarch Tong Jincheng, young men have become shrewd. He is completely unwilling to spend money on women. In the words of a senior student, boys born in the 2000s are hopeless. They have lost the traditional virtue of taking care of girls. Meng Qingyu wholeheartedly agreed, and only then did she realize how lucky Chunan was to have met Jiang Weidong. She once accidentally saw Chunan's live stream, which had more than 8,000 online viewers, and she felt like the world had collapsed. She realized that Chunan was going to become an internet celebrity, and even more dazzling than her. She wished that World War III would break out immediately and destroy everything. After observing the students again at the teacher's college and confirming that none of the rich kids were reliable and would spend money on their girlfriends, she was deeply disappointed. After much agonizing thought, she turned her attention to Jiang Weidong. After a thorough investigation, she learned that Jiang Weidong owned several companies, and apart from Chunan, who had Ma Qianyu and Sui Lanlan with her, the other female employees were all beautiful girls. She immediately realized that Jiang Weidong was selecting a concubine. He, Chunan, your boyfriend is that kind of person. What are you so proud of? He'll be dumped sooner or later. After feeling gloating, Meng Qingyu felt a deep sense of resentment. She realized that Chunan might be abandoned, but at least he had enjoyed life. Moreover, having risen to fame thanks to Jiang Weidong and become an internet celebrity, if he doesn't cause any trouble in the future, he will definitely live a more comfortable life than an ordinary person. But she was still not as good as Chunan. She once again focused her gaze on Jiang Weidong. It's just about seducing this man. Chunan can do it, and so can I. So when she learned that Jiang Weidong's new company was recruiting young women, she rushed over. She thought that with her figure and looks, Jiang Weidong would readily agree, but to her surprise, Jiang Weidong refused. Does he have such high standards for choosing a wife that he wouldn't be interested in me? Meng Qingyu thought about it and felt that she shouldn't, as she was quite confident in her appearance. He chose Chunan instead of the two older women he had before. Does he have a virginity complex? Meng Qingyu realized she had grasped the key point. She lowered her head, blushed, and said softly, "Brother Jiang, please help me. Nothing I do goes smoothly right now, and I'm starting to get depressed. This was my first relationship, and I was completely clueless. I was with Han Mingcheng for less than a month, and we never even held hands or did anything intimate. But we broke up, and then people at school started spreading rumors that I was promiscuous and that I had been dating several boyfriends behind my back. I really didn't. I'm still a virgin. I don't understand why I have to suffer such slander. When a person shows submission, they are showing weakness." At this moment, Meng Qingyu appeared weak and frail, which was just her way of playing the victim. If Jiang Weidong were only 18 years old, he would genuinely sympathize with the girl's plight, but at this moment, he would just watch from the sidelines. He carefully summarized Meng Qingyu's words, which meant that she was still a virgin and had never slept with a man. Once I understood this, I couldn't help but look at that slender waist. Meng Qingyu felt a surge of pride as she sensed Jiang Weidong's gaze. She had thought she wasn't charming enough, but now it seems she could definitely attract Jiang Weidong. "Brother Jiang, can you please help me? I really need this job." Jiang Weidong didn't know Meng Qingyu's specific thoughts, but he was well aware that this woman had ulterior motives. Although he was taking a spectator's attitude, he was not a person without temper. "No, if you want to work at my company, you have to come every day." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingyu feigned bitterness and said, "I still have classes and don't have time to come to work every day. Please make an exception for me. I will remember your kindness and repay you in the future." "Well, there's nothing I can do then. You should go back now. We can cooperate again in the future if there's an opportunity." Seeing that Jiang Weidong wouldn't budge, Meng Qingyu was secretly annoyed and somewhat surprised. She had just clearly felt Jiang Weidong's gaze on her waist, so why hadn't she fallen for his trap? Disappointed, she left the 4th floor. As she passed the 2nd floor, she heard Chunan's voice. After thinking for a moment, she went over to him. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan and Meng Qingyu all knew each other, so the four of them sat together and chatted. Sui Lanlan was somewhat resistant to Meng Qingyu, but Chunan and Ma Qinyu were not. Through conversations with the three fellow villagers, Meng Qingyu learned that Jiang Weidong required them to come to work at the company, but did not specify the time. Sometimes, the three of them would leave the company after only 3 to 5 minutes. Xu Yuyan and Guo Luoyao don't have such special privileges, but sometimes they don't stay for 8 hours. When they are busy, they might not come to the company until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Meng Qingyu was overjoyed to hear this. She had thought it would be 8 hours a day. If it was only 3 or 4 hours a day, she could come over after class and take the train back at night. That's right, there is no subway in Lingang now. According to the latest notice, the subway connecting the city center to Lingang new area will start operating in December. At that time, it will only take 30 minutes to get to Haicheng Normal University. Now, Lingang new area is connected to other places by the Haicheng Intercity Railway. It takes her about an hour to get from Haicheng Fenghua Media Company to Haicheng Normal University. 2 hours of driving every day, I'll do it. She needs a chance to stay, and given time, she believes she can win Jiang Weidong over. Nan, Xiaoyu, Lan, I really need a part-time job. As you know, I have many sisters and my living expenses are not high. I want to work here. I'll go ask General Manager Jiang again. If that doesn't work, could you put in a good word for me? Chunan readily agreed. Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan remained silent. Ma Qinyu watched with a grin, while Sui Lanlan looked worried. Nan, you are so kind. Meng Qingyu hugged Chunan and then hurriedly went upstairs. She saw Jiang Weidong again and told him that she could accept the requirement to come to work every day.
Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised. Don't you have classes?
Brother Jiang, I want to come over after class, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m., and then go back at 10 p.m.
Jiang Weidong immediately realized that Meng Qingyu must have found out about the other people's work situation.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
It costs 15 yuan to come by the city rail, which means that Meng Qingyu's round-trip commute costs more than 30 yuan. He realized that Meng Qingyu was a person with strong execution ability. I couldn't help but think of Chunan, Wang Ruijin, and Guoluo Yao. Meng Qingyu and Chunan, both 18 years old, were very efficient, while Wang Ruijin and Guoluo Yao, both 21 years old, were much more procrastinating. Okay, since you put it that way, I agree to let you join my new company. Jiang Weidong looked at Meng Qingyu with a growing sense of curiosity. He wanted to see what Meng Qingyu was planning to do and what she would be willing to sacrifice. Soon after, Meng Qingyu signed a work agreement and became an employee of Haicheng Fenghua Culture Company. Jiang Weidong's task for her was to write copy or funny short stories for Chunan and the other two. He watched the recent videos of Chunan and the other two. With her good looks and great figure, Chunan's account has a high number of views and likes. But Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan couldn't do it. Jiang Weidong felt that these two women weren't good-looking or physically fit enough, and that they should go for a comedic approach. Besides training videos, shooting some funny videos of daily life can enrich one's public persona. The reason for bringing Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan along is that the three of them working together on a live stream is very effective. If Chunan falls behind and his two friends are too far apart in level, it might affect the live stream's performance. After Meng Qingyu left, Jiang Weidong opened the system panel and registered Haicheng Fenghua Culture Company, as well as his 10 positions. CEO, CFO, Marketing Manager, Art Director, HR Manager, etc. The 10 new positions offer a total salary of 215,000 yuan. In that case, his total salary for his 40 positions would be 865,000 yuan. He used his phone's calculator to do the math and found that, excluding the bonus, he would have a chance to receive a salary of 13.84 million next month. Great, I'm one step closer to buying a house on the banks of the Huangpu River. Thinking about the reward, Jiang Weidong had an idea. Perhaps the fifth company could be a legitimate company, not just a shell company. Of course, he still mainly focuses on giving up. He won't put in the effort or worry, since he wants to enjoy life. He plans to take some time to look for a miracle company that doesn't require much management effort, is easy to operate, and can generate profits with low costs. If a company like that exists, we should take it over and take advantage of the system rewards. Just as Jiang Weidong was planning for the future. Meng Qingyu pulled Chunan down to the first floor, where they met Guoluo Yao and Xu Yuyan. Xu Yuyan looked at Meng Qingyu and Chunan with a somewhat surprised expression. They hired another pretty girl, and she's a green tea bitch. She became even more certain that Jiang Weidong was selecting concubines, but she was surprised that Meng Qingyu and Chunan were so harmonious. Is Chunan slow to react, or has he already gotten used to it? Guoluo Yao felt uncomfortable whenever she saw Meng Qingyu, sensing that Meng Qingyu had a subtle sense of superiority over her. She looked at Chunan with concern, feeling sorry for her naive younger sister who was unaware of the upcoming competition. At the same time, I despise Jiang Weidong for continuing to select concubines. It's truly disgusting. Chapter 39, the 29,900 belt. Bang! At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was overcast, and dark clouds obscured the sun. The autumn wind was bleak, and the clothes on the balcony swayed from side to side, the buttons and zippers rattling against the wall. Guoluo Yao returned to her dormitory and slumped into a chair. Today, Jiang Weidong's new company hired a new employee. Meng Qingyu, with her cunning and manipulative nature, immediately expressed that she also wanted to sign with Haicheng Fenghua Media Company after learning that Chunan had signed with the company. She said that she would not need a base salary for posting videos or live streams, only a commission. Jiang Weidong agreed and signed Meng Qingyu at zero cost. Given Meng Qingyu's relationship with Chunan, there's no doubt that Meng Qingyu will try to ride the wave of popularity. Maybe this green tea will take off. Guoluo Yao remains the worst performing contracted employee at Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Sigh, how come I can't even compare to these little girls? How am I supposed to stay in Haicheng like this? That Meng Qingyu underestimates me. Where does that stinky woman get her sense of superiority from? Wu Luoyao lay there for a while, then sat up, opened her laptop, and decided to look for part-time jobs. She wasn't planning to resign. She had a lot of freedom at Haicheng Fenghua Media Company and had time to do part-time jobs. She wanted to see if there were any jobs that allowed her to work remotely. After searching diligently for half an hour and submitting 6 resumes, just as Wu Luoyao was feeling a bit hungry, the door was pushed open and Wang Ruijin walked into the dormitory looking exhausted. "Xiao Jin, are you done with your work?" I'm exhausted. I've been standing all day." Wang Ruijin wanted to repay Jiang Weidong's money as soon as possible, so she started taking on more events. Now she not only takes on Hanfu and anime cosplay events, but also events that require hostesses. Wu Jinnan assumed that Jiang Weidong was protecting her, so he didn't dare to make things difficult for her and even introduced her to more activities. Wang Ruijin has made some money recently, but it's all been quite tiring. Wu Luoyao said with concern, "Then go take a hot shower, I'll go get you some food." Soon after, Wu Luoyao returned to the dormitory with a lunchbox. Wang Ruijin took a shower, and the two sat together, watching TV and eating. After Wu Luoyao and Wang Ruijin had finished eating, they started talking about Jiang Weidong recruiting Meng Qingyu, focusing on how Meng Qingyu was a green tea, both seductive and shameless. Wang Ruijin thought for a moment and asked, "Doesn't Chunan mind? That silly girl Chunan is still foolishly dating Meng Qingyu and her sister. She has no idea that her sister is a green tea BTCH and her boyfriend is a scumbag." Wang Ruijin nodded. "Oh." She noticed Wu Luoyao's worried look and smiled, "Don't worry, I only treated him as a temporary boyfriend to fool my family. I didn't have any feelings for him." After quickly finishing her food, Wang Ruijin got up and left. Wu Luoyao frowned. In the past, Wang Ruijin would always ask her to wash the dishes together, but this time he forgot. It was because she had something on her mind. November 5th arrived in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Weidong paid the salaries of his employees. Xu Yuyan's base salary was 3,000 yuan, and after deducting the takeout expenses, she received 2,760 yuan. Wu Luoya's base salary is 3,000 yuan, her live streaming commission is 730 yuan, and after deducting the takeout expenses, she received 3,460 yuan. Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan both have a base salary of 3,000 yuan, while Chunan has 2 jobs with a base salary of 6,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong did not calculate the cost of their takeout or deduct it from their food expenses. In addition, during the entire month of October, the 3 people's live stream revenue was 205,700. Jiang Weidong gave all the money to Chunan. He didn't ask how the 3 of them would divide it. After paying the wages, Jiang Weidong left. Chunan immediately took Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan out and sped away in his Li Auto L7. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chunan and the other 2 returned to the company, each carrying large bags filled with snacks and drinks. Meng Qingyu happened to have no classes in the afternoon, so she came early. She heard that Chunan and the other 2 had received 200,000 yuan, and she was so envious that she wanted to jump off a building. She couldn't help but ask, Nan, how do you divide the money?" Sui Lanlan rolled her eyes at Meng Qingyu, feeling that this woman had ill intentions. "The 3 of us are mainly led by Nan, so of course Nan takes the lion's share. We have 622 points, so Nan takes 60%, and Xiaoyu and I each take 20%. Even 20% is over 40,000, which used to take me 7 or 8 months to earn. Of course, no matter what, I don't need to ask my family for money anymore." Meng Qingyu cursed Sui Lanlan inwardly as a lackey, saying that the emperor wasn't worried but the eunuch was, but she still had a smile on her face and asked Chunan, Nan, you must have bought some good things, right? Chunan laughed smugly, "I transferred 50,000 yuan to my dad and then bought 2 belts." She then took out 2 LV bags, and from them she took out 2 boxes. Inside the boxes were 2 leather belts, one with a silver LV logo and the other with a gold LV logo. "I'm going to post something on my WeChat Moments." Chunan took a picture and posted it on her WeChat Moments with the caption, "This is for my brother. I hope he will always wear the belt I gave him." Not only Meng Qingyu, but also Wu Luoyao and Xu Yuyan looked at the expensive-looking LV belt. This is a casual crocodile leather double-sided M8265U belt, 29,900 yuan apiece, Sui Lanlan said again, then sighed, "If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to buy it, I would save it to buy a house back in my hometown.
Meng Qingyu couldn't help but step forward.
After being given permission, she carefully touched the belt and found that it was no different from the 21 belts she had bought. But she knew very well that if she gave such a belt to a man, he would be overjoyed. Seeing Chunan's smug look, she realized that although Chunan was naive, she was not easy to deal with. Damn it, if you take an early lead, you'll stay ahead. Chunan gave such an expensive gift, I wonder what Jiang Weidong will give? It must be something even more expensive. She then asked Chunan, Nan, what about you? The LV boutique gave me 2 new lipsticks as a gift. Chunan replied indifferently. Sui Lanlan took a lipstick out of her pocket. Here it is. She paused for a moment, then said, you don't need to think about the other lipstick, it's with Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingyu wanted nothing more than to jump up and tear Sui Lanlan apart, but she didn't want to ruin her plans, so she just gave an awkward smile on the surface. Seeing that Chunan had these things, she longed even more for Jiang Weidong's affection. She felt that having a boyfriend like that would make her life complete and allow her to show off to her classmates and friends. Chunan seems innocent, but she knows how to win people over. I need to be careful. Chunan proudly boasted for a while, then drove away with his belt. Xiaoyu, Lanlan, see you at 8 o'clock. Don't contact me before then. They started their live stream at 8:30. The fact that they said that clearly indicates there's an upcoming event. Sui Lanlan blushed slightly as if she had just thought of something. Let's go quickly, no need to tell me. After Chunan drove away, the girls dispersed, each with their own thoughts. Meng Qingyu followed Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan upstairs to discuss the plot of a funny scene. She was thinking about Jiang Weidong and was absent-minded. Suddenly, Ma Qinyu turned around and blinked, aren't you envious? Chapter 40 I'm paying tonight. Bun Jingxihui is known as the best chaos and cuisine restaurant in Haicheng. It is also a popular restaurant in Haicheng, and many young people like to go there to spend their money. Compared to those expensive restaurants, this place is relatively affordable, costing around 1,500 yuan per person, and more importantly, reservations are not required. Unlike a fancy banquet, which requires reservations to project a high-class image, this one is not. That afternoon, Jiang Weidong, holding Chunan's hand, led Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan, and Meng Qingyu to Jingxihui. They would have dinner there and then go to the IFC mall. Jiang Weidong is always a man of reciprocity. Since Chunan gave him 2 LV belts, he planned to take Chunan shopping in return. This time, instead of Wonder Plaza in Lingang New Area, he will take Chunan to the city center for some fun. Chunan and the other 2 were a bit tired from their recent live streams, so when they heard Jiang Weidong's suggestion, they decided to rest for the night and go out with Jiang Weidong tonight. Meng Qingyu happened to be there when he made the suggestion, so she came over. Xu Yuyan has already started filming a short drama, and it is said that she is directing it herself. She has been very busy lately and was not at the company this afternoon. Guo Luoyao was there, but she was too embarrassed to come along. And so, the group of 5 arrived in the city center. Jiang Weidong, dressed in Dior, looked handsome and dashing. Chunan was still dressed in sportswear, wearing a grey hooded sweatshirt on top and grey cotton wide leg pants on the bottom. Anyone who didn't know her would think she was going to the gym. However, thanks to her good looks and figure, she still looks great even dressed so casually. Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu were dressed in a rather ordinary manner. Meng Qingyu was wearing a loose blue cotton coat, paired with black fleece-lined shark pants and khaki ankle boots, looking like an ordinary college student. However, she still had a little trick up her sleeve. The form-fitting sharkskin pants completely showcased her slender and straight legs. The 5 of them walking together were quite good-looking, attracting a lot of attention. After sitting down at a table by the window in Jingxihui, Jiang Weidong let the girls order food while he looked out at the Huangpu River. It must be said that the night view here is truly world-class. He felt that the Huangpu River was beautiful because of its extraordinary grandeur and vastness. When he was with the Golden Resources Group, he went to Seoul on a business trip and saw the most prosperous Seocho district in Seoul. He also toured the Han River. The night view on both sides of the Han River was far inferior to that of the Huangpu River. Spacious recreational areas have been built along both sides of the Huangpu River, with large open spaces for tourists to enjoy. There are no buildings on either side of the Han River, but high-rise buildings stand right on the riverbank. Similarly, large cities like Paris and London, despite having rivers running through them, have not made good use of them. In reality, most cities in the world have extremely limited land, and they would never build spacious entertainment areas on both sides of a river. Only the Sheer Kingdom was so generous. After the girls ordered their food, they started taking pictures with their phones. Chunan took a photo with Jiang Weidong and posted it on her WeChat Moments. Then she said with great enthusiasm, "Brother, when I make money in the future, I will buy a house here. That way, we can see the Huangpu River and the Oriental Pearl Tower every night." Jiang Weidong chuckled and nodded, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you to become a rich woman." He suddenly remembered that he had mentioned wanting to buy a house on the banks of the Huangpu River, and Wang Ruijin had been standing next to him at the time. In just 2 short months, everything has changed. After taking the photos, Meng Qingyu listened intently to the conversation between Jiang Weidong and Chunan, and couldn't help but secretly purse her lips. Although Chunan had made some money, she didn't believe that Chunan could afford to buy a house on the banks of the Huangpu River. The house prices here were tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter, and a house would cost at least 10 million yuan. I wonder how much money Jiang Weidong will give Chunan later. It should be around 60 or 70,000. She already knew that Jiang Weidong gave Chunan 50,000 yuan of pocket money every month. She thought that under normal circumstances, the gifts Jiang Weidong bought should not exceed 50,000 yuan. However, this time Chunan bought 2 belts worth 60,000 yuan, so she guessed that it would increase, possibly to 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. Soon after, the food arrived, its aroma filling the air. The girls took photos and posted them on their WeChat Moments, then ate together. After dinner, they went together to the IFC Mall. The IFC Mall is the most bustling and upscale shopping mall in Haicheng. It boasts the world's most comprehensive selection of luxury brands, and most fashion magazines consider the IFC Mall to be Asia's most upscale shopping mall. At night, the IFC Mall is naturally as bright as day, exceptionally stylish, and people dressed in fashion comparable to supermodels can be seen walking by from time to time. Even a girl like Chunan, who always dresses in a sporty style, becomes much more ladylike here. Several girls looked around, glancing here and there. Jiang Weidong led them directly to the luxury goods section and let Chunan choose clothes. However, Chunan was overwhelmed by the choices and didn't know what to buy. They weren't in a hurry, so Jiang Weidong let Chunan wander around. Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan, and Meng Qingyu rarely had the opportunity to visit this place, and they were happy to follow Chunan around. The waiters these days are very professional and showed no obvious impatience, so the group walked and looked around as they went. I also bought a few bottles of milk tea during that time. Jiang Weidong didn't drink the milk tea, it was too sweet and would kill sperm. He doesn't plan to have children right now, but he definitely has activities planned for the evening. Physical education students are not easy to deal with, there's no room for carelessness. By 9:30, Chunan still hadn't decided what to buy. Just then, there was an LV store in front of them, and Jiang Weidong said with a smile, "Hey girl, come on, let's go inside and pick out a few winter outfits for me. The weather is getting colder, it's time to buy winter clothes." Upon hearing this, Chunan snapped his fingers and said, "Leave it to me." So they went into the LV store and went straight to the men's section. The 4 girls chattered away, discussing and choosing clothes for Jiang Weidong. "Brother, how many sets do you want to buy?" 5 sets. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Weidong decided on the clothes he wanted to buy. They were all chosen by the girls, and he had tried them on, they fit him perfectly. Seeing that Jiang Weidong was very straightforward and didn't seem like a stingy person, the sales clerk couldn't help but say, "Sir, our store has the latest women's clothing, which is fashionable and elegant. Your girlfriend is very beautiful and will definitely be able to pull it off. Would you like to choose a few sets?" Jiang Weidong naturally understood the saleswoman's little scheme, but he didn't care. He smiled at Chunan and said, "Little girl, would you like to choose a few sets?" "Let me see." Chunan had been shopping for so long, and she actually wanted to buy everything, but she didn't want to spend too much of Jiang Weidong's money, so she just wanted to find the most beautiful items, but she couldn't find them no matter how hard she looked. "It's getting late, if we don't choose one soon, the stores here will close." Seeing this, Jiang Weidong vaguely understood Chunan's thoughts. He smiled at Sui Lanlan and Ma Qinyu and said, "You two help her choose. Let's pick 5 sets." Upon hearing this, Chunan immediately shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Ma Qinyu pulled him away, saying, "The boss doesn't lack this little bit of money. Why are you saving your breath for him?
Sui Lanlan, who always puts Junan first, encouraged her, Nan Nan, let us pick out clothes for you. Neither of them could wear Chunan's clothes. It wasn't that they coveted Chunan's clothes, but they both wanted to dress Chunan up. It's like a young mother picking out all sorts of beautiful clothes for her daughter, dressing her up like a little princess, and feeling a sense of making up for any regrets she might have had with her daughter. Sui Lanlan and Ma Qingyu are both of average appearance and figure, and they can't show the brand's style even when wearing LV. But Chunan is different. She is a natural clothes hanger and has a figure comparable to a Victoria's Secret model. Both of them wanted to pick out clothes for Chunan and see what their own taste was like. Meng Qingyu also wanted to pick out clothes for Chunan. At this moment, she felt no envy or jealousy, she simply wanted to appreciate beauty. With the help of 3 friends, Chunan selected 5 sets of winter clothes. She took photos of each outfit and sent them to Jiang Weidong on WeChat, and also posted them on her Moments. After selecting 5 outfits, Jiang Weidong added, "You don't have any bags, so let's buy 2 more." Ma Qingyu, Sui Lanlan, and Meng Qingyu's eyes lit up, and they immediately dragged Chunan to buy bags. Soon after, she picked out 2 women's handbags, one silver grey and one purple. Jiang Weidong then called the sales clerk to pay. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ma Qingyu and Sui Lanlan excitedly touching their bags. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How many colors do their makeup bags in that corner have?" "Good morning, sir. Their makeup bags by the door come in 6 colors, pink, dark blue, brown." "Okay, take one of each color." It has to be said that capitalists have many tricks up their sleeves. In addition to regular women's handbags, they also make cosmetic bags and mini bags. Chunan wanted to buy 2 bags, each costing over 20,000 yuan. Their makeup bag was smaller and much cheaper, costing over 4,000 yuan each. He planned to buy a few as gifts for Ma Qingyu, Sui Lanlan, and Meng Qingyu. She really deserves credit for accompanying Chunan on her shopping trip. The sales clerk was extremely excited, but Chunan asked, puzzled, "Brother, why are you buying so many makeup bags? I'll give you 3, and then give 1 to each of them." Chunan was overjoyed, feeling that Jiang Weidong cared about her, which was why he was so generous to his friend. She jumped up, leaped onto Jiang Weidong, and gave him a big kiss. "Brother is so good." 10 sets of clothes cost 263,000 yuan, 2 women's handbags cost 52,000 yuan, and 6 cosmetic bags cost 25,000 yuan. Jiang Weidong became a member and received some discounts, so the total came to 330,000 yuan. They also received 4 sets of lipsticks in all colors as a gift. After paying, Jiang Weidong waved his hand and said, "All right, go home." Meng Qingyu went straight back to school and didn't walk with them. She stood by the roadside waving and watching the ideal L6 leave, her feelings complicated. "I thought he would only spend 60,000 or 70,000 at most, but I didn't expect him to spend more than 200,000 on Chunan. He is richer than I imagined, and he is also so generous and handsome. I wish I were his girlfriend." Chapter 41. I will kill anyone who stands in my way, whether Buddha or God. Haicheng Normal University is located on Guilin Road in the XH district. It's quite close to the university by subway from the IFC Mall. It only takes 10 stops and less than 20 minutes. Meng Qingyu returned to her dormitory at approximately 10:50 p.m. The other 3 roommates have all returned. Kong Xiaoran, petite and adorable, comes from Sichuan Province. He, a high-ranking official from Gansu Province, and Wei Wenxiang, from Lianing Province, who has practiced ballet since childhood and possesses an outstanding temperament. Their dormitory is known as the most beautiful dormitory in the School of Humanities. At this moment, Kong Xiaoran was playing games, He Qing was scrolling through short videos, and Wei Wenxiang was stretching her legs while watching TV. Wei Wenxiang is a little over 1.7 meters tall. Unlike Meng Qingyu, she is tall and slender. However, unlike Meng Qingyu, who gives off a gentle and weak feeling, Wei Wenxiang has been practicing dance since she was a child. Although she is thin, she is strong. She placed her right leg on the edge of the bed and her left leg on the ground, exercising with both legs in a 180-degree position. Even though Meng Qingyu is usually confident, she still felt a little envious when she saw Wei Wenxiang's figure. However, feeling the weight in his hand, and believing that he had the upper hand over Wei Wenxiang, he was no longer angry. She walked in with a smile. The other 3 girls looked at Meng Qingyu. They were about the same age as Meng Qingyu and had just entered university.
They were not yet at the stage of pursuing material things, and none of them recognized the LV makeup bag in Meng Qingyue's hand. He simply inquired about Meng Qingyue's work situation that day. Seeing this, Meng Qingyu was neither angry nor did she immediately show off. She likes to compare herself with others, and as long as she wins, she's happy. She doesn't need the whole world to hear it. Even now, when none of her roommates have an LV makeup bag, she still feels very proud of herself. It's a secret thrill. Of course, if someone asks her and she's happy to show off, she's just as willing to do so. Kong Xiaoran was playing Peacekeeper Elite when she was instantly killed. Frustrated, she put down her phone and caught a glimpse of Meng Qingyue's purple LV makeup bag next to her wardrobe. She thought it was pretty and couldn't help but ask, "Yeah, did you buy a new bag?" Meng Qingyu smiled upon hearing this, then shook her head. "I didn't buy it, it was a gift from someone else." Upon hearing this, He Qing and Wei Wenxiang both looked over and, seeing the beautiful bag, showed expressions of curiosity. "Yeah, have you met a guy you like?" They all knew that Meng Qingyu had a boyfriend before, but they broke up quickly. Now, there are still boys pursuing Meng Qingyu at school, but she has rejected them all. Now that Meng Qingyu has accepted the bag, she must have feelings for him. Thinking of the handsome Jiang Weidong, Meng Qingyu blushed at just the right moment. "I think he's pretty good, but we haven't officially started dating yet. I need to observe him further." Meng Qingyue's 3 roommates, who were originally scattered in different places, immediately surrounded her and asked her about the boy she was interested in. Meng Qingyu then stated that she is a young entrepreneur. Upon hearing this, Wei Wenxiang looked at the LV bag and asked, "Yeah, how much does this bag cost?" "This is an LV cosmetic bag. He originally wanted to buy me a proper women's bag, but I thought it was too expensive. However, I couldn't refuse his kind offer, so I let him buy this cosmetic bag. The bag cost over 4,000 yuan, and the LV boutique also gave me a set of lipsticks in all colors as a gift." She then took out a box of lipsticks. The other girls all looked surprised and praised the boss for being generous this time, even better than Han Mingcheng before. Meng Qingyu was overjoyed to receive praise from her roommates, feeling as happy as if she had just received a university acceptance letter. She couldn't help but think of the things Jiang Weidong had given Chunan. "If those things were given to me, I would definitely be the most dazzling girl in the school, and no one could compare to me." Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I've been at work these past few days, but I've had very few opportunities to interact with Jiang Weidong. She usually only had time to go over in the afternoon, while Jiang Weidong would either play basketball or go home to sleep or play games in the afternoon." She had previously been thinking of taking Jiang Weidong away from Chunan, but now she felt at a loss. "I'm going to take a shower." A moment later, in the bathroom, Meng Qingyu looked at the beautiful girl in the mirror. Seeing the girl's slender waist, her eyes gradually gained more confidence. "I'm so beautiful, I can succeed at anything," she reminisced as she took a shower. Suddenly remembering Ma Qinyu's rather meaningful words from before, he thought for a moment, opened WeChat, and sent Ma Qinyu a message. "Xiaoyu, what did you mean by what you said to me these past 2 days?" Ma Qinyu has not yet replied to the message. After Meng Qingyu took a shower and got into bed, Ma Qinyu replied to the message. "It means exactly what it says. Are you envious of Nan Nan?" Meng Qingyu replied, "Of course I envy Nan Nan for finding a boyfriend like President Jiang. Aren't you envious too? He, I know my own limitations, my boss won't like me." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, if you want to take it a step further, I can help you." Upon seeing the message, Meng Qingyu sat up abruptly. She was excited, surprised, and a little doubtful. "You're not convinced by Nan Nan?" When Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan were doing a live stream together, Meng Qingyu could only think of one reason. Ma Qinyu felt that she had received too little money and wanted to get more. "No. Then why did you help me? I asked you if you wanted to take things a step further and develop a closer relationship with your boss." Meng Qingyu did not reply to the message. She was unsure whether it was a scheme by Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan to extract information and obtain evidence to drive her away. Ma Qinyu quickly replied, "The boss started a company and hired several beautiful women. He's just choosing concubines. He doesn't care about the company's operation at all. A man like him would never only have Nan Nan as his only woman. If you become his woman, you can help Nan Nan. Later, Nan Nan will be his lawfully wedded first wife, and you will be his second wife."
Meng Qingyu curled her lips. He's just a small business owner. What's with all this, selecting concubines stuff? Do you think he's the emperor? You think he is a small business owner, but let me tell you, he is definitely worth billions. Are you crazy? He's so young, how could he possibly have billions? I'm different from you guys. I've worked in factories and met several bosses with assets of hundreds of millions. None of them are as carefree and generous as Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong doesn't treat money like money at all. I can tell that he is definitely richer than those people, at least several billion. Meng Qingyu still felt it was impossible, mainly because the place where Jiang Weidong ran his company was too dilapidated. If you're so rich, why would you build a company in a self-built house? And drive in Li Auto L6? They are just having fun. It doesn't matter where they set up a company. As for the Li Auto L6, I've already heard that the boss is in the lottery for a license plate. If he succeeds, he'll buy a sports car worth millions. If you can afford a sports car worth millions, you must be worth hundreds of millions. Meng Qingyu did not reply to the message. Ma Qingyu sent a message, how about it? From now on, Nan Nan will be the first wife, and you will be the second wife. We will all help you. Except for not having a marriage certificate, you will definitely be able to live a wealthy life. Give him a son, and getting tens of millions will be no problem. Meng Qingyu saw the message and sneered. She doesn't want to be a second wife, she wants to be the first wife of a wealthy family. I'm a respectable college student from a prestigious university, how could I be inferior to a high school dropout? Ma Qingyu didn't see a reply, so she sent a message, I'm warning you, if you miss this opportunity, you miss it. Don't expect us to help you in the future. Meng Qingyu replied with a message, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm going to sleep. Putting down her phone, Meng Qingyu closed her eyes and pondered the future. She planned to observe further. If Jiang Weidong bought a sports car worth several million, then Jiang Weidong would definitely be worth over 100 million, and she would do her best to win him over as a wealthy wife. She'll kill anyone who gets in her way, she doesn't want to be a second wife. She won't allow anyone to be more outstanding than her. Chapter 42 Projects that Guarantee Profitability. A group of men and women arrived at the Xinghui International Club on the third floor, room number 9, next to Wonder Plaza in Lingang New area. The men were mostly middle-aged, while the women were mostly young girls. Jiang Weidong was among them. After playing a basketball game in the afternoon, he and his friends got together for dinner and karaoke. I just finished eating and came over to sing karaoke. Chunan is going to do a live stream tonight, so she didn't come along. Just as Jiang Weidong predicted, Chunan and the other two's popularity will continue to decline, and fewer viewers will watch their live streams. Compared to a month ago, the number of viewers in their live streams has decreased significantly. However, relying on the youthful and joyful atmosphere of the three girls' live streams, they have attracted a group of regular viewers, which has now stabilized, with 4,000 to 5,000 people watching each live stream. Occasionally, I'll meet a generous netizen and earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in one night, but most of the time I only earn 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Despite earning less than before, the three girls were not discouraged and still had a lot of fun. They used to earn a few thousand yuan a month, and now they still earn tens of thousands, which is acceptable for the time being. Moreover, Chunan's fan base has grown extremely rapidly, currently reaching 370,000. Ma Qingyu and Sui Lanlan have also gained more and more fans through their funny videos, each with over 60,000. The future looks promising. Even if you can't become a big internet celebrity, you can still be a small one, taking on advertisements and doing live streams. Jiang Weidong remained the same as before, neglecting his work and enjoying life. He had considered acquiring a fantastic company that required no management, minimal investment, and was still profitable, but after searching for several days, he couldn't find one. He became too lazy to look for it. At this time, most of the other men had female companions, some of whom were their wives, and some of whom were their girlfriends. Jiang Weidong is all alone, which makes him somewhat unusual. Weidong, do you want me to call a woman for you? No need, my girlfriend is busy right now, I'll hold off. Har har, don't hold it in too long. The men and women soon dispersed, the women went to sing, while the men sat together drinking and boasting. We talked about the NBA, economics and politics, and 5,000 years of history. Before they knew it, they were talking about their respective careers. A middle-aged man named Dopingyu looked at Jiang Weidong and asked,
Weidong, you're so free, don't you take care of your company? Everyone here is a small business owner, sometimes they are too busy with work to play ball. But Jiang Weidong is different. Whenever someone calls out in the group, Jiang Weidong always responds. Everyone quickly realized that Jiang Weidong had both money and time. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "It's just for fun, so whether we lose money or not doesn't matter." Others expressed their envy, saying they felt pressured and couldn't be as carefree as Jiang Weidong. Some people also said they had profitable projects and asked Jiang Weidong if he was interested. Jiang Weidong asked a few perfunctory questions, then indicated that he was not interested. The reason he asked a few more questions was because Jiang Weidong was kind-hearted. He felt it wouldn't be good to refuse directly, so he would chat for a bit to make things less awkward. He wasn't sure if other wealthy people would do the same, but even if he became the world's richest man, he would still show some respect to his friends. Chatting for a few minutes costs nothing. Cheers! After downing a glass of wine, Dopenyu stood up and put his arm around Jiang Weidong's shoulder. "Weidong, let's go over there and talk." On the other side of the private room, where the women's seats had been, a sofa had become available, and Jiang Weidong and Dopenyu sat down together. Dopenyu is around 40 years old. He is a bit different from the middle-aged men in my impression. He is not greasy. He is about 1.7 meters tall and probably only weighs about 120 pounds. He is thin with his hair parted in a 7:3 ratio. He has a bit of the Hong Kong man's temperament. You can tell from his appearance that he is an energetic and meticulous person. He glanced at the young woman who had taken off her coat and was wearing a short skirt, and said in a low voice, "Because your girlfriend is young, nowadays several men are looking for girls who are 18 or 19 years old." Jiang Weidong leaned back and said, "I hope they treat those girls well. I'm not just playing around. Nan and I will be together for a long time." Dopenyu nodded in deep agreement. "Do you know what I like most about you? I don't want to guess. What I love most about you is your kindness, the kindness that is ingrained in your bones. When I see you, I just want to get close to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong immediately became alert. "Old doe, I'm not gay." Dopenyu was both amused and exasperated, and then said, "I called you over because there's a project that would be perfect for you." "What project?" Jiang Weidong was slightly surprised. He had just rejected those project invitations. Dopenyu didn't seem like a fool. He should be able to see through his mindset. There was no reason for him to continue testing him. The two are not related, so why give him the good project? "I know what you're thinking. You hate trouble and you want to find simple, profitable industries. I have such a project right now." You say. Ocean University has a cafeteria project that's guaranteed to make money. Be more specific. Okay, let me explain slowly. According to Dopenyu, Ocean University has more than 12,000 undergraduate students and more than 1,000 graduate students, all of whom are located on the Lingang campus. The school has several canteens, including smaller ones next to the library and gymnasium. There are two large canteens, both located next to the student dormitory buildings. Both canteens are 3-story buildings, offering large-scale cooking, stir-fries, and a halal restaurant. Currently, on the first floor of the cafeteria in building and next to the dormitory building, there is a subcontracted cafeteria that is going to be put out to tender. This canteen mainly sells large pot dishes, with 30 serving windows and a total of 16 employees. It is the most popular large pot canteen at Ocean University. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong thought for a moment and asked, "Why did the previous boss stop working?" The previous boss had 2 students as girlfriends, which had a very bad influence, violated the contract, and his contracting qualification was revoked. "Why are you looking for me? You are kind-hearted. You want to make money by dishonest means. The school cafeteria doesn't need to be the best, but it definitely needs to be safe. We can't sell leftovers and rotten meat for profit. I trust you with the contract." Jiang Weidong grasped the key information. "You're giving me the contract." Dopenyu nodded and smiled. "To be honest, I contracted out all the canteens at Ocean University, and then subcontracted them to my friends. Why don't you give the contract to your younger brother, or your brother-in-law, or your sister-in-law?" Dopenyu shook his head and sneered. "Do you think I don't want to? My wife has been complaining to me about this for days, but those few people are no good. I can't joke about the student safety. Weidong, to be honest with you,
if I weren't so busy, I would manage it myself. But I have a lot on my plate, and I don't trust others to handle things for me. After thinking it over, I realized you're the most suitable person. You're not the kind of person who makes money through dishonest means. Jiang Weidong smiled noncommittally. Old doe, then tell me the truth. If I take over, what difficulties will I face? There are two main points. First, many students know that the bastard played around with female students before, so the cafeteria doesn't have a good reputation now. Secondly, both female students are quite pretty and reportedly have many suitors. Students are young and impetuous, so we need to be careful to prevent them from causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong placed his right hand on the sofa and tapped it lightly with his index finger. Because Junan and his two companions earned money through their live stream, the system gave them a reward of 1 million. Jiang Weidong was thinking of starting a magical company that was easy to operate, didn't require him to manage it, and could still generate profits, so he could see if he could get some system rewards. It was a small experiment. But no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find such a miraculous company. He gave up on everything. At this point, Dopanyu's suggestion was indeed quite good. He had attended university and knew that university cafeterias in good locations were bound to make money. You don't need to worry about managing the canteen yourself, just assign a head chef and a warehouse manager. Then the cost needs to be considered. He slowly said, Old doe, the companies I run now are all shell companies, just for fun. It's not that I don't want to grow bigger and stronger, it's just that I don't have enough funds. How much is the annual contracting fee for the cafeteria you just mentioned? That's a large canteen. It originally had 16 employees, and with that bastard, it's 17 in total. The previous contract price was 580,000 a year. Since you're my friend, I'll give you a discount, 560,000 a year. Jiang Weidong shook his head. Too much, I don't have that much money. How much do you want? 380,000, I guess. Dopanyu shook his head. No one bargains like you. You've already lost 200,000 yuan. Brother, I'm losing money. Jiang Weidong chuckled. Old doe, I won't lie to you, my dad owns a restaurant. He used to run the cafeterias at our local schools. I know the ins and outs of it very well. School cafeterias do make a profit, but not much. It's all hard-earned money, and most people aren't willing to do it. 380,000 is enough, but that number doesn't sound good. How about we add 10,000 more, making it 390,000? Did your dad run a school cafeteria? I've done the contracting before. You can leave it to me, and you won't have to worry about it at all. His father had indeed contracted the cafeteria before, and when he was in college, he had considered contracting the cafeteria at his university and inquired about relevant information. When Jiang Weidong heard that there were 30 windows, he knew the approximate contract price. Okay, then, 390,000, no less. I really haven't made any profit. Jiang Weidong looked at him as if he were an idiot. Dopanyu chuckled dryly and waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. He thought for a moment and said, that bastard messed things up before, but the employees are still pretty good. How are you going to deal with them? I'll go and see for myself tomorrow. If they are really good, I'll keep them all. I'll also set up a food company, bring them in, pay their social insurance and housing fund contributions, and give them full protection. After he finished speaking, the whole circle fell silent. The women were changing songs, and no one was singing for the time being. Dopanyu looked at Jiang Weidong with disbelief. Brother, are you sure you want to pay their social insurance and housing fund contributions? Didn't you pay it before? Dopanyu didn't answer. He paused for a moment and then said, if you're really interested, I'll reduce the contract fee by 30,000, making it 360,000 a year. Then let's go take a look tomorrow. Good. Whether it works or not, we still need to go and see for ourselves. Jiang Weidong won't do a losing business. Dopanyu raised his glass, smiling broadly. Weidong, come on, cheers. Seeing this, Jiang Weidong knew that Dopanyu could still make a profit of 360,000 yuan. He didn't regret it, nor was he envious. It's a skill that he can make money, and besides, he has a system. What's there to envy? If anyone is envious, it's others who are envious of him. Chapter 43. Who is being called a lunatic? The following afternoon at 6 o'clock, on the first floor of the Ocean University's A canteen,
Jiang Weidong and Dopinyu sat on a plastic bench, eating and chatting. Jiang Weidong arrived at Ocean University in the morning to talk to former employees, observe the situation of the canteens in buildings A and B, and also visited the canteens next to the library and gymnasium. It was discovered that students mainly eat at the cafeterias in buildings A and B next to the dormitory. He estimated that the two canteens would receive 7,000 or 8,000 visitors every day. The cafeteria recommended by Dopinyu is located right next to the main entrance on the first floor of Building A, in an excellent location. Work has stopped, and all 16 employees are still here. The canteen still has all the cooking utensils the former owner is preparing to sell them at a low price. Jiang Weidong had calculated that if he wanted to take over, in addition to the annual contract fee of 360,000 yuan, he would also have to spend 60,000 yuan to acquire the equipment, and another 150,000 yuan in rent per year, which would amount to 570,000 yuan. In addition, students use meal cards to pay for their meals, which are calculated by the school. For the first month, students need to pay for their own food. Based on the past situation of this canteen, it can serve meals for about 700 students each time, and it needs about 7,000 yuan a day to buy vegetables. In addition, there are water, electricity, oil, and gas. In other words, even if there is a profit, you need to put up around 800,000 yuan at the beginning. Dopinyu took a sip of soup and said, "Weidong, I really didn't lie to you. Although we don't earn much, there will definitely be a profit. That bastard used to be the warehouse manager himself. Now you can hire a warehouse manager and you won't have to manage anything. Other people will do the other work. A net profit of 300,000 yuan a year is no problem." That's right, the canteen with a dozen or so employees makes a net profit of 300,000 yuan a year. Running a school cafeteria is all about earning a living through hard work. Jiang Weidong was mainly after the system rewards. He didn't care about the cafeteria's profits, as long as it didn't lose money. He thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "I observed the cafeteria building and found that there are only surveillance cameras installed at the entrances and exits. I think there are too few cameras. If I were to contract it, I would need to install more cameras. The warehouse, the kitchen, and the windows all need to be monitored. The cameras will not be connected to the school's security department. I will be in charge of them directly. The school won't reimburse this. Aren't you just increasing your costs?" Jiang Weidong laughed and said, "It's okay, I just want to make money peacefully." Dopinyu gave a thumbs up. "Brother, I admire you. I'll ask my boss about this and give you an answer tomorrow." At this moment, a female student passed by and saw Jiang Weidong. Seeing his handsome appearance, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Seeing this, Dopinyu carefully looked Jiang Weidong up and down, and then said, "Weidong, your girlfriend is so beautiful, you can't mess with the female students at Ocean University, otherwise the school will have a hard time dealing with it." Jiang Weidong chuckled, "Don't worry, even if I find a female student, I'll handle it properly." A hint of worry flashed in Dopinyu's eyes, but he did not continue to offer advice. Such a large pot food stall naturally includes 3 meals a day. For breakfast, they sell steamed buns, manchu, fried dough sticks, sesame cakes, boiled eggs, tea eggs, tomatoes and cucumbers, pickled radishes, porridge, fried rice, as well as fried rice noodles, fried rice vermicelli, and so on. Except for the pickled radish porridge, egg fried rice noodles and fried rice vermicelli, which are prepared by the kitchen, all other dishes have their ingredients delivered by a specialized food company. The kitchen can simply reheat it. The canteen is just a middleman. Any unsold items can be returned. As for the ingredients needed for lunch and dinner, they are delivered by specialized fruit and vegetable delivery companies. The chef provides a list of vegetables and meats needed for the next day, and the fruit and vegetable delivery company prepares them that same evening. It was delivered to the school around 4:30 a.m. the next day, and then it was received and stored. The following morning, Jiang Weidong met with school leaders and the head of the fruit and vegetable delivery company. He secured a 2-year contract to run the cafeteria on the first floor of Building A at Ocean University, and also signed a contract with a fruit and vegetable delivery company. This way, you only need to hire one warehouse manager to receive the ingredients at 4:30 a.m. every day and take inventory in the evening. The school can't wait any longer and hopes Jiang Weidong will start work as soon as possible. He has already contacted a security company, which will install a total of 17 surveillance cameras in places such as the food serving window, warehouse, and kitchen. Once the installation is complete,
he will be able to start work. Of course, the prerequisite is to recruit a warehouse manager. He didn't want to come over at 4:30 in the morning to work, nor did he want to come over every day to check the goods. He just wanted to take advantage of the system rewards and didn't want to actually do any work. The fifth company is called Haicheng Fenghua Food Company. Haicheng in November is very cold, perhaps even colder than the dead of winter. There was little wind in December, but the cold wind of November was howling. Jiang Weidong, dressed in a long LV suit jacket and casual trousers, walked slowly along the path of Ocean University, looking just like a domineering CEO. He thought of Wang Ruijin and wondered if he should hand over the warehouse management job to her. Although I need to get up at 4:30 a.m., the workload is not actually high. It's just a matter of checking the goods morning and night. In fact, 2 hours a day is enough. However, Wang Ruijin is a college student after all, and he was worried that it would hurt her self-esteem. Just as he was pondering, a familiar figure drew closer and became clearer. It was none other than Wang Ruijin. Confucius said, "What you keep in mind will surely come back to you." Confucius was right. Wang Ruijin wore a pink wig and a large, long black cotton coat, possibly with a skirt underneath, revealing a small portion of her fair calves. She saw Jiang Weidong, her face full of surprise. She opened her mouth but didn't shout out, though there was still excitement in her eyes. "Is there an event?" Jiang Weidong guessed that she was wearing a cosplay outfit under her cotton coat, so he spoke first. "Yes, there's an event. It's so cold, are you going to do outdoor activities?" Wang Ruijin rolled her eyes at Jiang Weidong. "It's an outdoor event. There's a Genshin Impact cosplay event today, and the order is for 600 people. I'll take you there." "No. I'm going to check out the pretty girl." Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin gave a light snort and said, "Then let's go." Once in the car, Wang Ruijin sat down in the back seat and took off her large cotton coat, revealing her cosplay outfit underneath. It was a dark green off-shoulder short dress, the style of which was neither Chinese nor Western, exposing a large area of her shoulders and chest. This further confirmed Jiang Weidong's previous view. She has a great figure. Wang Ruijin noticed Jiang Weidong's gaze, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she hugged her cotton coat to cover her exposed chest. Why take on an event like this in such cold weather? You think everyone is as rich as you, spending over 200,000 yuan on a few outfits and 50,000 or 60,000 yuan on bags. My parents, well, let's not talk about them. Yao Yao's parents work in their hometown and only make 80,000 or 90,000 yuan a year. Your few outfits are worth more than a couple's annual salary." Jiang Weidong nodded but did not reply. "What are you going to school for?" Wang Ruijin then asked. Jiang Weidong then started talking about his experience contracting the cafeteria, and finally asked, "Do you know anything about that cafeteria?" "I know, the business there is quite good, and the food is pretty good." Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "I need a warehouse manager. Are you interested?" "What does a warehouse keeper do?" Jiang Weidong then described the warehouse manager's job. "You only need to work 2 hours a day, and you don't have to pay for meals in the canteen. The monthly salary is 7,000. The warehouse manager in Haicheng earns a higher salary. Although he only needs to work 2 hours a day, he has no holidays once school starts and has to go there to take inventory of goods 30 days a month. In fact, some bosses are more strict and require that every time goods come in and go, the warehouse manager has to be there all day long. Jiang Weidong doesn't plan to do that. He only requires that the goods be counted in the morning and evening." Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin was immediately tempted. She saw a news report a couple of days ago that the current economic climate is not good. Of the tens of millions of college graduates, only 50% can find a job within a year. And of those 50% who do find jobs, 60% of their first jobs pay less than 6,000 yuan. With 7,000 yuan a month, I can rent a cheap room near the school and eat at the school cafeteria. That's enough to settle down in Haicheng and even save a lot of money. However, when she thought about her plans after graduation, she shook her head. She then thought of Guo Luo Yao, who was determined to stay in Haicheng, and her tone softened considerably. "Brother Dong, what do you think of Yao Yao?" Jiang Weidong looked over with a half smile. "You didn't call me Brother Dong just now, but you're calling me Brother Dong now. Are you that close to Guo Luo Yao?" Wang Ruijin blushed and said softly, "Yao Yao and I are best friends."
I got viral pneumonia in my first semester of college and spent all my money. I was too embarrassed to ask my family for more money. Yao Yao lent me 200 yuan and stayed with me through the last month. Because of the limited funds, they could only eat steamed buns for breakfast, and mapo tofu, han-torn cabbage, and boiled radish for lunch and dinner. Yao Yao was afraid I'd feel embarrassed, so she ate the dishes with me. The cheapest dishes in the university cafeteria are mapo tofu, han-torn cabbage, or boiled radish. These three dishes are cheaper than other vegetables. Other vegetables are usually 1.5 yuan a serving, while these three are 1 yuan a serving. Jiang Weidong nodded. Talk to Guoluo Yao and give me an answer tonight. Shortly after, the Li Auto L6 stopped in front of a roadside chain supermarket. Jiang Weidong hurriedly got out of the car, bought 5 packs of hand warmers, and tossed them to Wang Ruijin when he returned, saying, "Put these on later." Wang Ruijin took the heat patch and nodded blankly. The Li Auto L6 started up again and soon got on the highway. Jiang Weidong was driving in front, and you could see his handsome profile from behind. A cold wind blew outside the window, and cars roared past. The scenery along the road flashes by in the blink of an eye, making it impossible to appreciate it properly. She felt inexplicably upset. Why are you driving so fast? Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Jiang Weidong was taken aback upon hearing this, then replied, "You're crazy. You're the one who's crazy, you're the one who's crazy. Who are you calling a lunatic? You're crazy." Wang Ruijin realized what was happening, chuckled, and felt less upset. Looking out the window, she said, "Could you stop the car for a moment? Stopping is not allowed on the highway." Jiang Weidong then thought of something and said, "If it's convenient for you, we can park at the service area ahead." Wang Ruijin glanced at Jiang Weidong and nodded slightly. They soon arrived at the service area. Wang Ruijin didn't go to the restroom instead, she got up, opened the passenger door, and sat down in the passenger seat, her face flushed. This time, she didn't cover her chest with her cotton-padded coat. "Let's go." Jiang Weidong looked over, puzzled. Wang Ruijin avoided Jiang Weidong's gaze. "It's a bit cold. I'll sit next to you, it'll be warmer." "Okay." Chapter 44. We will feel sorry for you. The event Wang Ruijin participated in this time was at Cheidun Film and Television City in the SJ district. It is said to be a project between Genshin Impact and the Film and Television City to promote Cheidun Film and Television City. Apart from Hengjin World Studios, which hosts film crews year-round, the vast majority of film and television cities in China are not built for filming movies and TV series, but rather to become tourist attractions and develop tourism. Cheidun Film and Television City is a case in point. In the past, some mink dramas would be filmed here, but now no film crews come here all year round, and it has become a single tourist attraction. After Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin arrived, he got out of the car first, saying, "You can put on heat patches in the car." Seeing Jiang Weidong leave so quickly, Wang Ruijin felt a little dissatisfied. "I couldn't reach his back. Do you want me to help you put it on?" Jiang Weidong looked over with some anticipation. Seeing this, Wang Ruijin was much happier. Her pretty face flushed, and she smiled and said, "Dream on." Jiang Weidong raised his middle finger, then turned around, his back to Wang Ruijin. Wang Ruijin climbed into the back seat and applied a heat patch. After she finished, she stared blankly at Jiang Weidong, thought for a moment, took out her phone, and took a few pictures of Jiang Weidong's back. Sigh, what are my feelings for him? I wish time could stay in September forever. She felt a lump in her throat, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and called out to Jiang Weidong, "Don't peek." Jiang Weidong turned around and rolled his eyes. "Give me that eye roll again, or I'll sue you. If you dare to sue me, I'll tie you up, lock you in a secret room forever, and torture you every day. Come on, let's see if I'm scared." The two bickered as they walked toward the film studio. They don't need tickets to participate in the event. By this time, the film studio had already gathered a large number of people, a dense crowd of young people, both men and women. Jiang Weidong finally understood just how popular Genshin Impact was. Wang Ruijin followed the organizers to work, while he found an empty chair, sat down, and quietly watched the cosplayers in the distance. The outfits of the Genshin Impact characters are quite light, and the cosplayers are also wearing very little. It was around 6 or 7 degrees Celsius at the time, so it wasn't easy for the cosplayers. The fans enjoyed it, but from Jiang Weidong's perspective, there was really nothing to see. The vast majority of cosplayers wear wigs and heavy makeup. Jiang Weidong felt that there were very few beautiful women after removing their makeup, and Wang Ruijin stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. At first glance, you would subconsciously lock onto her. They arrived at the film studio at 11 a.m. Wang Ruijin worked until 3 p.m. without having lunch. After the event, she went with Jiang Weidong to a small roadside restaurant next to the film studio for lunch. Jiang Weidong bought a steamed corn at noon to fill his stomach, but Wang Ruijin didn't eat it and was hungry until 3 o'clock. When the food was served, she immediately started eating without any regard for appearances. Just as the two were focused on eating, a young man with long hair, a headband, and a camera around his neck, looking like an artist, walked in. He nodded to Jiang Weidong, then looked at Wang Ruijin with a burning gaze. "Little sister, do you take freelance work?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin glanced at Jiang Weidong and replied, "Yes. My name is Fu Jichuan, and I am a photographer. I think you are very beautiful and have a great temperament. I would like to ask you to be my model and take a set of photos with an urban winter theme. And the price? 1,200 per hour. Models are paid much more than cosplay events." The events Wang Ruijin previously took on were essentially just being a scenic view. She simply stood in a designated spot and let tourists and fans admire her. Private photographers, on the other hand, need to give the photographer the desired expressions, pose as the photographer wants, and change into the clothes specified by the photographer. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin was immediately tempted. 1,200 yuan an hour was a really good price. If she worked for a day and added her previous savings, she could pay back the money she owed Jiang Weidong. Upon seeing this, Jiang Weidong immediately realized that Wang Ruijin was interested. He wasn't trying to stop Wang Ruijin from making money, but he felt that Fu Jichuan had ulterior motives. The way this man was looking at Wang Ruijin was strange. He then gently kicked Wang Ruijin under the table and gave her a wink. Wang Ruijin was very rebellious towards her parents, but she was very obedient when she was with Jiang Weidong. She glared at Jiang Weidong, but understood what he meant. Fu Jichuan, thinking Wang Ruijin was being lazy, continued, 1,500 an hour, sister, that's the highest price for private photography. Even high-end models in the industry only charge this much. Jiang Weidong then said, she can go with you, but I'm going with her. You want to come with us? Fu Jichuan immediately shook his head. Brother, photography is a very private expression of emotions. If you come to the scene, it will affect her performance and prevent her from fully engaging in her work. Jiang Weidong chuckled and shook his head, then let's forget about it. Fu Jichuan pursed his lips and turned to Wang Ruijin, little sister, I have 400,000 followers on short video platforms. Give me a chance, give yourself a chance. Believe me, I can definitely make you famous. You're working so hard here. If you become famous, you can earn 5,000 yuan per event like this in the future. 5,000 yuan per session is for those cosplayers who are somewhat famous, or small internet celebrities with hundreds of thousands of followers. Wang Ruijin disliked Fu Jichuan ignoring Jiang Weidong, and replied directly, if my brother disagrees, then I disagree. Seeing Wang Ruijin's obedience to Jiang Weidong, Fu Jichuan felt a flash of jealousy in his eyes. He wasn't the official photographer for this event, he just came to see if there were any top beauties, and unexpectedly, he actually found Wang Ruijin. In fact, a photographer with hundreds of thousands of followers like him is already considered a high-ranking figure in the industry. Every day, girls send him their private photos, hoping he can take pictures for them. In order to gain his approval, some people gave him money, and some gave him gifts. He thought he could easily win over Wang Ruijin, but he didn't expect that Wang Ruijin would be so stubborn and have a conservative and obstinate lover. He turned to Jiang Weidong and provoked him, brother, you can't let your girlfriend do this kind of work, it's too hard. She's so beautiful and has such a great presence, she could be a star. If you were. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Weidong interrupted him. Labor is the most glorious thing. She earns money through her own labor, which is something to be proud of. Labor has no distinction of high or low status. You should not use money to measure the value of labor. Besides, I didn't stop her. She can cooperate with you, but I have to go along. It's you who has ulterior motives, and it's you who's unwilling. Brother, photography is a very private matter. Jiang Weidong shook his head and said coldly, that's your problem. Even a super director like Wong Kar-wai has a group of people following him when he's making a movie. I don't believe photography needs to exclude outsiders. I'm not in your frame anyway. I can't explain it to you. Alright, if your skill level isn't high enough, go home and practice. Stop making excuses. Upon hearing this, Fu Jichuan was furious and was about to say something sarcastic when he suddenly noticed Jiang Weidong's clothes and his expression changed slightly. As a renowned photographer, he naturally pays attention to the latest clothing designs from top brands. Jiang Weidong was wearing the latest winter collection from LV. A set costs over 20,000 yuan. He realized that Jiang Weidong might be very rich, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He has money and still makes his girlfriend do this kind of work. What a miser. Fu Jichuan left dejectedly. After walking a distance, he thought of Wang Ruijin's appearance and figure and still wanted to try to win her over. His eyes darted around and he came up with a plan. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin continued eating. Just as they were finishing, Fu Jichuan brought Wu Jinnan over. Old Wu, you need to talk to this girl. I really can't help but slap her in the face. Because Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin were engrossed in their meal, Wu Jinnan didn't notice them. Only when he got closer did he realize it was Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin. He looked at Jiang Weidong guiltily and bowed, saying, "Brother, you're here." Seeing this, Jiang Weidong chuckled inwardly but remained expressionless. I can't reason with this guy. Tell him I don't like him and that he shouldn't bother Xiao Jin, or he'll face the consequences. Wu Jinnan felt that Jiang Weidong had a stronger presence than before, and he believed that Jiang Weidong's power had increased. He hurriedly pulled Fu Jichuan away. A moment later, he ran back alone. Brother, I have some good wine over there. Would you like to try some? I'll bring it over to you. Need not. Once away from the small restaurant, Wu Jinnan straightened up and said angrily, "They are from the underworld, don't be courting death, and don't drag me down with you." Someone from the underworld. A hint of panic flashed in Fu Jichuan's eyes, but he remained defiant. This is a society governed by law. Who's afraid of him? If someone calls their henchman and it costs you one hand, aren't you scared? Besides, can your dirty laundry withstand scrutiny? Upon hearing this, Fu Jichuan turned pale. He's not a clean person. On the other side, Wang Ruijin looked at Jiang Weidong and said, "Brother Dong, you're getting more and more like a big shot in the underworld. You're so handsome. Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we'll go home and sleep in this cold weather." Wang Ruijin chuckled and then asked, "Why didn't you let me take pictures with that guy surnamed Fu? I don't think he's a good person." Really? You can send a message to Wu Jinnan and ask him. Wu Jinnan should know him. Wang Ruijin thought it made sense, so she sent a message to Wu Jinnan, asking about Fu Jichuan's character. Wu Jinnan replied quickly, "I'm not very familiar with him, but this guy is no good. You won't go wrong if you listen to Brother Jiang." Wang Ruijin realized that she might have been in danger if it weren't for Jiang Weidong. Touched, she looked at him affectionately, only to see Jiang Weidong eating with his head down, completely oblivious to her feelings. Embarrassed and annoyed, she put away her phone and said indignantly, "That guy surnamed Fu is definitely not a good person. I'll beat him up when I get the chance." Jiang Weidong couldn't help but laugh. "Stop thinking about beating people up all the time. Who can you beat? HMPH, I'm not afraid at all. If we really fight, I'll just grab this pot of vegetables and smash it over his head, then pick up a stool and beat him up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong's smile vanished, and he warned, "If you really want to do this, I'll have no choice but to go to the police station to bail you out." Wang Ruijin remained non-committal in response to Jiang Weidong's threats. An hour later, Jiang Weidong took Wang Ruijin directly to the girls' dormitory building of Ocean University. He contracted the cafeteria, and the school gave him a work permit from Ocean University, which allowed him to freely enter and exit Ocean University. Wang Ruijin stared blankly at the dormitory building in front of her. In front of the dormitory building, where people were coming and going, a young couple waved goodbye, their faces still smiling as they turned away. The cold wind could not extinguish their affection. Wang Ruijin felt sad thinking about this separation, wondering when she and Jiang Weidong would meet again, and what excuse they would use to meet next. She couldn't help but think of Chunan, envying that Chunan could see Jiang Weidong every day, and wondered if Chunan was very happy. She asked in a low voice, "Are you happy with Chunan?" "Happy.
With me? I'm happy too.
Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin felt much better.
I'm leaving. Jiang Weidong thought for a moment, do you want to pay me back?
You can pay it back slowly, I won't charge interest.
It's so cold, and you're wearing so little.
Working outdoors makes it easy to get sick. You don't want to spend all your earnings on hospital bills, do you? Hearing this, Wang Ruijin was secretly pleased, but said aloud, I don't need your fake concern, I don't need anyone's pity.
It's not that I pity you, it's that I feel sorry for you. If you get sick, Wu Luoyao and I will both worry.
Upon hearing these words, Wang Ruijin trembled as if she had been struck by a pressure point. The two people she values most in Haicheng are Jiang Weidong and Wu Luoyao. The fact that these two people are worried about her means that her trip was worthwhile. She couldn't help but open her arms and murmur, Brother Dong, let me hug you. After a brief embrace, Wang Ruijin got out of the car, her face flushed. They just wanted a hug, but before they knew it, they were kissing. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, remember to tell Wu Luoyao about the warehouse manager and ask her to give me an answer tonight.
Wang Ruijin nodded. You can go now. Jiang Weidong drove away.
Wang Ruijin watched as the ideal L6 completely disappeared into the distance before turning away and going upstairs. She herself did not realize that after being intimate with Jiang Weidong, her steps became lighter, her body more agile, and her mood much happier. Chapter 45 Good morning. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was dark and the wind was biting. Wu Luoyao dragged her heavy steps back to the dormitory, pushed open the door, climbed onto the bed, and lay down straight. Seeing this, Wang Ruijin asked with concern, Yao Yao, what's wrong?
I'm tired, both physically and mentally.
Wu Luoyao responded softly. Ever since she felt like she was at the bottom of Jiang Weidong's company, Wu Luoyao always felt that others looked down on her, which made her feel bad. She started thinking about finding a job, taking on another part-time job, or quitting her job with Jiang Weidong and working for another company. However, she submitted many resumes and interviewed with 8 companies, but was rejected by all of them. Most companies say they require people with more than 3 years of relevant industry work experience. There were a few other companies that didn't require work experience, but the HR people were leering at her, so Wu Luoyao didn't dare to go. So after struggling for a while, she didn't get any positive feedback. Wang Ruijin climbed onto Wu Luoyao's bed, lay down next to her, hugged her, and whispered, Yao Yao, I have a job here, you can give it a try. She then recounted how Jiang Weidong took over the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Wu Luoyao's eyes widened, and she asked anxiously, Xiao Jin, you met with Jiang Weidong again. I didn't intentionally look for him, it was just a coincidence. He came to the school to sign a contract, and then we met by the basketball court. Wang Ruijin turned her gaze away and said softly, don't worry, I don't have any other thoughts about him. I just think this job is okay. He said that if you work for 2 hours, the salary is 7,000. If you do this job, you can stay in Haicheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Luoyao was tempted, but she was still worried about Jiang Weidong. Xiao Jin, what if he takes over that cafeteria for you, so that you can rekindle your relationship? Wang Ruijin thought for a moment, a blush rising on her pretty face. Impossible, it's an investment of hundreds of thousands. Wu Luoyao used to think that Jiang Weidong didn't have much money, maybe only a few 100,000. Later, she saw Chunan's WeChat moments and realized that Jiang Weidong could easily spend over 200,000 yuan on clothes, so she knew that Jiang Weidong was probably richer than she had imagined. Xiao Jin, it's hard to say. He's very rich, maybe that's his intention. Wang Ruijin couldn't help but feel a little suspicious when she thought about Jiang Weidong accompanying her to work today, but she was also somewhat looking forward to this speculation. But knowing that Wu Luoyao was strongly opposed, she did not show it. Did he invite you first? Oh, yes. That's it, he is definitely still up to no good. Wu Luoyao sat up and said seriously, Xiao Jin, you can't fall for it. He is with Chunan every day, and he is still eyeing you. It's disgusting. I understand. Wang Ruijin sat up. Yao Yao, are you going to work? Wu Luoyao didn't really want to go. She felt that Jiang Weidong would look down on her. Yao Yao, why don't you give it a try? Do you remember the owner of that cafeteria before? He used to be a warehouse manager. He had it so easy. If you do this job, you'll earn 7,000 a month, and you won't have to spend money on 3 meals a day. Plus, you'll have time to do other things and improve yourself. And you'll definitely be able to stay in Haicheng.
Isn't that what you want to do most, stay in Haicheng?
After much deliberation, Wu Luoyao finally agreed, then I'll give it a try. Wang Ruijin nodded happily, then thought for a moment and said, you mess around during your live stream, but you need to be more serious as the warehouse manager, because it concerns the students' food safety. Hearing her friend say that about her, Wu Luoyao said with embarrassment and annoyance, I didn't mess around. I did my live stream very seriously. I will definitely do my job well as the warehouse manager this time. The work of a warehouse manager can be summarized as receiving and issuing goods. Then, they recorded the data separately. Considering the special nature of the school cafeteria, Jiang Weidong did not ask Wu Luoyao to monitor the outbound data at all times. He only asked her to count the remaining ingredients after the cafeteria closed for the night. Of course, he still needed to keep an eye on the food entering the warehouse, as he didn't trust the people from the food delivery company. There may be many employees handling the food delivery, such as those who handle bills, pick vegetables, weigh them, drivers, and movers. If anyone were to tamper with it, the cafeteria would suffer losses. Therefore, it is necessary to check the quality of the ingredients upon receipt and then weigh and record the results. Wu Luoya's job is to wait until 4:30 a.m. when the food company's delivery truck arrives, check the unloaded ingredients, confirm that there are no major problems, weigh and reconcile the items one by one, and sign the order only after everything is correct. Perhaps because she is pretty, she is well liked by the dormitory supervisor. Since Wu Luoyao has to get up early, the supervisor gave her a key and told her to open and close the door herself from now on. At 4:30 a.m. 4 days later, Wu Luoyao completed her first warehouse management task. The job was much simpler than she had expected, but the mover's dark expression annoyed her. She felt that she was being very polite and smiling, but the mover looked like he had lost 500 yuan. She secretly wondered if these people looked down on her. It was 4:20 a.m. on my second day as a warehouse keeper. The sky was dark, and the cafeterias in buildings A and B next to the dormitory were already busy, with some cafeteria staff receiving ingredients. Wu Luoyao, wearing a black down coat and blue jeans, rubbed her hands together as she walked to a door on the side of the cafeteria in building A, then took out her key and opened the warehouse door. She thought for a moment, took out her phone, and took a selfie at the right angle. Afraid of waking her roommates, she didn't wash up, she simply splashed some warm water on her face and rushed over. It was cold, so she wore 2 pairs of pants, a pair of thermal cotton pants and a pair of jeans. Her lower body looked somewhat bulky, and her hair was loose and casually draped over her shoulders. Nevertheless, thanks to her good looks, her selfies are still beautiful. She has a face that suggests peace and prosperity, and doesn't look like someone from the south. She looks more like a girl from one of the 4 provinces of China. She has big eyes, a straight nose, and gives off a very dignified beauty. After taking the photos, she posted them on her WeChat Moments, blocking Jiang Weidong, Chunan, Xu Yuyan, and others as usual. The caption reads, "The oxen and horses are getting to work. Those despicable capitalists, I'm going to make money for them again." In less than 2 minutes, there were 5 likes on the post. Another person commented, "The goddess is so hardworking, I love her, I love her. Yao Yao, don't work too hard. I'll always be waiting for you. It's only 5 degrees Celsius in Haicheng right now. I feel so sorry for you." Wu Luoyao smiled happily upon seeing the comments on her WeChat Moments. These little fish are quite well behaved. She doesn't need to worry about them looking down on her when she's with them. Just then, my WeChat vibrated. A new message had arrived. "Yao Yao, what kind of work do you do? Are you working at the vegetable market at this time?" The person who sent the message has their WeChat name, OK Peppa, and their profile picture is Mikasa from Attack on Titan. When Wu Luoyao saw this person's information, she instantly lost control. She frantically clicked on the person's information, then blocked them and deleted them from her friend list. How could I have added her on WeChat? That's impossible. What's wrong with me, Wu Luoyao? What were you thinking? How could you have added her on WeChat? She was furious and couldn't help but reach out and slap her head hard. This person was one of her nightmares. She was a child from the countryside. Her parents worked in the county town. When she was in the 4th grade of elementary school, her parents arranged for her and her younger brother to go to school in the county town so that they could take better care of the children. The family of four lived in a rented room. Despite the small size of her place and the many rules, she was still very happy. However, when she arrived at school, she experienced unprecedented ridicule and contempt. Someone gave her the nickname Country Bumpkin to mock her for being from the countryside, having poor Mandarin, and dressing in a rustic way. She remembers that the school had many requirements. Students had to bring jump ropes to physical education class. The students all bought their own jump ropes, but her mother gave her a regular rope used for tying things up. The students were all laughing during that class, and even the teacher laughed. There are also school field trips, which cost 15 yuan, and students are required to bring their own snacks. The other students brought cookies, chocolates, or cola and bread, but her mother prepared a bag of roasted peanuts for her. On the bus during the autumn outing, the students were laughing so hard they were almost falling over, and she didn't dare to take out any food to eat. She had a very difficult time from 4th to 6th grade, and things only got better in junior high. She ignored her classmates from that period, and she couldn't remember how she ended up adding OK Peppa on WeChat. She felt ashamed, angry, and regretful. Wu Luoyao then checked her WeChat friends list to see if there were any other bad people like Good Peppa Pig. Just then, a lazy voice rang out, "Good morning." Wu Luoyao was taken aback when she heard this, and looked up to see Jiang Weidong. He wasn't wearing LV clothes, but a plain black down coat paired with blue jeans, which matched Wu Luoyao's outfit quite well. President Jiang. Wu Luoyao looked wary, thinking to herself, what is he doing here? Is he here to laugh at me, or does he have ulterior motives towards me, or does he want to please me in order to please Xiao Jin? Chapter 46. Let's see how I do things. It was cold. As Jiang Weidong entered the warehouse, he placed a black bag in his hand into the cabinet on the wooden table against the wall. He glanced at Wu Luoyao and saw that she was still beautiful even with her hair disheveled, so he couldn't help but take another look. How was work yesterday? It's all right. Okay, I'll do it in a bit, you can see how I do it. The warehouse job was easy, but Wu Luoyao had never done frontline work before, so Jiang Weidong was still a little worried and planned to come and take a look and teach this brat a lesson. Wu Luoyao understood Jiang Weidong's intention, rolled her eyes, and felt that Jiang Weidong underestimated her. Just then, a truck came along. It was a food delivery company vehicle. The truck stopped, the driver nodded to Jiang Weidong, and then sat in the driver's seat playing on his phone. Two porters got off the vehicle. Jiang Weidong opened the drawer, took out a packet of ginseng cigarettes worth 12 yuan from the black bag he had just taken out, and handed it to a mover. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The two porters' eyes lit up when they saw that the package of ginseng was still unopened, and they nodded, of course. Seeing this, Wu Luoyao pouted. She felt that Jiang Weidong was indirectly bribing and currying favor with the movers. At the same time, she realized why the mover looked so grumpy yesterday. He hadn't delivered cigarettes. A despicable bad habit. The next step is to unload the goods from the vehicle and place them on the electronic scale for weighing. Jiang Weidong barely helped. The two porters did all their work. He only checked the quality of the ingredients, checked the list, and recorded the data. He didn't chat with the two movers either. Sometimes when the movers or the driver tried to talk to him, he would just give a brief reply or two, appearing very distant. The porters didn't react in any particular way and continued working. Wu Luoyao observed this and felt that things went much more smoothly today than yesterday. Soon after, all the ingredients were checked against the list, and the movers put them away one by one. Jiang Weidong then signed the document. The porters and driver then politely left. It's indeed faster than yesterday. Wu Luoyao checked the time and found that it was indeed faster than yesterday. She looked up at the ingredients in the warehouse and felt that there were more varieties than yesterday, so it should have taken longer. The handover was completed in a shorter time, which means that the two movers were more efficient today. Is it because of that pack of cigarettes, or is it because Jiang Weidong is a man and looks more intimidating, making the movers more diligent? Before Wu Luoyao could figure it out, another food company delivered steamed buns, Manchu steamed bread, and fried dough sticks. Just like before, Jiang Weidong handed over an unopened package of ginseng cigarettes. The porter remained silent as he worked, just quietly watching and counting. After all the breakfasts were laid out, the driver and porters left. Jiang Weidong pulled up a chair and sat down, then said to Wu Luoyao, "Is it faster than yesterday?" Wu Luoyao glanced at the time on her phone and nodded, "Hurry up."
I just brought 2 packs of cigarettes with me. Remember, when the food company comes to deliver in the morning, just give them a pack of cigarettes. If you run out, just ask me for more. Wu Luoyao was somewhat dissatisfied. She didn't want to learn these bad habits. Their job is to move things, why should we try to please them? Jiang Weidong smiled and said, when we were young, our elders often taught us to be good at handling things. Being good at handling things meant that when other elders came over, we should immediately call them over and serve them tea and water. When we grow up a bit, we have to offer cigarettes and drinks to other elders. This isn't a bribe, it's to help you better integrate into the group and connect with others. He paused for a moment, then continued, there have been many news reports about domestic tourists going to some countries for tourism, and customs officials demanding bribes or refusing to let them through. In such cases, tour guides would ask the tourists to pay money, which would then be given to customs officials. This is what bribery and currying favor is all about. Tourists could easily have avoided tipping by simply calling the police or the embassy. The issue would have been easily resolved. Wu Luoyao listened silently. Jiang Weidong continued, the reason I gave them a pack of cigarettes is because the movers aren't actually obligated to help us put the equipment on the scale and set it up, they can just unload it from the truck. Do you understand? If they refuse to put the items on the scale, we can call the delivery company manager, who will reprimand them. The movers will eventually do their work for a living, but they will do it unwillingly. They might do some sneaky things, like wiping a clump of booze on the heart of a vegetable or spitting into the pork. I wasn't trying to curry favor with them, they helped us put the items on the scale and arrange them neatly, so I gave them a pack of cigarettes as payment. That pack of cigarettes cost 12 yuan, they could even resell it as compensation for our work. Wu Luoyao understood why the mover looked so unwell yesterday. She agreed with Jiang Weidong's words in her heart, but didn't say it aloud. Jiang Weidong added, you're so beautiful. From now on, wear a mask and a pair of non-prescription glasses, it'll make you look more serious. Wu Luoyao nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, then why are you so cold and distant towards them? Jiang Weidong smiled and said, I'll remember that unless you really click with someone you like at first sight. Otherwise, there's no need to be too enthusiastic. Especially people who aren't from your company. Everyone's here to make money, not to make friends. Each of us has limited energy, so let's not get too involved with strangers. If you become familiar with the movers and they ask to borrow money from you, will you lend it to them? They said they stayed up too late watching a movie last night and are a bit tired today, so they asked you to help them move things. Will you do it? Wu Luoyao shook her head repeatedly, agreeing even more with Jiang Weidong's words. Thinking of how Jiang Weidong had come to instruct her on such a cold day, she felt grateful. She walked up to Jiang Weidong and bowed respectfully, saying, thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. No problem. Jiang Weidong got up to leave, but after taking a few steps, he noticed that the sky was still dark, so he turned around, pointed to the surveillance camera in the warehouse, and said to Wu Luoyao, do you see the surveillance footage here? I saw it. Come to work, but don't stay out of sight of the cameras for too long. Jiang Weidong paused for a moment, then said, if possible, carry a pepper spray with you. Previously worried that Jiang Weidong might have designs on her, Wu Luoyao had bought pepper spray online. Upon hearing Jiang Weidong's words, she felt a pang of guilt and quickly nodded, I understand. President Jiang, please take care on your journey. After Jiang Weidong completely disappeared into the darkness, Wu Luoyao felt her face getting hot. She hadn't been this polite to Jiang Weidong before. This guy has a conscience. If he's not a womanizer, I'll support Xiao Jin being with him. Honestly, why are men so lustful? Can't they just behave themselves? What's wrong with staying with one woman? Wu Luoyao sat in the warehouse to rest. Soon after, the head chef in charge of the kitchen came over, handed over the duties to Wu Luoyao, and then she rushed out into the cold wind and ran back to her dormitory. Back in her dorm, lying on her bed, the thought of good pepper reignited her anger. She took out her phone and deleted all the uncertain friends on WeChat. I never want to pay attention to those people again. I must stay in Haicheng so that they will never have the chance to laugh at me. Chapter 47 Little Fellow Villager. As the weather gets colder, Jiang Weidong rarely goes out at night in order to take care of his health. I just stay home watching TV, movies, and playing video games. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan now spend most of their time live streaming from the basement.
To avoid disturbing them, Jiang Weidong set up a game room for himself on the second floor, specifically for playing games. The live stream of Chunan and his two companions was similar to the previous one, with around 5,000 viewers online. Better than Jiang Weidong expected. He originally thought they were just a passing fad, and that the hype would quickly fade. Now it seems that Chunan and the other two are indeed suited for this job. If this continues to develop, maybe we'll get advertising offers. Meng Qingyu also registered an account and posted some suggestive videos, but it didn't make much of a splash. Even riding on Chunan's popularity, she couldn't gain traction. Jiang Weidong watched Meng Qingyu's videos and felt that they failed to capture the woman's charm. That evening, it rained in Haicheng. Spas, cold raindrops fell on the leaves, making a faint sound. Jiang Weidong sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, watching TV absent-mindedly. He previously submitted a car purchase application to the Haicheng Transportation Commission, and judging by the timeline, the results should be announced in the next few days. He just logged into the Transportation Commission's official website, but there were no new announcements. Good things come to those who wait. Just as Jiang Weidong was composing himself and planning to find a suspense drama to watch, his WeChat vibrated, and someone called him. He picked it up and saw that it was Guoluo Yao. "Hey, what's up? Mr. Jiang, there's something I need your help with." Half an hour later, Guoluo Yao and a strange girl arrived at Jiang Weidong's house. Based on the previous conversation, Jiang Weidong knew that the stranger's name was Songju. This was a very shy girl with shoulder-length short hair. She kept her head down, glanced at Jiang Weidong briefly, and then quickly blushed and lowered her head again. She was wearing a cheap-looking cotton coat paired with faded jeans. She has a good figure and a good build. The two came to his house for a reason. Songju was a freshman who enrolled in September this year. Her family was poor and she needed to apply for a poverty subsidy. However, today, the poverty subsidy certificate she had tucked into her book went missing. She thought she must have left it in the cafeteria when she ate lunch in the afternoon. Songju was so anxious she was about to cry when Guoluo Yao saw her. Guoluo Yao first helped her ask other classmates if they had found any poverty certificates, but the classmates all replied that they hadn't. Guoluo Yao remembered that their canteen had surveillance cameras installed, so she thought she would come over to check the footage and look for the person who might have found the poverty certificate. "Don't worry, it's all recorded here." Jiang Weidong led them directly to his game room, then turned on the computer and logged into the monitoring software. With today's advanced technology, we not only have real-time monitoring, but also segmented monitoring, with each segment lasting half an hour, making it easy to check the data. "You should sit down and watch." Jiang Weidong made way for the two of them to sit down, and then he went downstairs. A moment later, he brought over a fruit platter and told them to eat while they watched. "You don't need to worry about me. You can stay up as late as you like. I usually go to bed around 10 o'clock. If you want to go back to school, you don't need to wake me up. Just close the door and leave. If you're staying out too late and worried about not getting a ride, then find a room on the second floor to rest." Guoluo Yao was surprised that Jiang Weidong was so easy to talk to, and stood up to thank him. Songju hurriedly stood up to express her gratitude. "You are welcome." Back in the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Weidong squinted and thought for a moment. He recalled that a few years ago, the Ministry of Education issued a document stating that applications for subsidies for students from impoverished families did not require proof of poverty. The schools could conduct their own reviews. However, in recent years, the purchase of iPhones by impoverished students to attend concerts has drawn considerable controversy. In an attempt to shirk responsibility, some schools still require applicants to provide proof of financial hardship. In this case, if this student later commits a crime, the school can shift the responsibility to the village or township committee that issued the certificate. What many people don't know is that students with urban household registration can directly obtain a poverty certificate from their community or street office, and the certificate is valid. For rural household registration, a certificate from the village committee alone is not valid. In addition to the certificate from the village committee, a certificate from the township committee or town committee is also required for the poverty certificate to be valid. Because there have been many cases of impoverished students defaulting on their loans, and village officials are not fools, they have been hesitant to issue poverty certificates in the last 2 or 3 years. Township or town committees are even more cautious. At this point, If someone with a rural household registration can still obtain a poverty certificate, there are only two possibilities: either they have connections, or they are genuinely impoverished and can withstand scrutiny from netizens. Jiang Weidong felt that Songju was probably a country girl and could withstand scrutiny. Let's ask again tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Weidong removed Chunan's arm from his chest, washed up, and prepared to go for a run. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw Guo Luoyao and Songju walking down the stairs, still half asleep. The two of them had red eyes and looked dejected. Only then did he get a clear look at Songju's appearance. I found her to be very beautiful and comfortable. She's not strikingly beautiful, nor does she possess any outstanding charisma. You might not even notice her in a crowd, but if you look closely, you'll find that her eyebrows, eyes, and nose are all beautifully shaped. She's like a pretty nurse in a hospital wearing a mask. Besides being pretty, she gives off a very safe and gentle feeling. Jiang Weidong laughed and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep all night?" Wu Luoyao nodded, disappointed, and said, "We watched it several times, including all the videos in the cafeteria, but we couldn't find the video of Songju dropping her poverty certificate." Jiang Weidong asked, "Songju, are you a rural resident?" "Yes, I have a rural household registration." Songju responded softly, her voice very pleasant. Wu Luoyao thought Jiang Weidong looked down on rural people, so she stared at him. Jiang Weidong then asked, "Can we still get a poverty certificate from the village committee or township committee?" "It should be possible." Songju's voice was very low, and you could tell that she didn't want her hometown to issue a poverty certificate. Her tone was tinged with tears. It's not necessarily because they are afraid of losing face, it might be because they are afraid of implicating their family. After all, it wasn't her who went to drive, it was her family. Jiang Weidong nodded. "Where are you from?" "A native of Jinan Town, Huzhou City, Hubei Province, who is also the bride price official." "Hey fellow countrymen, I'm from Huzhou too." He paused for a moment, then asked, "When will you submit your poverty certificates?" "It's today." Jiang Weidong nodded. "You guys go upstairs and get some sleep. I'll go for a run first, then I'll accompany you to school." Wu Luoyao was overjoyed upon hearing this. "You know our school leaders." "I know someone, but I don't know if he's in charge." "Let's go meet him later." He contracted the cafeteria and met a leader who probably didn't handle the issue of subsidies for impoverished students. However, Jiang Weidong didn't care. He was sure he remembered correctly. A few years ago, the Ministry of Education issued a regulation requiring universities not to use poverty certificates to determine whether a student was from a poor family. Using a poverty certificate to apply for subsidies is not in compliance with regulations. Since he had nothing better to do, and his fellow villager was in trouble, he went over to help and ask around. The matter should be easy to handle. The school was in violation of the rules, so naturally they wouldn't want to make a big fuss. Jiang Weidong jogged away, and Guo Luoyao and Songju, feeling embarrassed to go upstairs to sleep, sat down together on the sofa in the living room, holding hands. The sofa was very soft and had a pleasant fragrance. A gust of wind blew outside the window, and Guo Luoyao subconsciously shrank her neck before realizing that the room was warm because the air conditioner or floor heating was on. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Weidong, who went out for a morning run. No wonder Xiao Jin can't forget him. He's really a good person. I want to stay in Haicheng. I wish my future boyfriend's house was this big and warm in winter. Chapter 48, I won the lottery. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a biting wind blew. On the streets of Lingang New Area, a Li Auto L6 was heading towards Ocean University. Jiang Weidong was driving, and Guo Luoyao and Songju were sitting in the back. It was still early, the streets were quiet with few cars, almost silent. Suddenly, Songju's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat voice call from a classmate. She glanced at Jiang Weidong and, seeing that he didn't object, carefully pressed the answer button. "Xiaozhu, I heard you lost your poverty certificate. This is troublesome. I handed in the poverty certificate to the counselor yesterday, and the counselor looked at it carefully twice and asked me a few questions. I feel like the school is very strict. Sai, you'd better think of a solution quickly." After hanging up the phone, Songju stared blankly at her phone, as if frozen in place. Wu Luoyao offered a few words of comfort, then asked, "Xiaozhu, if you need to get new certificates, can your family still help you with that?" "Yes, my dad is home." Guo Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Your dad's fine at home, he'll definitely take care of it for you. Song Zhuqiang smiled and nodded, but did not reply. Looking at the scene, Jiang Weidong guessed that Song Zhu's father might be injured or ill. Not long after, the ideal L6 arrived at Ocean University. Since it wasn't time for work yet, Jiang Weidong led Song Zhu and Guo Luoyao to the cafeteria, planning to have breakfast before asking the teacher. I've taken over the cafeteria on the first floor. It's on me today, so please eat whatever you like. Jiang Weidong paused for a moment, then smiled at Song Zhu and said, little fellow villager, don't worry, there's definitely no problem. If you're willing, you can come to my company. I have a cleaning company that needs manpower. You can go there. The work is very easy, you just need to sweep the floor. The cleaning company is now being supported by Chunan. Chunan acted like the boss's wife, not like a cleaning company employee. Jiang Weidong, thinking about Song Zhu's difficulties, decided to lend a hand. It's only a few thousand yuan, not enough for him to buy a set of clothes. Lu Zun was right, money should be taken from the people and used for the people. His money came from the system, but the system didn't have a shop, so he couldn't spend the money. So he decided to use it for the people. He was a citizen, and Song Zhu was also a citizen. When Guo Luoyao heard Jiang Weidong's words, she thought he was going to choose a concubine. She turned to look at Song Zhu beside her and immediately thought that this younger sister was very beautiful and as pure as a little cabbage. She glared at Jiang Weidong and said in a low voice, let's find a school first. Upon hearing this, Song Zhu blushed and said, thank you, brother Jiang. I'll check the school's situation. I think we can get another poverty certificate from my hometown. Jiang Weidong smiled and didn't seem to care. Let's go have breakfast. When they arrived at Cafeteria A, they found many students eating breakfast. On the 2 rows of plastic chairs to the left of the cafeteria entrance sat more than 30 men and women with excellent complexions. They sat quietly, just like primary school students. Some senior students recognized them. These people were either small business owners who contracted the canteen at the Ocean University or heads of food delivery companies. Dopenu stood in front, seemingly conveying some kind of spirit or ideology. Seeing this, Jiang Weidong blinked. Dopenu saw Jiang Weidong and coughed lightly. Everyone, think carefully about what I just said. Wait a moment, I'll be over in a bit. He then approached Jiang Weidong and asked, did someone send you a message? No, I haven't been in this contract for very long. Besides you, there are 2 vice presidents from the food company. I don't know anyone else. Dopenu smiled and said, I was just in a meeting, mainly about food safety. Why didn't you call me? I trust your character, you won't make money through dishonest means. Jiang Weidong shook his head. Let's not make exceptions. Tell me next time, and even if I don't participate, I'll have someone else represent me. Okay, I'll call you that from now on. Dopenu then asked, did you come here for something? Jiang Weidong waved to Guo Luoyao and Song Zhu, who were waiting for him, and told them to go have breakfast. He then pulled Dopenu to sit down. He then recounted Song Zhu's story, concluding, I remember the Ministry of Education issued a document stating that poverty subsidies can be applied for without a poverty certificate. My fellow villager is indeed in difficulty, so I came to speak up for her. Dopenu laughed, it's no big deal. What's that kid's major? I'll just put in a good word for him. Jiang Weidong didn't want to owe anyone a favor for no reason, so he said, no need, I'll talk to their counselor. Hey, don't worry, it's really just a matter of a word. There's no need for a poverty certificate in the first place. The school is just deliberately making things difficult for students. It's the same whether you go and say it or I go. I know the phone numbers of the leaders in each college. I'll say it quickly. Dopenu then said, let me tell you, and then you can do me another favor. Jiang Weidong looked over and asked, what kind of help? There's a school staff basketball tournament this weekend. We'll form one team and the teachers and professors will form another. It'll be held in the gymnasium. I need some good players here, so you can come and support me. Jiang Weidong thought of the news about Evergrande's Xu Jiayan scoring 50 points and winning the Evergrande Basketball Cup MVP, and asked with a smile, is the principal participating? Dopenu chuckled and shook his head. The principal won't participate, but the vice principal will. You know what that means. We'll definitely lose, but we'll lose naturally so it looks good and everyone can save face.
Jiang Weidong nodded. Okay, then I'll play along with you. He then waved to Song Zhu and Guoluo Yao.
The two of them went to buy breakfast, and he noticed that they both swiped their campus cards. Song Zhu bought a steamed bun, while Guoluo Yao bought 2 boiled eggs, 2 meat buns, and 2 cups of soy milk. She shared half of the food with Song Zhu, who then opted for the soy milk. When Guoluo Yao and Song Zhu arrived, Dopen Yu inquired about Song Zhu's major and class. He then took out his phone and made a call in front of the three of them, saying that Song Zhu's poverty application had been resolved and that Song Zhu's counselor would call shortly. Jiang Weidong asked Song Zhu and Guoluo Yao to sit down and wait. A moment later, Song Zhu's phone vibrated. Her counselor had indeed called, saying that considering her family's special circumstances, they had helped her apply for poverty assistance. Song Zhu was very excited and stood up to bow to Jiang Weidong and Dopen Yu.
Thank you, Boss Do.
Thank you, Brother Jiang. Seeing that Song Zhu was beautiful and gentle, and Guoluo Yao was bright and generous, Dopen Yu couldn't help but worry and whispered, "Brother, don't make a mistake." Jiang Weidong laughed, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." Dopen Yu smiled helplessly and returned to the meeting place. When the small business owners saw Dopen Yu return, they immediately pricked up their ears and listened attentively. At this time, Lao Do had the air of a big boss. Guoluo Yao naturally noticed the attitude of the small business owners towards Dopen Yu. She was surprised that Jiang Weidong and Dopen Yu were on such good terms, and her gaze towards Jiang Weidong became more respectful. This guy seems unreliable, but I didn't expect him to be so energetic. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw students coming and going, as well as busy kitchen staff, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's how the world is. The rich and powerful live an easy life, while ordinary people can't compare even if they work hard all their lives. She then thought of Wang Ruijin. I used to think Jiang Weidong was a greasy man and not good enough for Xiaojin. Now it seems that I was very wrong. If Xiaojin is with him, she is climbing the social ladder. Be aware of this. Guoluo Yao felt a deep sadness in her heart. She was an ordinary girl, powerless, penniless, and incapable. How can someone like me live a free and easy life without being looked down upon? Jiang Weidong was unaware of Guoluo Yao's many thoughts. He went to his family's canteen, ordered a bowl of porridge, 2 tea eggs, 2 fried dough sticks, and a small dish of pickled radishes, and then slowly ate his breakfast. Just as he was enjoying himself, his phone vibrated, and he saw a text message. Dear Mr. Jiang, you submitted a vehicle purchase application on the official website of our city's Transportation Commission on October 27, with the code CH2025102703. After a system lottery, you have successfully won the lottery and are eligible to purchase a vehicle. Please purchase and register the vehicle within 1 year. Wow, I won on my first try. I guess I'm just handsome and lucky. Jiang Weidong read the text message twice to confirm it was correct. Overjoyed, he learned that Guoluo Yao and Song Zhu had already left. He then called Chunan to share the good news and said, "Little girl, after you're done with your work this afternoon, let's go buy a car, a cool sports car." Chapter 49 The 6 Million Ferrari. It seemed that even the heavens sensed Jiang Weidong's joy. The sky was overcast in the morning, as if it were about to rain. In the afternoon, a few gusts of wind blew away the dark clouds, and the sun, which had not been seen for a long time, gradually peeked out from the gaps in the clouds. As Jiang Weidong picked up Chunan, beams of sunlight poured down, providing extra warmth in the early winter chill. Jiang Weidong had a clear goal in mind, and he sped off with Chunan toward the Ferrari 4S store in Pudong. I wouldn't say all, but at least 50–60% of men who follow sports cars or Formula 1 would like Ferrari. The Ferrari team was founded in 1950 and is the team with the most championships in F1 history. Whether it's a race car or a sports car, its performance is beyond question. In addition, it has an extremely high level of sophistication. There's a saying in the car world: small business owners can afford Mercedes-Benz and BMW, grit their teeth and buy a Porsche, and then really go for a Maserati. But Ferrari and Lamborghini are on another level. If you don't have 7 or 800 million yuan, don't buy a Ferrari. Chunan didn't know much about sports cars. Her family used to drive Mercedes-Benz, and she had heard of Ferrari. When she saw that Jiang Weidong wanted to buy one, she excitedly went with him. When Jiang Weidong and Chunan arrived at the Ferrari 4S store, several beautiful female sales assistants immediately came forward. Just as Jiang Weidong was about to listen to the saleswoman's introduction, Chunan waved happily and said, "Teacher Yin." Inside the 4S store, a handsome young man dressed in a black suit, with a physique comparable to Captain America, sat in a chair. Jiang Weidong and Chunan are so dazzling, they shine like celebrities. Before they even entered the 4S store, he saw Chunan and was about to go up to greet her when he saw several female colleagues walk past. He then sat back down. Seeing Chunan wave at him, he was quite pleased, and then, under the amused gazes of several female colleagues, he walked forward somewhat awkwardly. "Chunan, so you're in Haicheng. What kind of work are you doing now?" Seeing that Chunan knew someone there, and that the person seemed to be in sales, Jiang Weidong nodded to the female sales representatives and said, "Let's talk to him." After the female saleswoman left, Chunan introduced Jiang Weidong to her. It turned out that the man, who was about as handsome as him, was named Yin Haishuan, and was Chunan's high school physical education teacher. "Teacher Yin, I'm a live streamer now, what brings you here selling cars?" Yin Haishuan said with a wry smile, "It's a long story. Let's sit down and talk about it slowly." A moment later, the three sat down around the coffee table. Yin Haishuan gave Jiang Weidong and Chunan 2 bottles of mineral water and then told them about his story. It turned out that after Chunan's class of students left school, he immediately took on the next class of senior high school sports students. Despite the government's ban on summer classes, students in sports programs still have to receive training during the summer. Not long after he took over the new sports class, one morning several boys didn't come to exercise, so he went to the dormitory to look for them. He found the dormitory full of beer bottles, and the boys were covered in alcohol and fast asleep in bed. He criticized them severely, but the boys were grumpy when they woke up and pushed him. He couldn't hold back and slapped them. The boys' parents came to the school to make a scene, and the other students in the sports class also disagreed with him. Disheartened, he resigned. After arriving in Haicheng, he searched for a while but couldn't find a good job. Later, he got a job at a Ferrari 4S store because of his physique and appearance. Jiang Weidong was slightly surprised to hear this. After all, teachers don't really care about students these days, especially students in sports classes, who are often seen as trash by many teachers. As long as they don't fight or cause trouble, they can do whatever they want. Yin Haishuan is still too honest. However, a physical education teacher has a much brighter future than a Ferrari dealership salesman. With Yin Haishuan's looks and physique, he might just be spotted by a rich woman someday. While Jiang Weidong was lost in thought, Yin Haishuan secretly observed him. Judging from the intimate way Jiang Weidong and Chunan were acting, he guessed that the two were probably boyfriend and girlfriend. He knew Chunan's personality. She had high standards and had rejected many outstanding boys who had pursued her in school. Is accepting Jiang Weidong now a desperate move after the family went bankrupt, or is it true love? Upon hearing this, Chunan angrily slammed the mineral water bottle heavily on the coffee table. "Which little brats did they bite the hand that feeds them, causing you to lose your job? Teacher Yin, tell me, and I'll find someone to reason with them and make them apply to the principal to have you reinstated." Yin Haishuan was very touched. "Chunan, let bygones be bygones. I'm doing fine now." Chunan snorted softly, about to ask Jiang Weidong for his opinion, when she turned her head and saw Jiang Weidong looking at her thoughtfully. Realizing that she had just acted unladylike, which was quite different from her usual self, she smiled awkwardly, blushed, leaned over, shook Jiang Weidong's arm, and whispered, "Brother, I was so angry just now. Teacher Yin is really a good person. Back when I was in school, they not only supervised my training, but also encouraged me to study hard and take my academic subjects seriously. If my academic performance hadn't been so poor, I might have become Teacher Yin's junior and gotten into Jiangcheng Sports Academy. Okay, I'll teach you a lesson later." Seeing Chunan act like a kitten in front of Jiang Weidong, Yin Haishuan's doubts deepened. This was so different from the Chunan he knew. Was it love? Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "Teacher Yin, I want to buy a car. Do the dealerships have any in stock right now?" Upon hearing this, Yin Haishuan immediately nodded, "Yes, we currently have 3 models in stock. I'll take you there to take a look." Upon arriving at the exhibition area, Jiang Weidong saw 3 cars from the 4S store and listened to Yin Haishuan's introduction, his gaze gradually wandering outwards. He had previously spent nearly 2.5 million yuan, and now his bank card balance is over 8.9 million yuan. He wanted to buy a car worth around 6 million, specifically the latest red Ferrari 12 Cilindri. The three cars currently available at the 4S dealership are the Ferrari 296, Ferrari Rome, and Ferrari Purosangue. Two models cost over 2 million, and one model cost over 4 million. None of these are what he wants. If you want to show off, go for the top-of-the-line model and completely outshine entry-level sports cars like Porsche and Maserati. What's the point of getting something that's just average? Teacher Yin, I want to buy a Ferrari 12 Cilindri. Do you have any in stock? Upon hearing this, Yin Haoshuan looked Jiang Weidong up and down. Not everyone can afford a car worth 6 million. Take the Ferrari 12 Cilindri for example, only about 1,800 were produced worldwide, and only 270 were produced in mainland China. Jiang Weidong asked for the latest Ferrari sports car, which surprised him. Then he thought that if Jiang Weidong's assets exceeded 100 million, then Chunan wouldn't suffer a loss, and following Jiang Weidong would be a good choice. Does Jiang Weidong, at such a young age, have such financial resources? This model is not available, it needs to be custom made. If you really need it, you can pay a deposit and wait about 5 months to get the car. Aren't there any Ferrari 4S stores in Haicheng? No, Yin Haoshuan said definitively. We've had several meetings, and the manager mentioned the inventory of Ferraris in Haicheng. I'm certain that Haicheng doesn't have any. Jiang Weidong nodded, then let's exchange contact information and keep in touch later. Knowing that Yin Haoshuan graduated from Jiangcheng Sports Institute, Jiang Weidong thought it might be worth a chat. According to his understanding, Jiangcheng Sports Institute is one of the top-ranked sports institutes in China. Such a sports academy would definitely have a martial arts and Sonder major, and might also have a Qigong major. He has money and time now, and he wishes he could live to be 200 years old in good health. Needless to say, martial arts experts are welcome to serve as bodyguards. As for Qigong, it's best to choose health-preserving exercises or techniques that enhance that aspect of one's abilities, which he can practice on his own. Chunan thought the cars in the store looked pretty good, and asked, puzzled, brother, what kind of car do you want to buy? I had my eye on a Ferrari that costs around 6 million, but they didn't have it in stock. Let us go check out other stores. 6 million. Upon hearing this, Chunan stared wide-eyed at Jiang Weidong in disbelief, then advised, brother, let's save it. We don't need such an expensive car. If you don't want to drive an L6, then buy a BMW or a Mercedes. Don't buy a Ferrari. Chapter 50. A lie made in kind. Jiang Weidong usually doesn't get involved in anything, but recently he started a food company and, unusually, got up early to teach Guo Yao how to work. After that, they returned to a state of stagnation. During the day, I either play golf, basketball, or sleep, watch sports games, or scroll through suggestive videos. Chunan sometimes chatted with Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan, and they talked about Jiang Weidong's wealth. Ma Qinyu said there were several hundred million, while Sui Lanlan said tens of millions. Chunan wasn't so optimistic. Her father used to be a businessman, and at his peak, he had over 20 million yuan. She knew how hard it was to make money. She thought Jiang Weidong might have 20 to 30 million. With that kind of net worth, buying a 6 million Ferrari is really not appropriate. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, it's all right, we have money. Thinking of his father's dire situation after going bankrupt, Chunan said seriously, brother, we really can't do this. We'll need money for many things in the future, there's no need to waste it like this. The two whispered to each other, which was somewhat inappropriate. Jiang Weidong chuckled and pinched Chunan's cheek, but Chunan grabbed his hand. She looked straight at him, hoping that he would take the matter seriously. Let's talk about it in the car. Jiang Weidong then waved goodbye to Yin Haoshuan. Yin Haoshuan had naturally noticed Jiang Weidong and Chunan's little actions long ago. He was very curious about Jiang Weidong and wanted to see if Jiang Weidong had enough money to buy a luxury car worth 6 million, and whether Chunan's boyfriend was reliable. So he said, Mr. Jiang, I am very familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of various luxury cars. I have been studying them intensively for a while recently. Why don't I accompany you to other stores to take a look and give you some advice? I can drive a car from the 4S dealership. Also, I'll talk to the manager about your request and see if we have any in stock. Jiang Weidong naturally wouldn't refuse, it's a good thing to have more people offering suggestions. So he pulled Chunan into the car and headed towards the nearby McLaren 4S store. Even after getting into the car, Chunan kept staring straight at Jiang Weidong. This was probably the first time she had been so serious when the two of them were together. Jiang Weidong chuckled. He could sense that the little girl's feelings for him had deepened, and she was considering his needs. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't live for tomorrow? Chunan shook his head and replied in a muffled voice, no. Didn't you ever wonder why I'm just slacking off every day? Chunan was taken aback when she heard this. I talked to Xia Yulanlan, and we think you must have been too tired before and want to take a break for a while. Jiang Weidong laughed and said, let me tell you a secret. I've never told anyone else before, not even my parents. You can't tell anyone, not even Ma Qinyu or Sui Lanlan. Chunan nodded repeatedly, a smile spreading across her tense face. The fact that she was the first person to know the secret shows that Jiang Weidong values her highly. Jiang Weidong continued, my grandfather had 3 brothers. He was the second oldest. His eldest brother disappeared many years ago. My grandfather and third grandfather searched for him for many years, but they couldn't find him. However, I unexpectedly met my great-grandfather. It turns out that he left the mainland in his early years to develop his career in the United States and made billions of dollars. At that time, he was no longer able to move around. He had no children, and my grandfather and third grandfather had already passed away. My great-uncle did not want to go back to his hometown. Just a few months ago, my great-grandfather passed away. He put all his money in a family trust, and I became the sole beneficiary. I receive a sum of money every month, which may be 10 million, 20 million, or even more. If there hadn't been a world war, I should have been able to receive this money until I was 70. As he becomes wealthier, someone will inevitably investigate. He believes in the system's capabilities and that outsiders should be unable to access the family trust set up by the system. Outsiders don't need to care, but those around us will always find an excuse. Otherwise, it would be strange if someone who's just sitting around still has money. Jiang Weidong then decided to make up a story. His great-grandfather did exist, but disappeared during the war. Jiang Weidong continued, I used to work at Jinyuan Group, which was too tiring. With the funds from the family trust, I didn't want to work anymore. I just wanted to have fun every day and do what I wanted to do. So you don't need to worry about us not having money. We'll have plenty of money, more than we can spend in a lifetime. As Chunan listened to Jiang Weidong's story, she opened her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, feeling as if it were a scene from a movie. She glanced at Jiang Weidong, her cherry-like lips opening and closing, but no sound came out. After a moment, she finally organized her thoughts and advised, brother, you told me before that you should leave yourself a way out. I think you shouldn't spend it all. Keep $1 million each month, so that if something changes, you can still live comfortably. And we can't spend all the money, we need to leave some for our descendants. Jiang Weidong laughed, how many children do you want to have? Chunan blushed and said, I'll have 2, 1 boy and 1 girl. Jiang Weidong snapped his fingers. Okay, I'll do as you say. Starting this month, I'll deposit 1 million into another bank card every month. Chunan was overjoyed, brother is so good. She paused for a moment, then said, I will also work hard to earn money. Maybe I will be richer than my great-grandfather in the future, and then I won't have to worry about not having money. Keep going, I support you. As the Li Auto L6 cruised among the skyscrapers of Haicheng, it frequently encountered luxury cars. However, looking out through the glass window, what I see most are office workers who have just finished get off work, dragging their heavy steps as if carrying a mountain on their backs. In the afterglow of the setting sun, their figures were very small and dark, easily overlooked. Chunan secretly observed Jiang Weidong, but she was still worried. She felt it was unnecessary to spend so much money. She planned to make 2 preparations. First, to buy Jiang Weidong some inspirational books to gradually influence his worldview. Second, to work hard to earn money so that she could support Jiang Weidong if the family trust ran into problems one day. A moment later, they arrived at the McLaren 4S store. Jiang Weidong, Chunan, and Yin Haoshuan got out of the car one after another. They entered the McLaren 4S store, where a salesperson immediately came forward and introduced the McLaren sports car to them. McLaren is a British sports car brand, offering entry-level, mid-range, and high-end models. The entry-level model can be bought for around $1 million, while the mid-range model costs $3 to $4 million. Their high-end models are all limited edition flagship versions, costing over 10 million yuan each, and are not available at dealerships. Even if Jiang Weidong had 20 million yuan, the 4S store wouldn't sell him the limited edition sports car. These brands' limited edition sports cars are sold to VIP customers. What are VIP customers? First, they are regular customers who frequently buy luxury cars and are familiar with the brand. Second, they are super bigwigs like Ma Huateng and Elon Musk, or influential people like David Beckham and Jackie Chan. Jiang Weidong looked at it and felt it wasn't a good idea. When the salesperson asked him about his preferred vehicle, he still said, "I want a sports car that costs around 6 million. Yin Haoxuan had been observing Jiang Weidong and Chunan. Seeing that Chunan didn't seem surprised when Jiang Weidong spoke, he couldn't help but wonder, could he really be a billionaire, able to afford a luxury car worth 6 million? Chapter 51 Lamborghini Revuelto. If McLaren doesn't have a car I like, then I'll continue to visit other dealerships. Aston Martin, Shelby, Maserati, Porsche. I went through them all, but none of them were a sports car I liked. Either the car is too low-end and lacks class, or it's too small and uncomfortable to sit in, or the chassis is too low and has poor off-road capability, requiring caution when encountering speed bumps. Either there are no cars available immediately, or you have to wait 5 or 6 months. As Yin Haoxuan followed Jiang Weidong and Chunan, his suspicions grew stronger. Sports cars all look pretty much the same. To balance comfort, safety, and performance, one must choose a higher-end sports car, which is more expensive. From this perspective, Jiang Weidong's decision to buy a sports car worth around 6 million is correct. However, sports cars of this level are usually custom-made, and it would be very difficult for Jiang Weidong to find one that is readily available. So, is Jiang Weidong aware of this? Is he putting on a show of wealth to impress others, when in reality he can't afford a sports car of this caliber? Jiang Weidong was alone with Chunan. If he wanted to act like a tycoon, he was doing it for Chunan's benefit. Thinking of this, Yin Haoxuan decided to talk to Chunan about it when he had the chance, so that the student wouldn't be deceived. It was almost 9 o'clock when they arrived at the Lamborghini dealership and saw an orange-yellow Lamborghini Revuelto, the so-called new Lamborghini Aventador. The store also has other models of cars, but none of them are as cool as this new Lamborghini Aventador. It is full of tension and has a wild temperament. Standing there, it stands out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. Jiang Weidong sat inside and tried it out, finding it very comfortable and not cramped or oppressive at all. He drove around twice and liked it even more. Upon inquiring about the price, it was learned that the car had extremely high specifications and was worth 6.7 million. "Sir, this is our vehicle in stock. It has passed the relevant safety inspections. If you want it, we can offer you a discount and expedite the necessary paperwork so you can get the car within 3 days." The salesman was very happy. He felt that Jiang Weidong was a wealthy man. Jiang Weidong didn't want to wait several months to get the car. Since Lamborghini had a sports car of a suitable level with a decent driving experience, he decided to buy this one. "Other dealerships don't have this level of car in stock, how come you have it?" The salesperson explained, "A customer ordered this car before, but something happened to her and she hasn't come to pick it up yet. It's been almost 2 months overdue. If you want it, sir, we will refund the deposit to that customer, and the car will be sold to you." Chunan still felt a little heartache. She thought it was too expensive, 6,700,000, almost 7 million. She asked, "Won't this cause trouble?" "No, that's the dealership's rule. We could have refunded her deposit much earlier. We've already given her plenty of time." Jiang Weidong nodded, then turned to Yin Haoxuan. "Teacher Yin, can you get your hands on a Ferrari 12 Cilindri in a short time?" Yin Haoxuan had just contacted the manager, who said no. He hadn't expected Jiang Weidong to still consider supporting his business at this time. He replied sincerely, "I can't get a car in a short time. I contacted the manager, and he said there are no cars in stock." "Mr. Jiang, this new Lamborghini Aventador is great, you can buy it." Jiang Weidong nodded and then said to the salesperson, "Okay, let's sign the contract. I'll take this car." Then came signing the contract and making payment. Jiang Weidong directly transferred 6.7 million yuan to the account provided by the 4S store. Chunan felt a sense of relief and excitement when she saw Jiang Weidong pay. She initially thought it was too expensive, but now that Jiang Weidong has actually bought it, she no longer thinks about it. Instead, she's more excited about driving this luxury car. Seeing that Jiang Weidong paid the money so readily, Yin Haoshuan was certain that Jiang Weidong was indeed wealthy. He was quite happy for Chunan. It was clear that Jiang Weidong doted on Chunan, and the two had a very harmonious relationship. The only regret is that there are no Ferrari 12 cylinders available, otherwise, his commission from selling them would be around 100,000. After signing the contract, Jiang Weidong treated Yin Haoshuan to a late-night snack. After the snack, the two groups parted ways. As they parted, Jiang Weidong smiled at Yin Haoshuan and said, "Teacher Yin, if your store has any top-of-the-line luxury cars, remember to contact me. I'll buy one too." It's not surprising that wealthy people like to collect cars. Yin Haoshuan had no other thoughts and immediately gave an OK sign. "Mr. Jiang, I've got it. I'll definitely let you know if I find a good car." Boom! The orange-yellow Lamborghini Revuelto, like an African lion, roared as it stopped in front of the gate of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. Even when the sky is overcast, its brilliance cannot be concealed. Residents from the neighborhood all came out to look at the car. On the second floor of the self-built house, Marchinyu and Sui Lanlan excitedly ran out. Marchinyu shouted, "Nan Nan, take me for a drive and let me post it on WeChat Moments. I want all my relatives and friends to envy me." Sui Lanlan hurriedly called out, "Xiaoyu, let's play rock paper scissors to decide who gets on the bus first." On the first floor of the self-built house, Wu Luoyao and Xu Yuyan reacted a little slower and walked out a few seconds later. Xu Yuyan has been busy filming a short drama recently, and she is quite tired. Her condition is not as good as before. When she saw the new Lamborghini Aventador, she was stunned and stood blankly at the door, looking at the sports car with complicated eyes. Wu Luoyao thought the sports car was very cool and stylish. However, when she saw Chunan sitting in the driver's seat, looking confident and poised like a young lady from a noble family in a book, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and regretful. Jiang Weidong is so rich, was I wrong to stop Xiao Jin from being with him before? If I hadn't stopped her, wouldn't Xiao Jin be sitting in the sports car right now? At this moment, Sui Lanlan and Marchinyu ran down and took pictures with their phones. Chunan laughed and said, "My brother said that when he doesn't drive, I can drive whenever I want. Sisters, I'll take you to show off from now on." Wu Luoyao couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Chunan, how much does this car cost?" 6,700,000. Chunan touched the steering wheel, still feeling a bit emotional. "At the time, I thought it was too expensive and advised my brother to buy a cheaper car, a BMW or a Mercedes, but he refused and insisted on buying a high-end sports car. He said he'd buy more later, one for him and one for me, but I really don't want to buy any, they are too expensive. It would be great to buy a house with that money, but I couldn't dissuade him." Marchinyu pouted and said, "The boss has plenty of money, why would he need you to save him money? Don't be a spoilsport, if the boss wants to buy, let him buy." Sui Lanlan's mindset was similar to Chunan's. She muttered to herself, 6,700,000, 6,700,000, I could never earn that much money in my entire life. Wu Luoyao was struck dumb. She had previously thought that Jiang Weidong only had a few $100,000 in assets, but now she realized that she was completely wrong. With Jiang Weidong's wealth, even if you were to become his mistress, there would be plenty of beautiful women lining up to apply. She felt like she couldn't breathe, her heart was about to stop, and her chest felt tight. Jiang Weidong is so rich and generous. If Xiao Jin marries him, she'll never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life, and she can get rid of her hateful parents. Did I make a mistake? Wu Luoyao pouted, her eyes reddened, and she hurriedly turned around and went into the house, then ran into the bathroom. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She felt she had ruined her friend's happy life. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and some crazy ideas even flashed through her mind. She wiped away her tears, took out her phone, and dialed Jiang Weidong's number. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, where are you? What happened to the basketball court in the small park next to Water Drop Lake? I have something to tell you, can you wait for me?" "Okay." Chapter 52. Things have come to this point, there's nothing more to say. Jiang Weidong is young and handsome, and stands out among a group of middle-aged people around 40 years old. In addition, his skills were already superior, making him a star on the court. Just as Wu Luoyao arrived at the court, Jiang Weidong sank a three-pointer. After Curry became a sensation in the NBA, a new generation of basketball enthusiasts began to imitate his style of shooting three-pointers, generating power from the chest and launching the ball out like a cannonball. This makes shooting three-pointers faster and the motion more fluid. Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net, and several young mothers clapped and applauded. Jiang Weidong imitated Curry, spreading his hands and shaking his head. Wu Luoyao stood to the side, staring blankly at Jiang Weidong. In the late November afternoons, the sun shone intermittently, the sky was overcast, and the cold wind lashed the branches, causing the few remaining leaves to fall to the ground with a pattering sound. In this landscape painting with its cool tones, Jiang Weidong fully unleashes his vibrant life force. He was so dazzling, flamboyant, and carefree. Wu Luoyao had never understood what was so interesting about boys playing basketball. Wasn't it just about stealing the ball and shooting? She then felt the allure of basketball and understood why the boys on the school basketball team could attract so many girls. After a long while, the temperature dropped even lower, the game ended, and Jiang Weidong and his teammates agreed to have hot pot together that evening. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wu Luoyao was still immersed in the image of Jiang Weidong playing basketball. It was as if she had returned to a certain evening study session in junior high school, where the students were making noise, but only one boy was studying seriously. At that time, she thought that boy was very handsome and charming. What are you spacing out for? Jiang Weidong then asked a question. Wu Luoyao snapped out of her daze and saw that Jiang Weidong was covered in sweat, his jersey was mostly soaked, and his excellent physique was faintly visible. She blushed and turned her gaze away. Jiang Weidong found Wu Luoyao's behavior inexplicable and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Are you possessed by a ghost? Wu Luoyao finally came to her senses, rolled her eyes at Jiang Weidong coquettishly, and said angrily, You're the one who's possessed by a ghost. Her tone was too ambiguous, and as soon as she said it, Wu Luoyao realized something was wrong. Her face flushed, and she cleared her throat. President Jiang. I have something to tell you. Speak. Wu Luoyao quickly gathered her chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and asked, Is there still a chance for you and Xiao Jin? Jiang Weidong looked over. Wu Luoyao wore a simple black cotton coat today, paired with light blue jeans, her long hair tied in a ponytail, revealing her fair forehead. Her face was fleshy, and her eyebrows and eyes were striking, just like a certain female host on CCTV. She has a bright beauty, and she looks like a well-behaved and sensible person. Why do you ask that? Wu Luoyao sensed that Jiang Weidong had been observing her. Her heart pounded several times faster than usual. Fortunately, Jiang Weidong hadn't been staring at her for too long, otherwise, she might not have been able to hold on. She still didn't dare to look at Jiang Weidong and whispered, I thought you weren't very rich before, maybe only a few $100,000. I thought Xiao Jin would be at a disadvantage if she stayed with you, so I stopped Xiao Jin from being with you. Jiang Weidong understood Wu Luoyao's meaning and laughed, If you don't have money, you don't deserve it. If you have money, everything is negotiable. Wu Luoyao hurriedly bowed and apologized, It's all my fault for being so shallow. Please don't be angry. Xiao Jin was forced by me to gradually distance herself from you. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, Your thinking is normal. If it were me, and my daughter liked an old man with no money, I would also stop her. R. Wu Luoyao was surprised and somewhat happy that Jiang Weidong agreed with her. You don't need to apologize. Although Xiao Jin seems very well behaved, she is a very opinionated person. You can't influence her. Is there any chance for you and her? Jiang Weidong countered, Do you think Xiao Jin would be willing to be a mistress? This. Wu Luoyao realized that this was the core issue. She looked at Jiang Weidong in confusion, and then tears fell down her face. She said in a sobbing voice, It's all my fault. If I hadn't stopped her, you two would be a couple, and she wouldn't be the other woman. Jiang Weidong bent down, took out a pack of tissues from the shoulder bag he had brought, and handed one to Wu Luoyao. There's nothing more to say now that things have come to this. Besides, I feel that Xiao Jin has some unresolved issues. Even without you, she would at most kiss me on the lips, but there wouldn't be any further development. Let's stop here. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. After saying that, Jiang Weidong waved and left. Wu Luoyao returned to school in a daze. Wang Ruijin had an event today and texted to say that she wouldn't be finished until 8 p.m., telling Guo Yao to go eat by herself. She would go to eat alone, and then count the ingredients in the cafeteria warehouse, recording them in her notebook and computer. At 9:20, Wang Ruijin braved the cold wind to return to her dormitory. After taking a shower and doing laundry, she planned to go to bed. Yao Yao, I'm a little tired today, I'm going to sleep now. Guo Yao hesitated, but ultimately did not reveal that Jiang Weidong had bought the new Lamborghini Aventador. Noticing Guo Yao lying in bed, Wang Ruijin subconsciously asked, Yao Yao, are you going to sleep too? Yeah, I felt a little dizzy from the wind during the day. Wang Ruijin asked with concern, did you take your medicine? Have eaten? Go to sleep early. I'll set an alarm and wake you up tomorrow morning. I'll go with you to the cafeteria warehouse then. Upon hearing this, Guo Yao felt even more remorseful, realizing that she had ruined her friend's life's happiness. To avoid shedding tears, she closed her eyes and stopped speaking. However, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. The other two roommates had not yet returned. Just as Guo Yao was filled with remorse, Wang Ruijin, who had just gotten into bed, got up, looked at Guo Yao, so that her eyes were closed, and then quickly took out a sleeping pill, took one with water, and then climbed into bed to sleep. Unbeknownst to Wang Ruijin, the moment she took out the sleeping pills, Guo Yao opened her eyes and was stunned to see her friend secretly taking the medication. What illness does Xiao Jin have? Why didn't she tell me? Could it be an incurable disease? I'll sneak a peek tomorrow. The next morning at 7:30, Wang Ruijin went to have breakfast with her two other roommates. Guo Yao pretended to be catching up on sleep, but as soon as her three roommates left the dormitory, she immediately got up and started rummaging through Wang Ruijin's desk. She quickly found a bottle of sleeping pills in the drawer. Sleeping pills? Is she having trouble sleeping? She then took out her phone and started searching. When she saw the search results, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Depression, anxiety, depression, neurasthenia. Terrified, she got up to ask Wang Ruijin for clarification, but stopped at the door. Xiao Jin has always been very strong. Her parents were promiscuous when she was young, but she didn't care at the time, so it definitely wasn't due to family reasons. So what's troubling her is her love life. Oh my god, could it be that she's having psychological problems because she's not with Jiang Weidong? What did I do? How could I make Xiao Jin so upset? A sharp pain shot through her chest, and Guo Yao raised her hand and slapped herself twice hard. She cursed herself for being an idiot, then lowered her head, looking at the medicine bottle with a heavy heart. Chapter 53. In the early hours of November 26, it was payday again. Jiang Weidong opened his eyes right on time, gently removed Chunan's hand from his chest, then got up and sat on the sofa next to him. Chunan and his two friends had to film videos during the day and do live streams at night. Despite their youth, they still felt exhausted. They slightly changed their live stream time, from 8:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Now Jiang Weidong and Chunan make love in the early morning, because she is too tired at night and falls asleep as soon as she gets into bed. Actually, he was a bit tired today. He participated in the Ocean University staff competition. He thought it was just a joke, but the school leaders were actually quite strong. On the other hand, only he and Lu Qianjuan were able to score points among the canteen staff. To make the competition look better, he put in a little more effort. Jiang Weidong moved very gently so as not to wake Chunan, and then opened the system panel. The host will receive a base salary of 865,000 for working for 1 month. If the host is optimistic and cheerful at work and receives the Advanced Employee Award, the salary will double. If the host is relaxed and healthy at work and receives the Excellent Employee Award, the salary will double. 865000x2x2 equals 3460000. The host works for 4 companies simultaneously, and his salary quadruples. 3460000x for equals 1384000. Haicheng Fenghua Media Company's profit was 210,086 yuan, and a bonus of 1 million yuan was awarded. Host's salary last month was 14,840,000 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw it? Jiang Weidong was very satisfied. Withdraw the money. Withdrawal of 14.8 for million. Adding the previous balance of 800,000, the bank card balance used for spending now amounts to 15.6 for million. Chunan suggested that Jiang Weidong set aside 1 million yuan each month for unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Weidong followed her advice and planned to transfer 1 million yuan to another bank card every month. He would not use the money in this bank card for the time being and called it his retirement bank card. If 1 million is transferred to his retirement bank card, his available funds for this month will be 14.6 million. Seeing the long string of numbers on his phone, Jiang Weidong was very satisfied. He then gently pulled open the drawer, took out the work contracts that had been prepared beforehand, and signed and stamped them one by one. These are all employment contracts with Haicheng Fenghua Food Company, namely, CEO, COO, CTO, Marketing Manager, General Manager, HR Director, RD Director, Supply Chain Director, Administrative Director, and CFO. None of the 10 positions are publicly disclosed. He doesn't pay salaries, and no outsiders know about them. After completing the contract, he registered the 5th company and his relevant position in the system panel. He was even more excited about this new position, since the company had more employees, including 17 frontline workers in addition to himself. The system immediately calculates the wages of the relevant workers. CEO 35,000, COO 30,000, CTO 30,000, Marketing Manager 20,000, General Manager 25,000, HR Director 20,000, RD Director 20,000, Supply Chain Director 20,000, Administrative Director 20,000, CFO 20,000. The total salary for the 10 positions is 240,000. Very good, a total of 240,000, the highest salary among all my companies. So next month's basic salary will be 1.105 million. Jiang Weidong took out his phone to calculate and discovered that he could receive more than 20 million yuan in salary next month. Awesome, next year I'll be able to buy a house in Thompson Riviera or Kofco Ocean View 1. Heaven truly does not fail those who are diligent. He then realized that there were many canteen staff, so he not only had to calculate their basic salary, but also their social insurance and housing fund contributions, as well as their full attendance bonus, the salary deducted for taking leave, and the canteen's procurement costs, water, electricity, oil and gas consumption, which was quite troublesome. He didn't want to hire another employee. I'll talk to Guo Luoyao tomorrow, give her a raise, and let her take over the company's finances. Jiang Weidong didn't want to make things so tiring, so he would definitely arrange for someone else to do it. Chunan is a sports student with questionable academic performance. I'm afraid he won't be able to do it. He didn't have a suitable candidate by his side, and after thinking it over, he thought Guo Luoyao was quite suitable. Although this woman was awkward, she was trustworthy. The following evening at 8 o'clock, the sky was dark and the cold wind was howling. There were few pedestrians on the street. Even students at Ocean University eat dinner early and stay in their dormitories or classrooms. Wearing a mask, Guo Luoyao saw off the food company employees with a blank expression. These people are here to collect the leftover steamed buns, manchu, and fried dough sticks from today. She was actually very curious to know if these items would continue to be sold, but she didn't dare to ask, feeling it would be impolite and fearing that people would scold her. She is now considered a qualified warehouse manager and is very skilled at her job. After the food company employees left, she picked up her notebook, wrote down the day's details, and then turned on her computer to create a backup. Having done all that, she considered her work for the day done. Bring a bottle of grass milk for Xiao Jin. After finishing her work, she planned to bring some drinks for her friend. Just as she was about to close the warehouse shutter door, a Li Auto L6 sped up and stopped in front of her. Guo Luoyao's expression was complicated when she saw the ideal L6. She felt ashamed, thinking that she had ruined the relationship between Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin. Realizing he had always been prejudiced against him, Jiang Weidong disregarded past grievances, snapped out of his reverie, and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Weidong was unaware of Guo Luoyao's thoughts. He smiled and walked over. Guo Luoyao wore a long pink down jacket with black casual pants and a beige knitted scarf. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face mask covered most of her face, leaving only her forehead and eyes visible. She didn't look at him, called out once, and then looked down at the ground. Jiang Weidong entered the warehouse, pulled up a chair and sat down. He then inquired about Guo Luoyao's work situation and looked through the ledgers. Seeing that Guo Luoyao's work was becoming more and more proficient, he said with satisfaction, "Little Guo, although you haven't entered the workforce yet, you already have a very strong work ability." Given your outstanding abilities, the company has decided to give you more important responsibilities. Are you confident? Wu Luoyao looked over blankly. Jiang Weidong continued, besides you, there are 16 other employees in the cafeteria. I believe you are quite familiar with them. From now on, you will be responsible for calculating their wages, bonuses, and full attendance bonuses. In addition, you will also be responsible for the food delivery company's ingredient costs, as well as the cafeteria's water, electricity, oil, and gas expenses. In other words, since you'll also be in charge of finances, I'll give you a raise of 2,000. I've never done this before. It's okay, there aren't many employees in total. You're a graduate from a prestigious university, so there shouldn't be any problem. Well, okay. Wu Luoyao didn't have much confidence, but she felt indebted to Jiang Weidong, so she gritted her teeth and took on the responsibility. Seeing this, Jiang Weidong nodded in satisfaction, clapped his hands and laughed. Little Guo, keep up the good work, you'll definitely succeed. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. After saying that, he waved his hand and strode away without the slightest hesitation. A moment later, the Li Auto L6 disappeared into the night. Wu Luoyao sighed, closed the warehouse shutter door, and headed towards the dormitory building with the grass milk in her hand. Her footsteps were very light, as if she was afraid of startling herself. She dared not think too deeply about Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. If she continued to think about it, she feared she might not be able to resist finding a rope to hang herself. It's all my fault, I delayed them. Chapter 54. The first apartment. Layers of white mist shrouded the riverside running track, limiting visibility. All that could be seen in the distance was indistinct and shadowy. It's almost 8 o'clock, and there's still no sunlight. There were few pedestrians on the track at that time. Jiang Weidong took Chunan's hand and strode forward. Both of them were wearing dark blue tracksuits. Chunan had her hair tied in a ponytail, slightly raised her chin, and smiled smugly. When she looked at Jiang Weidong, her eyes were full of spring light. They both felt very energetic when they woke up in the morning, and then had a close conversation at home. I just stepped out of the house, intending to take a walk along the riverside track. Chunan still had energy, she could run. Jiang Weidong had used up a lot of his energy and blood, so he didn't have the strength to run and could only walk quickly. He has been exercising regularly, eating meat and drinking milk every day, and his muscles are becoming more and more defined. He feels very energetic, dominating his basketball partners and making rapid progress in golf, consistently finishing 18 holes within 90 strokes. Unfortunately, without any special advantages, he could only barely manage to deal with Chunan, a sports student. He realized that he needed to find a health-preserving exercise or practice Taoist internal energy cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, recruiting beautiful women would just be a joke. He recalled some news reports about certain important figures having dozens or even hundreds of lovers. Now it seems that this big shot is obese and walks with a swaying gait. He has so many women that even taking medicine wouldn't be enough to handle them all. I'm afraid I've been cheated on a lot. Jiang Weidong didn't want that. He wanted to improve his health and keep the women around him in check. With my wealth, there's no reason why I can't acquire Taoist internal energy cultivation techniques. Unlike many netizens, Jiang Weidong believes in traditional martial arts and internal strength. Many people believe that traditional martial arts are not suitable for fighting and cannot be demonstrated in the ring. This statement is half true and half false. Traditional martial arts cannot be displayed in the ring. It's not that traditional martial arts are killing techniques and that people can't kill in the ring. The main reason is that traditional martial arts were not created for fighting in a small ring. Some traditional martial arts are designed for battlefield combat, some for alleyway fighting, and some for mountain battles. Therefore, corresponding footwork is used to provide martial artists with suitable environments to showcase their strength. Modern combat sports were designed specifically for the ring. There is a huge inherent difference. Furthermore, modern combat sports involve daily training and sparring, giving athletes a far superior sense of rhythm and distance compared to traditional martial arts practitioners, a quality that traditional martial arts lack. In Jiang Weidong's view, traditional martial arts are effective in combat, but they are not suitable for the ring. Similarly, there is internal energy cultivation, which is actually a breathing technique. It is naturally not as magical as described in martial arts novels, but it can still make practitioners have abundant qi and blood, vigorous energy, and the ability to indulge in nightly revelry. These are recorded in many books. I need to keep an eye on this information. Jiang Weidong didn't know what other rich people liked, but he was just that vulgar. Just as he was lost in thought, Chunan pointed to a small courtyard in front of him and said, "Brother, look at that courtyard, there are so many flowers." The small courtyard in front still belongs to the Waterdrop Lake community. It was probably specially built when the community was first constructed, as a small villa given to leaders or bosses' friends. There are 5 villas in total. Like the small building rented by Jiang Weidong, it has 1 basement level and 3 floors above ground. The difference is that Jiang Weidong's small building does not have a front or backyard, while the small yard that Chunan pointed to has a front and backyard, which is enclosed by iron railings. When real estate agents introduce the property, they often say that the small building Jiang Weidong rents is a villa, but it really doesn't count as one. It doesn't even have a private yard. The front yard is where the real villa is located. Jiang Weidong smiled and nodded. "In a few months, we'll buy a villa, and then we'll plant flowers for you." After breakfast, Chunan contacted her 2 girlfriends and they drove off to film a video. Jiang Weidong, on the other hand, was driving around in his Lamborghini. He bought this sports car, but he didn't drive it much, mainly because the places he went weren't suitable for it. He doesn't need to show off when he goes to the Ocean University, the golf course, or the basketball court. It's either for serious business or to meet up with his basketball buddies. He doesn't need to put on a show. As he drove, he clearly felt the different gazes he was receiving from passers-by, which made him feel a little smug. He drove leisurely for half an hour before heading back. Thinking about what happened to Guo Luoyao last night, he sent her a message asking if she wanted to come see him. Unnecessary. Guo Luoyao replied to the message quickly. Jiang Weidong smiled, not caring. If he didn't need it, he would go out to play basketball. The weather is a bit cold now, which is perfect for exercising. He then asked a few fellow ball players in the group chat, and someone immediately said they wanted to play. So he strolled out slowly, passing by the small courtyard Chunan had pointed out earlier, and was surprised to find a "for sale" notice posted on the fence. Jiang Weidong stopped in his tracks, intrigued. He doesn't own a house yet, and is not interested in ordinary apartments, but this small villa is exactly what he wants. He knew that the price of a villa in the Waterdrop Lake community was around 10 million. He can afford it. As for whether it will depreciate in the future, he didn't care because he received a system reward every month. It's foreseeable that the next numbers will be 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. He will become richer and richer. If Chunan hadn't reminded him to set aside 1 million yuan each month for emergencies, he would have been living paycheck to paycheck. He'll definitely buy a lot of houses. After all, he plans to spend the rest of his life with many beautiful women. A villa for a beautiful woman isn't extravagant, is it? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so he took out his phone and dialed the number on the notice. On the other side was a real estate agent. After introductions, Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "I can pay in full. My only request is a lower price. The market is not good right now. Tell the homeowner that it's 8.88 million. I'll buy it in full. The transfer can be made immediately after the transfer of ownership. That's settled then. No need to haggle with me. I'm too lazy to waste time. If you agree, we'll make the deal. If not, forget it." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Weidong continued walking towards the basketball court in the small park. He already has a place to live. Buying a house was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He simply wanted to own his own place. "I don't force it, I have a very good attitude." At 11 a.m., Jiang Weidong hummed a song as he walked toward the Waterdrop Lake residential area. They didn't play any games, they just played some hoops, chatted, and worked up a little sweat, which was how they spent the morning. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the residential area, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was the real estate agent calling that morning. "Mr. Jiang, the homeowner has agreed to sell the property to you for 8.88 million, but requires you to receive the money as soon as possible. Do you have time to view the property?" Jiang Weidong was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to get results so quickly. "If you have time, let's meet at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'll take a look at the house, and if it's suitable, we can sign the contract and transfer the property tomorrow." "Okay, you'll definitely be satisfied. The villa is modernly decorated, and the original owner left behind a lot of furniture and appliances. You can move in right after the transfer. I hope so. Chapter 55 Shabby. At 3:50 p.m., it was still dark. The Shuadihu residential area was very quiet. At this time, the students had not yet been dismissed from school, and the elderly had not yet started their square dancing. The noisiest sounds come from groups of elderly people playing cards at tables here and there, and sometimes they argue. Along a green path, Jiang Weidong held Chunan's hand and asked, "Are you tired today?" "A little, but seeing my brother makes me feel less tired." She had just returned from filming a video. She wasn't supposed to be back this early, but Jiang Weidong told her he had something to do and asked her to come back sooner, so she rushed back. Jiang Weidong laughed upon hearing this. "Who taught you to speak so eloquently all of a sudden?" Chunan didn't hide anything and said proudly, "Lan taught me. She said I haven't been spending much time with you lately, so when we're together, it has to be sweeter. She even showed me some videos of dead clamps." Jiang Weidong actually quite likes this way of getting along. As the saying goes, water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. Everything in moderation. It's not good to be together all day long. Since they see each other every day, separating occasionally can keep things fresh. However, he still wanted to tease Chunan. "You haven't spent much time with me lately, aren't you afraid I'll be seduced by another woman?" "I'm not afraid. You're out of energy, so where would you get the strength to find other women? They are getting more and more outrageous." Jiang Weidong was speechless. Students with good physical strength are indeed difficult to deal with. They need to continue to improve. He can slack off in other things, but is serious about this. "Sooner or later I'll make you kneel down and sing, Conquer." Chunan chuckled, his meaning clear without a word. Jiang Weidong suppressed his thoughts of buying the third brother's miracle drug, calmed himself down, and then said, "Little girl, my family trust fund for this month has arrived, with more than 10 million yuan. I transferred 1 million yuan to my retirement card." Chunan was overjoyed upon hearing this, jumped up excitedly, and gave a thumbs up. "Brother is awesome." She was always worried that Jiang Weidong would become a spendthrift, but Jiang Weidong was willing to listen to her and set aside some money each month for emergencies. She felt a sense of satisfaction in educating her child. She couldn't help but turn around and hug Jiang Weidong. It's just that Jiang Weidong is a tiny bit taller than her. Otherwise, she would definitely have pressed Jiang Weidong's head into her arms. She smiled as if coaxing a child and said, "Brother, I have a reward for you." Jiang Weidong held Chunan in his arms, slowly applying some strength, closing his eyes, and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. He was scrolling through short videos when he came across an argument. It is said that a sign of a woman being moved is that she has maternal instincts. What reward? I can't tell you now, I'll tell you another day. Okay. Jiang Weidong released his hand and then said, "I have one more thing. I plan to spend 8.88 million to buy a big item. 8,880,000. Chunan's eyes widened, instinctively thinking it was a sports car, and she said helplessly, "It's more expensive than a Lamborghini, brother, we don't need to buy another car. That sports car is enough, we don't drive it much anyway. Let's not buy it then." She usually drives her two girlfriends, but since their sports car isn't big enough, she drives her Li Auto L7. Jiang Weidong chuckled, "Let's see, maybe you'll like it. Sai, my dad used to own a factory, and he paid less than 1 million a month to hundreds of employees." Chunan sighed. She really hoped that Jiang Weidong would save all the money instead of buying impractical things. Jiang Weidong laughed heartily, leaned over and kissed her, then took Chunan's hand. "Come on, let's see what big items I want to buy." A moment later, they arrived at the row of small villas next to the Waterdrop Lake community. The villa he wanted to buy was the one on the very edge. Two men were already waiting for them. One was in his 30s, wearing a black suit, glasses, and a professional smile. He was a real estate agent. The man was around 60 years old, less than 1.7 meters tall, thin, and in good spirits. He had sparse hair, all combed back, giving him the air of an old-fashioned Haicheng resident. This man was the homeowner who wanted to sell his house Shaoxingli. The agent immediately stepped forward to make an introduction. Chunan saw the flowers inside the villa and realized that this was the same villa she had seen that morning. She thought Jiang Weidong wanted to buy it because she liked it, and she was happy but also a little worried. She felt the house was valuable and worth buying, as it would be useful for her child's schooling when she transferred her household registration. And she really liked this little villa. Of course, Jiang Weidong could sense her feelings, which made her even happier. However, there are concerns that the overall economic environment is unfavorable and housing prices are continuously declining, making it a losing proposition to buy a house now. The villa has a front yard and a backyard. The front yard is planted with many flowers, while the backyard has a grape trellis. The grapevines completely cover the backyard, forming a unique large room where cars can be parked. It will be December in a couple of days, and the flower beds on both sides of the street are almost devoid of blooming flowers. In the front yard, there are still bright flowers. You can smell the fragrance of flowers from afar. Chunan recognized daffodils, azaleas, and clivias, as well as several other flowers she didn't recognize. She liked it more and more as she looked at it, but still hesitated. She tugged at Jiang Weidong's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, I heard that house prices are going to drop." "It's okay, the housing prices in Haicheng won't drop too much." Jiang Weidong's personal opinion is that housing prices in 99% of cities in China, including Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Beijing, are likely to drop significantly, but housing prices in Haicheng will not drop much. It may even rise in the future. The main reason is that there are too many wealthy people in China. If Haicheng lifts the purchase restrictions, many wealthy people will go and buy. In addition, he believes that when Dongda University reaches the top of the world, all nations will come to pay tribute, and foreigners will make Haicheng their first stop, where houses are most likely to retain their value. He then shared his opinion. Hearing this, Chunan felt relieved and then asked, Then should we buy it? We want to buy a house, we want to have a house of our own. Is 8.88 million enough? The agent said. The homeowner agreed. I don't care what they say, I'm only offering this price. I won't buy it if it's more than this. Brother is really amazing. Just as Jiang Weidong and Chunan were whispering to each other, Xiao Xingli observed them with a smile on his face. The more he looked, the more confident he became. He was once a trendsetter in mainland China and amassed a fortune. He only had one daughter, who was sent to study in the United States and never returned. My daughter got married last year, and gave birth this year. He and his wife decided to sell their assets in China and go to the United States to reunite with their daughter and take care of the child. My wife has already gone there. She said Los Angeles is beautiful, the sky is very blue, and there are many people from her hometown there. The only downside is that there are many homeless people and the air smells of sour and sweet tobacco. It doesn't matter, they live in an affluent area, which has a very good environment and lots of police patrolling. The other properties are mostly done, only this villa is left to be completed. To be honest, rich people look down on the small villas in Lingang new area, while poor people can't afford them, which is awkward. He was already prepared. If he couldn't sell them quickly, he would arrange for an intermediary to sell them on his behalf. He was going to the United States to breathe its sweet and sour air. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to buy the house in full as soon as the sales notice was posted. The price was 8.88 million, lower than he expected, but the temptation of paying in full was too great. This means he won't need to spend any more time dealing with this matter and will receive the money soon. He agreed, but seeing the beautiful flowers all over the yard and smelling their faint fragrance, he was still a little unwilling and thought that if possible, he would like to be promoted a little. Jiang Weidong and Chunan are both good-looking and full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue like cattle or horses. He sensed that this person was well off. He knew young people like this, they were shy, didn't know how to bargain, and were easy to fool. After Jiang Weidong and Chunan finished talking, Xiao Xingli led them into the villa for a tour. Mr. Jiang, I have packed all my luggage. I only took my personal belongings and left everything else behind. Look, the furniture and appliances are all here. This house was originally intended for my daughter. Since young people like trendy styles, we hired a designer to plan the house's structure. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Having a designer plan the layout makes the overall look much more beautiful and comfortable. My wife and I both love this place. To be honest, if my daughter hadn't settled in the US and didn't want to come back, we really wouldn't have wanted to leave. Xiao Xingli then introduced the house while recounting his own experiences. He portrayed himself as a pitiful old man longing to reunite with his daughter and grandson. While speaking, he observed Jiang Weidong and Chunan. Jiang Weidong would occasionally chime in with a few words, inquiring about the situation in the United States, which boosted his confidence and made him feel that this young man was easy to talk to. As for Chunan, she had long been captivated by the flowers, and took out her phone to snap photos of the flowers in the yard. Two very easy to fool young people. Having made his judgment, Xiao Xingli called out to Chunan, "Little girl, we've also built a glass house on the roof. We've planted lots of flowers there. Go take a look." Chunan nodded happily and then pulled Jiang Weidong upstairs. Xiao Xingli lagged behind, chuckling to himself, a young man who's easy to deal with. Chapter 56. I don't like bargaining. Sure enough, a glass room was built on the roof, and many flowers were planted there. Perhaps because of its higher location and brighter lighting, the flowers on the rooftop appear more beautiful and vibrant. Chunan was overjoyed to see the flowers and took many photos with her phone. Jiang Weidong leaned closer and gently nudged Chunan's thigh with his knee. "Do you like it?" Chunan nodded repeatedly, "I like it." "Then let's buy it." Chunan turned to glance at Xiao Xingli and said in a low voice, "Let's negotiate the price again." Jiang Weidong laughed and said, "I've already offered a very low price, I'm too lazy to argue." Chunan didn't respond, feeling that she still needed to strengthen Jiang Weidong's education so that he could have a better understanding of financial management. The group then went to explore the other floors. Jiang Weidong and Chunan were very satisfied with the layout. It was indeed very stylish, as expected of a designer they had hired. Back in the lobby on the first floor, the real estate agent had already prepared tea. The intermediary and Xiao Xingli sat on one side, while Jiang Weidong and Chunan sat on the other. When the price of the sale was discussed, Xiao Xingli said with a bitter expression, "I really don't want to leave Haicheng. I grew up and developed here, but I can't help it, my child is disobedient. She married a Mangala man, who was dark-skinned and thin, and his family was poor, relying entirely on our family's financial support. We are really worried about her future. We can only prepare more funds and hope that God will be merciful and help us." As he finished speaking, he seemed about to cry, and raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Jiang Weidong listened with a light laugh, without any reaction. Chunan felt sorry for the old man, but then she thought about how the old man had such a big house and even a house in Los Angeles, unlike her own family, who had lost their house after their business failed. She suddenly felt that the old man was not pitiful at all, and that he was much happier than her family. The agent let Xiao Xingli tell his story while secretly observing Jiang Weidong and Chunan. Seeing that they didn't react, he was slightly disappointed and immediately continued, "Mr. Xiao, can you accept the price we agreed on before?" Xiao Xingli still looked pitiful, and said weakly, "Could you raise the price a bit? You two seem to be kind and generous people, and your families should be well off. You don't need this little bit of money. I'm really having a tough time here. Besides, this villa is really nice. I dare say there aren't any better villas in the Waterdrop Lake community. Normally, it would sell for at least 10 million. 8 million is a huge loss." Jiang Weidong chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Xiao, let me be frank with you. I don't care whether I buy a house or not. I just suddenly got interested and decided to buy one to live in. 8,880,000 is my price. If you disagree, then forget it." Xiao Xingli didn't believe Jiang Weidong's words and thought it was just an excuse, so he turned to Chunan and said, "Little girl, you like it here, don't you? Please help this poor man. I really need to sell at a loss, or at a slightly higher price. 300,000, 200,000, just a token amount, 18,000. Chunan didn't reply, but turned to Jiang Weidong and took his hand. Jiang Weidong said with a smile, 8,880,000. If you agree, I will go to the Housing Management Bureau to check if there is any mortgage or lease. In addition, I will find a home inspector to come and check the quality of the house here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingli frowned. "Mr. Jiang, there is absolutely no problem with the quality of this room. I believe you, but some hidden dangers are lurking in the dark and we laymen can't see them. We still need to invite professionals to come and inspect them. Water and electricity, pipe leaks, aging hardware, etc. are all major issues concerning housing safety and experience, and we can't be careless. The housing authority takes a long time to process the inspection results." Jiang Weidong laughed, "Mr. Xiao, this isn't your first time selling a house, is it? Don't worry, I'll pay for it, and I'll have a private company verify it. Generally, housing management bureaus,
housing and construction bureaus, or housing safety appraisal centers all have home inspectors who can conduct inspections of new and used homes. However, these government-run home inspection agencies are slow to provide results. Finding a qualified private company to do their work is much faster. Results can be obtained in 2 or 3 days. Xiao Xingli was annoyed when he saw Jiang Weidong's indifferent expression. He had thought that Jiang Weidong and Chu Nan were young and easy to fool, but he did not expect that even after his wonderful performance, they would not react. He felt like a monkey being played with. In order to sell their house as soon as possible, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Then add another 180,000, and we'll find a home inspector to work right away." "It's 8,880,000, Jiang Weidong then turned to the agent. "Didn't you say you had already agreed on it? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. I don't like haggling." The agent hurriedly said, "We did have an agreement before, but now it's Mr. Xiao's ideas that I didn't expect." Jiang Weidong nodded, got up and walked out. "Please reconsider. If it works, proceed according to procedure. If not, then forget it." Chunan thought Jiang Weidong looked very handsome at that moment, even more so than her father when he was doing business. She immediately got up, took Jiang Weidong's arm, and went out. Xiao Xingli didn't expect Jiang Weidong to be so disrespectful, and couldn't help but shout at the agent, "Didn't you say there were still people who wanted to see the house? Hurry up and contact them, we're waiting for new clients." Hearing their voices inside, Chunan couldn't help but glance at the flowers in the yard and said, "Brother, let's not buy it. 8,880,000 is too expensive. 7,770,000 is more appropriate." Jiang Weidong laughed and said, "If old man Xiao heard what you said, he would be spitting blood." The two of them were not affected by this incident and went out to eat. At a typical Jiangxi-style stir-fry restaurant, Jiang Weidong was enjoying his hometown cuisine when his phone vibrated. A stranger was calling. Jiang Weidong was slightly taken aback, but still answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? This is Xiao Xingli." Upon hearing Xiao Xingli's voice, Jiang Weidong immediately realized what the other party wanted to do. "Oh, it's Mr. Xiao. What can I do for you? Here's the thing, after thinking it over, I still feel that we're destined to meet. How about this, I'll sell it to you for 8.88 million. You can hire a home inspector tomorrow, and if there are no problems, we can sign the contract and transfer the ownership, okay?" Jiang Weidong winked at Chunan, who was looking over. "Where's the agent? This agent is no good. He just spoke ill of you. Let us do a private transaction. Don't worry, you can write any conditions you have into the contract. I can guarantee that there are no problems with the house. If this deal goes through, the agent should be able to earn around 100,000 yuan. If Xiao Xingli wants to make a deal with him now, it's like he'll earn an extra 100,000 yuan. Although Jiang Weidong had no connection with the real estate agents, he disapproved of Xiao Xingli's behavior. He's a man with a system, yet he's engaging in such self-destructive and harmful tactics with Xiao Xingli. If word got out, people would laugh at him. He tapped the table and laughed, "Mr. Xiao, if you really want to sell their house, just have the agent contact me." After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked Xiao Xingli's number. Chunan's eyes widened with admiration, and she gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're such a good person." Jiang Weidong said smugly, "You should cherish this opportunity. There aren't many good people like me anymore." "I will definitely cherish it." After the two finished their meal, they planned to take a walk hand in hand when their phone rang again. This time it was the real estate agent calling. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help. Old Master Xiao has agreed to sell their house for 8.88 million. You can call a home inspector over." Jiang Weidong laughed, "I don't know anyone in this field. Do you have any reliable connections?" "Yes, I'll help you make an appointment to see the apartment tomorrow." "Yes, I need a home inspector from a reputable company, and they should be willing to compensate me if anything goes wrong. Don't worry, I found a legitimate building safety assessment company." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Weidong laughed and said, "Little girl, we're going to buy a house." Upon hearing this, Chunan jumped up excitedly, leaping onto Jiang Weidong and wrapping her arms around his neck. "Brother, this is wonderful. We have our own house now. You won't use it as collateral, right?" "Of course not, we will buy more houses in the future." Chapter 57. Chunan wants to learn to cook. The sky was overcast, with heavy clouds.
The streets were very quiet, the only sound being the low, mournful whimpers of a silly dog huddled in a corner as the cold wind blew. In the self-built house of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, Wu Luo Yao was reading a book, her eyelids feeling as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, slowly sliding down. She already had very dark circles under her eyes. Ever since she found out that Wang Ruijin was taking sleeping pills, she has been feeling very unwell and often wakes up in the middle of the night. She is now very careful when speaking to Wang Ruijin, unsure of what to do, and feels extremely distressed. In the room next to Guo Luoyao's, Xu Yuyan was typing. She wrote very slowly, not even one word per minute. The short drama, Reborn at 40, I Gave Birth to Twins for a Domineering CEO, has finished filming and was submitted for review a few days ago. It is currently under review by Haicheng Radio and Television Station. She is unsure whether she needs to make any changes or whether it will pass the review, and she is feeling anxious. At this moment, I was writing a short play script, but my mind was elsewhere. For some reason, she thought of the new Lamborghini Aventador that Jiang Weidong had bought a few days ago. It was the car she had ordered. Sigh. I never expected to meet you like this. In the room on the other side of Xu Yuyan's office, Meng Qingyu looked at herself from left to right with a small mirror, sighing deeply. She originally wanted to win over Jiang Weidong, but a month has passed and there has been no progress. She never found a chance to be alone with Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong ignored the WeChat invitation. She couldn't help but wonder if her decision was right, and whether she should give up. Just as the three girls in the self-built house were each lost in their own thoughts, a Li Auto L7 sped up and stopped outside the house, followed by a series of cheerful footsteps. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan arrived carrying large bags of snacks and fruits. Chunan always played the role of the boss's wife, constantly replenishing the company's snack area. Guo Luoyao remembered that Chunan had bought a lot of fruit chips just the day before yesterday, so why did he buy them again today? Nan, there's still so much fruit. Why did you buy more? Chunan smiled and said, I'm so happy today. My brother bought a small villa, which will be our house in the future. I want to share my good mood with everyone. Guo Luoyao was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded with a stiff smile, her expression complicated as she looked towards the door. The sky was dark, the wind was still cold, and the mournful howls of the silly dog could still be heard. Meng Qingyu hurriedly asked, how much does the villa cost? 8,880,000, one underground floor and 3 floors above ground, with small courtyards in the front and back. The front courtyard is planted with many flowers, the back courtyard with grapes, and there is a glass room on the roof, which is also planted with many flowers. It is particularly beautiful. Meng Qingyu couldn't stand anyone being better than her, so she couldn't help but say, are villas in Lingang really this cheap? If it were in the city center, a villa like this would probably cost 50 or 60 million. Chunan didn't notice Meng Qingyu's yin-yang antics and laughed, yes, the houses in Lingang are cheaper, I think it's more cost effective. Anyway, you can drive to the city center, and everything the city center has is here, and it's even cheaper. I especially loved that little villa. Xu Yuyan stood at the door, quietly watching Chunan. She liked looking at Chunan. Looking at this young girl, it was as if she saw herself 3 or 4 years ago, when she was just as full of vitality and optimistic. Chunan then asked, Sister Yao Yao, Sister Yang, can you cook? Wu Luo Yao certainly knows how to cook. She started cooking for herself when she was 11. She nodded and said, yes, I can. Sister Yao Yao, when do you have time to teach me how to cook? Wu Luo Yao vaguely guessed why Chunan wanted to learn to cook, but she still couldn't help asking, you're doing a great job with your live streams, why do you want to learn to cook? I want to give Dongij a sense of home. I've wanted to cook for him for a long time, but I've been putting it off. Now that I've bought a house, I want to cook for him in a small villa. Chunan said with great anticipation. Wu Luo Yao couldn't quite describe her feelings, but she felt very regretful. She lowered her head, thought for a moment, and said, then let's set a time, and I'll teach you then. Xu Yuyan laughed and said, I won't embarrass myself by showing off. I only know how to make some local Shanghainese dishes, which are not suitable for your brother Dong's taste. Let Yao Yao teach you. She's from southern Hunan, and her tastes are similar to those of Jiangxi province. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning over your Dongij. Upon hearing this, Chunan's eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers. Sister Yang is right. I heard that Hyun and Jiangxi are like cousins, and both Hyun and Jiangxi cuisines are very spicy. Sister Yao Yao, then I'll leave it to you. Wu Luo Yao took a deep breath, forced a smile and nodded, okay, let's set a time. Seeing this, Meng Qingyu felt even more bitter. Chunan treats Jiang Weidong so well, how could outsiders possibly have a chance to take advantage of her? She couldn't help but say, Nan Nan, you're a big internet celebrity now, you don't need to learn to cook. Women of the new era should have a new look. Going into the kitchen and getting all greasy will make your skin look worse. Chunan laughed and said, I just want to cook for my brother. My mom cooks for our family too. She's been cooking for 20 years, and her skin is still great. There's no need to worry about that, we're naturally beautiful and have good genes. Ma Qingyu looked at Meng Qingyu with a half smile, clearly seeing through her little scheme. Sui Lanlan said directly, Meng Qingyu, Nan Nan occasionally cooks some small surprises, so don't worry. Think more about yourself. You can't cook, can you? Be careful, you might get bullied by your mother-in-law after you get married. Chunan came and went quickly, leaving soon after. The self-built houses have quieted down again. Wu Luoyao returned to her office, took out a pen, and wrote down the 3 characters, Wang Ruijin. She stared at it for a long time, then ticked the 3 words. She didn't have many friends at Ocean University because she was discriminated against by city kids when she was young, and she tends to overthink when she's around other people. Wang Ruijin treated her sincerely, and she also regarded Wang Ruijin as her best friend. She hoped she could help Wang Ruijin. No matter what difficulties Xiao Jin encounters, I will help her get through them. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a voice call from Wang Ruijin. Wu Luoyao quickly composed herself. The call connected. It turned out that Wang Ruijin was going to study in the library and would have dinner in the library's restaurant, so she wouldn't be eating with Wu Luoyao. Wu Luoyao indicated that she understood, then cleared her throat and said loudly, Xiao Jin, when I get my next salary, it might be 8 or 9,000. I can transfer 13,000 to you then, so you can pay back the money you owe Jiang Weidong. Yao Yao, are there really that many? Yes, Jiang Weidong gave me a 2,000 yuan raise before and made me also the accountant for the food company. Thank you then. I'll pay you back when I make money. Why are we saying all this? After hanging up the phone, Wu Luoyao felt much better. If I work hard, I can help Xiao Jin. She was thinking about working in the finance department of a food company and planned to borrow some accounting books from the library to improve her skills and do a good job. Chapter 58 Charitable Donations. Before we knew it, it was getting dark. A night breeze blows, and the flowers in the yard sway in the wind, releasing a fragrant aroma. It felt like stepping into a park in early spring. Jiang Weidong nodded in satisfaction, then smiled at a middle-aged man outside the courtyard and said, Brother Lu, did you often smell the fragrance of the flowers in my yard before? The middle-aged man was in his 40s, slightly overweight, with a receding hairline, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a casual suit. He always had a smile on his face, just like a middle school teacher. His name is Lu Qiangjuan, and he is Jiang Weidong's new neighbor. When Jiang Weidong and Chunan were moving, they ran into Lu Qiangjuan, who was returning home. After introducing themselves, they exchanged contact information. Lu Qiangjuan looks ordinary, but he actually owns a smart lock factory with 300 or 400 employees, and his wife is the vice president of the 6th People's Hospital. He is also the vice president of the Waterdrop Lake Community Entrepreneurs Association. At this moment, Lu Qiangjuan was waiting for Jiang Weidong, who was to take Jiang Weidong to attend the regular meeting of the Shuidihu Community Entrepreneurs Association. According to Lu Qiangjuan, there are more than 40 small business owners in the Shuidihu community. They have a regular meeting at the beginning of each month. This meeting was held to discuss charity. I'm afraid I'll have to donate several $1,000s then. Jiang Weidong wanted to slack off and disliked tedious tasks. Even if he had to work hard and make extra money, he was too lazy to bother with it. But this does not mean he gave up socializing or expanding his network. Just like when he donated money to his clan in his hometown, besides making his father happy, an important reason was to expand his influence. That way, when something happens in his hometown, someone will stand up and support him. The same applies to Lingang new area. Having the necessary connections is essential. Lu Qiangjuan's wife is the vice president of the 6th People's Hospital. You never know when she might come in handy. He still has over 4 million yuan after buying the house, so he doesn't need to worry about a few thousand yuan. When Lu Qiangjuan heard that he owned a company and wanted to invite him to join the group and introduce him to the Shuidihu Community Entrepreneurs Association, he agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Jiang Weidong's words, Lu Qiangjuan laughed heartily. Thanks to you, I can smell the fragrance of flowers morning and night. I feel much more energetic when I wake up in the morning, and I feel especially happy when I get home from get off work in the evening. Then you can't just enjoy it for free. In the future, when there are advanced smart locks, you must give me priority in supplying them. Of course, of course. The two chatted as they walked, enjoying their conversation immensely. Upon arriving at the meeting room of the Entrepreneurs Association located in the underground parking garage, I found that 30 or 40 people had already gathered inside. When these people saw Lu Qiangjuan, they immediately went to greet him, and Lu Qiangjuan introduced Jiang Weidong to these small business owners. Jiang Weidong received many business cards and also sent out many business cards. Shortly afterward, the regular meeting of the Waterdrop Lake Community Entrepreneurs Association officially began. Unlike the usual arrangement where leaders sit in the front row and employees sit opposite them, everyone sits around a large oval wooden table, which is set with drinks and fruit. It was called a regular meeting, but it was more like a tea party. Only the association president and two vice presidents sat at the head of the table. Their positions were fixed. Everyone else sat randomly. Jiang Weidong also noticed a pretty young woman acting as a recorder, taking notes on the meeting with paper and pen. After the initial pleasantries, Lu Qiangjuan cleared his throat and continued, "Our Waterdrop Lake Entrepreneurs Association has always upheld the charitable spirit of taking from the people and using it for the people. The weather is getting colder in December, so we will bring red envelopes and gifts to visit the nearby nursing homes. Please feel free to give us a token of our appreciation." This is clearly a very routine procedure, and others are already used to it. They immediately donate 2 or 3,000 yuan, all directly in the group chat. Jiang Weidong noticed a middle-aged man with a purple tumor on his face donating 5,000 yuan. This man was quite special. When he donated the money, he shouted, "I'm donating 5,000 yuan." He then donated 2,000 along with the rest of the crowd. The first round of donations concluded amidst applause. Lu Qiangjuan then introduced a middle-aged man he didn't recognize, saying that this man was the director of moral education at Jianping Primary School in Lingang New area. The director of moral education stood up, turned on the LCD screens behind the three presidents and vice presidents, and then introduced their primary school as if giving a corporate presentation. Jiang Weidong saw this and immediately realized that he still had to pay. The first time, no report was needed. Everyone tacitly donated money, so it must have been decided long ago. The report was probably added on short notice. He has worked in Haicheng for a long time and has paid Social Security every year, so he has accumulated enough points long ago. Before he got the system, he often worried about his children's schooling, but now he doesn't have that problem anymore. He listened quietly. According to the director of moral education, their school has many children of migrant workers, and the families face significant financial pressure while their children attend school here. The school will try its best to reduce their burden and provide more assistance to the children in their studies and daily life. Jiang Weidong was somewhat moved upon hearing this. He grew up in a small county town, and the primary school he attended was the best experimental primary school in the county. He recalled that every semester when school registration started, some parents would go to the school to cause trouble, demanding that the school provide more places. Some migrant worker families did not understand why it was necessary to have a local household registration. When I was a child, I thought these parents were being unreasonable, but now that I'm older, I understand their good intentions. The children of migrant workers either become left behind children or are taken in by their parents. 20 years ago, the small county town didn't even have a private primary school, and the locals didn't know how to arrange for their children to go to school if they wanted to keep them with them. After the moral education director finished his introduction, the small business owners watched with smiles, but none of them made any comment. The director of moral education did not directly mention donating money, he merely introduced the school. Jiang Weidong subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man with purple tumors on his face. "I'll donate 20,000. This person was indeed generous and lived up to expectations by donating money. No small business owners followed suit, but they all applauded, providing plenty of emotional value. The elementary school's moral education director also said many kind words. The middle-aged man thoroughly enjoyed the applause, proudly raising his chin. The three presidents and vice presidents each donated 2,000, and just when everyone thought the matter was over, Jiang Weidong shouted, "I will donate 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked over. With a broad smile, Lu Qiangjuan introduced the new friend to the Director of Moral Education. "This is our new friend, General Manager Jiang of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company. He lives next door to me and is a kind, capable, and socially responsible comrade." The Director of Moral Education hurriedly stepped forward, took Jiang Weidong's hand, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Finally, he said, "Mr. Jiang, please be sure to come and visit our primary school so that the children can meet such an outstanding entrepreneur as you." Jiang Weidong was about to refuse because he thought it was too much trouble, but Lu Qiangjuan came over and said first, "Weidong, let's find a time together. The local authorities will definitely arrange for reporters to follow and interview people who do good deeds like this." In earlier years, many places not only had county-level television stations, but also township-level television stations. In recent years, the scale has been gradually reduced, and it is now operated uniformly by the county-level Integrated Media Center. They have public accounts on WeChat, official accounts, or short video platforms to promote local news. When Jiang Weidong heard that a reporter was going to interview him, he had an idea. "I'm donating money in the name of a good friend. Is it okay to have her go?" "No problem." Jiang Weidong thought that Chunan was making short videos, and that such good deeds were suitable for her to appear on camera. The meeting continued, and the next part was still a donation session, only this time it was for paving the green space in the community. It is said that there are many elderly women in the community who have nothing to do and grow vegetables in some green areas. Some residents complain that there are too few parking spaces and too few charging stations. They suggest that some green areas could be paved. This matter had already been voted on in the owners' group, and the owners' committee had approved it. Each household in the community contributed 200 yuan, but now the bigwigs are pooling together even more money. The vast majority of small business owners remained unmoved, with only a few donating money. Jiang Weidong did not donate any money, but the middle-aged man with a large purple tumor on his face donated 30,000 yuan and received another round of applause. He even glanced smugly at Jiang Weidong. After the donation session, it was time for the small business owners to mingle, share information, gather intelligence, and chat casually. Around 9:30 p.m., the meeting ended, and Jiang Weidong and Lu Qiangjuan went back together. According to Lu Qiangjuan, the representatives of the Waterdrop Lake Entrepreneurs Association were to go to Jianping Primary School on Friday. "Brother Lu, I'll send Nan then, please take good care of her." Lu Qiangjuan paused slightly. "Weidong, this is a great opportunity to show off." "It's okay, Nan is a minor internet celebrity now, she's more suitable." Chapter 59. The mattress worth 57,000. It's payday again. The three sisters, Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan, have a total of 223,800. Meng Qingyu and Xu Yeyan both have a base salary of 3,000 yuan, and after deducting the takeout fee, they have more than 2,800 yuan left. As for Guo Luoyao, after deducting the takeout fee, she received 8,200 yuan. This includes salaries from media companies, as well as salaries from canteen warehouse managers and accountants. Of course, the cafeteria staff's wages are also paid today, calculated by Guo Luoyao and then deposited by the bank. Chunan was as generous as ever, taking Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan shopping and buying some relatively expensive fruits and snacks. There are durians, cherries, lychees. Lychees were 27 yuan a pound in December, and Chunan bought 6 pounds. The three sisters returned in high spirits, carrying fruits and snacks, immediately attracting the attention of Meng Qingyu, Xu Yeyan, and Guo Luoyao. Meng Qingyu had done some part-time jobs before, but they were all small-scale, such as distributing flyers or doing packaging, and were temporary jobs for 1 or 2 days. This was the first time in her life that she had received a salary of more than 2,000 yuan. She was happy to see that her bank card balance had increased by 2,800,000 yuan. However, she immediately thought of Chunan's salary of more than 100,000 yuan, and her heart ached as if she had just drunk a ton of lemon juice. The review of the short drama that Xu Yeyan was in charge of has been completed, and some parts need to be revised. Although she didn't pass the test on the first try, she still breathed a sigh of relief. The waiting was too painful, but knowing that revisions were needed and having a direction made her feel much more at ease. Guo Luoyao is feeling better. She noticed that Wang Ruijin needed sleeping pills to fall asleep, which was worrying, but her overall mental state was not bad. This put her at ease. She has also been studying accounting diligently and has made great progress. At this moment, Meng Qingyu picked up a lychee, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. The lychee was juicy, had a small seed, and was sweet and fresh. It was hard to imagine that this was a fruit picked in summer. She couldn't help but say, the technology is so advanced now. Summer fruits can be preserved until winter and sold. As long as you have money, you can enjoy life. Upon hearing this, Chunan's eyes lit up. That's right. When we went to the mall to buy them, these lychees were selling very well. I wonder what kind of preservation technology they use. If we master it, we can definitely make money. Ma Qingyu pouted and said, Big sister, you shouldn't even think about starting a business. This kind of preservation technology definitely requires very expensive cold chain machinery and equipment, which we can't afford. Let's just stick to live streaming. Sui Lanlan basically supports Chunan in everything, but on this matter, she shares the same stance as Ma Qingyu. Nan, this must be a project from a big company. We can't do it. Their live streams are going very well now, and manufacturers have already contacted them to promote their products. After Jiang Weidong's reminder, Chunan planned to find time to talk to her father and ask him to learn about the quality of those brands so that he could selectively bring in goods. After learning more about the history of internet celebrities, I found that few internet celebrities in China stay popular for long. At most, they can be popular for 2 or 3 years before they have to switch careers. Sui Lanlan and Ma Qingyu are both satisfied with their current jobs and are thinking of taking the opportunity to earn more money. They currently have no plans to start their own businesses. Chunan snorted and said confidently, I'm sure I'll make a lot of money. Meng Qingyu couldn't stand Chunan's smug look, so she asked in a low voice, Nan, you gave the boss a belt last month, what will you give him this month? Chunan laughed and didn't answer. Ma Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Sisters, you can guess who it is. Whoever guesses correctly will receive a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Guo Luoyao didn't want to think about anything related to Jiang Weidong and Chunan, so she silently ate lychees. Xu Yuyan was in a good mood. If I guess right, you don't need to send me a red envelope, just treat me to milk tea. She then asked, is it a tie? Last time it was a belt, this time it's a tie. A very reasonable guess. Ma Qingyu chuckled and shook her head. Those are basketball shoes. Jiang Weidong plays basketball, and many girls buy basketball shoes for their boyfriends. Ma Qingyu shook her head again. Xu Yuyan couldn't guess. Meng Qingyu thought of some scenes from idol dramas. Is it fireworks? No. That's a platinum ring with your name engraved on it. No. All their guesses were wrong, and the mysterious demeanor of Chunan, Ma Qingyu, and Sui Lanlan aroused even greater curiosity from Meng Qingyu and Xu Yuyan. Even Guo Luoyao couldn't help but prick up her ears. What exactly is it? Ma Qingyu looked at Chunan. Nan, did I tell them? Just say it. Dong Gij and I will always be together. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chunan waved his hand dismissively, a hint of smugness in his expression. Ma Qingyu nodded and then said, Nan bought an imported mattress worth over 57,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Guo Luoyao, Xu Yuyan, and Meng Qingyu all looked at Chunan in surprise. Chunan is very generous, but she is not a spendthrift. If it weren't for Jiang Weidong buying her clothes, she would wear sportswear that costs 200 or 300 yuan all year round. She had advised Jiang Weidong against buying such an impractical sports car when he bought the Lamborghini. Unexpectedly, Chunan broke with his usual practice and bought a mattress worth over 50,000 yuan. Chunan smiled and said, My brother bought a house, so I definitely need to buy some household items. After looking around, I saw that imported mattress. The sales assistant said it helps with sleep. Meng Qingyu, who was eating lychees, suddenly found them no longer sweet. She thought about how Chunan bought 2 belts last month, and how Jiang Weidong gave them to her in return. She felt as if she had lost 880,000 yuan. Chunan must often study how to seduce men. Humph. A mattress worth over 50,000 yuan, I wonder what she'll do tonight. Having never experienced matters between men and women, she blushed at the thought. Chunan then said, I'll be going to Jianping Elementary School on Friday afternoon to receive a charity award. Are you going to volunteer as teachers? She wasn't asking Ma Qingyu and Sui Lanlan, as those two would definitely go with her. She was asking the other three girls. Meng Qingyu, Wu Luoyao, and Xu Yuyan all looked over in confusion. Chunan then told him about how Jiang Weidong had donated 100,000 yuan in her name. The three women had mixed feelings upon hearing this. Putting aside Guo Luoyao and Meng Qingyu, Xu Yuyan admired Jiang Weidong, thinking that this man was kind and generous. They thought about it for a moment, and then said they wouldn't go. Chunan didn't mind and waved her hand. Goodbye, sisters, I'm going to play with Brother Dong. After saying that, she strode away. The other girls dispersed, and Guo Luoyao returned to her room. Looking at the bank transfer information on her phone, she felt her vision growing darker and the air in the room becoming increasingly stuffy. The lychees she had just eaten were too sweet, leaving her throat feeling sticky and uncomfortable. She opened her thermos and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, which made her feel a little better. After a moment, she gradually regained her senses, opened WeChat, and transferred 12,000 yuan to Wang Ruijin. Xiaojin, I got paid today. I have more than 8,000 yuan in total. Take it and pay back Jiang Weidong. Thank you, Yao Yao. Do you still have any money left? Don't worry, I still have more than 2,000 left. Wang Ruijin accepted the money, saying, I'll return it to him later. Thank you again, Yao Yao. Of course. Putting down her phone, Wu Luoyao slowly stood up and stared blankly out the window. This was something she had wanted to do for a long time, but after transferring the money, she didn't feel any happier. The sky was still overcast, and the cold wind was still howling. She had closed the window long ago, but even though the wind couldn't blow in, she could still feel the wind penetrating through the wall and chilling her clothes. She couldn't help but shrink her body. All of this that Chunan enjoys should belong to Xiaojin. It's all my fault. Chapter 60 The Second Generation Circle. Just as the streetlights came on, a white Maserati and an orange Lamborghini drove out of the Waterdrop Lake residential area one after the other. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, they headed towards the highway. Inside the orange Lamborghini sat only Jiang Weidong. Today, Chunan bought a mattress worth 57,000 yuan, and the two of them had an intimate conversation on the new mattress this afternoon. Jiang Weidong felt very happy after exercising. He originally planned to take Chunan to the city that evening to reward her with some gifts. However, Chunan refused, saying that she already had clothes and bags and didn't need to buy anything, and besides, she had to do a live broadcast that night. Jiang Weidong didn't insist. Just then, Deng Qingfu sent him a message, so he decided to go with Deng Qingfu tonight to broaden his horizons. The middle-aged man with purple chumas on his face whom I met at the Waterdrop Lake Entrepreneurs Association that day was named Deng Guanyin, and Deng Qingfu was Deng Guanyin's son. Old Deng's family also lived in that row of villas. Deng Qingfu is a hobbyist who owns a used Maserati. When he passed by Jiang Weidong's house, he saw a brand new Lamborghini Aventador and immediately paid him a visit. That's how the two met and exchanged contact information. Deng Qingfu said he would take Jiang Weidong to see the rich kids' racing cars. Jiang Weidong had been playing basketball and golf lately, but he was getting a little bored, so he decided to go along to broaden his horizons. Deng Qingfu said that the new Lamborghini Aventador has great performance and would definitely win a prize if it were to go racing. Jiang Weidong didn't reply, but repeated his previous statement: he just wanted to enjoy life. In his eyes, basketball is already a sport with a relatively high level of physical contact, and he can barely play against people he knows. As for racing, skydiving, rock climbing, he had no interest in any of them. Only someone with a mental illness would participate in such dangerous sports is perfectly normal. Of course, he doesn't care if others are playing, he'll even applaud enthusiastically and encourage them to push their limits. This time, we went to a place called Magatan Circuit, which is located in Lingang New area, next to the FX zone. It is a private racetrack. They turned onto the highway and arrived in less than 10 minutes. Arriving at the Magatan racetrack, from the entrance it looked like a rural guesthouse, but the roar of engines coming from inside made it clear that there were sports cars inside. Brother Dong, they've already started playing, let's go. Deng Qingfu is 23 years old, a college graduate, with an average appearance. He doesn't exercise much, is chubby, and has a yellowish complexion that looks like it hasn't seen the sun in a long time. It looks like yellowed paper, lacking color and not white, giving people the impression that he is not very healthy. This guy introduced himself and said his biggest hobby was driving his Maserati around the university town, and pretty female college students would come up to add him as a friend within 3 minutes. He basically changes girlfriends every week. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Deng Qingfu parked his car and hurriedly walked out. Jiang Weidong observed the cars in the parking lot and found that there were at least 30 or 40 cars, mainly sports cars, and the vast majority of them were Porsche Maseratis and Mercedes-Benzes. His new Lamborghini Aventador is considered a top-tier supercar here. He didn't run, but slowly parked the car. "Qingfu, don't rush, walk slowly." Deng Qingfu glanced at Jiang Weidong's Lamborghini and slowed down. The two walked out of the parking lot and came to a 3-story building. The second and third floors of the building had spacious observation decks where tourists could watch the racetrack. Deng Qingfu was clearly a frequent visitor and knew many people. He greeted the others while introducing Jiang Weidong. "This is my brother, you can call him Brother Dong. He has a brand new Lamborghini Aventador. If you want to see it, you can go to the parking lot and look for it. Be careful not to scratch it, or I won't let you off the hook." Upon hearing Deng Qingfu's introduction, everyone else immediately forced a smile and affectionately called him Brother Dong. Jiang Weidong was just playing around with it and didn't take it seriously. They arrived at the observation deck on the 3rd floor. There was a long table at the entrance, laden with red wine, beverages, cakes, bread, and fruit. Deng Qingfu picked up a glass of red wine, took a serious sip, and asked, "Brother Dong, would you like some?" "No, I rarely drink." Deng Qingfu nodded, then picked up his wine glass and walked towards the crowd. Before he even got close, he shouted, "Brother Zhe, did you run away?" Peng Zhiyu was about 25 or 26 years old, about 1.75 meters tall, and quite handsome. He was wearing a khaki long coat, paired with black casual pants and black boots with 5-centimeter soles. He was clearly the center of the crowd, with everyone else surrounding him. At that moment, a sports car was running laps, but few people were paying attention. Most were gathered around this Brother Zhe. Peng Zhiyu saw Deng Qingfu, raised his head, and smiled, "Not yet." Deng Qingfu said loudly, "Brother Zhe, I've brought a good friend of mine. He's from the same neighborhood as me. He owns a brand new Lamborghini Aventador and is an outstanding young entrepreneur. He's a very nice guy." After he finished speaking, the entire 3rd floor observation deck fell silent, and everyone looked at Jiang Weidong. Peng Zhiyu walked over with a smile and extended his right hand. "Peng Zhiyu." "Jiang Weidong." Jiang Weidong and Peng Zhiyu shook hands, their demeanor calm and composed. He has never been involved in the circles of rich kids, but that doesn't matter. There's nothing new under the sun. No matter what circle you're in, it's all about money, power, fame, and sex. As the saying goes, the world is just a giant makeshift stage. There's no need for awe or fear, just a normal mindset. He's a person with a system. He doesn't need to get anything from these second-generation rich kids. Without greed, there is no trouble. Deng Qingfu had been observing Jiang Weidong. Seeing that Jiang Weidong and Peng Zhiyu were evenly matched, he became even more excited. Jiang Weidong was someone he had brought with him, and the more outstanding Jiang Weidong was, the more face he would have. "Since we're all young people, I won't stand on ceremony. Weidong, have fun, and don't hesitate to call me if you need anything." Peng Zhiyu is very good at communicating and has a pleasant voice. Jiang Weidong smiled and nodded, "Okay, I understand." The two then parted ways. Peng Zhiyu continued to enjoy the praise from everyone. Judging from his appearance, he would probably go down to run laps later. Jiang Weidong went to the long table, grabbed a bottle of sugar-free cola, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "It feels pretty good." He pulled up a chair, sat down on the edge of the observation deck, and looked down at the sports cars speeding by. It's getting more and more lively on Peng Zhiyu's side. The second-generation rich kids are gambling, betting on who can run the lap the fastest tonight. Some people offered 100,000, some offered 80,000, and some offered 50,000. Jiang Weidong did not participate. Although he was rich, it was all hard-earned money, and he did not have the habit of giving away money. If he ever gambles, it will definitely be on the NBA. He watches games frequently and can analyze them to some extent. Just as he was sitting on the side watching the commotion, a familiar person walked up from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. She was at least 1.75 meters tall, with long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a dark green American Air Force jacket, paired with blue cargo pants and black Martin boots. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were very indifferent. This person was Xu Yuyan. Her appearance silenced the observation deck for a second, and many men showed admiration in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a mocking look. Xu Yuyan noticed Jiang Weidong, her expression unchanged. She walked directly up to a young man with a few strands of dyed brown hair and said, "Hey, Mr. Xiao, let's have a match. If I lose, I'll give you 50,000 yuan. If you lose, you must never have anything to do with my brother again." Chapter 61 Borrowing My Car. Jiang Weidong and Xu Yuyan met frequently, but they did not have any in-depth exchanges. When signing the contract, I saw Xu Yuyan's ID card and knew she was a local from Haicheng. Apart from that, he knew nothing else about Xu Yuyan. Judging from Xu Yuyan's clothing and demeanor, her family background should be quite good. However, if the family is wealthy, there's no reason for them to work for his lousy company. After much analysis, he came to the conclusion that Xu Yuyan's family and Xu Nan's family were in similar situations. Both had once possessed some assets, but later declined. At this moment, Jiang Weidong sat on the side watching the commotion and overheard the other people's discussions, realizing that his guess was pretty much right. Xu Yuyan used to be involved in the second-generation elite circle and was familiar with many people at the scene. The man with a few strands of dyed brown hair was named Xiao Yuhong. He had once pursued Xu Yuyan intensely, but Xu Yuyan had not accepted his advances. After the Xu family went bankrupt, Xiao Yuhong made a roundabout move, getting involved with Xu Yuyan's younger brother, and is now the eldest brother of the younger brother in the Xu family. Poor Xu's younger brother is still in his second year of high school. He spends all his time loafing around and his grades are at the bottom, consistently around 200 points. If he continues like this, even if he repeats the year for 3 years, he probably still won't be able to get into a university. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong felt a little sympathy for Xu Yuyan. Of course, he sympathizes with Xu Yuyan, but at most he will support her in her work. Other than that, he will not do anything else. After all, we weren't familiar with each other and had no connection. On the other side, Xiao Yuhong and Xu Yuyan were still arguing. Xiao Yuhong was obviously trying to use Xu Yuyan's younger brother to coerce her into becoming his girlfriend. Xu Yuyan refused and then provoked him to race against her. Perhaps spurred on, Xiao Yuhong finally agreed, "Fine, let's race. You really think my driving skills are inferior to yours? Let me tell you, I've always let you win before." Xu Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, "There are so many people watching here, you must keep your word. HMPH, I don't like playing with your brother at all, he's the one chasing after me." Peng Jiu clapped his hands and then suggested that the two of them could have a final match as a happy ending to the evening. Having confirmed this, everyone looked at Xu Yuyan with great interest, their eyes filled with mockery. Jiang Weidong didn't understand what these people meant until Xu Yuyan walked up to him and said softly, "Mr. Jiang, could you do me a favor? I'd like to borrow your Lamborghini and drive it for 5 laps. I'll owe you a favor and I'll definitely repay you later." Xu Yuyan used to speak with a strong voice, but now she asked Jiang Weidong for help in a weak tone, which must have made her very upset. However distressing it may be, the Lamborghini costs over 6 million yuan, and if it were to be damaged, the Xu family might not even be able to afford the repair costs. Jiang Weidong considers himself a kind person. When he gets emotional, he will donate money to the school, but he will not give money to people he is not close to. After all, there are many people in the world who are facing difficulties. He can't help. He hates troublesome things and doesn't want others to think of him or expect him to help them when they are in trouble. How can he enjoy life then? He chuckled and shook his head. "Xu Yuyan, we're not close enough yet, I can't help you with this." Xu Yuyan glanced at Jiang Weidong, nodded, and then turned and left. She didn't ask anyone else on the 3rd floor to borrow a car, clearly expecting that she wouldn't be able to borrow one from anyone on the 3rd floor. Xiao Yuhong smiled at Jiang Weidong and said, "Brother, thanks. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Jiang Weidong pursed his lips, "No need." He wasn't giving Xiao Yuhong face, it was simply because he wasn't close enough to Xu Yuyan. His car is very valuable, even a minor scratch could cost hundreds of thousands in repair fees. "Borrow some yuan, please." If his car were a used car worth several 100,000 yuan, he would have lent it to Xu Yuyan. Thinking of this, Jiang Weidong couldn't help but look at Deng Qingfu. This guy's Maserati was a second-hand car, and he could probably get it for 5 or 600,000 yuan. At this moment, Deng Chengfu was flattering Peng Zhiyu. Peng Zhiyu stood on the third-floor observation deck for a while before going down to prepare. This guy must be quite wealthy to be able to organize so many people to come and support him. I never expected him to actually race himself. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised. All he could say was true love. He's a coward and doesn't like any dangerous sports. One lap of this racetrack is 7 kilometers long, so 5 laps would be 35 kilometers. Jiang Weidong heard people announcing the time, which was usually around 15 minutes. He doesn't know anything about racing, so I guess he's probably pretty bad at it. After all, if you convert it to speed, that's 140 kilometers per hour. Many drivers drive at 150 or 160 km/h on highways without cameras. When it was Peng Zhiyu's turn to run laps, Jiang Weidong discovered that the guy's car was a Ferrari 12-cylinder, which was the car he had originally wanted to buy. This car is worth over 6 million yuan, so it seems Peng Zhiyu is quite wealthy. When Jiang Weidong saw Peng Zhiyu's sports car racing on the track, he felt that Peng Zhiyu was driving slower than the previous drivers. It may take Peng Zhiyu 17 or 18 minutes to finish. But the others were very accommodating. Every time Peng Zhiyu drove by, people cheered and applauded. Jiang Weidong watched with a light laugh. He understood why the rich kids traveled with a bunch of lackeys. The emotional value was just too good. Hearing such cheers, someone who didn't know better might think Peng Zhiyu was incredibly fast, a top amateur racer. The result was that his underlings just blindly praised him. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Xu Yuyan. Mr. Jiang, can I borrow your Lamborghini for 5 laps? Whether I win or not, I'll owe you 100,000 yuan, okay. Xu Yuyan is not on the 3rd floor. I don't know where she went. Jiang Weidong glanced at the message and put his phone back in his pocket. He couldn't be bothered to reply. Perhaps out of pride or because she felt ashamed, Xu Yuyan was too embarrassed to tell him in person, but in Jiang Weidong's view, such behavior was completely insincere. When he was in high school, his father told him a principle. Whenever someone asks him for money, he must hear their voice. He can't just call them every time he meets them. He can't just send a text message to ask for money. Ignore any messages asking for money. Such behavior shows a lack of sincerity, and there's a high probability the money won't be repaid. Jiang Weidong agreed wholeheartedly, and from then on, whenever he needed to borrow money, he would always meet with someone or call to explain the reason. He ignores all text messages from people asking to borrow money, but he listens attentively to phone calls. 3 minutes later, Xu Yuyan returned to the 3rd floor. She walked straight up to Jiang Weidong and said awkwardly and apologetically, "President Jiang, I was impolite just now. Please forgive me. But I really need your help. I can't borrow a car. None of my old friends are willing to lend me theirs, so I have no choice but to ask you. I promise I will be very careful, and I will compensate for any damage. You lent me your car, so I owe you a favor. As long as it's not illegal, I'll do whatever you ask." She blushed as she finished speaking. She had always given off a cool and sassy vibe, but now her pretty face was slightly flushed and her phoenix eyes were glistening with tears, giving her a unique charm. Everyone else noticed Xu Yuyan approaching, and Xiao Yuhong, whose hair was dyed brown, also looked over with a threatening gaze. Jiang Weidong couldn't help but laugh. "If I asked you to be my woman for the rest of your life, you would agree?" Xu Yuyan was stunned and looked at Jiang Weidong in great surprise. "Look at you, you're not prepared at all. You agree to everything. Many people are willing to help, but they can't find me anywhere. The reason you say this is simply because you think I'm easier to fool. Xu, think it through before you speak. Don't talk nonsense. This isn't school." Chapter 62. It's impossible for me here. The observation deck on the 3rd floor is brightly lit and very close to the track. The sound of sports cars whizzing by is like watching an F1 race up close. Some people were drinking red wine, others orange juice, and a faint sweet aroma filled the air. Xu Yuyan blushed and pursed her lips, clearly still unconvinced. Jiang Weidong didn't care and continued, "You just made a bet with Xiao Yuhong, saying you'd pay him 50,000 if you lost. Do you have 50,000? I?" Xu Yuyan uttered one word and then shut her mouth. She didn't have 50,000 yuan. She had just received her salary and only had a few thousand yuan left. "You have no money at all. You think you can win and 1t lose. You haven't considered the consequences of losing at all.
Jiang Weidong chuckled and shook his head. You look quite mature. I originally thought you thought more than your peers like Guoluo Yao and would be more mature. Now it seems I judged you by your appearance. You are still young and still have a student's air about you. At this point, Jiang Weidong sighed slightly. Having a youthful spirit is a good thing. People like him who have worked hard in society are old-fashioned and very greasy. If he wants to start a business, he's unlikely to succeed with this mindset. Fortunately, he didn't plan to start a business. Fortunately, he had a system, so he could just let things slide. He couldn't help but laugh. Hee, good luck. Seeing Jiang Weidong smile, Xu Yuyan thought her chance had come. President Jiang, give me a chance, and I will prove to you that I can succeed. My racing skills are definitely better than Xiao Yuhong's. I am very confident. Jiang Weidong was taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed that everything he had just said was nonsense, so he rolled his eyes. No way, go find someone else. It's not possible here. Seeing this, Xu Yuyan could only turn around and leave, quickly disappearing at the top of the stairs. Xu Yuyan had just left when Xiao Yuhong went over, smoking a cigarette. Hey bro, did you lend her your car? Jiang Weidong disliked second-hand smoke and frowned, saying, don't come any closer, I can't stand the smell of smoke. Xiao Yuhong was surprised that Jiang Weidong didn't give him any face. His dyed brown hair trembled. Seeing that Jiang Weidong didn't care about his attitude at all, he felt a bit of awe. Among all the second-generation members of the observation deck, only Peng Zhiyu had previously disrespected him. Now there's another one, Jiang Weidong. Peng Zhiyu is powerful, with assets worth over 1 billion yuan. He is unsure about Jiang Weidong's situation, but Jiang Weidong's designer clothes are genuine, and Jiang Weidong's attitude of not taking him seriously is not fake. Damn, Deng Qingfu said he has a Lamborghini worth over 6 million, so he seems to have some financial resources. After thinking it over, Xiao Yuhong still didn't get angry. He nodded awkwardly and took 2 steps back, saying, brother, I heard from Deng Qingfu that your car is expensive. I'm worried that Xu Yuyan won't be able to drive it and might damage it. Don't believe her. Her family is broke right now. If she really damages it, they won't be able to afford the repair costs. Jiang Weidong replied, I know, I didn't lend her my car. Xiao Yuhong was overjoyed upon hearing this. Okay, thanks brother, let's have a drink together another day. Jiang Weidong nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Yuhong was annoyed, but he did not show it. When Xu Yuyan refused his advances, he resorted to a roundabout approach, bringing Xu Yuyan's younger brother along. Jiang Weidong ignored him, and he also planned to take a roundabout approach. He would wait until Jiang Weidong had fallen from grace before mocking him or provoking Peng Zhiyu to deal with Jiang Weidong. Xu Yuyan and Xiao Yuhong left, and the surroundings quieted down. Jiang Weidong smiled as he watched Peng Zhiyu run laps. It started raining without us even noticing, and the raindrops traced beautiful paths under the lamplight. The interplay of light and shadow, unable to capture the entire path of the raindrops, only added to the atmosphere. The roar of the cars created a very powerful feeling. Jiang Weidong tapped the table, sipped his cola, and suddenly felt a pang of regret. You can't write poetry if you're ignorant. This system is no good. It only gives me money, but not any pretentious poems or articles. As he complained, Peng Zhiyu finished running laps, which indeed took 17 minutes. Wow, to be able to run so fast in the rain, Boss Peng is awesome. Back on the 3rd floor of the observation deck, Peng Zhiyu once again became the center of attention, surrounded by a group of people praising him. I wasn't in good shape today, I ran too slowly. I'll try again another day when I'm in better shape. Peng Zhiyu spoke modestly, but it was clearly not genuine modesty. One could see the corners of his mouth turning up in a smile. Then some people started running laps with them. Perhaps the rain affected their speed, but they all finished in 17 or 18 minutes. Finally, the party came to a happy ending. In the duel between Xu Yuyan and Xiao Yuhong stood on the edge of the observation deck and shouted outside, Xu Yuyan, are you running away or not? Where are you? Come here right now. The others burst into laughter. Just when everyone thought Xu Yuyan hadn't been able to borrow a car and was about to give up the race, she confidently strode up to the 3rd floor observation deck. Instead of walking over, she stood at the top of the stairs, as if she were facing 20 or 30 people all by herself. Her beautiful phoenix eyes swept indifferently over everyone. Run. Who's going first, me or you? Seeing this, Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but ask curiously, you have a car? He added, Boss Peng used to have a rule that only sports cars are allowed here, not regular cars. Don't try to fool us with a taxi or a tricycle. After he finished speaking, the others laughed again. Xu Yuyan raised her chin and said calmly, I know the rules. It's a sports car, a McLaren 720S. Everyone was surprised to hear this. The McLaren 720S was very popular when it was first released. Now the official sales have been discontinued, but used cars still cost over $1,000,000 yuan. If there is any damage, it will cost a lot of money. Who lent the car to Xu Yuyan? Xiao Yuhong's face darkened, but he was a pragmatic man. He snorted coldly, since you have a car, let's have a race. I'll go first. It's raining now, and is worried that the rain will get even heavier later. Xu Yuyan nodded indifferently, completely unconcerned about Xiao Yuhong's ulterior motives. Okay, you go first. Xiao Yuhong went down to prepare, and Xu Yuyan followed him down. People on the third-floor observation deck were speculating about who lent the car to Xu Yuyan, and in the end, they all concluded that it was a female friend. Jiang Weidong was quite curious. He wanted to see just how good Xu Yuyan's driving skills were. Not long after, Xiao Yuhong drove out in a silver-gray Ferrari 488. This car was also discontinued and was a class above the McLaren 720S. The sports car roared into the rain, speeding along relentlessly. The sports car engine roared rhythmically, a loud, whirring sound that was quite exhilarating. Jiang Weidong felt that Xiao Yuhong was running faster than Peng Zhiyu. After one lap, someone shouted, Damn, less than 3 minutes. A lap takes less than 3 minutes, which is considered a fast pace tonight. After 5 laps, Xiao Yuhong's time was announced, 13 minutes and 46 seconds. When Xiao Yuhong returned to the observation deck, he said in a very pretentious manner, My condition was okay today, but the rain affected my speed. Shortly after, Xu Yuyan drove her McLaren 720S onto the track. The weather was similar to before. It was still drizzling. The McLaren sped up incredibly fast, just like the Ferrari 488 earlier, roaring through the rainy night. Round and round they went. The timer noticed that Xu Yuyan and Xiao Yuhong were going about the same speed. Just when everyone thought the two were evenly matched, a strange noise came from the track. The McLaren 720S seemed to have scraped against the guardrail at the edge of the track, and the smooth roar that had been playing instantly disappeared. Xiao Yuhong, who had been tense, breathed a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Xu Yuyan, in the McLaren 720S, was deathly pale. The game was lost. Also, I was going too fast and scraped something while turning. I don't know how much I'll have to pay for it. Chapter 63. They actually think of me like that. You don't need to open your eyes to tell how fast a sports car is on the racetrack. You can tell just by listening to the sound. Jiang Weidong naturally knew that Xu Yuyan had a problem in the car. He smiled and continued drinking his cola. That's just how the world is. Things that haven't happened yet are always full of variables. Xu Yuyan and Xiao Yuhong are both amateur players. It's impossible to believe that one of them is more skilled and has a crushing advantage, and is guaranteed to win. They are both using the same level of technology, and since the results aren't out, it's hard to say who won or lost. How much money does Xu Yuyan have to pay in compensation now? Will this woman come looking for me again? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Xu Yuyan. Mr. Jiang, can you lend me 200,000 yuan? I promise to pay you back. Jiang Weidong shook his head speechlessly. This woman is really hopeless. She texted him to borrow his car before, and he ignored her. Now she's texting to borrow money. Borrowing money is a very important matter, yet such an important matter was handled without even a phone call. There is no sincerity whatsoever. He tossed his phone back into his pocket. Xiao Yuhong had already started celebrating. Har har har, I told you I used to let Xu Yuyan have her way, but she just wouldn't believe me. Brothers, don't pity her later. I want to see how she's going to come up with 50,000 yuan now. I want to see her bow her head and admit her mistakes in front of me. Someone chimed in, Old Xiao, maybe you'll get what you want tonight. Xiao Yuhong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with longing. His voice deepened. If it really works, I'll definitely buy some medicine and stay home for the next 10 days, practicing all the moves I've learned. Ha 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 ha. Men and women alike burst into laughter.
Jiang Weidong frowned slightly to him. This level of conversation was going too far. When he gets together with his basketball buddies, they do talk about women, but at most they comment on skin and appearance, they don't talk about sex.
Just then, his phone vibrated.
Jiang Weidong picked it up and saw that it was Xu Yuyan calling. He looked towards the racetrack and saw that Xu Yuyan's car was parked in the distance and had stopped racing. He pressed the answer button. I was pressing the gas pedal the whole time, and I was thinking of ending it all, just dying. But then I decided to live. I have a lot to do. I have to support my family and educate my brother.
Jiang Weidong was puzzled.
So, please lend me 200,000.
Jiang Weidong laughed. Xu Yuyan, I've been trying to reason with you, but you haven't listened to me.
Don't think it's easy to waste a few words. In this world, there aren't many people who will give you free advice. I'm telling you this very seriously. If you want to borrow money from me, be realistic and offer something of real value. Don't tell me about your family situation, it has absolutely nothing to do with me.
You've become like this, it's not my fault.
Think about it carefully. After saying that, Jiang Weidong hung up the phone. He didn't expect Xu Yuyan to talk to him like that. He realized that he might have been too kind, to the point that Xu Yuyan thought he was easy to fool. She actually tried to play the victim with him. Does this damn woman think I'm some kind of simp from school? Jiang Weidong shook his head speechlessly. People on the third floor observation deck noticed that Xu Yuyan's car had stopped. Everyone burst into laughter, mocking Xu Yuyan for not daring to come over. Only Peng Zhiyu said to Xiao Yuhong, be careful what you say later, don't push her too far. She's always been arrogant. You've gone too far. She might choose to go down in flames and drive over here in a bit. Xiao Yuhong said smugly, Boss Peng, don't worry, I like her so much, I'm too busy spoiling her. After saying that, Xiao Yuhong stood on the edge of the observation deck, gripped the railing with both hands, and shouted outside, Xu Yuyan, what's wrong? Come here, do you still stand by what you just said? The McLaren 720S still did not respond. DA. 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 The rain intensified, forming curtains of rain. Standing on the observation deck, the McLaren 720S seemed even farther away. Xiao Yuhong was getting anxious. Damn it, I haven't even had my fun yet. This woman isn't going to try to renege on her promise, is she? Jiang Weidong squinted and looked over, guessing that there might be something wrong with Xu Yuyan's car. He felt that someone as proud as Xu Yuyan wouldn't renege on her debt. After all, she had already reached this point, and integrity became the only quality she could protect. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Jiang Weidong picked up his phone, and sure enough, it was Xu Yuyan calling. Mr. Jiang, I can't find anyone to lend me money. Please help me. I will definitely pay you back. The sound of rain grew louder and louder, drowning out Jiang Weidong's voice, which could only be heard by Xu Yuyan on the other end of the phone. Xu Yuyan, when you borrow money, you should state how you plan to repay it and what you will do to put the person asking for help at ease and not worry that you will not repay the money in the future. Why are you so generous to Chunan, but so stingy with me? Jiang Weidong laughed somewhat speechlessly, his words not so polite. I really hate dealing with you students. You're always so immature. Remember, this isn't a school campus, don't talk to me about sentimentality. Actually, I've been helping you all along. Even though you have no experience in filming short dramas, I still allocated 50,000 yuan to you and put you in full charge. Your short drama was blocked by the censors, but I didn't make things difficult for you. Even tonight, before the race, I advised you to think it over carefully. My intention was to tell you not to gamble, but you didn't listen. Listen carefully, I don't owe you anything. Chunan is my woman. How dare you compare yourself to her? So that's how it is. Yes, that's it. After saying that, Jiang Weidong hung up the phone. This time, in less than 30 seconds, Xu Yuyan dialed Jiang Weidong's number again. Mr. Jiang, please lend me 500,000 yuan. I will guarantee it. 500,000. Yes, wait for me. After Xu Yuyan hung up the phone, Jiang Weidong frowned slightly. He wasn't someone who valued money that much, he just felt that Xu Yuyan needed to show some respect when she asked him for a loan. You need to make the call yourself and quickly find paper and pen to write an IOU.
That's not excessive, is it? He was too lazy to say it directly. He hoped Xu Yuyan would figure it out herself. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect Xu Yuyan to be so slow and take so long to come up with it. This woman even thought she could compare to Chunan, which was utterly absurd. It can only be said that girls living in the ivory tower are too naive and completely lack social awareness. Xu Yuyan got off the bus. What's she doing getting off now? Someone shouted. Jiang Weidong looked up and saw that Xu Yuyan had indeed gotten out of the car and run into their house next door, which should be the restroom. Xiao Yuhong chuckled, "Go get your makeup done, you'll look even prettier later." The others laughed, and many congratulated Xiao Yuhong on winning the heart of his beauty, saying he would achieve his goal tonight. Just then, Jiang Weidong's phone vibrated. He received several messages on WeChat. He opened the message and the first one was a video. Xu Yuyan stood in front of the camera, her pretty face flushed, stammering as she asked Jiang Weidong for a loan, promising to repay it within a year. If he didn't repay, she would voluntarily stay with him for a year. Below the video are 5 photos, all of which are selfies of her without clothes on. To Jiang Weidong's surprise, it was bigger and whiter than he had imagined. That damn woman, how dare she look at me like that? Jiang Weidong was speechless. He then saved the video and photos to a private folder on his phone and deleted them from WeChat. Chapter 64 2-Point Interest. The third floor of the observation deck was incredibly quiet. I could hear the phone buzzing and vibrating. The second-generation rich kids all looked towards the stairs, staring blankly at the woman opposite them. Xu Yuyan got caught in the rain, and her clothes were a little wet, making her look even colder, cooler, and more dashing. She held up her phone and, in front of everyone, transferred 50,000 yuan to Xiao Yuhong, saying, "I've transferred the money, please accept it." Xiao Yuhong looked on incredulously. He didn't want the money at all. "Where did you get the money from? It's none of your business." After saying that, Xu Yuyan prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing that his long-awaited good thing had fallen through, Xiao Yuhong said angrily, "You are really selfish. Your father owes tens of millions of dollars. The debt collectors are looking for him every day, but he doesn't dare to show his face at all. You actually hid money instead of using it to pay off debts. Your brother even thought the family was poor, and he only bought 5 yuan by Shaw cigarettes. I used to think you were honest and upright, but now, you're no different from those orphaned fairies. You're just a selfish and despicable person." Smack. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuyan strode forward and slapped Xiao Yuhong across the face. Her movements were sharp and swift, clearly indicating she had some martial arts training. Xiao Yuhong was forced to retreat repeatedly and finally sat down on the ground. "It's not your place to judge me," Xu Yuyan said, glancing around with a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. "If you dare to be so foul-mouthed, I'll beat you every time I see you." After saying that, she turned and went downstairs. No one noticed that Xu Yuyan glanced at Jiang Weidong as she left. This damn woman is actually quite skilled. Jiang Weidong remained seated calmly. He reached into his pocket and found a slip of paper. That was the IOU that Xu Yuyan had just written, for a loan of 300,000 yuan with an interest rate of 2%. Xu Yuyan was still clueless, thinking of using the videos and pictures as collateral. Jiang Weidong finally told her directly to write an IOU, saying that he had already deleted the videos and pictures, and that an IOU would suffice. So Xu Yuyan wrote an IOU, agreeing to repay the loan a year later. Jiang Weidong then lent her 300,000 yuan. Why not 500,000? Because Jiang Weidong guessed that Xu Yuyan planned to give 50,000 to Xiao Yuhong, 150,000 to repair the car, and the rest to her family, most likely to arrange for her family to stay away from Haicheng. To be honest, if you lived in a small 5th-tier county in southwest China, 5,000 a month would be more than enough. 100,000 yuan is enough to live on for a year. Therefore, Jiang Weidong said he was only willing to lend 300,000 yuan, and Xu Yuyan agreed without haggling for a moment. The atmosphere on the observation deck remained quiet until Peng Zhiyu was the first to react. He helped Xiao Yuhong up and said a few polite words. It was already the happy ending segment, so the second-generation members laughed and joked for a while before dispersing. Jiang Weidong naturally left with Deng Qingfu. The rain had subsided considerably by then, and the two made it back to the Waterdrop Lake residential area without incident. "Dong Ji, are you going to play again next time?" Jiang Weidong felt the racetrack was a bit boring. That's Peng Zhiyu's territory.
Everyone else exists to flatter Peng Zhiyu. You only need to see this kind of show once. He's not a sociologist, is not going to study how the second generation belittles the powerful and flatters the weak. To be honest, seeing through this is somewhat disappointing. The second generation has a higher starting point than ordinary people, and he originally thought they would be more confident, more proud, and more equal. However, the second generation Magotan race cars behaved just like the empresses vying for power in the TV series Empresses in the Palace. Of course, some confident, proud, and egalitarian second generation individuals may have left because they couldn't stand such occasions, leaving the remaining second generation individuals to cater to Peng Zhiyu. I'm not going. I think it's pretty boring. I don't race. Oh, I'll take another look. I'll contact you if I find anything fun. Okay. The two parted ways. Just as Jiang Weidong was about to park the Lamborghini in the backyard, he saw a tall woman standing by the roadside. It wasn't Xunan, it was Xu Yuyan. Under the dim streetlights, Xu Yuyan was almost hidden in the darkness, like a lurking assassin. Jiang Weidong felt a little guilty. She won't come and check my phone, will she? I helped her, doesn't she trust me at all? Thinking of Xu Yuyan's skills, Jiang Weidong realized that the sixth company should hire a few skilled female bodyguards so that he and his woman would be protected in the future. His thoughts wandered, but he still drove slowly closer, rolled down the window, and smiled. Why aren't you using an umbrella? The rain is light now, it's fine. Jiang Weidong suddenly remembered that Xunan hadn't been able to get in before, and he had to go to the gate to pick her up. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Do your parents live in the Waterdrop Lake community?" A hint of surprise and admiration flashed in Xu Yuyan's eyes, and she nodded, "Yes, they rented a house here. I don't live here, I live at school. My parents and younger brother will be leaving Haicheng. My dad originally wanted to stay here. He said that only by staying in Haicheng could he possibly rise to prominence. However, all the connections and resources he thought he had were no longer useful. I came here to thank you. I really don't know what I would have done without your help." Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "Your dad sent you here, right?" "Right." Xu Yuyan didn't expect that Jiang Weidong had seen through her. Jiang Weidong saw through her parents living in the Waterdrop Lake community, and also saw through her original intention not to come and express her gratitude, but that her father had asked her to come. She was very curious, and also somewhat unconvinced. After all, this shows that she doesn't understand social etiquette and needs to be taught by her elders. "How did you know?" "I guessed," Jiang Weidong blinked. Xu Yuyan smiled awkwardly. Her visit to express her gratitude was the result of her parents' earnest persuasion. Therefore, she remained silent and did not respond. Jiang Weidong didn't care. Xu Yuyan wasn't his daughter, so it didn't matter whether she understood social etiquette or not. He didn't need to worry about it. "That's fine then." After saying that, he drove away. Xu Yuyan suddenly blushed, opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated and ultimately did not ask. "He's a kind person, he probably wouldn't keep my videos and photos. My short drama has been revised and resubmitted for review. Once it passes review and airs, it will become popular and I can make money." Jiang Weidong was unaware of Xu Yuyan's opinion. He returned home, assuming Xunan was still live streaming, and took a shower to prepare for bed. Not wanting to lie down on the bed, Xunan jumped out of the closet. "Brother, take this. Who's afraid of you?" After a long while, Xunan fell into a deep sleep, a satisfied smile on her pretty face, and Jiang Weidong smiled smugly. Perhaps because he had seen Xu Yuyan's photos, he felt even more excited tonight and completely suppressed Xunan. "It seems I'm in good health. I just lacked the rest and adjustment before, which prevented me from performing at my full potential. Okay, I'll contact Xunan's high school teacher tomorrow and see if Jiangcheng Sports Academy has anyone who studies Qigong or is a skilled bodyguard. If so, I'll open a security company as my sixth company." Chapter 65: The Old Professors. In the lounge of the Ferrari 4S store in Pudong, Jiang Weidong and Yin Haishuan sat together, with fruit and 2 cups of tea on the coffee table in front of them. Yin Haishuan was still as handsome as before. Compared to the last time we met, he was more composed and no longer had the air of a teacher. Now he had a bit of a salesman vibe. After exchanging a few pleasantries and chatting about Xunan's situation, Jiang Weidong stated his purpose. "Professor Yin, Jiangcheng Sports Academy is one of the top sports academies in mainland China, right?
Yes, our school is ranked 5th and has produced many Olympic champions, such as Cheng Fei and Yang Wei. Yin Hashuan was very proud when talking about his alma mater. Our school has 5 campuses, more than 15,000 students, and various sports majors. It has produced a lot of talented people. Jiang Weidong nodded, then asked, "Does your school offer a Qigong major?"
Yin Hashuan was taken aback upon hearing this, his face full of confusion.
Jiang Weidong didn't feel embarrassed and asked the same question again.
Yin Hashuan snapped out of his daze and asked, "Mr. Jiang, did you see the news from a few days ago?"
"What news?"
Xiaogui University of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ganzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine have both announced the addition of Qigong majors and will recruit students for this major in the future.
Jiang Weidong didn't see the news. He mainly watches sports and international news now, and pays less attention to domestic news.
Sports news is something he enjoys watching, including various ball games. For international news, I enjoy watching those content creators on social media commentating on current events. It's quite interesting.
There's a content creator called Brother Ju who often widens his eyes and shouts, "Kill them all."
He thinks it's more interesting than the sketches on the Spring Festival Gala.
I haven't seen it. Yin Hashuan's expression of confusion deepened.
So you really believe in Qigong?
No.
This Yin Hashuan reorganized his words and continued, "Mr. Jiang, to be honest, many of us students in the sports academy start practicing Tai Chi, Baduanjin, and Wudang Kung Fu with our teachers as soon as we enter the school. During practice, the teachers will also teach the corresponding breathing techniques, which is known as Qigong. This breathing method isn't magical, it just helps us gradually get used to diaphragmatic breathing and exercises some muscle groups that are difficult to train."
You know diaphragmatic breathing, right?
Jiang Weidong knows about abdominal breathing. It is said that most children use abdominal breathing, but as they grow older, they gradually switch to chest breathing. Abdominal breathing allows for 3 to 5 times more oxygen intake than chest breathing, so the body should be better off using abdominal breathing. However, the improvement was limited, and the country did not strongly promote it. Jiang Weidong never expected that the so-called Qigong was just about getting people used to abdominal breathing. He already knew that stuff. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I thought traditional martial arts and internal energy cultivation were very powerful."
Yin Hashuan corrected him, "Traditional martial arts are very powerful.
I've seen experts who can kick steel pipes, one after another, they are incredibly strong. However, Qigong is just a breathing method that helps us get used to abdominal breathing and exercises some muscle groups that are difficult to train. There's nothing special about it. There was a period in the last century when Qigong was highly regarded in our country, but then there was a crackdown on its frauds. Recently, it has become popular again, but it has now been categorized under traditional Chinese medicine. From what I understand, it's still the breathing method we practiced back then."
Jiang Weidong nodded.
It seemed there was no shortcut. He could only honestly exercise, go to bed early and get up early, and eat more beef, mutton, and leeks.
Yin Hashuan then asked, "Mr. Jiang, would you like to learn?
I can teach you the 8 pieces of brocade. If you practice consistently, you'll have plenty of energy and a strong body." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong thought for a moment and nodded, "Then I'll leave it to teacher Yin."
"It's okay, I'll teach you now.
You can come over often in the future, or send me videos and I'll help you correct them." For the next hour, Jiang Weidong practiced Baduanjin with Yin Hashuan. This exercise is as slow and gentle as Tai Chi, but after practicing it, my whole body felt warm, so it seems to be effective in promoting blood circulation.
Wait, the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics can also promote blood circulation.
After learning the 8 pieces of brocade, Jiang Weidong asked Yin Hashuan if the sports academy had any kung fu masters who could serve as bodyguards. Yin Hashuan laughed this time. "Our school has a Sonder Chinese kickboxing major, and many of our students are highly skilled. After graduation, they work for security companies. They undergo professional security training and are absolutely capable of serving as bodyguards."
"How many do you need?"
Jiang Weidong shook his head. "I don't need bodyguards from a security company. I plan to start a security company. I only need outstanding young people who have just graduated from the sports academy." He had already inquired about the relevant information and found that domestic security companies were charging extremely high prices. A regular bodyguard costs around 2,000 yuan a day, which adds up to 60,000 yuan a month.
To be honest, guns are banned in China, so there's no need for bodyguards to stop bullets. There are cameras everywhere, and violent incidents are extremely rare. There's absolutely no need to spend so much money to hire a bodyguard. In China, wealthy people rarely hire bodyguards long term. They mainly hire bodyguards when celebrities are holding events to avoid being targeted by extreme fans. Jiang Weidong is just a playboy. He only owns a few lousy companies. He's out of his mind to hire a professional bodyguard who costs 60,000 yuan a month. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy Chunan a gold necklace? Find a young man who is physically capable, can drive, and can handle 3 or 4 drunkards. He then explained his specific requirements, stating that initially only 3 or 4 people were needed, preferably 2 girls. Yin Haishuan gave a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Jiang, you're really something. The price of bodyguards on the market is indeed too high. In reality, the money is all taken by security companies. A bodyguard's monthly salary is only 10 or 20,000. If you start your own security company and find a few outstanding young people, you can save a lot of costs." Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "We're not going to fight a war. We're just staying in the country. There's no need to spend so much money on bodyguards. If you're looking for young people like that, I don't have any right now. I need to contact my friends at the sports academy and ask them if they know any kids who want to be bodyguards. Give me some time, and I'll help you find one. All right, I will reward you handsomely once it's done." Yin Haishuan's smile deepened. He thought for a moment and said, "My knowledge of Qigong is rather limited. There may be more powerful Qigong, but I don't know about it. Our country's great hero Chen Zhongshu was weak and sickly when he was a child. His family hired a Qigong master to teach him Qigong, and he practiced it all the time. As a result, he became strong, healthy, and long-lived." Jiang Weidong had long heard about Chen Shuesen's deeds, and Chen Shuesen had repeatedly publicly proclaimed that Qigong is the key to unlocking the science of the human body. He felt that the old man had no reason to lie about this, and that Chen Shuesen might have had more profound research. Jiang Weidong didn't want to admit that he was only interested in sex, so he laughed and said, "I'm just curious about Qigong. I'll try it when I have the chance. It's all up to fate. I remember there was an old professor at the school who had a Qigong group. I asked him to add you to it. You can take a look at the information inside, but you have to verify its authenticity yourself." Good. After leaving the Ferrari 4S store, Jiang Weidong casually walked along the sidewalk by the Huangpu River. Perhaps because of the river, the air here is more humid and the temperature is lower. He had just joined the Qigong group of an old professor from Jiangcheng Sports Institute. There were 37 people in the group, but no one was talking. He wasn't in a hurry after the conversation, he had become much more open-minded. Just then, a message popped up in the Qigong group. Kong Huaishu from Sichuan province had sent several messages. "Is there anyone in Haicheng who can help me with something? I'll reward you handsomely with 2 strings of sandalwood bracelets. It's very simple. Just order a cake that costs 200 or 300 yuan for my granddaughter who is studying in Haicheng, and then film a video of her. Are there any comrades in Haicheng?" Shortly after the message was sent, people began to reply, all saying they were not in Haicheng. Jiang Weidong thought for a moment and replied, "I'm in Haicheng." "What's your surname, comrade?" Everyone else in the group had written their place names, but Jiang Weidong hadn't changed his. He replied, "My surname is Jiang." He then changed his WeChat name in the group to Haicheng Jiang Weidong. "Jiang Weidong, what a good name. Old Jiang, can you help me out? I'll send you 2 bracelets made of sandalwood from the old mountains. They are absolutely genuine, I made them myself." Chapter 66 Pop Mart's Life is Like a Play series. Authentic sandalwood bracelets from Laosan range in price from 500 to 3,000 yuan, while those with good appearance and authentic aroma can cost more than 2,000 yuan. Bracelets are undoubtedly a great way for middle-aged and elderly people to show off, and Jiang Weidong thought his dad would like them. He doesn't lack money, he lacks vision. He doesn't understand this stuff. He clicked on the information of Kong Huaishu from Sichuan province, entered the account's moments, and quickly learned some of Kong Huaishu's personal information. If the person's posts on social media are genuine, they are likely a well-known and respected traditional Chinese medicine doctor, perhaps even a professor at Beijing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. He followed Baidu and quickly found information about Kong Huaishu.
The photos on WeChat Moments are the same as those on Baidu. This old man is the real deal.
Jiang Weidong agreed and added Kong Huaishu from Sichuan province as a friend.
After getting to know him in more detail, he gained a basic understanding of Kong Huaishu's situation. Old Kong has a granddaughter who studies at Haicheng Normal University. This granddaughter is very beautiful and lovely, and is the apple of Old Kong and his wife's eye. Last month, the grandfather and granddaughter had a fight, and the granddaughter stopped talking to him afterward. He couldn't bring himself to contact her, which led to today's incident. Professor Kong, ordering a cake is simple, but have you considered that your granddaughter may have already ordered one? Would it be redundant for us to order one? Given your current relationship, even if I send someone over, she might not cooperate with filming. Sending a cake and filming a video are both attempts to test the waters. You'll definitely need to explain the reason before the girl is willing to cooperate. Jiang Weidong spoke out only as a precaution. Old Jiang, just call me Old Kong, no need for formalities. It's okay, you can order a cake for me and have it delivered, and have someone ask her if she'd like to film a video. Old Ginger? Jiang Weidong frowned slightly. The way he was addressed didn't sound quite right. So should we correct him and make him call himself Jiang Shui, Xiao Dong, or Wei Dong? Just as he was considering it, Kong Huaishu from Sichuan province sent him his granddaughter's information, including her name and dormitory address. Old Jiang, that's enough for now. I still have a few patients here. Send me their addresses and I'll send you a bracelet, a genuine sandalwood bracelet from the old mountains, with the scent of the tree. You can't buy it anywhere else. All right. Jiang Weidong sent the address to Kong Huaishu and then exited the chat window. He thought for a moment, then searched for food delivery services on and off campus of Haicheng Normal University. He confirmed that Haicheng Normal University had food delivery services on and off campus, with students acting as delivery riders to deliver meals within the campus. Then I found a cake shop next to Haicheng Normal University. After contacting them, I confirmed that as long as a delivery person from inside or outside the university came to pick up the cake, it could be delivered to the school. He then placed an order for an 8-inch fruit and chocolate cake, which cost just over 300 yuan. He instructed the cake shop to make the cake in the afternoon, and that he would arrange for a delivery rider to pick it up at 7:40 p.m. It's a young girl's birthday, so it should be a bit more romantic. He then ordered a bouquet of flowers. It's Old Kong's granddaughter's birthday, should I give her a gift? She's a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After thinking about it, he bought a box of Pop Mart Life is Like a Play series figurines online. After contacting the Pop Mart specialty store and the cake shop, he asked the store to send the Pop Mart figurines to the cake shop, and then have the deliverman deliver them together. Pop Mart has become incredibly popular worldwide in recent years, with some rare collectible figures fetching as much as $2,000 each overseas. Their domestic popularity is actually lower. He bought a box of their Life is Like a Play series for 828 yuan. Jiang Weidong felt it was a good deal to pay over 800 yuan to befriend an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Haicheng Normal University has two campuses, one in the XH area and the other in the FX area. The XH zone mainly focuses on humanities and arts majors, while the FX zone mainly focuses on science and engineering majors. Kong Huaishu's granddaughter is named Kong Xiaoran, and she is a freshman in the School of Humanities. Today is her 18th birthday. Kong Xiaoran is 1.62 meters tall, with fair skin, long hair reaching her chest, and a sweet and lovely appearance, making her very popular with boys. She always seemed to have a smile on her face. Seeing her made you feel that this girl smelled sweet, was soft, had a very good temper, and was easy to get along with. She also has 3 beautiful roommates. Their dormitory is famous in the School of Humanities, and is known as their beauty dormitory. When school started, her roommates were clearly more popular with the boys than she was. However, as time went on, her sweet and lovely appearance won the hearts of more boys, and now she has become the most popular girl in the School of Humanities. Boys often ask her for her contact information. Last night, Kong Xiaoran made a promise with her roommates that they shouldn't go out tonight, as she would treat them to dinner. She has a roommate named Meng Qingyu, who works part-time in Lingang New area. She used to have to go out every day, but today she took a day off to celebrate her birthday. Another roommate is Wei Wenxiang, a dance expert who teaches freshmen in the school's folk dance club. She is usually very busy, and she also took the day off today. As for the third roommate, she is He Qing from Gansu province. He Qing and Kong Xiaoran were similar. They used to go to the library to read books at night, or perhaps play games and watch videos in their dorm rooms. At 7:50 p.m., Kong Xiaoran and her 3 roommates walked back to their dormitory after dinner. He Qing was carrying a cake, which was a birthday gift for Kong Xiaoran. Meng Qingyu and Wei Wenxiang had other gifts. They planned to go back to their dorm to blow out the candles and eat the cake. It was cold, and all 4 girls were wearing down jackets. Kong Xiaoran was wearing a short yellow down jacket with light blue jeans, while the others were wearing long down jackets. Even though the temperature was low and the wind was biting, Kong Xiaoran still had a sweet smile on her fair and lovely face. In contrast, her 3 roommates did not have such gentle expressions. The 4 of them walking together attracted a lot of attention and turned heads. Just as they arrived at the girls' dormitory of the School of Humanities, they were stopped by 3 boys. The boy in the lead was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a camel-colored long coat, with a 2-8-parted hairstyle. He was quite good looking and had the feel of a male lead in a Korean drama. The boy's name is Ji Mingyang. He is also a freshman and is in the same class as Kong Xiaoran. The 2 companions behind Ji Mingyang were from his class. One was carrying a cake, and the other was holding a bunch of red roses. Ran, today is your birthday. I think it is the most beautiful gift God has given to the world, and I want to share this joy. He Qing and Wei Wenxiang watched quietly, while Meng Qingyu scoffed and said, Ji Mingyang, is that all you have, cake and flowers? Of course not, there's also my burning passion. Ji Mingyang was so young, yet he looked at the sunlight and was surprisingly greasy. He Qing and Wei Wenxiang couldn't help but laugh. Kong Xiaoran blushed and pursed her lips. She almost laughed out loud, but felt it would be impolite, so she suppressed it. After she composed herself, she said softly, Ji, thank you for your kindness, but we've already bought a cake and can't eat that much, so you don't need to give me any. We don't know how to grow flowers, so you should take it home. To avoid embarrassing Ji Mingyang, she added, when is your birthday? I'll give you a gift then. Ji Mingyang understood Kong Xiaoran's subtext. It was understandable that she wouldn't accept the cake, but if she wouldn't accept the flowers, it meant she wasn't interested in him. Unwilling to give up, he decided to be direct. Ran, I like you. Give me a chance to pursue you. No, that won't work. Kong Xiaoran blushed. She wanted to refuse loudly, but when she spoke, her voice was very soft. Just then, 3 voices rang out, what are you dreaming about, you toad? Loser using a sham phone. Ran, be with me, and I promise I'll always treat you well. Xiaoran, I can't live without you. I haven't been able to sleep at night lately. You should choose me. Like minions in a game, 3 groups of people suddenly appeared and rushed towards Kong Xiaoran. They were all suitors. Leaving aside Kong Xiaoran, even Meng Qingyu, who had been watching the show, stared wide-eyed, unsure of how to react. Chapter 67 Grandpa Jiang. Xiang Xushi from the School of Business, Jiao Chizher from the School of Foreign Languages, and Xing Yushuan from the School of Music. These 3 people were all fairly good-looking and tall, each followed by 2 or 3 others carrying cakes and flowers. Xing Yushuan was slightly different. He was also carrying a guitar. Baby, you are my only one. Xing Yushuan plucked the strings and sang a line. Ji Mingyang was furious at being rejected. Realizing that someone else was about to steal his thunder, he was filled with shame and anger. You trash who only got 300 points on the college entrance exam, do you even know what unique means? Xing Yushuan is a gifted student who hates it when others try to improve his test scores. He is handsome, can play the piano and sing, but he is not good at studying. What did you say? Who are you calling trash? Anyone who gets 300 points is trash. Not only was Xing Yushuan anxious, but his companions were anxious too. They used to be very proud of their singing and playing instruments in college, so they couldn't tolerate such words. Upon hearing this, they walked past Xing Yushuan and started shoving and cursing at Ji Mingyang. Xiang Xushi and Jiao Chizher were amused and stepped forward to protect the girls, saying, Ran, don't let these brutes hurt you. Kong Xiaoran's smile froze. She came to her senses and hurriedly stepped past Xiang Xushi and Jiao Chizher to grab Ji Mingyang. Don't be impulsive. We're all classmates. What you just said doesn't count. When Kong Xiaoran came over, the boys finally stopped. They seemed so intense just now, but if you asked them to actually fight, they wouldn't have the guts. The school has always been strict in dealing with fighting, and you might get expelled. Xing Yushuan gave what he thought was a gentle smile. Ran, for your sake, I won't hold it against him. Seeing that Ji Mingyang was about to explode, Kong Xiaoran quickly pulled him back and then bowed to Ji Mingyang, Xing Yushuan, Xiang Shushi, and Jia Chizher to express her gratitude. Thank you for remembering my birthday, I'm very happy. But we've already bought a cake, so we really don't need that many. I don't know how to grow flowers, so I don't need fresh flowers either. You can take them all back. I understand your kindness, thank you again. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Xiaoran rejected everyone. Perhaps she's still clueless about matters between men and women, so he still has a chance. Xing Yushuan plucked the strings of his piano. Ran, since you've bought a cake and don't need flowers, I won't force you. But please give me a chance to sing you a song. It's a song I've been practicing for 3 months, and it's an adaptation of The Drop Tower. Upon hearing this, the other 3 boys all said they wanted to sing too. Can you sing? Why not? I'll still sing Jay Cho's songs. They are better than your Jump Tower Machine song. Today is Ran's birthday. Why are you doing something like jumping off a building? It's so unlucky. Ji Mingyang's confidence surged, and he spoke with a barbed tongue, quickly and urgently. Kong Xiaoran's face was full of collagen, and her pretty little face was puffed up. She frowned and pursed her lips. Seeing that the boys were about to start arguing, she hurriedly bowed again to express her gratitude. Thank you all for your kindness. I know, but now, it's not good for us to be standing here. Everyone doesn't need to perform any talents. Let's just leave it at that and go home. Seeing that there was some excitement to watch, some bored students actually went over to gather around. Seeing that it was a scene of several boys fighting over a girl, some people even took out their phones to take pictures. Several boys felt that since Kong Xiaoran hadn't accepted anyone else, they still had a chance and the outcome was acceptable. However, none of them wanted to be the first to leave, so they remained frozen in place. Kong Xiaoran quickly forced a smile and said sweetly, "Thank you, Ji. You can go back now." "Thank you, Xiang. You can go back now." "Senior Sheng, thank you. You should go back now." "Thank you, Jia. You can go back now." Her smile was sweet, and her eyes held a pleading look. She was so sincere that the boys felt their hearts melt. Ji Mingyang snorted coldly at the others and then left first. Xiang Shushi and Jia Chizher both slowly turned around and walked away. Xing Yushuan plucked the strings of the zither. Ran, happy birthday, I'm going back now. He gazed at Kong Xiaoran with deep affection, oblivious to what was happening behind him, and with a flourish, his right hand left the strings. Oops! Xing Yushuan struck He Qing's wrist. He Qing was about to walk towards the dormitory building when she was suddenly attacked. She lost her grip on the cake, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the other boys turned around, criticizing Xing Yushuan while recommending their own cakes. The cake He Qing bought is definitely edible, but it's already deformed. Blowing out the candles on a cake like that has no sense of ceremony at all. He Qing was furious. You guys are so annoying. Can't you even open your eyes? Meng Qingyu and Wei Wenxiang were both annoyed and reprimanded the boys. Kong Xiaoran looked at the cake on the ground with heartache, picked it up, and then said to the boys, "No need, this cake is still edible, you can all go back." The boys still tried to recommend their cakes, but Kong Xiaoran refused them all. Seeing this, the boys could only turn back and walk away. Just then, a small electric scooter sped by, and a female delivery woman wearing glasses saw Kong Xiaoran and said happily, "Kong, here's your birthday cake, flowers, and Pop Mart figurines." Upon hearing this, the boys all looked over, their eyes filled with wariness. They thought he was one of Kong Xiaoran's other suitors. Kong Xiaoran thought the same thing, and she immediately waved her hand. "No need, I have a cake here, I don't know how to grow flowers, and I don't need figurines either." The female delivery driver noticed other boys carrying cakes and flowers. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately made a judgment. "Kong, these aren't cakes and flowers from suitors. This Mr. Jiang is your grandfather's friend. Your grandfather asked him to buy them for you. Your grandfather also wants to see your video. Could you let me take a video?" "My grandfather." Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoran believed most of it. "Yes, Mr. Kong Huaishu." Kong Xiaoran completely believed what the female deliverman said. Thinking that her grandfather was thousands of miles away and still cared about her,
she was moved and felt a little guilty. Okay, let's go back to the dorm together. The female deliverman entered the girls' dormitory with Kong Xiaoran and others. In their dormitory, they opened a cake, made a wish, blew out the candles, filmed a video, and also opened a cute Pop Mart item. A box of Pop Mart contains 12 blind boxes. Kong Xiaoran gave one to each of her 3 roommates and the female deliverman, and kept the rest for herself. Happy birthday, Xiaoran. I have to go to work now. Bye bye. The female delivery driver finally understood why all the guys liked Kong Xiaoran, even she was starting to fall for this generous and sweet girl. After seeing the female deliverman off, Kong Xiaoran called Kong Huaishu directly. The grandfather and granddaughter talked for a while and the estrangement from their previous argument disappeared, and they were as close as ever. After learning about Jiang Weidong, Kong Xiaoran added Jiang Weidong on WeChat through Kong Huaishu. She sent a message with a afternoon beauty figurine in her hand. Grandpa Jiang, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Where do you live? I'll come visit you when I have time. Jiang Weidong, who was watching the CBA in the Waterdrop Lake community, frowned. Grandpa Jiang. I'd better explain things clearly to Lao Kong, otherwise people will think I'm hiding my identity and plotting something sinister. Chapter 68. 2 pieces of good news. The sun came out this morning, and although the temperature was still low, it made me feel less cold and lonely. In the self-built house of Haicheng Fenghua Media Company, Jiang Weidong sat on the sofa in the office scrolling through short videos. When he arrived at the company, he felt quite tired, but watching the female bodhisattva dance gave him more energy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After receiving his permission, Xu Yuyan, who looked like a supermodel, strode into the office wearing a black wool coat and black high boots. Xu Yuyan walked briskly, her eyes filled with a barely perceptible shyness and excitement as she looked at Jiang Weidong. President Jiang, our short drama has been approved and can now be uploaded to major short drama platforms. In this era, the scale of short dramas has even surpassed that of the film industry. According to incomplete statistics, the revenue from short drama recharges reached 50 billion yuan last year, which is terrifying. Unlike web series that are exclusively released online, most short dramas do not choose to be exclusive. Instead, they are released online across all short drama platforms. These include cash top-up platforms as well as free platforms that allow users to watch ads. Jiang Weidong didn't know much about it, but he nodded and said, "Congratulations, then go ahead and upload it." Xu Yuyan had clearly planned ahead. "Could I ask Chunan and the others to help me promote the short drama later?" "Of course you can. Talk to them yourself, they shouldn't refuse." Jiang Weidong paused for a moment, then asked, "Does the company need to invest money in advertising?" Upon hearing this, Xu Yuyan couldn't hide her excitement. "Is that all right?" She still remembered what Jiang Weidong had said before, and she knew very well that although Jiang Weidong was generous, he treated Chunan and other women on 2 different levels. She felt she belonged to other women. Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "I'm not an inflexible person. Let's look at the data first. If the data is good, we'll definitely spend money on advertising. If the data is bad, then forget it." Short dramas and web dramas are similar to become a big hit. They not only need to meet the audience's aesthetic standards, but also need sufficient promotion. The hit drama, Back to the 80s, reportedly generated over 200 million yuan in revenue during the Chinese New Year period, and the production company spent 100 million yuan on promotion. Because of the low production costs, production companies now adopt a strategy of producing 10 or 20 short dramas at a time, releasing them simultaneously, and then judging which short drama is worth promoting based on its performance after airing, and then increasing the promotion and distribution accordingly, thus making a profit. Many people think that short dramas without promotion will not be watched, but this is a misconception. On short video platforms, there are many short drama distributors who create derivative short drama videos to attract traffic and make money. These distributors don't need to be found by the production company itself. As long as your quality is excellent, the distributors will be like sharks smelling blood, desperately promoting you in order to earn commissions. First-tier distributors receive 70% of the commission, while second-tier distributors receive 20%. Therefore, as long as your quality is good, you don't need to worry about not being able to stand out. Even if you don't make a lot of money, making a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 is still no problem. This is why short dramas are so popular, and even big names like Stephen Chow have entered the field. As long as you have the ability,
it's really easier to make a name for yourself by making short dramas. Unlike movies, it's difficult to get them into theaters without connections. The data Jiang Weidong mentioned is easy to find, just look at the number of derivative works on short videos to get a general idea. Xu Yuyan nodded, then I'll go prepare. Go. Not long after Xu Yuyan left, Chunan came up and excitedly rushed into Jiang Weidong's arms. Brother, I have 2 pieces of good news. Oh, tell me about it. Chunan is tall and heavy. Jiang Weidong put down his phone, put his arms around her waist, and moved her back to avoid both of them falling. Chunan chuckled and then leaned in to kiss him for a while. Brother, guess. Is it because the video of them going to Jianping Elementary School went viral? Wow, you're amazing. Jiang Weidong donated money in Chunan's name so that she could go to Jianping Elementary School to receive an award and be interviewed by reporters. In addition, Chunan also experienced being an elementary school physical education teacher and led the children in 2 physical education classes. She was young and had previously been a sports specialist, so she had a lot of fun playing with the children and showcasing her athletic strengths. The relevant scenes were naturally filmed and edited into short videos for playback on the platform. Jiang Weidong was just guessing, because he felt that this was the only unexpected factor in Chunan's recent short videos. How many views? It has about 15 million views and 1 million likes. So much. With 1 million likes, this is Chunan's most liked short video. Jiang Weidong frequently posts videos of female bodhisattvas dancing. He knows that this level of likes definitely means someone is famous. Girl, you're awesome. Chunan patted his chest and said proudly, of course, I want to make a lot of money and buy a big house in the future. She put her arms around Jiang Weidong's neck, leaned in and kissed him, then said, guess the second piece of good news. Jiang Weidong was getting a little angry with Chunan, and reached inside her clothes. Close the door. Chunan chuckled, After a long while, Jiang Weidong finished dressing, thought for a moment, and said, the second piece of good news, have any products asked you to do advertising and promotion? Chunan's pretty face flushed red, her eyes sparkling with spring. She pulled out a tissue, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and exclaimed in surprise, brother, you're amazing. You guessed it right again. No problem. Have you heard of Delhui? They approached us for advertising and promotion and offered us a quote of 60,000. 60,000, that's acceptable. Chunan now has nearly 1 million followers, so an advertising and promotion cost of 60,000 is considered normal. Delhui is a sports brand that previously had Jay Chou as its spokesperson, so Jiang Weidong had naturally heard of it. Then let's sign the contract. Then talk to Meng Qingyu and try to shoot an interesting short video. This is your first advertising promotion, so make the most of it. Meng Qingyu's current job is to write short video stories for Chunan and her 2 girlfriends. Jiang Weidong has seen them, and some of them are quite funny. Chunan nodded, okay, I'll tell Yaya later. She got up, opened the office door, poured Jiang Weidong a glass of water, and then smiled and said, brother, there's something else I want to tell you. Just say what you have to say. This hesitant and indecisive behavior isn't like you. What else with the coyness? I'm such a lady, Chunan said, then burst into laughter. Brother, my dad is coming to Haicheng to see me. I told him before that he would help us check the products for the live streaming sales, and he agreed, but he said he wanted to see me first. In this era, the ultimate goal for all internet celebrities is live streaming e-commerce. Chunan and her group were no exception. They had already been contacted by businesses. They'll start selling products sooner or later. Jiang Weidong was worried that something bad would happen to Li Weigang, so he asked Chunan to contact her father to check the products she was promoting and to stay at the company to ensure that the products would not be switched or sold. Now that Chunan's father is coming over, he probably wants to see not only Chunan, but also Jiang Weidong. How old is your father? 50? So what? Chunan thought Jiang Weidong had some concerns, so she looked over with worry. It's all right, let him come over, I'd like to see him. He's easy to get along with, you don't need to worry. Chapter 69. The father-in-law was very satisfied. A Hubei cuisine restaurant called Jingchu Flavor has opened next to Wonder Plaza in Lingang new area. It is quite famous in the area and is said to be good value for money and authentic in taste. Many people like to eat there. At noon that day, the sky was overcast and a cold wind was blowing. In their blooming prosperity private room on the second floor of Jingchu Flavor, a group of people were having a meal together. On one side a young people, and on the other side a middle-aged people. Jiang Weidong, Chunan, Sui Lanlan, Ma Qinyu, and Meng Qingyu sat on one side, while Chu Xinyang and his three old friends sat on the other side. Chu Xinyang looked to be in his early 50s, about 1.78 meters tall, slightly overweight, and his face was no longer fleshy, but you could still see his outstanding features. Even though he was old, you could still see the charm he had in his youth. He is Chunan's father, and the three old colleagues are all middle-aged men who used to work for him. The four of them came to help Chunan check out the products for the live streaming sales and to oversee the packaging and shipping in the factory warehouse. In fact, it's not just Li Weigang who lost money through live streaming e-commerce. There have been many similar examples in recent years. Online influencers need to be careful when promoting products to avoid being misled by merchants who use deceptive tactics or sell counterfeit goods under false pretenses. Just a few days ago, another merchant contacted Chunan and her team, offering a slot fee of 100,000 yuan for a single session, with the product being a sporty winter outdoor outfit. This brand isn't well known in real life, but it seems quite popular online. If the live stream goes well, it might make a lot of money. Chu Xinyang rushed over. Jiang Weidong originally planned to find a restaurant on the banks of the Huangpu River and then find a hotel for Chu Xinyang and his group so they could stay in the city center and have a few more days of fun. Chunan rejected the idea, saying that they could just find a decent restaurant in Lingang New area. Her father used to be a small business owner back in their hometown, so he wasn't that particular about food. In addition, Chu Xinyang also talked about this matter with Jiang Weidong on the phone. He also mentioned having dinner in Lingang New area and that he would visit Chunan and then leave the next day to go to the sales location of the goods he was promoting in Fujian province. Since Chu Xinyang didn't plan to stay in Haicheng, Jiang Weidong didn't insist and treated them to dinner in Lingang New area. At this time, there were 12 dishes on the table, and 2 bottles of Moutai were also opened. Apart from Jiang Weidong, everyone else was from the same place. For example, Ma Qinyu and Sui Lanlan already knew Chu Xinyang, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was excellent. Chu Xinyang and several middle-aged men were very curious about Chunan becoming an internet celebrity and about to start live streaming sales, and asked her about her daily work routine. When they learned that Chunan's 3 girlfriends had earned over 200,000 yuan last month, everyone except Chu Xinyang was very surprised. They immediately complimented Chu Xinyang, saying that like father, like daughter, and that his father was amazing back then, and his daughter was just as awesome. Chu Xinyang drank his wine with satisfaction. This girl is just lucky to have met Weidong. Otherwise, what could she have accomplished? Weidong, let's have a drink to thank you for taking care of her. Jiang Weidong placed a wine glass in front of him, poured a tiny bit of Moutai, and drank a little with Chu Xinyang. He drank little, but his manners were still impeccable, and he gave Chu Xinyang a lot of face. Nan is my girlfriend, it's just my duty. Chu Xinyang saw this and was satisfied. Before he came to Haicheng, his biggest worry was that Jiang Weidong had a bad personality and that Chunan would be wronged. After all, Chunan had told her that Jiang Weidong was very rich, young, and good-looking. Such an outstanding young person should be very arrogant and easily develop a self-centered personality. Upon arriving in Haicheng and meeting Jiang Weidong, he felt reassured by Jiang Weidong's gentle and humble attitude. They had been eating at the restaurant for about half an hour. Jiang Weidong and Chunan acted like any ordinary young couple, without any sign of male superiority or female inferiority, which made Chu Xinyang feel more at ease. He was self-aware enough not to test his son-in-law or use psychological manipulation on him. Setting down his glass and feeling the burning sensation in his throat, Chu Xinyang felt even better. Nan, take out your phone and take some pictures of me and Weidong, then send them to your mom and grandma. Chunan immediately took photos of Jiang Weidong and Chu Xinyang, saying, "Looks good, Dad, you and your brother are both handsome." She then posted the photos on her WeChat Moments, captioning them, "My 2 most important men." Sui Lanlan, watching from the side, chimed in, "Uncle, Nan also bought you clothes and shoes, all brand names. Did she show them to you?" "Lanlan, why did you tell me? I want to surprise my dad." Chunan rolled her eyes at Sui Lanlan, then explained to Chu Xinyang that they were just some ordinary down jackets and leather shoes, costing only 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Hearing this, Chu Xinyang was delighted. He even secretly glanced at Jiang Weidong and was even happier to see that Jiang Weidong didn't react to Chunan spending money on him. Having drunk quite a bit, he got up to use the restroom, leaving the private room. A moment later, as Chu Shinyang was washing his hands, he saw through the bathroom glass a middle-aged man in his 50s with a full head of white hair and a slightly overweight build enter the bathroom.
Old Han.
Han Tuqiang's expression changed slightly when he saw Chu Shinyang.
Old Chu. After his initial surprise, Han Tuqiang asked, "What are you doing here? Are you planning to open a factory?"
Chu Shinyang shook his head.
"I didn't plan to open a factory. I just came to see my daughter."
Chunan. Yes, she works here. When Chunan was mentioned, Chu Shinyang couldn't suppress his smile. I originally thought that Chunan wouldn't be able to go to university and would be destined to work odd jobs.
Considering Chunan's appearance and figure, she might be snatched away by the blonde guy in the factory.
I never expected to have such an encounter. This is the kind of treatment he can only dream of by using 3 pillows and praying to the gods on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month. Han Tuqiang knew Chunan. She was undeniably beautiful, but her grades were poor, and she didn't have a good reputation in her hometown high school. He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "Is Nan all right?"
"It's all right, better than I expected."
Chu Shinyang couldn't help but want to show off, but thinking of Han Tuqiang's character, he couldn't help but shake the water off his hands and then pull out a tissue to wipe them.
"Old Han, I'm leaving now."
Han Tuqiang and Chu Shinyang were good friends when they were young, and Han Tuqiang's startup capital all came from Chu Shinyang. As the saying goes, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment, and after Han Tuqiang rose to power, he gradually distanced himself from Chu Shinyang. Seeing his former friends decline, and hearing that Chunan was working in the Lingang new area, Han Tuqiang thought Chunan was a factory worker, and felt much better. He then said, Nan is pretty, she must be very popular with boys. Should I introduce her to a few outstanding ones? Chu Shinyang immediately shook his head. She has a boyfriend, and he's a very nice guy. After saying that, Chu Shinyang left first. Han Tuqiang stood rooted to the spot, staring at Chu Shinyang's retreating figure, and involuntarily frowned. The two are about the same age. He has achieved some success and has tens of millions in assets, while Chu Shinyang's business has failed and he has even sold his house. However, this is not reflected in appearance. Chu Shinyang still has the air of a handsome middle-aged man, while he has a full head of white hair, a slightly overweight figure, and looks like he is 60 when he is in his early 50s. That can't be right. This guy was really down just a few months ago. Could it be that he's found a way to turn things around? Han Tuqiang became increasingly uneasy. After leaving the restroom, he listened intently outside several private rooms, intending to find Chu Shinyang and find out what was going on. His purpose in coming to Lingang new area this time was to secure a large order. The competition was fierce, and he was so worried that he couldn't sleep. He wouldn't allow the bankrupt Chu Shinyang to be younger and happier than him. Chapter 70, Experiences of Those Who Have Been There. The lively, blooming prosperity private room was no different from before, and the atmosphere looked great. When a group of people from the same hometown get together, it's easy for them to find common ground. Only Chu Shinyang kept glancing towards the door of the private room, a hint of worry in his eyes. He had just met Han Tuqiang, and he felt uneasy about it. Old Han isn't exactly a bad person, but he's petty and can't stand seeing others do better than him. He often snitches or reports on others. Chunan is now a public figure, and he is unsure whether Han Tuqiang will have designs on him. Just as Chu Shinyang was pondering, the door to the private room opened, and a slightly overweight young man with an ordinary appearance and a sallow complexion walked in carrying a wine glass. Han Tuqiang, also holding a wine glass, followed behind the young man with a big smile on his face. What's he doing here? Before Chu Shinyang could speak, a middle-aged man next to him saw Han Tuqiang, snorted coldly, and put down his chopsticks. Many people in his hometown knew about Han Tuqiang's ingratitude, and those who followed Chu Shinyang understood the reasons even better. Chu Shinyang didn't want Jiang Weidong to look down on his side, so he whispered, "Don't make trouble." The slightly chubby young man who entered the private room was Deng Qingfu. He had been invited to dinner today, and when he saw the Lamborghini in the restaurant parking lot, he immediately knew that Jiang Weidong had come, so he came over to offer a toast. Han Tuqiang, who had invited him to dinner, was also coming to this private room, so they came together. "Brother Dong, I just happened to come here for dinner.
I knew you were here, so I came to toast you. Jiang Weidong smiled and nodded, then clinked glasses and took a small sip. Sister-in-law, do you want some? Chunan chuckled and shook her head. I'm driving later, so I'll use Coke instead of alcohol. Okay, then I'll toast you. After finishing a glass of wine, Deng Qingfu, as if they were old friends, picked up a bottle of Maotai and poured himself a small half glass. Next, I'd like to toast you both, wishing you a long and happy life together, and eternal happiness. Chunan was very happy to hear this. Brother Deng, thank you. Jiang Weidong laughed and said, do you want to drink? It's on me, go get 2 bottles yourself. Deng Qingfu raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Dong, how could I let you treat me? I'll treat you. Don't be shy. No, Nan Nan's father is coming today, and as a junior, I definitely have to do something to show my appreciation. Deng Qingfu seized the opportunity and immediately said, Uncle Chu is here, so I must offer him a toast. This guy then poured himself a small glass of Maotai, found Chu Xinyang, and went up to offer him a toast. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised by Deng Qingfu's maturity. He originally thought Deng Qingfu was a vain second-generation rich kid who spent all his time thinking about beautiful women and racing, but now it seems that he also has his merits. After Deng Qingfu toasted Chu Xinyang, Han Tuqiang spoke up, Nan Nan, it's been a long time. Chu Nan recognized Han Tuqiang, but felt no hatred towards him. She lived a comfortable life, and met Jiang Weidong just 6 months after her family went bankrupt. She had been doing very well for the past 2 months, and her overall mindset was positive and cheerful. Although she didn't like Han Tuqiang, she didn't hate him. Hello, Uncle Han. Chu Nan then introduced Han Tuqiang to Jiang Weidong, who nodded indifferently. Mr. Jiang, Nan Nan, the two of you together make people feel very comfortable. What's that idiom, a match made in heaven, a perfect match? That's exactly what describes you two. Uncle respects you. Chunan was still very happy to hear Han Tuqiang say that. Out of respect for Chunan, Jiang Weidong clinked glasses with Han Tuqiang and took a small sip as well. Han Tuqiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chunan did not resent him. Just now, outside the private room, he originally planned to order a bottle of beer and then go inside to say a few sarcastic remarks. As a result, he encountered Deng Qingfu. His purpose in coming to Haicheng this time was to secure a large order from the Deng family's factory, but he hadn't made much progress. Later, he got in touch with Deng Qingfu and thought he could influence Deng Guanyin through Deng Qingfu. I'm going to treat Deng Qingfu to lunch today. As a result, Deng Qingfu said that there was an elder brother here and he wanted to go and offer a toast. The fact that this man was in the blooming prosperity private room surprised Han Tuqiang greatly. He wondered if Chu Xinyang had gotten lucky and was about to start a new business. Upon entering the private room and learning about the relationship between Jiang Weidong and Chunan, he felt both fortunate and envious. Deng Qingfu recognized Jiang Weidong as his elder brother, which suggests that Jiang Weidong is quite capable. Although Chu Xinyang did not start his own business, he has a good son-in-law, which is still enviable. Looking at Chunan, who was more confident and beautiful than before, and whose clothes were of exceptional quality, it was clear at a glance that she was living a good life, which made him even more envious. Han Tuqiang took a small sip and then walked over to Chu Xinyang. Old Chu, you're being too polite. Nan Nan has such a good thing, and you didn't even tell your old friend. Come on, let me toast you. He then said to Deng Qingfu, we've known each other for decades, we're old acquaintances. Chu Xinyang, having reached the age of 50, understood perfectly well that Han Tuqiang was using him to embellish his own reputation. He nodded with a half smile, yes, we are old acquaintances. After Han Tuqiang and Chu Xinyang clinked glasses and drank together, Deng Qingfu and Han Tuqiang left. Back in the private room Han Tuqiang had booked, he tentatively asked, Young Master Deng, what kind of business does Mr. Jiang do? He opened several companies, but he just did it for fun. Like me, he usually travels around. Oh, what does his family do? Deng Qingfu thought of Jiang Weidong and Peng Zhiyu's similar imposing presence, and replied, I don't know exactly what they do, I haven't asked, but they must have at least $1 billion in assets. Upon hearing this, Han Tuqiang nodded with a wry smile and muttered to himself, Chunan is really lucky. She graduated from high school. What does that guy surnamed Jiang see in her? Damn it, if Chunan marries into the Jiang family, Chu Xinyang can live a better life than me without doing anything. God is unfair. Deng Qingfu asked, puzzled, what are you muttering about? No, it was just a momentary feeling. They're blooming flowers and wealth, private room. Brother Yang, why don't you just stab him in the back? Aren't you just using his influence? After the door to the private room closed, the middle-aged man next to Chu Xinyang asked in confusion. When Chu Xinyang saw Jiang Weidong and Chu Nan looking over, he explained his past relationship with Han Tuqiang and finally said, he has never actually harmed me. We are not enemies. At this age, I've come to understand that many things are predestined. As long as my family is happy and safe, I don't need to worry about anything else. He thought for a moment, then asked Jiang Weidong, Weidong, is it possible that your friend will agree to Lao Han's request because of your connection? Jiang Weidong knew about the Deng family. Deng Guanyin was a very domineering person who would not give Deng Qingfu any face at all. Deng Qingfu had no say in business matters. He chuckled and said, no, my friend doesn't care about anything. He plays around all day. It's useless for that guy surnamed Han to come to him. The three middle-aged men that Chu Xinyang brought all laughed when they heard this. Han Tuqiang deserves it. No one has good fortune if they have no conscience. Chu Xinyang smiled but did not reply. After dinner and drinks, Jiang Weidong and Chu Nan took Chu Xinyang to the Waterdrop Lake residential area, while Ma Qianyu and Sui Lanlan went to the company, and the three middle-aged men that Chu Xinyang brought went to their hotel. Chu Xinyang was very pleased to visit the villa where Chu Nan lived. After Jiang Weidong went for his afternoon nap, leaving the father and daughter alone, he whispered, Nan, do you really like Weidong? I really like it, Dad, why are you asking that? Chu Xinyang hesitated, feeling that it would be more appropriate for his wife to say the next words, but he still felt that he should say it himself. Nan, wealthy people have big businesses and many temptations, and it is difficult to make a decision. You should be prepared. Chu Nan said confidently, don't worry, my brother only has me. She continued, Dad, you and Mom have been together for a long time, always loving and affectionate, and you haven't squandered your money. Chu Xinyang looked over with a wry smile. When his business was doing well, he actually had connections outside. Nan, Anyway, you need to think this through. Sometimes when a man has another woman, it doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't like you. He might just be looking for something new. Don't act impulsively. Chu Nan smiled nonchalantly and said, I understand. Chapter 71. The platform is set. The day after Chu Xinyang and his men arrived in Fujian province, Jiang Weidong received a call from Yin Hashuan, who said that there was news from Jiangcheng Sports Academy that 3 female students who would graduate in June of this year were willing to come and work there. These 3 girls are all Sonder majors and are proficient in Sonder, Muay Thai, and cold weapons. However, one of the girls has a family matter and cannot come at the moment. She should be able to come after the Lunar New Year. 2 more girls can come over immediately. Yin Hashuan then sent the personal information of the 2 girls to Jiang Weidong, asking if Jiang Weidong wanted them. Yes, they can come anytime. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after Chu Xinyang and his men arrived in Fujian province, Jiang Weidong met 2 skilled girls at Fenghua Media Company in Haicheng. Both girls are about 1.6 meters tall, not very tall, with broad shoulders and thick arms and thighs. One person is named Zhang Chuyue, and the other is named Zhao Minjia. Yin Hashuan brought 2 short sticks and had the 2 of them wield them for a while, which looked very fierce. You don't need to fight them. Just by hearing the whooshing sound of the short sticks cutting through the air, you know it will hurt a lot when they hit you. They are all level 3 Sonder athletes. If you give them a short stick, 5 or 6 ordinary men can't get close to them. Jiang Weidong was very satisfied. This level of skill was enough to deal with ordinary thugs and drunkards. I'm a bit older than you, so I'll call you Xiao Zhang and Xiao Zhao. In a few days, after the new company is registered, we'll sign contracts. My role is bodyguard and assistant. After deducting social insurance and housing fund contributions, how about 12,000 a month? Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Minjia exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. The 2 graduated from a sports academy with high ambitions, thinking they could easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month by either working for a security company or a Sonder Chinese kickboxing club. After 3 months of job hunting, I encountered setbacks everywhere. There's a very obvious trend now, involution. It's happening everywhere. Even their 3rd level Sonder athletes aren't enough to compete with. Others are either 2nd level or 1st level, or they have fewer students and need to reduce their coaching staff.
The market simply doesn't need that many Sonder coaches. Left with no other option, the two returned to their hometown to learn about fitness, planning to take the fitness instructor certification exam and find work at a gym in the future. But to be honest, with gyms closing down and owners running away with the money all the time, neither of them had any confidence. I heard that a boss is going to open a security company and is recruiting 3 or 4 new people. The 2 girls came over, and their class group was discussing it. In the end, only 3 girls were willing to come, and the others thought it was unreliable. Security companies are usually well connected, powerful, and prestigious. They can't just hire 3 or 4 people, so that's why they came. Boss, we're willing to do it. All right, I'll take you downstairs to meet the person you're supposed to protect. Jiang Weidong plans to assign Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Mingjia to Chunan. He's fine now and doesn't need bodyguards. Chunan is about to start live streaming sales, and he needs a bodyguard assistant. After introducing Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Mingjia to Chunan, Jiang Weidong led everyone from the company out. Let's go have a big meal, it's on me. Since Yan Haoshuan brought his people over, he naturally had to treat them to a meal. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the girls ordered food, while Jiang Weidong chatted with Yan Haoshuan. He learned that Chunan was about to do a live streaming sales event for a 100,000 yuan slot fee. Yan Haoshuan was very happy and exclaimed, "President Jiang, it's truly Chunan's good fortune to have met you." Jiang Weidong chuckled, "Of course, she's my girlfriend." "Mr. Jiang, is live streaming sales very troublesome?" Jiang Weidong poured himself a cup of tea and said, "It is indeed quite troublesome, much more complicated than a regular live stream." He was essentially forced into this situation, and only after consulting with experienced people at the Shuidihu Community Entrepreneurs Association did he understand the relevant procedures and precautions. Just like when Chunan and her friends did a live stream, the 3 of them laughed and joked around. They didn't even contact the operations team. They thanked the fans who gave them tips and pulled the fans into their fan group themselves. Whoever has free time does the operations work. It's obviously impossible to sell products through live streaming now. At least 1 operations staff member and 2 assistants are required. The operations team is responsible for managing matters related to viewers during live streams. An assistant is responsible for helping the live streamer off camera, holding a teleprompter, highlighting the features of the products, and guiding the pace of the entire live stream. When it's time to joke around and relax, tell jokes. When it's time to introduce products, explain them. Another assistant prepares the products to be sold, such as clothes or live streaming props. In addition to preparing the necessary equipment, live streaming also requires a very detailed script, much like a movie script, which needs to be designed in advance. Influencer persona, product design, factory sourcing, comparison with similar products, regular items, best-selling items, influencer-driven items, interaction with fans, promotional periods, coupon periods, etc., all need to be sorted in advance. Jiang Weidong has already assigned this task to Meng Qingyu, asking her to coordinate with the product vendors and arrange the live streaming schedule. To encourage Meng Qingyu, he promised to give her a red envelope if the live stream went well. In short, if you're only carrying 1 product, it might be easier. A mobile phone is enough. If it's a live-streamed clothing sale, then there will be many different kinds of clothes to introduce. Chunan and the others will need to remember a lot of things. There will be 2 mobile phones filming from the side, and a high-definition camera filming from the front. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Weidong told Yan Haoshuan and reminded Chunan and the other girls again, and then recounted the story. Yan Haoshuan was stunned. So troublesome. He then gave a thumbs up. "President Jiang, you're really amazing, you know so much." I also had to cram at the last minute and consulted 2 experienced guys. Yan Haoshuan then asked, "How much money can you typically make from live streaming e-commerce?" Like other industries, live streaming e-commerce also follows the Pareto principle, with a very small number of top streamers attracting the vast majority of traffic, while 80% of the smaller streamers and influencers share the revenue from that small portion of the traffic. Therefore, not many people can actually make a lot of money, especially in the last 2 years when the overall economic environment has not been so good. A few years ago, it was true that some celebrities like Wei and Qi earn tens of millions of yuan from a single live stream. It's much harder now, especially for small online celebrities. Small online influencers have no bargaining power. They often receive tens of thousands of yuan for a slot and then take a 2% commission on sales. However, most small online influencers can only sell tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of goods in a single live stream. Therefore, you can't make a lot of money. For Nan Nan and her team's first time selling products, selling 500,000 yuan worth of goods would be considered acceptable, and selling 1 million yuan would be considered excellent. Yin Haishuan nodded, then couldn't help but ask, how much of a commission did Mochi and Moe get back then? They could get 40% to 60% of the sales commission. Back then, sales were often over 100 million, and a single live stream could earn tens of millions. Even Jiang Weidong, who had a system, couldn't help but sigh. A few years ago, Qi and Wei really made a fortune. Wei was fined 1.3 billion, and the couple's net worth was said to reach 9 billion. Qi spent 130 million to buy a duplex in Haicheng, and her net worth was close to 5 billion, making her richer than Andy Lau and Jackie Chung.
Jackie Chung holds dozens of concerts a year, and Andy Lau is constantly filming, yet neither of them earns as much money as the other two.
The system is not working properly. Why isn't it distributing 100 million a day? Yin Haishuan was also very surprised. He then said to the girls, President Jiang has made all the arrangements for you, so work hard and don't let this opportunity go to waste. Chunan patted his chest and said, Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely achieve sales of over 1 million.
Jiang Weidong laughed, Don't brag, don't feel pressured.
It's your first time doing live streaming sales, just learn from it. Others might have thought it was hypocritical, but Yin Haishuan knew that Jiang Weidong didn't actually rely on Chunan and the others to make money, so he smiled and nodded, then let's listen to President Jiang, study hard, and accumulate experience. When facing Chunan and Meng Qingyu, he still unconsciously puts himself into the role of a teacher. Chunan winked at Jiang Weidong, picked up her wine glass, and said, Sisters, let's have a toast to our success, wishing us a great start and sales exceeding 1 million. Chapter 72. The more money you have, the easier it is to make money. Warehouse number 5 of Gawar Bio Manufacturing Company, Limited, Ruansai Intelligent Industrial Park, Lingang New Area. At this moment, the warehouse door opened, and a group of people went in and out, moving boxes, clothes hangers, and live streaming equipment. These people are employees from Fujian Ikan Garment Company, and they will be here to assist Chunan and the other two women in their live broadcast. The venue was arranged by senior management of Ikan Apparel. These people were clearly different from the employees of Gawar Bio Manufacturing Company, Limited. They were all wearing casual clothes, while most of the employees of Gawar Bio Manufacturing Company, Limited were wearing cleanroom suits and masks. Among the busy Ikan employees, a beautiful girl with purple hair stood out. This girl is not an employee of Ikan. She is an internet celebrity with the online ID Spicy Strip Girl and more than 800,000 followers. Her real name is Feng Jiawen. Feng Jiawen came here because she had signed a live streaming contract with Ikan Apparel, and it would be her turn in a few days. She lives in Haicheng, so she came to take a look and plan to learn something. The employees at Ikan Apparel knew her identity and didn't say much, letting her stand aside and watch, their attitude neither warm nor cold. Chunan and the others haven't arrived yet. Feng Jiawen opened her phone and watched Chunan's short videos, feeling increasingly guilty as she watched. Chunan is not only good-looking, but also has a great figure at 1.8 meters tall, making her a perfect clothes hanger. She felt that Chunan's figure would definitely look good in clothes, while she herself was afraid she wouldn't have the same effect. Of course, being an internet celebrity, she has seen a lot of strange and unpleasant people during her live streams, so she has developed a good mindset. I'm not afraid. Chunan has his advantages, and I have mine. It's hard to say whether she can exceed 300,000 yuan in sales this first time selling products. Just as Feng Jiawen was muttering to himself, a Li Auto L7 and a Lamborghini Aventador slowly drove up. The orange-yellow Lamborghini Aventador exudes extreme power, like a tiger unleashing its terrifying roar. Not only Feng Jiawen, but everyone else looked over. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, a Lamborghini worth over 6 million? Is it that impressive? The car door opened, and Chunan stepped out with his long legs, looking very dashing. She was dressed in sportswear, tall and slender, standing next to the sports car, perfectly matching its style. Everyone was very surprised to see Chunan come out. They knew that Chunan was a minor internet celebrity, but they did not expect that Chunan had a new Lamborghini Aventador. Was it rented? Some people secretly had doubts. Some people think it wasn't rented judging from Chunan's natural demeanor, it seems the Lamborghini belongs to her. The person in charge of Ikang Apparel immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Teacher Chu, please come in. Let's go over the script first. Standing to the side, Feng Jiawen's eyes widened. She felt that the person in charge was obviously more polite to Chunan, while he had been expressionless towards her just now. HMPH, you're so snobbish. After Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan, Meng Qingyu, and the two bodyguards got out of the car, Chunan waved and said, let's go together. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan, Meng Qingyu, and Yiken went over the script. Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Mingjia worked separately. Zhang Chuyue stayed with Chunan, while Zhao Mingjia went to the changing room with an infrared detector in her hand to check for hidden cameras. Zhao Mingjia checked everything and, after confirming there were no problems, left the room. She returned to where Chunan and the others were working on the script, still keeping an eye on the changing room. Feng Jiawen stood to the side and looked out. From her angle, she could see Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Mingjia's backs and immediately noticed that their backs were broad and thick. Could these two be bodyguards? In fact, not only Feng Jiawen, but also employees of Ikang Apparel had this suspicion. There is a difference between trained martial artists and ordinary people. They have better overall energy and spirit. Their chests, backs, arms, and thighs are all very strong. Zhang Chuyue and Zhao Mingjia stood there, as solid as two tree stumps. Just then, a boy carried a large storage box and walked step by step toward the changing room. The storage box was not easy to carry, so the boy used his thighs to support it, which made it easier. Upon seeing this, Zhao Mingjia immediately stepped forward and said, give it to me. She wanted to check if there was anything wrong with the clothes in the box. The boy nodded and carefully put the storage box down. Zhao Mingjia bent down, then used both hands to lift him up in one go. She looked much more relaxed than the boy. Those nearby stared wide-eyed at the sight, realizing that Zhao Mingjia was very strong. Seeing this, Feng Jiawen became even more certain of Zhao Mingjia's identity. She must be a bodyguard. What kind of treatment is Chunan getting? A Lamborghini and bodyguards. Is she some rich kid here to experience life? She's so rich, why is she still an internet celebrity? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and rest? Feng Jiawen was speechless. She had been watching the news and saw that the second generation of wealthy people were getting more and more anxious. Some became actors, some became doctors, and some became basketball players. They were clearly very rich, but they still wanted to compete with ordinary people for jobs. Of course, she didn't dare to say it outright. In her view, the second generation had far more resources than ordinary people, so there was no need to clash with them. The employees at Ikang Apparel shared similar thoughts with Feng Jiawen, and they were even more polite to Chunan and her friends. After going over the script, the next step was makeup, followed by rehearsals by the three sisters, Chunan, Ma Qinyu, and Sui Lanlan. The live broadcast won't start until the evening, so they still have about 2 hours to rehearse. 3 people stood in front of the camera and began to act. All internet celebrities have a persona. Da Yang and Xiao Yang are silly young people, Dorn Yu Wei is a life mentor, and Mao Qi is the lipstick king and a friend of women. Chunan and her friends also have this. Their persona is that of the girl next door. This was decided after discussion between Jiang Weidong and Meng Qingyu. The group of girlfriends have a strong sense of camaraderie, and this persona aligns perfectly with their fans' preferences. Feng Jiawen stood by and watched, feeling envious. She felt that Chunan and the other two had hired professionals to design their dialogues, and that this level of production quality was definitely not that of an ordinary internet celebrity. Damn, with resources like that, why are they even doing live streaming sales? How am I supposed to compete with them? Maybe we can break 500,000 in sales tonight, but alas, I probably can't beat them. Time flew by as Feng Jiawen watched with envy, and it was already 8 p.m. Chunan and her two best friends started their live stream on time. There was no host other than the three of them. It was just the 3 friends playing around and having fun, just like their live stream. It might not be the most interesting, but at least it wouldn't be boring. After chatting about everyday things for a while, they started selling products via live stream. Chunan wore Ikang clothing and used her good figure to make the ordinary clothes look like designer brands. By 9:10, sales had exceeded 500,000. By 10:20, sales had exceeded 1 million. By 11:40, sales had exceeded 2 million. They streamed until midnight, and their sales reached a little over 2.13 million yuan. The employees at Yikang Apparel were quite surprised when the total sales from their first live streaming sales event exceeded 2 million yuan. When Chunan and the other girls drove away with Wanxiao in their car, everyone shared a common understanding. The more money you have, the easier it is to make money. Chapter 73. I'm at the Guopai building. Like many days before, the sky was overcast this morning, with a few drops of cold rain mixed in with the cold wind, which was irritating. The silly dog on the street huddled together, occasionally letting out a pitiful whimper. Nobody paid any attention to it, and its owner didn't care either. It's been so many days and it hasn't changed. It was so cold. Xu Yuyan looked at the scribbled numbers under her notebook and felt as if she had entered a snow country. The wind and snow enveloped her body, freezing her to the point of being lifeless. The short drama, Reborn at 40, I Gave Birth to Twins for a Domineering CEO, has been released online, and its performance is neither good nor bad. To be honest, there was absolutely nothing interesting about it after it was played. Perhaps a bored auntie opened it and looked at it for a while chopping vegetables, or perhaps a security guard listened to it for a while dozing off. This work, a labor of love by Xu Yuyan, is so ordinary and unremarkable among the vast number of short dramas. If we extend the time frame, perhaps we can recoup our costs after 3 or 6 months. Is simply recovering costs useful? For her, this level of recovery is completely ineffective. She was thinking of becoming famous overnight, making a lot of money, and paying off her family's debts. Sigh, I wonder if Jiang Weidong will still support me. In the office to Xu Yuyan's left, Guoluo Yao was reading a book. She had already finished her live streaming task for the day. She was reading an accounting book titled From Finance to Director. After working part-time as the cafeteria's accountant, she borrowed many related books to enrich herself. Wang Ruijin has also been studying recently, as she wants to take the civil service exam. Despite the mundane nature of their lives, Guoluo Yao felt much more at ease, believing that they all had a bright future ahead of them. In the office to Xu Yuyan's right, Meng Qingyu was sitting in a daze. The subway line from the city center to Lingang New area is finally open, making it much more convenient for her to commute to work. Having experienced the joy of making money, she was actually quite willing to come and work here. However, she originally wanted to win over Jiang Weidong, but now she is getting further and further away from that goal. Just now, Jiang Weidong transferred 1,000 yuan to her as a reward for her efforts during Chunan's live stream. However, she was not happier. With sales of over 2 million, not counting the slot fee, Chunan and the others will get over 40,000. Even if they split the revenue with the company, they will still get over 20,000. I will only get 1,000. Chunan is beautiful and earns money, how can I compare? She's clearly a poor student, how can netizens be so superficial and enjoy watching athletes make things up? Now that Chunan has money, she'll definitely buy gifts for Jiang Weidong. He'll like her even more then. Sigh, how can I possibly get involved? Just then, the roar of a sports car engine sounded outside, followed by a series of footsteps. Chunan, Ma Qinyu, Sui Lanlan, Zhang Chuyue, and Zhao Minjie all came over. There were 3 people before, but now there are 5, and their momentum is even stronger. It can be expected that as Chunan becomes more and more successful, her team will have even more members in the future. Just like before, Chunan would share her joy with everyone when she made money. She went to the mall to buy snacks, fruits, and drinks to bring back and share. Guoluo Yao, Xu Yuyan, and Meng Qingyu left the office with different feelings. Chunan then recounted how she achieved over 2 million yuan in sales through live streaming e-commerce, and she also announced an important piece of news. Yikang Apparel is very satisfied with our cooperation and wants to sign another live streaming sales contract with us. This time, we will do 2 live streaming sales events in a row. Sui Lanlan, who is usually quite reserved, couldn't help but get excited at this moment. New Year's Day is just around the corner. President Jiang said that if we can hold on to these 2 live streams, more merchants will come to us. The period from New Year's Day to the Lunar New Year has always been a time when people in mainland China are more willing to spend money. In the film market, this period is known as the Lunar New Year season, when only major films dare to be released and they need to resort to various means to secure screen time. More and more merchants are asking them to promote their products. Even if they don't reach 2 million in sales in the future, as long as the merchants don't lose money, and they sell 700,000 or 800,000 worth of goods, there will still be merchants willing to continue cooperating. And the three sisters can keep earning slot fees. Ma Qingyu said to Meng Qingyu, hurry up and write the article. Meng Qingyu rolled her eyes. You can't rely on me alone. I'm a newbie too. You guys should watch more short videos and watch clips of other people's live streams. Sui Lanlan continued, next, we'll mainly watch the live stream clips of the Yang brothers, Da Yang and Xiao Yang. As President Jiang said, Da Yang and Xiao Yang's live streams are always lively, so we should do the same. The Yang brothers, Da Yang and Xiao Yang, needless to say, are among the top performers in live streaming e-commerce. Let alone reaching their level, Chunan and her two friends' sales performance is only 1/10 of that of Da Yang and Xiao Yang. They are all well off and don't need to worry about the rest of their lives. Wu Luoyao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed inwardly. A few days ago, she even thought that Chunan had stolen Wang Ruijin's luck. Now she feels that Chunan deserves it. Chunan and her three girlfriends are lively and fun, and they are indeed suitable for live streaming. Wang Ruijin is similar to her, she's rather reserved with outsiders and simply can't earn that kind of money. Meng Qingyu stared wide-eyed at the snacks Chunan had bought, grabbed a bottle of cola, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. She felt a burst of bubbles rush up her throat, almost choking, but it felt incredibly refreshing. Chunan and I are friends. Can I join them? The four of us are all from Hubei province, so we have more fun together. All three of them are poor students with limited knowledge, so I can provide them with more topics to discuss. If we become famous, I might become the most outstanding freshman in the School of Humanities. The more Meng Qingyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She planned to communicate with Chunan and the others first, and then talk to Jiang Weidong in person. Xu Yuyan was also shocked by the name Da Yang and Xiao Yang, followed by a wave of bitterness. Chunan and her team are becoming increasingly successful and are able to help the company make money. Her short drama made no splash after it aired. I wonder if there will be another short drama. At this moment, Ma Qingyu said, the actions and expressions of DAS and Xiao S are still too exaggerated. We can't learn them. President Jiang also told us to watch more of DAS and Xiao SS variety show. Chunan snapped his fingers and said, it's Big and Small Love to Eat. Big S and Little S Love to Eat is an early food variety show hosted by Bobby HSU and DHSU. The two sisters bickered and teased each other on the show while learning to cook food with the guests. Jiang Weidong watched some short video clips and felt that the atmosphere was similar to that of Chunan and her two friends, so he suggested that they learn from it. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuyan immediately noticed the words, General Manager Jiang. Knowing that Jiang Weidong had specifically sought advice for Chunan's live stream, she couldn't help but think, perhaps I should talk to him and ask him for some suggestions. This guy plays games all the time, but he has a good eye for them. Chunan was able to get up only because he was pushing him. For the next web series, perhaps we should ask for his opinion. She has actually already written the script for her second web series, which is also about a middle-aged woman's rebirth. Last time, she slapped her mother-in-law, husband, and in-laws in the face. This time, she slapped her own family, husband, and relatives on her side of the family in the face. Xu Yuyan acted on her thought immediately and sent a message to Jiang Weidong, Mr. Jiang, do you have time? I'd like to meet you. Jiang Weidong replied quickly, I'm at the Guopai building, let's talk tomorrow. The Guopai building is where Haicheng auctions license plate numbers. Xu Yuyan realized that Jiang Weidong might want to buy a new car, and couldn't help but think of the Lamborghini she had previously reserved. Should Chunan get the Lamborghini? Or the new car? Chapter 74. You really have no conscience. The office was quiet, with only the humming of the air conditioner. A faint, pleasant scent of trees wafted through the air, like the smell of a forest after a heavy rain, when the sun shines back into the forest and dries the moisture. Jiang Weidong held two apricot-colored bracelets in his hand, which were sent by Kong Huaishu from Sichuan province. It just arrived. The surface of the bracelet is smooth, and the color is not bright. Instead, it has a rustic feel, as if it has gone through many changes in time. He didn't know anything about bracelets, but he felt this one must be real, something his dad could use to show off. I'll give it to my dad when I go home for Chinese New Year. It's December now, and the Lunar New Year is just over a month away. He will naturally go back to his hometown and bring back all the things he bought for the elderly. He submitted his application materials to the Guopai building yesterday. Once approved, he will auction off a license plate number and then buy a high-end SUV, a Ferrari Thoroughbred, or a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Then drive it back to my hometown to show off. In Haicheng, license plates are issued through both lottery and auction. Auctions for personal vehicle license plates are cheaper than those for company license plates. Jiang Weidong will naturally still pursue their company's vehicle license plate number, which is expected to cost nearly 130,000 yuan to obtain. When his salary arrives at the end of the month, it should be over 20 million, enough for him to buy a flashy car. The new Lamborghini Aventador won't work. The roads back home are too bad to drive it. Furthermore, the Lamborghini can only seat 2 people, and the seats are too low, which the elderly man doesn't like. He's planning for a 4 or 5-seater car. He inquired at the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce dealerships, and they all had cars in stock. Ferrari Thoroughbreds probably won't sell, while Rolls-Royce Cullinan has always been a hot-selling car, with dealerships always having them in stock. Just as his thoughts were wandering, there was a knock on the door, followed by Xu Yuyan's voice. A moment later, Xu Yuyan entered the office. Today, she was wearing a black tight-fitting short skirt, a grey wool coat, and a pair of black knee-high boots. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, making her almond-shaped eyes appear even sharper. "Mr. Jiang, I would like to ask you some questions." "Explain. What kind of subject matter do you think I should make for my next short drama?" Jiang Weidong was taken aback when he heard this. He was somewhat surprised that Xu Yuyan would ask this question. "I don't understand either. I've never watched the short drama." To be honest, Jiang Weidong is too lazy to watch short dramas, let alone TV series or movies these days. He just finds a narrator to get a general idea of the story. He can't sit still for 40 or 50 minutes. "When was the last time you watched a TV series?" "It seems like I watched The Long Season, and the last time was The Hidden Corner." He used to feel tired from work and didn't have the energy to watch TV. He's relatively free at work now, so he's too lazy to watch anything and isn't interested in the topics. He likes suspenseful mystery or thrilling shows, like Prison Break or The Walking Dead. Of course, the later seasons of those shows weren't good. They were too drawn out, and he couldn't stand watching them. So, if you were to produce a short drama, what kind of subject matter would you choose? Jiang Weidong put down the bracelet, poured a glass of water, and said, "If it were up to me, I would definitely choose a popular theme that I am interested in, and then make some minor innovations." Xu Yuyan was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. "That's exactly what I did." "Then what are you worried about?" "The novel, Reborn at 40, I gave birth to twins for the domineering CEO, is not doing well." I thought Jiang Weidong would have some insightful opinions, but it turns out he doesn't understand. Jiang Weidong nodded. "It's only your first time, so this result is to be expected. It would be abnormal for you to become an instant hit. Keep going, but don't expect me to invest too much money. Just like the first short drama, it'll be at most 50,000. Sai, you're still willing to invest money?" It was a complete surprise. I thought Jiang Weidong would be more cautious and unwilling to invest money in me, but I didn't expect him to be willing. "Since you have a dream, I will definitely support you. Then I want to film a period drama where the female lead travels back in time to become an empress, but the emperor and crown prince don't cherish her. When she returns to the modern era, the emperor and crown prince are heartbroken." Jiang Weidong waved his hand. "No, if you don't want to film period dramas, then film modern dramas instead." "That's a joke. If a period drama is to be filmed at a film studio, the actors' costumes will need to be rented, and props such as swords and headgear might also be used. The cost will definitely be more than 50,000. You?" Xu Yuyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Weidong, but then she realized that the expression was too casual, so she immediately stopped. She then thought of the photo she had sent to Jiang Weidong, and felt her face burning. She replied in a muffled voice, "I will keep an eye on the revenue from Reborn at 40, I gave birth to twins for the domineering CEO. I'm going back to prepare." Xu Yuyan left the office, closed the door, turned around and glared at Jiang Weidong. "HMPH, is my dream only worth 50,000 yuan? December will bring many good things." Although Xu Yuyan's short drama was not good, Chunan's live streaming sales were very successful, with sales exceeding 2 million in the next 2 live streaming sessions. In addition, the Ocean University's canteen also generates revenue, with a monthly profit of around 30,000 yuan.
Jiang Weidong still plays basketball and golf.
Sometimes, when he's bored, he goes with Deng Chengfu to watch race cars. After seeing so many, he found listening to the roar of sports cars quite interesting. Of course, he still values his life very much. He can watch, but he won't participate himself. That evening, after watching the race, he returned to his villa. It was almost 11 o'clock when his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was Wang Ruijin calling.
Hey!
What's up?
Brother Dong, Wang Ruijin's voice choked with emotion. Could I borrow 50,000 yuan from you?
Jiang Weidong laughed and said, You never contact me normally, but when you do, it's because you have something to say.
You really have no conscience.
Sorry.
What's the matter?
My grandfather is sick. He has neuralgia caused by shingles. Shingles is caused by a weakened immune system, and the elderly are especially susceptible. Some elderly people don't pay attention to it at first, thinking it's just a common skin disease or a cold. If they delay treatment, it can easily develop into neuralgia. Jiang Weidong had seen such clients before, and he also knew that Renji Hospital, affiliated with the medical school of Shanghai Jiaotong University in Haicheng, was particularly skilled in treating neuralgia and was at the top level in China.
Neuralgia is extremely difficult to endure.
Medical research classifies pain into 10 levels, and the vast majority of neuralgia caused by shingles can reach level 10. The pain made it impossible for the patient to rest properly, and within 3 to 5 days, the patient became visibly haggard. At this point, doctors often perform spinal cord stimulation therapy. This surgery can block nerve pain and effectively reduce pain to a level that is tolerable for most people. It is probably the fastest effective treatment. It cannot be completely cured, and continued use of imported medication will be necessary.
Is surgery necessary?
Take him to Renji Hospital. It's a top-tier hospital, especially good at treating neuralgia. The reimbursement rate for out-of-town medical insurance will be lower, so it might cost more. But you have to be especially careful with surgery on elderly people. It's best to have a highly skilled doctor perform it.
Jiang Weidong paused for a moment. Did you go back to your hometown?
I've gone back.
Is there anyone who can help you?
No, my dad, uncle, and aunt don't care. They say they are too busy with work. I'll send someone over to help you.
Could you come over?
Chapter 75. Money is not the problem. Wang Ruijin's hometown is a small county town called Shifeng County, located below Lincheng.
When Jiang Weidong arrived, his first impression was how humid it was.
Even though it wasn't raining, the air seemed to be covered with a layer of water. The temperature here is higher than in Haicheng, but because it's more humid, it still feels quite cold. To be honest, the humidity here is so high that it's not suitable for retirement. If you have the chance, try to persuade Wang Ruijin to arrange for her grandfather to go to Hainan. Apart from the poor medical care, Hainan is really suitable for her. Jiang Weidong has a college classmate with severe rhinitis. He would have a runny nose wherever he went, but it would stop when he went to Hainan. He also knew an old gentleman who had asthma and had been to many places, both domestically and internationally. He found that Hainan was the most comfortable place for him and eventually settled there. He first found a hotel, checked in, and then took a car to Wang Ruijin's grandfather's house. This should be a state-owned enterprises staff housing complex, named Old Gearbox Factory Staff Housing Complex. The complex gate is wide open, without electronic railings or security guards. It is clear that no property management company has been brought in here. They are all 5-story buildings, and the walls have probably just been repainted. They look quite nice from the outside. Stepping inside the apartment building, the feeling becomes less pleasant. The staircase is very narrow and very dirty. Due to the small distance between the buildings, it is poorly lit and not well ventilated, and has a musty smell. The wall on one side of the residential building was dark and leaking. The residents on the second floor seemed to be mopping the floor. The door was open, and they were sweeping water out of the room, with dirty water flowing down, which was quite disgusting. Jiang Weidong couldn't help but glance at room 201 on the second floor, and happened to meet an old lady who was about 70 years old, slightly plump, and with a long face. We can't afford to offend them, we can't afford to offend them. Jiang Weidong quickly averted his gaze, knowing full well how formidable the old ladies in such an old neighborhood could be. He had just graduated from university and rented a room in an old neighborhood. The old house was poorly soundproofed, and an old lady would often pull a wooden chair around. When the young man downstairs came to complain, the old lady scolded him so badly that he almost became depressed and moved out a week later. Many tenants came afterward, but none of them could stand the old lady. You might think this is an isolated case, but on the contrary, the other elderly ladies in the neighborhood are just as formidable. This group of people had nothing to do, so they planted vegetables in the green belt and even watered them with manure. I don't know where they collected the manure, but in the summer it smelled bad and attracted mosquitoes. They were playing cards in the middle of the day, and the shouting and cursing were constant. They would yell at their partner for every single mistake they made, and the curses were really nasty. Young people don't understand why they would play cards all the time, but they seem to enjoy it. They curse every day and play cards together every day, rain or shine. Some elderly people have trouble sleeping and get up at 4:30 in the morning to watch TV, and the volume has to be very loud. The long-time residents are used to it and don't complain about the environment. But if a new tenant says anything, they jump up and start cursing. Jiang Weidong couldn't help but wonder, what's going on with Wang Ruijin's grandfather? He quickly arrived on the third floor and rang the doorbell. The door opened, and Wang Ruijin appeared in the doorway. She was wearing a short black down jacket, paired with blue straight-leg jeans and black sneakers. She still looks stunning, even after not seeing her for several days. She has tied her hair up in a bun. She had no bangs, revealing her smooth forehead, which made her face look rounder, younger, and cuter. Just like a female high school student. Brother Dong. Upon seeing Jiang Weidong, Wang Ruijin excitedly rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Jiang Weidong was dressed in a black wool coat, paired with black casual trousers and black leather shoes, looking every bit like a male lead in a Korean drama. The wool coat is very warm and has a pleasant fragrance. Wang Ruijin thought she would feel unfamiliar when she met Jiang Weidong, but she didn't. She still felt very close to him, and hugging him felt as natural as hugging Guo Luoyao. She had always had trouble falling asleep, but now, holding Jiang Weidong, she felt a sudden drowsiness. She longed to close her eyes and sleep soundly in his arms. However, thinking of her grandfather's condition, she broke free from Jiang Weidong's embrace, blushed, and took 2 steps back. Brother Dong, are you tired? I'm a little sleepy. Let me pour you a glass of water. Upon entering their house, Jiang Weidong found it to be quite small, perhaps 70 square meters. He held a warm cup of water, drank it all in one gulp, and felt much warmer. He then went to the master bedroom to visit Wang Ruijin's grandfather. Wang Guanjuan lay on the bed, looking extremely thin. His wrists were as thin as sticks. He was wearing ordinary pajamas, which hung limply on his legs. You didn't even need to lift them up to know that his legs were just as thin. Ouch! Ouch! He cried out softly, clearly in unbearable pain. Is Grandpa unable to eat? I can't eat much. I had a little bit of porridge for lunch. Jiang Weidong asked curiously, why aren't you staying in the hospital? Logically speaking, since surgery is being prepared, hospitalization is necessary. Furthermore, Wang Guanjuan is having difficulty eating, so he will definitely need intravenous glucose to replenish his energy. Grandpa refused, saying that staying in the hospital would cost money. Wang Ruijin's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. The old man is really stubborn. Jiang Weidong made a mental assessment of Wang Guanjuan. At that moment, Wang Guanjuan, who was lying on the bed, noticed the outsider entering. He slightly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Weidong through the narrow gap with a cold gaze. No wonder the old man's children don't talk to him. He's a difficult man to get along with. It's not fair to say that all elderly people are difficult to get along with, it's just that a large proportion of elderly people genuinely have bad personalities. When Jiang Weidong was in college, he participated in a charity club and volunteered as a teacher at a primary school near the school. He got along very well with the children and was very happy and full of positive energy after the volunteer teaching ended. He also worked at a nursing home near the school, and the experience was much worse. Before he went to the nursing home, he always thought that parents are always right and that if the elderly went to the nursing home, it was because their children were not filial. In addition, he believed that many caregivers in the nursing home lacked professional ethics, always had a gloomy face, and did not care for the elderly. However, when he witnessed an old man with white hair deliberately knocking his rice bowl to the ground, and then knocking it over again after his classmate brought him a new one, he realized that some people are really bad. Children may not necessarily be unfilial, it's just that old Weidong is difficult to take care of. At the same time, he understood that the job of a nursing home caregiver was not easy. Wang Ruijin blushed and stepped forward to introduce Jiang Weidong to Wang Guanjuan. Wang Guanjuan gave a curt reply. Wang Ruijin said apologetically, "That's just how Grandpa is. Don't mind him. Once you get to know him, you'll find he's a very nice person." Jiang Weidong smiled, not minding at all. "Grandpa, shall we take you to the hospital in Haicheng for the surgery? The doctors there are more skilled, and you'll recover faster." Wang Guanjuan shook his head and did not reply. Jiang Weidong pulled over a plastic stool, sat down on the edge of the bed, and said, "Grandpa, I'm Xiaojin's boyfriend. You don't need to worry about money, I have money. Did Xiaojin tell you that I have tens of millions in assets, that I currently own 3 cars, one of which is a sports car worth over 6 million, and that I own 5 companies, with a 6th company to be opened soon? Money is not a problem. I won't ask Xiaojin to pay it back. It's only right that I spend money on you." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened slightly, his grey pupils darting out as if trying to mimize Jiang Weidong's appearance. He then forced a smile. Okay, we'll go to Haicheng. Chapter 76 will definitely succeed. Jiang Weidong booked a flight for the following morning, so he would stay overnight in Shifan County. We had dinner at Wang Ruijin's grandfather's house that evening. Grandpa couldn't eat rice, so Wang Ruijin cooked porridge for him. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin ate together. Wang Ruijin simply cooked 3 dishes: hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, and stir-fried mushrooms with meat. People from Guizhou province also like to add chili peppers when cooking, which suited Jiang Weidong's taste perfectly, and he ate 3 bowls of rice in a row. Seeing that he was enjoying his meal, Wang Ruijin was very happy and whispered, "I will cook for you again in the future." Jiang Weidong blinked. "You still owe me KFC, so don't go back on your word this time." "I won't go back on my word." Just then, the doorbell rang, and Wang Ruijin got up to open the door. "You've arrived." A middle-aged man stood at the door. He was tall and thin, wearing glasses without lenses and a faint smile. He was dressed in a well-fitting dark blue casual suit, paired with black casual pants and khaki leather shoes. Although he's not young anymore, he's still handsome. He is Wang Ruijin's father, Wang Songder. It has to be said that Wang Ruijin's parents are both good-looking, no wonder she was born beautiful. Wang Ruijin, in a nonchalant tone, still introduced Wang Songder to Jiang Weidong. "Hello, uncle. You must be Xiaojiang. You are indeed good-looking. Your aunt came back from Haicheng and told me that you are both good-looking and have a good character. She felt relieved to leave Xiaojin in your care. I didn't believe her at first, but after seeing you in person, I believe her." Wang Songder was very enthusiastic and quickly entered the house. He saw the dishes on the coffee table in the living room and smiled smugly. "Xiaojin is a good cook. After she marries into your family, she can cook the New Year's Eve dinner." Jiang Weidong raised an eyebrow at Wang Ruijin, who was blushing, and said, "Uncle is right. From now on, we'll leave the New Year's Eve dinner to her." Wang Songder was clearly familiar with the situation here. He opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Jiaduobao, a popular Chinese herbal tea brand, twisted it open, and took a swig. "You guys eat, don't worry about me. I just had dinner with my friends and ate too much meat, my mouth is greasy." Seeing that Wang Songder and Jiang Weidong were getting along well and weren't so cold towards each other anymore, Wang Ruijin asked, "Dad, is there something you need?" Wang Songder adjusted his glasses. "Are you going to take the old man to Haicheng for treatment?" "Yes, Grandpa is suffering from neuralgia and will definitely need surgery. The doctors in Haicheng are better." Wang Songder smiled and said, "I've consulted many people about this old man's illness. Neuralgia is known as the cancer that doesn't kill. It's very difficult to cure and extremely painful. However, the treatment is actually not complicated, and it's pretty much the same all over the world. I know someone at a hospital in Lincheng, so why don't we do it here in Lincheng to save ourselves the trouble of traveling back and forth? Besides, Lincheng's surgery will definitely be more reimbursed, so we won't have to spend so much money." He then suppressed his smile and said sincerely, "I am still your son, and since my father is sick, I must do my best to fulfill my filial duty. Xiao Jin needs to go to school, and Xiao Jiang has a business. I have more free time than you all, let me take the old man to get treatment.
Wang Ruijin hesitated for a moment.
She felt that Wang Songder should step forward, but she hoped that Wang Guanjuan would go to Haicheng for treatment. Dad, can you take Grandpa to Haicheng? Hey, it's in Lincheng. The doctors in Lincheng can also do that spinal cord electrosurgery. It's not difficult, it's just about installing electrons in the nerves in the lower back. Wang Ruijin subconsciously looked at Jiang Weidong, who put down his chopsticks, grabbed Wang Ruijin's hand, and said, Uncle, the surgery for neuralgia is still very important. It's not that we don't have the resources, we can definitely invite the top experts in the country to perform this surgery. Grandpa is getting old, so we need to be especially careful when he has surgery. We'll definitely choose someone we're more confident in. Don't worry, money isn't a problem, we'll handle that. Seeing that he could not persuade the two, Wang Songder said, I'll go see your grandfather. After saying that, Wang Songder took the Jiaojuobao type of herbal tea into the master bedroom. Less than 3 minutes later, Wang Guanjuan's cough and hoarse roar could be heard from inside. Wang Ruijin hurriedly ran into the master bedroom. Grandpa, what's wrong? Get him out of my house. The old man spoke with even more force when he was angry. Wang Ruijin turned to Wang Songder, Dad, what did you say? Wang Songder smiled awkwardly, your grandfather is old, and there are always risks involved in surgery. I told him to make a will in advance and secure this house. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, your second uncle and 2 aunts will definitely make a scene. Wang Ruijin understood what Wang Songder meant. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and an unprecedented sense of shame surged into her heart. It was even more humiliating than Jiang Weidong seeing her mother with her lover. She never expected that Jiang Weidong would witness such a shameless scene. If she didn't have to take care of Wang Guanjuan, she would definitely have run away. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted at Wang Songder, how could you tell Grandpa this before the surgery? You should leave now. Is this how you act as a son? How much can this old house sell for, 200,000 or 300,000? You took 2 or 300,000, does that make you rich? Where's your conscience? Wang Songder, scolded by his daughter, sheepishly left the room. After comforting Wang Guanjuan, Wang Ruijin left the room and, seeing that Wang Songder was still there, asked coldly, why haven't you left yet? Xiao Jin, don't be angry. Don't think I'm only after money. If I hadn't stopped you, your second uncle and your 2 aunts would have come over long ago. How could they have allowed you to leave Lincheng with the old man? Your grandfather loves you the most, you don't want to end up with nothing, do you? You should persuade the old man to settle things sooner rather than later. As the eldest son, I'll split the profits equally with you. I won't try to persuade you. Wang Songder then gave several reasons, but Wang Ruijin was annoyed that he had embarrassed her in front of Jiang Weidong and wouldn't listen to them. Wang Songder had no choice but to turn to Jiang Weidong with a wry smile, little Jiang, let's add each other on WeChat. Okay. After adding each other on WeChat, Wang Songder whispered, Xiao Jiang, I'm a little short on cash lately. Could you lend me some money? Just a couple hundred. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ruijin ran over, blocked Jiang Weidong's path, and shouted at Wang Songder, get out. Get out. Get out now. You. Wang Songder was scolded by his daughter, but he didn't get angry. He just left with an embarrassed look on his face. War. Wang Ruijin squatted down and buried her face in the coffee table, crying. Jiang Weidong squatted down and gently stroked Wang Ruijin's dark hair, saying with heartache, don't worry, I won't look down on you because of this. I know Xiao Jin is a very well-behaved and kind girl. Wang Ruijin stopped crying, looked up at Jiang Weidong with a wronged expression, and asked, Brother Dong, is it true? It's true. She reached out and hugged Jiang Weidong, whispering, don't add him on WeChat, just block him. I'll block them all too and leave the family group. I won't lend him money. I'll keep his WeChat contact. In case something happens back home, this will be a source of information. You don't need to block your relatives or leave the family group chat, it will be useful later. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ruijin asked, Brother Dong, will Grandpa be alright? Why don't you go back to Haicheng? I'll handle it. If something happens to Grandpa, my dad and uncle will definitely blame you. Don't worry, neuralgia rarely kills people.
We'll take him to Haicheng for treatment, and we're sure to succeed. Chapter 77 Money Makes the World Go Round. Renji Hospital has 4 branches in Haicheng. Jiang Weidong had already checked the relevant information and directly chose the South Branch, which is Renji Hospital located in MH District, or South Branch for short. The earliest Renji Hospital in Haicheng was the East Branch, located in Pudong New Area, which had the most departments and the most specialists. The East and South campuses are managed as a single entity, with experts rotating regularly. Therefore, the treatment level at the South campus is similar to that at the East campus. In addition, the East campus has an outdated design and is not as nice as the South campus, so most patients who have surgery prefer to go to the South campus. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin brought Wang Guanjuan to Haicheng and immediately drove to the South Hospital. He went directly to the Special Needs Department, and the hospital immediately arranged for him to have a full-body examination. The attending physician told Jiang Weidong that after Wang Guanjuan completes a full physical examination and it is determined that he is eligible for surgery, the hospital will schedule a surgery date for him, which should take about 5 days. Jiang Weidong was rich, so he naturally arranged a private hospital room for Wang Guanjuan. After shuttling around the hospital for more than 2 hours, Wang Guanjuan was finally able to complete the relevant examinations and was then wheeled into the ward. After being admitted to a clean and bright ward and changing into his hospital gown, Wang Guanjuan lay on the bed. His condition had not improved, the pain was still unbearable, and he still couldn't help but cry out. Perhaps because of the good lighting in the ward, Wang Guanjuan's complexion looked even worse. His skin was dark and dry, like the roots of a dead tree. Wang Ruijin stood to the side, her eyes filled with worry. My phone vibrated. It was in the family WeChat group, where relatives were asking about Wang Guanjuan's situation. Wang Songder made a mistake. His younger siblings were not worried that Wang Guanjuan would die because of this. They had looked up information about neuralgia, but they were unwilling to share the treatment costs. Knowing that Wang Ruijin would cover all the expenses, their concern for Wang Guanjuan returned. Wang Ruijin was in a bad mood and didn't want to reply to messages. An hour later, a nurse entered the ward and gave Wang Guanjuan a sedative. Wang Guanjuan became more sleepy and closed his eyes to rest while whimpering softly. Wang Ruijin then replied to the message, knowing that Wang Guanjuan's surgery might have to wait 5 days. Immediately, a relative in the group chat said that he knew a doctor at Lincheng Hospital and that the surgery could be arranged there. Wang Ruijin felt annoyed, angry, and extremely wronged. Seeing this, Jiang Weidong sat down to comfort Wang Ruijin. After Wang Ruijin calmed down, he thought for a moment, took out his phone, and contacted Kong Huaishu in Sichuan province. He explained Wang Guanjuan's situation and finally asked, "Senior, I've registered with the Special Needs Department, but it will take about 5 days. Is there any way to arrange the surgery faster?" Kong Huaishu had previously thought he was an elderly man and called him Old Jiang. Later, Jiang Weidong explained his situation, and Kong Huaishu started calling him Little Dong. "Xiao Dong, wait for me. I'll ask around at Haicheng Renji Hospital who is in charge of neuropathic pain surgery." About 10 minutes later, Kong Huaishu replied, "Xiao Dong, the person who helped the patient with the surgery in the special needs department you registered with should be Ying Jianping. He is an expert in this field, so don't worry about him performing the surgery. Regarding your question about time, if you want it to be faster, I suggest you go to Haicheng International Medical Center. It is a private hospital with medical insurance reimbursement qualifications, so you can use medical insurance to reimburse part of the treatment costs. If you apply for surgery at this hospital, it can be arranged the next day. The surgeon will still be Ying Jianping, so you don't need to worry about his treatment level. I've calculated it for you. If you get treatment at Renji Hospital, the cost after reimbursement should be over 20,000 yuan. If you get treatment at Haicheng International Medical Center, the cost should be around 80,000 yuan. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Weidong secretly thought, "Wow, that's awesome." The idea that the wealthy get priority access to their world is no joke. The government knows the hardships doctors face and is willing to generate income for specialists by stipulating that a doctor can work at up to 3 hospitals simultaneously. The experts want both government funding and a high treatment revenue sharing from private hospitals. In such circumstances, some leading medical professionals work in public hospitals while also signing agreements with private hospitals to provide medical assistance. Earning 2 to 3 million yuan a year is quite normal. In Jiang Weidong's eyes, there was no difference between 80,000 and 20,000. Wang Ruijin was a grateful person, and 80,000 would be more touching for her. He then thanked Kong Huaishu and ended his conversation with Kong Huaishu. He then told Wang Ruijin about the incident. Is it really possible? Yes, Senior Kong is a great expert. There's no need for him to fool me on such a matter. But the treatment costs are even higher now. Wang Ruijin felt aggrieved when she thought of her family's attitude. It's only 60,000 more. It'll save Grandpa a few days of suffering. Isn't that what we should do? We should spend the money we earn. This is in response to the national call to boost consumption. I have money, you can pay me back later. Wang Ruijin got up and entered the ward. She saw that Wang Guanjuan was still in unbearable pain. Although he had his eyes closed and seemed to be asleep, his thin body was still curled up and he was calling out softly. Her eyes reddened slightly, then she made up her mind, brother, then help me transfer to another hospital, and I'll pay you back later. Okay. Jiang Weidong held Wang Ruijin's hand. The medical examination results will be available tomorrow. We need to get the results and confirm that Grandpa can have the surgery before transferring him to another hospital. If all goes well, the surgery can be arranged the day after tomorrow. The following morning at 11 a.m., Jiang Weidong and his team received all the test results. Wang Guanjuan's body was fine and he could undergo surgery. Jiang Weidong then contacted Haicheng International Medical Center to arrange the transfer. The doctors at Renji Hospital were already used to it and readily signed the papers to release the person. Wang Guanjuan was transferred to the inpatient department of Haicheng International Medical Center. Jiang Weidong submitted Wang Guanjuan's various examination reports, and the specialist doctor immediately said that the surgery could be arranged the next afternoon, with expert Yin Jianping in charge. The ward was still clean and bright, and Wang Guanjuan looked no different from yesterday. His complexion was still very bad, and he could barely eat, relying on intravenous glucose to maintain nutrient absorption. A flat-screen TV was mounted on the wall of the ward, playing CCTV's opera channel, where actors were singing opera. Wang Guanjuan opened his eyes slightly, looked at the television, and his gaze softened. Wang Ruijin was much more relaxed. In the family group chat, some people were discussing Wang Guanjuan's surgery, saying that if they were in Lincheng, they would have connections and the surgery could be completed in a few days. Wang Ruijin couldn't help but reply, "We'll be there soon too. Grandpa can have the surgery tomorrow afternoon." Upon seeing the message posted by Wang Ruijin, the relatives all questioned it, saying that the hospital would definitely have a waiting list, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days. We've arranged for Grandpa to be transferred to another hospital. He is at Haicheng International Medical Center now, which is faster here. Some of the relatives were quick-witted. Is this a private one? How much does it cost? After reimbursement, it should be over 80,000. Xiao Jin, you are so filial. You are willing to spend more than 80,000 yuan to treat your grandfather's illness. It is no wonder that your grandfather is so good to you. Take good care of your grandfather and yourself. We will go to see him again when your grandfather returns to Lincheng. Others left comments praising Wang Ruijin, saying she was filial and capable, and that she paid more than 80,000 yuan on her own. Upon seeing the message, Wang Ruijin snorted coldly. Her relatives were clearly unwilling to pay. Realizing this, and thinking of Jiang Weidong's sacrifices for her, she was even more moved. Chapter 78, I wonder if there will be any gifts. I don't know what the leaders of Haicheng International Medical Center were thinking, but when they designed it, they put all the operating rooms of various departments together. Operating rooms from different departments such as psychiatry, respiratory medicine, thoracic surgery, and neurology are lined up in a row, and a long and spacious waiting area for family members has also been built. When expert Yin Jianping performed surgery on Wang Guanjuan, there were not many operating rooms in operation, and very few family members were in the spacious waiting area. Jiang Weidong and Wang Ruijin sat on cold iron chairs, with no one around them. Wang Ruijin was frightened and stared intently at the operating room door. Jiang Weidong bought her a bottle of mineral water, which she held so tightly that the bottle became deformed. Jiang Weidong said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous. For experts, this is just a minor surgery." Wang Ruijin nodded, but remained nervous. She placed her hands between her legs and shrank back. Jiang Weidong then said, "You should consider the post-operative care. This surgery requires 7 to 15 days of recuperation in the hospital. Money is not a problem, I will cover it. Grandpa is getting old and has had surgery,
so he needs to be even more careful about taking care of his health from now on. I think you should hire someone to take care of him, and have a maid do the grocery shopping and cooking. If your grandfather is willing to go to Hainan to retire, he should go there. If he is not willing and wants to stay in his hometown, he should move to a different house, as the environment in that neighborhood is terrible. I'll move to a different neighborhood, and spend my time playing cards, watching TV, and practicing Tai Chi. That's how I can stay healthy and live a long life. Otherwise, the quality of life will be poor, living will be exhausting, and you might get sick at any time, then you'll just be working for the hospital. Wang Ruijin remained tense, seemingly having heard Jiang Weidong's words, but not really paying attention. Jiang Weidong didn't care, he was just giving Wang Ruijin a heads up. All he said just now was about money. That's right, taking good care of an elderly person inevitably involves spending money. Just then, footsteps sounded, and Guo Luoyao came over with red eyes. Jiang Weidong did not get up to offer his seat, but nodded to Guo Luoyao, and did not remove his hand from Wang Ruijin's shoulder. Guo Luoyao saw this but didn't point it out. When Guo Luoyao arrived, she asked all sorts of questions, which distracted Wang Ruijin and made her less nervous. 2 hours later, more surgeries were being performed in this row of operating rooms. The waiting area was more crowded and noisier, and Wang Guanjuan's surgery was finally completed. The expert, Ying Jianping, looked exhausted, but his eyes were smiling. He should be able to earn 30,000 yuan from this surgery, enough for him to buy his daughter a Hermes bag. Don't worry, he's still under anesthesia and can't communicate. Let's take him back to his ward first. Contact the nurse if you need anything. So they escorted Wang Guanjuan back to his ward. To better care for Wang Guanjuan, Jiang Weidong hired a male nurse who looked after him 24 hours a day, including changing his urine bag and assisting the nurses with relevant examinations. About 30 minutes later, Wang Guanjuan gradually recovered. "Grandpa, does it hurt that much? My body is still numb, I can't feel anything." Wang Guanjuan responded, and although he had just undergone surgery, he looked much better. Wang Ruijin felt even more at ease. Jiang Weidong smiled, told Wang Guanjuan to rest well, and then he was about to leave. Wang Ruijin hurriedly saw him off, and she naturally took his arm. Guo Luoyao saw this and sighed inwardly. She is Wang Ruijin's best friend, but when Wang Ruijin really needed help, she couldn't do anything. What right does she have to talk about Jiang Weidong now? I wonder how Xiao Jin and Chu Nan will get along. Jiang Weidong did not hide from Chu Nan the fact that he had helped Wang Guanjuan find a hospital. Upon learning this, Chu Nan praised Jiang Weidong for his kindness and dedication in helping his good friend. In the following days, Jiang Weidong's life returned to normal. He continued to play every day, playing basketball, golf, crossfire, practicing Baduanjin, a form of traditional Chinese exercise, and watching racing games. During this period, a sixth company was registered, namely Hai Changfeng was Security Company. In addition, the auction review was approved, and a company vehicle license plate number was auctioned off for 128,900 yuan. He then submitted an application to purchase a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which Rolls-Royce is expected to review within 15 days. Before we knew it, Christmas had arrived. The natives of Haichang say, Haichang is not just the Haichang of the Xia Kingdom, Haichang belongs to the world. With such a broad mind, the natives of Haichang naturally want to drink coffee and celebrate Western holidays. The streets were beautifully decorated, and there were grand events taking place on the Bund. Jiang Weidong originally wanted to take Chunan to the city for fun, but Chunan and the others had an important live broadcast tonight. In the master bedroom of the villa, Chunan had changed into a tracksuit. She was half apologetic and half coquettish, pouting and acting cute. "Brother, we already made a promise with our fans to play games together tonight. How about I play with you tomorrow night?" In fact, some merchants invited Chunan and her team to do a live streaming sales event tonight, but Chunan declined. Chunan felt that her fans probably didn't want to watch her live stream on Christmas Eve, they would rather see her playing games and interacting with them. Jiang Weidong naturally wouldn't hold such a thing against his girlfriend. He was slightly surprised that Chunan was able to resist the temptation of selling products and stick to live streaming. "Little girl, I think you've grown a lot. You're able to see things from the fans' perspective. Even if you don't do live streaming in the future, you can still make a name for yourself." Chunan smiled smugly, "That's for sure. I'm very smart, and I'm going to start my own business in the future." She snuggled into Jiang Weidong's arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother, close your eyes, I have a gift for you. Today is Christmas, and Jiang Weidong is planning to buy a gift. He thought he would go to the city to browse around and let Chunan take whatever she wants. Therefore, no preparations were made in advance. Good. Chunan chuckled and leaned forward to give him a few quick kisses. Don't open your eyes, there's more gift. She then turned around and took out 2 LV bags from the bedside table, each containing an LV wallet. One is pure blue, and the other is burgundy. They are all brand logo printed flap top coated canvas wallets. The wallet is printed with many LV logos, which anyone can see. It costs 14,800 each, so 2 would cost 29,600. Chunan handed the wallet to Jiang Weidong and said with a smile, "We won't need it in China, but we can take it with us when we travel abroad." Brother, will you take me on a trip abroad? Of course, we can go out and have fun anytime you have time. How about celebrating the new year? We'll come to your house first, then go to the Maldives for a week and come back after the new year. Jiang Weidong laughed upon hearing this. Are you ready to meet my parents? Ready. Chunan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she puffed out her chest. Am I presentable? The only thing I can be proud of is that my parents might urge us to have a baby soon, so you need to be prepared. That's all right, let's have the baby. After spending some time together, Sui Lanlan called Chunan and they parted ways. Jiang Weidong rented a small building for Sui Lanlan and Marchinyu to live in, and they are still doing live streaming there. After saying goodbye to Chunan, Jiang Weidong drove away, intending to visit Wang Guanjuan. I wonder if Wang Ruijin has a gift. Chapter 79 Deluxe King Room. When Jiang Weidong met Wang Ruijin, Wu Luoyao was also there. Wang Ruijin wore a light yellow short down jacket, paired with black skinny jeans and white sneakers. She was also carrying a shoulder bag. Skinny jeans are still very attractive and showcase feminine beauty beautifully. Wu Luoyao had long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a long black down jacket, black casual pants, and white and green tennis shoes, along with a light green scarf. The two girls huddled together whispering to each other, and they seemed to be in a good mood. After the surgery, Wang Guanjuan's complexion improved significantly. Jiang Weidong learned that old Wang was 66 years old this year, and if he took good care of himself, he might live another 20 years. Jiang Weidong had originally planned to stroll along the Bund with Wang Ruijin, but with Wu Luoyao added to the mix, he felt that was no longer an option. After saying a few kind words to old Wang, he prepared to leave. Brother, wait for me. Just when Jiang Weidong thought he would leave alone, Wang Ruijin called out to him. She whispered a few words in Wu Luoyao's ear with a blush on her face, and then jogged to catch up with Jiang Weidong. Brother, there's an event on the Bund tonight. Do you have time to take me there? Jiang Weidong chuckled. Wu Luoyao is dressed like that, she probably wants to go shopping with you, aren't you going to go with her? I'll go with Yao Yao tomorrow. Okay, let's go play. The two of them got into the car together and headed to the Bund. Upon arriving at the Bund, it was still early, and Jiang Weidong originally intended to take Wang Ruijin for a casual stroll. She whispered, Brother, can we find a hotel? Hotel? Yes, I was scrolling through short videos, and the night view from their hotel on the Bund was especially beautiful. She didn't dare look Jiang Weidong in the eye, her face flushed, and she twisted her hands as she uttered a single sentence. Jiang Weidong understood perfectly what this meant, and he kissed him directly. Wang Ruijin hugged him. Hotel. Brother, let's go to the hotel. Okay, I'll take you there. Jiang Weidong took Wang Ruijin to the famous Peace Hotel on the Bund and booked a deluxe double room for 2,688 yuan. Both of them had their ID cards with them, so they could check in directly. The two held hands all their way. Jiang Weidong had a smile on his face, while Wang Ruijin blushed and lowered her head, just like many young couples. Tonight is Christmas Eve, and needless to say, there's a lot of gunfire going on in hotels everywhere. When the young couples met, they all gave each other knowing looks. Bite. Upon opening the door to their deluxe king room, Jiang Weidong pulled Wang Ruijin into his arms and kissed her. With the door closed, blocking the view of the corridor, he became even more audacious, reaching his hand inside his down jacket. As Wang Ruijin responded, she pointed to the window. Jiang Weidong thought she was shy, so he chuckled and went over to draw the curtains.
When he turned back, wanting to continue their intimate act, Wang Ruijin blushed, straightened her clothes, and took a few steps back. Are you going to play along with the script? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin couldn't help but give Jiang Weidong a coquettish glare. Then she took off her shoulder bag and took out a gift box from it. This is a Christmas present for you. I don't have much money, so I could only buy something cheap. Please don't mind. Jiang Weidong calmed down considerably, took the gift box, opened it, and saw that it was a fake mini flying saucer shaver, costing around 200 yuan. Under bright light, the razor gleamed with black oil. It seemed to have a fragrance, probably because Wang Ruijin had handled it. Jiang Weidong inexplicably remembered that when he was in college, his ex-girlfriend gave him a razor, also a fake brand, for 128 yuan. Things have changed, but people are no longer the same. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Compared to Wang Ruijin, he seemed to be a womanizer who had never seen a woman before, and he hadn't prepared a gift. However, such a thought was fleeting. I really like this razor. Are there any other gifts? Wang Ruijin nodded, blushing. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, she picked up her shoulder bag and went into the bathroom. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly remembered something and laughed. Don't peek. Jiang Weidong raised his middle finger and said, I didn't peek when you changed clothes in the car twice, yet you still doubt my character. Soon after, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, along with the scent of shower gel. Jiang Weidong turned on the TV and switched to the sports channel, which happened to be showing a friendly match between the Chinese national football team and the Chinese men's national football team. Another match where no shots were fired for several tens of minutes. He pointed at the bed sheet and couldn't help but laugh. The bathroom door opened, and Wang Ruijin was seen wearing an adorable blue pleasant goat pajama set with a little tail on her bottom. Her face was flushed, her head was down, and she stood motionless at the door. Jiang Weidong chuckled, Do I want to take a shower? Whatever. The sound was very soft, but Jiang Weidong still heard it. Come here, are you going to stand there like a door god? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin became less shy and bared her teeth, waving her fist at Jiang Weidong. She took small steps to Jiang Weidong and threw herself into his arms. Brother, when I called you that day, I knew I wanted to be with you. Should we turn the TV volume up? Do you want to take your medicine first? Wang Ruijin truly lives up to her reputation as a girl from Guizhou province. Just like the province's climate, it's very humid. Jiang Weidong loved it. He was tireless and didn't watch any of the Bun's programs. He was busy day and night. The next morning, as the Oriental Pearl Tower chimed on the hour, he opened his eyes and saw Wang Ruijin, who was resting her head on his hand with a smile on her lips. Fair-skinned like jade. He couldn't help but reach out. Wang Ruijin opened her eyes. She had been awake for a while. She held Jiang Weidong's hand. Brother, can you promise me something? What's up? Don't tell Chunan yet. I'll tell her another time. Jiang Weidong was somewhat surprised. Why? I've heard Yao Yao talk about Chunan. She's a very good person. I don't want to deceive her. I want to face her directly. Wang Ruijin paused, her tone becoming a little lower. I want to compete with her. After graduation, I'll go back to my hometown to take care of my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong couldn't help but laugh. Seeing his arrogant laughter, as if she had said something ridiculous, Wang Ruijin couldn't help but slap his hand in annoyance. Are you even listening? Jiang Weidong's smile faded, and he nodded. You didn't get together with me before because you were worried about the relationship not working out. Are you going back to your hometown after graduation? Yes, is there a problem? There's a problem, a big problem. Jiang Weidong said seriously, Little girl, I told you before that surgery at your grandfather's age is very harmful to his body. It's best if he doesn't do any work in the future. Leave grocery shopping and cooking to the housekeeper. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if you go back to your small hometown, the job you find won't be enough to support your grandfather. I will take the civil service exam. Did you pass the exam? Even if you did, the salary of an ordinary staff member in a small county in Guizhou province isn't high. It's still not enough to support someone. You're not going to have to use your grandfather's retirement pension, are you? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruijin looked completely bewildered. After a long while, she asked, Then what should I do? Chapter 80. Jiang Weidong did not answer Wang Ruijin's question. Instead, he said, "The kind of care you're imagining is living together and taking care of grandpa's 3 meals a day. Do you think you have that kind of time? Even if you pass the civil service exam in your small hometown and your salary is high enough, if you don't work, where will you find the time to spend with your grandfather? You can't expect your grandpa to cook a meal and wait for you, can you? Moreover, the elderly and young people have different views, and living together for a long time may not be a good thing. Look at young people these days. Even when they go back to their hometowns to take care of their parents, they usually don't live together. Instead, they live nearby and visit them on weekends to have a meal together. In general, you are not in a position to take care of your grandfather. Even if you have the means, I wouldn't recommend that you take care of him personally for an extended period of time." Wang Ruijin still had the same expression as before, her face full of confusion. According to her previous plan, she would go ashore in her hometown to work and take care of her grandfather. It seems completely unrealistic now. The elderly woman is not suited to personally buy groceries and cook, and she doesn't have that much time to go and cook. Then we'll have to hire a cook, but the cook's salary plus grocery money will cost at least $4,500 a month. In addition to some fruits, snacks, milk, and utility bills, water, electricity, gas, she needs to prepare about 6,000 yuan each month to support Wang Guanjuan in his retirement. Civil servants in small counties in Guizhou province do not earn such high salaries. Unless grandpa uses his retirement savings, that won't be enough. Jiang Weidong kissed Wang Ruijin on the forehead. "Little girl, have you figured it out?" "What?" "Stay here, stay in Haicheng. I'll be starting a company next month. You can work for my company, and you can go back to see grandpa anytime, up to 4 times a month, every weekend." Wang Ruijin snapped out of her daze, gave him a strange look, blushed, snuggled closer to him, and asked softly, "So you're saying you have both me and Chunan on your hands?" Jiang Weidong smiled and said, "We coexist peacefully, and I fully respect you." He paused for a moment, then said, "Guizhou province is really not suitable for retirement. You can ask your grandfather if he would like to retire in Hainan. If you're willing, I'll rent a house for him in Hainan. If he doesn't want to, he still wants to go back to his hometown. The old neighborhood won't do either. The environment there is too bad. We should find him a clean, well-lit neighborhood. My suggestion was to sell that old house, at a few tens of thousands of yuan, and buy a better second-hand house. We can hire a cook and install a few security cameras in the house. It will cost around 6,000 yuan a month, which should be enough for your grandfather's retirement. Your grandfather has his own pension, which he can use to spend as he pleases. He can watch TV, play cards, or visit his other grandchildren. Since he has money, your relatives will try to curry favor with him and visit him frequently. That way, others won't dare to bully him, and his old age will be better." His hand once again occupied the high ground, and he said with a wicked smile, "Little girl, I'm not kidding. As long as you stay, I, your grandson-in-law, can give him a better retirement life, and your grandfather can live for another 20 years. Wang Ruijin remained silent, pondering Jiang Weidong's words. After a long while, she said, "I had planned to be with you for 6 months, to experience a beautiful romance, and then go back to my hometown after graduation. I can't be with you forever. Besides my grandfather, there's something else I want to do. I don't want my marriage to be like that. They clearly don't like each other anymore, but they still want to stay together. I made that decision when I was in junior high school. I will never let my children go through what I went through. I want to find a husband who will be completely devoted and unconditional to me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He considers himself to have a good personality and to be an excellent partner. Unfortunately, he was wholeheartedly devoted to one woman, and he really couldn't help it. As a system man, he couldn't be worse than Wei Xiaobao, could he? Wang Ruijin looked at Jiang Weidong with a deep gaze, then suddenly reached out and punched him in the chest. "You've helped me so much, I can never repay you in my entire life. You are also a man I like very much. Then I'll compromise. I'm willing to stay and share you with other girls. But remember, if you don't like me, then tell me. Don't be like my parents, clinging to me even though you don't like me. You must tell me everything. I consider you my closest relative, so please don't hide anything from me." As she spoke, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. Jiang Weidong felt sorry for him and hugged him tightly, saying, "Don't worry, we will always be happy." He coaxed Wang Ruijin in a low voice for a while, and after calming her down, he smiled and said, "I'll give Chunan 50,000 yuan every month, do you want it?" Wang Ruijin was taken aback upon hearing this. The thought of earning 600,000 yuan a year to provide her grandfather with a better life tempted her. At this moment, neither she nor Jiang Weidong were dressed, and they were completely naked with each other. She could feel the muscles in Jiang Weidong's arms and smell the scent of his shower gel. Thinking back on everything that happened in the past, even though she only wanted to use him as a shield when they first got together, she gradually wanted to date Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong helped Wen Guanjuan, who wanted to start a 6-month intimate relationship and experience the feeling of being in love, not for money. She then thought of how quickly Chunan and Jiang Weidong got together. And what about her? Do you want to be like Chunan? Can I not take it? You can just pay for my grandfather's retirement. A few thousand yuan is enough for me. As the grandson-in-law, it is my duty to take care of my grandfather in his old age. Hearing this, Wang Ruijin was even happier, feeling that their relationship was more about love than a transaction. She hugged Jiang Weidong tightly. "Brother, it's so good to know you." Jiang Weidong chuckled. He was naturally happy that Wang Ruijin was willing to think that way. Of course, he still had to pay her. He was always generous to his women. Wang Ruijin went to take a shower, while Jiang Weidong lay alone on the bed and then opened the system panel. Today is December 26th, which is the system's payday. Their host will receive a base salary of 1,100,050 for working for 1 month. If their host is optimistic and cheerful at work and receives the Advanced Employee Award, the salary will double. If their host is relaxed and healthy at work and receives the Excellent Employee Award, the salary will double. 1105000x2x2 equals for 420,000. The host works for 5 companies simultaneously, and his salary is increased 5-fold. For 420,000x5 equals 221,000. Haichang Fenghua Media Company's profit was 376,597 yuan, and a bonus of 1 million yuan was awarded. Haichang Fenghua Food Company's profit was 28,650 yuan, and a bonus of 100,000 yuan was awarded. Host's salary last month was 23,200,000 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw it? This month, Chunan and her team did live streaming e-commerce, which increased the media company's profits to over 300,000 yuan, resulting in a 1 million yuan bonus. The Ocean University cafeteria had a profit of over 28,000 yuan from its dozen or so employees, and awarded them a bonus of 100,000 yuan. The total salary reached 23.2 million. Withdraw cash. Jiang Weidong previously had over 3 million yuan, but after withdrawing the money, his bank card balance reached over 26 million yuan. Following his agreement with Chunan, he transferred 1 million to his retirement card, leaving him with a balance of over 25 million in his bank account. Great, let us go shopping later and buy Christmas presents for the 2 little girls.